Audible Realms presents The Odyssey by Homer, narrated by John Kelsey. Book 1, Visit of Pallas to Telemachus. A Council of the Gods, deliberations concerning Ulysses, Mercury dispatched to Calypso to bid her send Ulysses to Ithaca. Visit of Pallas in the shape of Mentor to Telemachus, advising him to repair to Pylos and Sparta in quest of his father, Ulysses. Revels of the suitors of Penelope, Phemius the minstrel, and his song of the return of the Grecians. The suitors rebuked by Telemachus. Tell me, O Muse, of that sagacious man who, having overthrown the sacred town of Ilium, wandered far and visited the capitals of many nations, learned the customs of their dwellers, and endured great suffering on the deep. His life was oft in peril, as he labored to bring back his comrades to their homes. He saved them not, though earnestly he strove. They perished all through their own folly, for they banqueted, madmen, upon the oxen of the sun. The all-o'erlooking sun, who cut them off from their return. O goddess, virgin child of Jove, relate some part of this to me. Now all the rest, as many as escaped the cruel doom of death, were at their homes, safe from the perils of the war and sea, while him alone, who pined to see his home, and wife again, Calypso, queenly nymph, great among goddesses, detained within her spacious grot, in hope that he might yet become her husband. Even when the years brought round the time in which the gods decreed that he should reach again his dwelling place in Ithaca, though he was with his friends, his toils were not yet ended. Of the gods, all pitied him save Neptune, who pursued with wrath implacable the godlike chief, Ulysses, even to his native land. Among the Ethiopians was the god far off, the Ethiopians most remote of men. Two tribes there are, one dwells beneath the rising, one beneath the setting sun. He went to grace a hecatomb of beeves and lambs, and sat delighted at the feast, while in the palace of Olympian Jove the other gods assembled, and to them the father of immortals and of men was speaking. To his mind arose the thought of that Aegisthus, whom the famous son of Agamemnon, Prince Orestes, slew. Of him he thought, and thus bespake the gods. How strange it is that mortals blame the gods, and say that we inflict the ills they bear, when they by their own folly and against the will of fate bring sorrow on themselves. As late Aegisthus, unconstrained by fate, married the queen of Atreus' son, and slew the husband just returned from war. Yet well he knew the bitter penalty, for we warned him. We sent the herald Argicide, bidding him neither slay the chief nor woo his queen, for that Orestes, when he came to manhood and might claim his heritage, would take due vengeance for Atrides slain. So Hermes said, his prudent words moved not the purpose of Aegisthus, who now pays the forfeit of his many crimes at once. Pallas, the blue-eyed goddess, thus replied, O father, son of Saturn, king of kings, well he deserved his death, so perish all guilty of deeds like his. But I am grieved for sage Ulysses, that most wretched man, so long detained, repining, and afar from those he loves, upon a distant isle, girt by the waters of the central deep. A forest isle, where dwells a deity, the daughter of wise Atlas, him who knows the ocean to its utmost depths, and holds upright the lofty columns which divide the earth from heaven. The daughter there detains the unhappy chieftain, and with flattering words would win him to forget his Ithaca. Meanwhile, impatient to behold the smokes that rise from hearths in his own land, he pines, and willingly would die. Is not thy heart, Olympics, touched by this? And did he not pay grateful sacrifice to thee beside the Argive fleet in the broad realm of Troy? Why then, O Jove, art thou so wroth with him? Then answered cloud-compelling Jove, My child, what words have passed thy lips? Can I forget godlike Ulysses, who in gifts of mind excels all other men, and who has brought large offerings to the gods that dwell in heaven? Yet he who holds the earth in his embrace, Neptune, pursues him with perpetual hate because of Polypheme, the Cyclops, strong beyond all others of his giant race, whose eye Ulysses had put out. The nymph Thusa brought him forth, a daughter she of Phorcys, ruling in the barren deep. and in the covert of o'erhanging rocks she met with Neptune. For this cause the god who shakes the shores, although he slay him not, sends forth Ulysses, wandering far away from his own country. Let us now consult together and provide for his return, and Neptune will lay by his wrath, for vain it were for one like him to strive alone against the might of all the immortal gods. And then the blue-eyed Pallas spake again. O Father, son of Saturn, king of kings, if such the pleasure of the blessed gods that now the wise Ulysses shall return to his own land, let us at once dispatch Hermes, the Argicide, our messenger, down to Ogygia, to the bright-haired nymph, and make our steadfast purpose known to bring the sufferer Ulysses to his home, and I will haste to Ithaca and move his son, that with a resolute heart he call the long-haired Greeks together, and forbid the excesses of the suitor train, who slay his flocks and slow-paced beeves with crooked horns. To Sparta I will send him in the sands of Pylos, to inquire for the return of his dear father, so a glorious fame shall gather round him in the eyes of men. She spake, and fastened underneath her feet the fair ambrosial golden sandals, worn to bear her over ocean like the wind and o'er the boundless land. In hand she took, well tipped with trenchant brass, the mighty spear, heavy and huge and strong, with which she bears whole phalanxes of heroes to the earth, when she, the daughter of a mighty sire, is angered. From the Olympian heights she plunged, and stood among the men of Ithaca, just at the porch and threshold of their chief, Ulysses. In her hand she bore the spear, and seemed the stranger Mentes, he who led the Taphians. There before the gate she found the haughty suitors. Some beguiled the time with draughts, while sitting on the hides of beeves which they had slaughtered. Heralds were with them, and busy menials, some who in the bowls tempered the wine with water, some who cleansed the tables with light sponges, and who set the banquet forth and carved the meats for all. Telemachus the godlike was the first to see the goddess as he sat among the crowd of suitors, sad at heart, and thought of his illustrious father, who might come and scatter those who filled his palace halls, and win new honor, and regain the rule over his own. As thus he sat and mused among the suitors, he beheld where stood Pallas, and forth he sprang. He could not bear to keep a stranger waiting at his door. He came, and taking her right hand, received the brazen spear, and spake these winged words. Hail, stranger, thou art truly welcome here. First come and share our feast and be refreshed, then say what thou requirest at our hands. He spake and led the way, and in his steps Pallas Athenae followed. Entering then the lofty halls, he set the spear upright by a tall column, in the armory with polished walls, where rested many a lance of the large-souled Ulysses. Then he placed his guest upon a throne, o'er which he spread a covering many-hued and beautiful, and gave her feet a footstool. Near to her he drew his party-colored seat, aloof from where the suitors sat, that so his guest might not amid those haughty revelers be wearied with the tumult and enjoy his meal the less, and that himself might ask news of his absent father. In a bowl of silver, from a shapely ewer of gold, a maid poured water for the hands and set a polished table near them. Then approached a venerable matron, bringing bread and delicacies gathered from the board. And he who served the feast before them placed chargers with various meats and cups of gold, while round the board a herald moved and poured wine for the guests. The haughty suitors now came in and took their places on the thrones and couches. Heralds poured upon their hands the water. Maidens heaped the canisters with bread, and all put forth their hands to share the banquet on the board, while to the brim boys filled the beakers. When the calls of thirst and hunger were appeased, the suitors thought of other things that well become a feast, song and the dance. And then a herald brought a shapely harp and gave it to the hands of Phemius, who had only by constraint sung to the suitors. On the chords he struck a prelude to his lay, while as he played, Telemachus, that others might not hear, leaned forward, and to blue-eyed Pallas spake, My friend and guest, wilt thou take no offense at what I say? These revelers enjoy the harp and song, for at no cost of theirs they waste the substance of another man, whose white bones now are moldering in the rain, upon some mainland, or are tossed about by ocean billows. Should they see him once in Ithaca, their prayers would rather rise for swifter feet than richer stores of gold and raiment. But an evil fate is his, and he has perished. Even should we hear from any of the dwellers upon earth that he is near at hand, we could not hope. For him is no return. But now, I pray, tell me, and frankly tell me, who thou art, and of what race of men, and where thy home, and who thy parents, how the mariners brought thee to Ithaca, and who they claim to be, for well I deem thou couldst not come hither on foot. All this, I pray, relate truly, that I may know the whole. Art thou for the first time arrived, or hast thou been my father's guest? For many a stranger once resorted to our palace, and he knew the way to win the kind regard of men. Pallas, the blue-eyed goddess, answered thus, I will tell all and truly. I am named Mentes. My father was the great in war Anchialus. I rule a people skilled to wield the oar, the Taphians, and I come with ship and crew across the dark blue deep to Temese, and to a race whose speech is different from my own, in quest of brass, and bringing bright steel with me. I have left moored at the field behind the town my bark within the bay of Rethreus, and beneath the woods of Neus. We claim to be guests by descent, and from our father's time, as thou wilt learn if thou shouldst meet and ask Laertes, the old hero. It is said he comes no more within the city walls, but in the fields dwells sadly by himself, where an old handmaid sets upon his board his food and drink when weariness unnerves his limbs in creeping o'er the fertile soil of his rich vineyard. I am come because I heard thy father had at last returned, and now am certain that the gods delay his journey hither. For the illustrious man cannot have died, but is detained alone somewhere upon the ocean, in some spot girt by the waters. There do cruel men and savage keep him, pining to depart. Now let me speak of what the gods reveal, and what I deem will surely come to pass, although I am no seer, and have no skill in omens drawn from birds. Not long, the chief will be in exile from his own dear land, though fettered to his place by links of steel, for he has large invention, and will plan a way for his escape. Now tell me this, and truly, tall in stature as thou art thou in fact Ulysses' son? In face and glorious eyes thou dost resemble him exceedingly, for he and I of yore were oftentimes companions ere he sailed for Ilium, whither also went the best among the Argives in their roomy ships, nor have we seen each other since that day. Telemachus the prudent spake, O guest, true answer shalt thou have. My mother says I am his son. I know not. Never man knew his own father. Would I were the son of one whose happier lot it was to meet amidst his own estates the approach of age. Now the most wretched of the sons of men is he to whom they say I owe my birth. Thus is thy question answered. Then again spake blue-eyed Pallas, Of a truth, the gods ordain not that thy race, in years to come, should be inglorious, since Penelope hath borne thee, such as I behold thee now. But frankly, answer me, what feast is here, and what is this assembly? What may be the occasion? Is a banquet given? Is this a wedding? A collation, where the guests furnish the meats? I think it cannot be. So riotously goes the revel on throughout the palace. A well-judging man, if he should come among them, would be moved with anger at the shameful things they do. Again, Telemachus the prudent spake, Since thou dost ask me, stranger, know that once rich and illustrious might this house be called, while yet the chief was here. But now the gods have grown unkind and willed it otherwise. They make his fate a mystery beyond the fate of other men. I should not grieve so deeply for his loss if he had fallen with his companions on the field of Troy, or midst his kindred when the war was o'er. Then all the Greeks had built his monument, and he had left his son a heritage of glory. Now has he become the prey of harpies, perishing ingloriously, unseen, his fate unheard of, and has left mourning and grief my portion. Not for him alone I grieve. The gods have cast on me yet other hardships. All the chiefs who rule the isles, Dulichium, Samos, and the groves, that shade Zacynthus, and who bear the sway in rugged Ithaca, have come to woo my mother, and from day to day consume my substance. She rejects not utterly their hateful suit, and yet she cannot bear to end it by a marriage. Thus they waste my heritage, and soon will seek my life." Again, in grief and anger, Pallas spake, "Yea, greatly dost thou need the absent chief Ulysses here, that he might lay his hands upon these shameless suitors. Were he now to come and stand before the palace gate, with helm and buckler and 2 spears, as first I saw him in our house, when drinking wine and feasting, just returned from Ephyre, where Ilus dwelt, the son of Mermerus. For thither went Ulysses in a bark, to seek a deadly drug with which to taint his brazen arrows. Ilus gave it not. He feared the immortal gods. My father gave the poison, for exceedingly he loved his guest. Could now Ulysses, in such guise, once meet the suitors, short would be their lives, and bitter would the marriage banquet be. Yet whether he return or not to take vengeance, in his own palace, on this crew of wassailers, rests only with the gods. Now let me counsel thee to think betimes how thou shalt thrust them from thy palace gates. Observe me, and attend to what I say. Tomorrow thou shalt call the Achaean chiefs to an assembly, speak before them all, and be the gods thy witnesses. Command the suitors all to separate for their homes, and if thy mother's mind be bent to wed, let her return to where her father dwells, a mighty prince, and there they will appoint magnificent nuptials and an ample dower, such as should honor a beloved child. And now, if thou wilt heed me, I will give a counsel for thy good. Man thy best ship with 20 rowers, and go forth to seek news of thy absent father. Thou shalt hear haply of him from some one of the sons of men, or else some word of rumor sent by Jove, revealing what mankind should know. First shape thy course for Pylos, and inquire of noble Nestor. Then, at Sparta, ask of fair-haired Menelaus, for he came last of the male Achaeans to his home. And shouldst thou learn that yet thy father lives, and will return, have patience yet a year, however hard it seem. But shouldst thou find that he is now no more, return forthwith to thy own native land, and pile on high his monument, and let the funeral rites be sumptuously performed as may become the dead, and let thy mother wed again. And when all this is fully brought to pass, take counsel with thy spirit and thy heart, how to destroy the suitor crew that haunt thy palace, whether by a secret snare or open force. No longer shouldst thou act as if thou wert a boy. Thou hast outgrown the age of childish sports. Hast thou not heard what honor the divine Orestes gained with all men when he slew the murderer, the crafty wretch Aegisthus, by whose hand the illustrious father of Orestes died? And then, my friend, for I perceive that thou art of a manly and a stately growth, be also bold, that men hereafter born may give thee praise. And now must I depart to my good ship, and to my friends who wait, too anxiously perhaps, for my return. Act wisely now, and bear my words in mind." The prudent youth Telemachus rejoined, "Well hast thou spoken, and with kind intent, O stranger, like a father to a son, and ne'er shall I forget what thou hast said. Yet stay, I pray thee, though in haste, and bathe and be refreshed, and take to thy good ship some gift with thee, such as may please thee well, precious and rare, which thou mayest ever keep in memory of me, a gift like those which friendly hosts bestow upon their guests." Then spake the blue-eyed Pallas, "Stay me not, for now would I depart. Whatever gift thy heart may prompt thee to bestow, reserve till I come back, that I may bear it home, and thou shalt take some precious thing in turn." So spake the blue-eyed Pallas, and withdrew, ascending like a bird. She filled his heart with strength and courage, waking vividly his father's memory. Then the noble youth went forth among the suitors. Silent all they sat and listened to the illustrious bard, who sang of the calamitous return of the Greek host from Troy at the command of Pallas. From her chamber o'er the hall, the daughter of Icarius, the sage queen Penelope, had heard the heavenly strain and knew its theme. Down by the lofty stairs she came, but not alone. There followed her 2 maidens. When the glorious lady reached the threshold of the strong-built hall, where sat the suitors, holding up a delicate veil before her face, and with a gush of tears, the queen bespake the sacred minstrel thus. Phemius, thou knowest many a pleasing theme, the deeds of gods and heroes, such as bards are wont to celebrate. Take then thy place, and sing of one of these, and let the guests in silence drink the wine. But cease this strain. It is too sad. It cuts me to the heart, and wakes a sorrow without bounds. Such grief I bear for him, my lord, of whom I think continually, whose glory is abroad through Hellas, and through Argos, everywhere. And then Telemachus, the prudent, spake, Why, O my mother, canst thou not endure that thus the well-graced poet should delight his hearers with a theme to which his mind is inly moved? The bards deserve no blame. Jove is the cause, for he at will inspires the lay that each must sing. Reprove not, then, the minstrel who relates the unhappy fate of the Greek warriors. All men most applaud the song that has the newest theme, and thou strengthen thy heart to hear it. Keep in mind that not alone Ulysses is cut off from his return, but that with him at Troy have many others perished. Now withdraw into thy chamber, ply thy household tasks, the loom, the spindle, bid thy maidens speed their work. To say what words beseem a feast belongs to man, and most to me, for here within these walls the authority is mine. The matron, wondering at his words, withdrew to her own place, but in her heart laid up her son's wise sayings. When she now had reached, with her attendant maids, the upper rooms, she mourned Ulysses, her beloved spouse, and wept, till blue-eyed Pallas closed her lids in gentle slumbers. Noisily, meanwhile, the suitors revelled in the shadowy halls, and thus Telemachus, the prudent, spake. Ye suitors of my mother, insolent and overbearing, cheerful be our feast, not riotous. It would become us well to listen to the lay of such a bard, so like the gods in voice. I bid you all meet in full council with the morrow morn, that I may give you warning to depart from out my palace, and to seek your feasts elsewhere at your own charge, haply to hold your daily banquets at each other's homes. But if it seem to you the better way to plunder one man's goods, go on to waste my substance. I will call the immortal gods to aid me, and if Jupiter allow fit retribution for your deeds, ye die within this very palace, unavenged. He spake. The suitors bit their close-pressed lips, astonished at the youth's courageous words, and thus Antinous, Eupeithes' son, made answer. Most assuredly the gods, Telemachus, have taught thee how to frame grand sentences and gallantly harangue. Ne'er may the son of Saturn make thee king over the sea-girt Ithaca, whose isle is thy inheritance by claim of birth. Telemachus, the prudent, thus rejoined, Wilt thou be angry at the word I speak, Antinous? I would willingly accept the kingly station if conferred by Jove. Dost thou indeed regard it as the worst of all conditions of mankind? Not so. For him who reigns, his house grows opulent, and he the more is honored. Many kings within the bounds of sea-girt Ithaca there are, both young and old. Let anyone bear rule, since great Ulysses is no more. But I will be the lord of mine own house, and o'er my servants, whom the godlike chief, Ulysses, brought from war, his share of spoil. Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, addressed the youth in turn. Assuredly, what man hereafter of the Achaean race shall bear the rule o'er sea-girt Ithaca rests with the gods. But thou shalt keep thy wealth, and may no son of violence come to make a spoil of thy possessions while men dwell in Ithaca. And now, my friend, I ask, who was thy guest? Whence came he, of what land claims he to be? Where do his kindred dwell, and where his patrimonial acres lie? With tidings of thy father's near return, came he, or to receive a debt? How swift was his departure, waiting not for us to know him? Yet in aspect and in air, he seemed to be no man of vulgar note. Telemachus, the prudent, answered thus. My father's coming, O Eurymachus, is to be hoped no more. Nor can I trust tidings from whatsoever part they come, nor pay regard to oracles, although my mother send to bring a soothsayer within the palace and inquire of him. But this man was my father's guest. He comes from Taphos. Mentes is his name, a son of the brave chief Anchialus. He reigns over the Taphians, men who love the sea. He spake, but in his secret heart He knew the immortal goddess. Then the suitors turned, delighted, to the dance and cheerful song, and waited for the evening. On their sports, the evening with its shadowy blackness came. Then each to his own home withdrew to sleep, while to his lofty chamber in full view, built high in that magnificent palace home, Telemachus went up and sought his couch, intent on many thoughts. The chaste and sage Dame Euryclea by his side went up with lighted torches, she a child of Ops, Pisanor's son. Her, in her early bloom, Laertes purchased for 100 beeves, and in his palace honored equally with his chaste wife, yet never sought her bed. He would not wrong his queen. 'Twas she who bore the torches with Telemachus. She loved her young lord more than all the other maids, and she had nursed him in his tender years. He opened now the chamber door and sat upon the couch, put his soft tunic off, and placed it in the prudent matron's hands. She folded it and smoothed it, hung it near to that fair bed, and, going quickly forth, pulled at the silver ring to close the door, and drew the thong that moved the fastening bolt. He, lapped in the soft fleeces, all night long, thought of the voyage Pallas had ordained. Book 2, Departure of Telemachus from Ithaca. The chief men of Ithaca assembled by Telemachus, his complaint of the suitors, their attempt to justify themselves, prophecy of the return of Ulysses by the seer, Halitherses, request of Telemachus for a vessel to visit Pylos and Sparta in quest of his father, granted by the assembly, preparations for his departure. Now, when the morning child of dawn appeared, the dear son of Ulysses left his bed and put his garments on. His trenchant sword he hung upon his shoulders and made fast his shapely sandals to his shining feet and issued from his chamber like a god. At once he bade the clear-voiced heralds call the long-haired Greeks to council. They obeyed. Quickly the chiefs assembled, and when all were at the appointed place, Telemachus went to the council, bearing in his hand a brazen spear, yet went he not alone. 2 swift dogs followed him, while Pallas shed a heavenly beauty over him, and all admired him as he came. He took the seat of his great father, and the aged men made way for him. And then Aegyptius spake, a hero bowed with age, who much had seen and known. His son, the warlike Antiphus, went with the great Ulysses in his fleet, to courser-breeding Troy, and afterward the cruel Cyclops, in the vaulted cave, slew him for his last meal. 3 other sons there were, and one of these, Eurynomus, was of the suitor train. The others took charge of their father's acres. Never yet had he forgotten his lost son, or ceased to grieve for him, and as he spoke, he wept. Hear, men of Ithaca, what I shall say. No council, no assembly, have we held since great Ulysses in his roomy ships departed from our isle. Who now is he that summons us? On which of our young men or elders presses this necessity? Is it belike that one of you has heard of an approaching foe and can declare the tidings clearly? Or would he propose and urge some other matter which concerns the public weal? A just and generous mind I deem is his, and 'tis my hope that Jove will bring to pass the good at which he aims. As thus he spake, Ulysses' son rejoiced in his auspicious words, nor longer kept his seat, but, yielding to an inward force, rose midst them all to speak, while in his hand Pisanor, the sagacious counselor, and herald placed the scepter. Then he turned to the old man, Aegyptius, speaking thus: O aged man, not far from thee is he who called this council. As thou soon shalt know, mine chiefly is the trouble. I have brought no news of an approaching foe, which I was first to hear, and would declare to all, nor urge I other matters which concern the public weal. My own necessity, the evil that has fallen on my house, constrains me. It is twofold. First, that I have lost an excellent father, who was king among you, and ruled o'er you with a sway as gentle as a father's. Greater yet is the next evil, and will soon o'erthrow my house and waste my substance utterly. Suitors, the sons of those who, in our isle, hold the chief rank, importunately press round my unwilling mother. They disdain to ask her of Icarius, that the king her father may endow her, and bestow his daughter on the man who best may gain his favor. But with every day they come into our palace, sacrificing here oxen and sheep and fatling goats, and hold high festival, and drink the purple wine unstinted, with unbounded waste. for here is no man like Ulysses to repel the mischief from my house. Not such are we, as he was, to resist the wrong. We pass for weaklings, immature in valor, yet if I had but the power, assuredly I would resist, for by these men are done insufferable things, nor does my house perish with honor. You yourselves should feel shame at these doings. You should dread reproach from those who dwell around us, and should fear the offended gods, lest they repay these crimes with vengeance. I beseech you, O my friends, both by Olympian Jove, and her by whom councils of men are summoned and dissolved, the goddess Themis, that ye all refrain, and leave me to my grief alone, unless Ulysses, my great father, may have done wrong in his anger to the gallant Greeks, which ye, by prompting men to acts like these, seek to avenge on me. Far better 'twere, should ye yourselves destroy our goods and slay our herds, since were it so, there might in time be some requital. We, from street to street, would plead continually for recompense, till all should be restored. But now ye heap upon me wrongs, for which is no redress. Thus angrily he spake, and clashed to earth the scepter, shedding tears. The people felt compassion. All were silent for a space, and there was none who dared with railing words answer Telemachus, save one alone, Antinous, who arose and thus replied, Telemachus, thou youth of braggart speech, and boundless in abuse, what hast thou said to our dishonor? Thou wouldst fix on us a brand of shame. The blame is not with us, the Achaean suitors. 'Tis thy mother's fault, skilled as she is in crafty shifts. 'Tis now already the 3rd year, and soon will be the 4th, since she began to cozen us. She gives us all to hope, and sends fair words to each by message, yet in her own mind has other purposes. This shrewd device she planned. She laid upon the loom a web, delicate, wide, and vast in length, and said thus to us all, Young princes who are come to woo me, since Ulysses is no more. My noble husband, urge me not, I pray, to marriage, till I finish in the loom, that so my threads may not be spun in vain, a funeral vesture for the hero chief Laertes, when his fatal hour shall come, with death's long sleep. Else some Achaean dame might blame me, should I leave without a shroud him who in life possessed such ample wealth. Such were her words, and easily they wrought upon our generous minds. So went she on, weaving that ample web, and every night unraveled it by torchlight. 3 full years she practiced thus, and by the fraud deceived the Grecian youths. But when the hours had brought the 4th year round, a woman who knew all revealed the mystery, and we ourselves saw her unraveling the ample web. Thenceforth, constrained and with unwilling hands, she finished it. Now let the suitors make their answer to thy words, that thou mayest know our purpose fully, and the Achaeans all may know it likewise. Send thy mother hence, requiring that she wed the suitor, whom her father chooses, and herself prefers. But if she still go on to treat the sons of Greece with such despite, too confident in gifts which Pallas has bestowed on her, so richly noble arts and faculties of mind and crafty shifts beyond all those of whom we ever heard that lived of yore, the bright-haired ladies of the Achaean race, Tyro, Alcmena, and Mycenae, famed for glossy tresses, none of them endowed, as is Penelope, though this last shift be ill devised, so long will we consume thy substance and estate as she shall hold her present mood, the purpose which the gods have planted in her breast. She to herself gains great renown, but surely brings on thee loss of much goods. And now we go not hence to our affairs nor elsewhere, till she wed, whichever of the Greeks may please her most. And then rejoined discreet Telemachus, Antinous, grievous wrong it were to send unwilling from this palace her who bore and nursed me. Whether he be living yet or dead, my father is in distant lands. And should I, of my own accord and will, dismiss my mother, I must make perforce Icarius large amends, and that were hard. And he would do me mischief, and the gods would send yet other evils on my head. For then my mother, going forth, would call on the grim Furies, and the general curse of all men would be on me. Think not I will ever speak that word, but if ye bear a sense of injury for what is past, go from these halls, provide for other feasts, consuming what is yours, and visiting each other's homes in turn. But if it seem to you the wiser and the better way to plunder one man's goods, go on to waste my substance. I shall call the eternal gods to aid me, and, if Jupiter allow fit retribution for your crimes, ye die within this very palace, unavenged." So spake Telemachus. The thunderer Jove sent flying from a lofty mountaintop 2 eagles. First they floated on the wind, close to each other, and with wings outspread. But as they came to where the murmuring crowd was gathered just beneath their flight, they turned and clapped their heavy pinions, looking down, with deadly omen on the heads below, and with their talons tore each other's cheeks and necks, and then they darted to the right, away through Ithaca among its roofs. All who beheld the eagles were amazed, and wondered what event was near at hand. Among the rest, an aged hero spake, named Halitherses, master's son. He knew more truly than the others of his age, to augur from the flight of birds, and read the will of fate. And wisely thus he spake. "Hear, men of Ithaca, what I shall say. I speak of what most narrowly concerns the suitors, over whom already hangs great peril, for Ulysses will not be long at a distance from his home and friends. Even now he is not far, and meditates slaughter and death to all the suitor train, and evil will ensue to many more of us who dwell in sunny Ithaca. Now let us think what measures may restrain these men, or let them of their own accord desist, the soonest were for them the best. For not as one untaught do I foretell events to come, but speak of what I know. All things that I predicted to our chief, what time the Argive troops embarked for Troy, and sage Ulysses with them, are fulfilled. I said that after many hardships borne, and all his comrades lost, the 20th year would bring him back, a stranger to us all. And all that then I spake of comes to pass. Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, answered the seer, "Go to thy house, old man, and to thy boys, and prophesy to them, lest evil come upon them. I can act, in matters such as these, a prophet's part better than thou. True, there are many birds that fly about in sunshine, but not all are ominous. Ulysses far away has perished. Well, it would have been if thou hadst perished with him. Then thou wouldst not prate idly of things to come, nor wouldst thou stir Telemachus to anger, in the hope of bearing to thy house some gift from him. Now let me say, and be assured my words will be fulfilled. Experienced as thou art, if thou by treacherous speeches shalt inflame a younger man than thou to violent deeds, the sharper punishment shall first be his. But we will lay on thee a penalty, old man, which thou shalt find it hard to bear, and bitterly wilt thou repent. And now let me persuade Telemachus to send his mother to her father. They will make a marriage for her there, and give with her a liberal dowry, such as may become a favorite daughter on her wedding day. Else never will the sons of Greece renounce, I think, the difficult suit. We do not fear Telemachus himself, though glib of speech, nor care we for the empty oracle, which thou, old man, dost utter, making thee only more hated. Still will his estate be wasted, nor will order e'er return, while she defers her marriage with some prince of the Achaeans. We shall urge our suit for that most excellent of womankind as rivals, nor withdraw to seek the hand of others, whom we fitly might espouse." To this discreet Telemachus replied, "Eurymachus, and ye, the illustrious train of suitors, I have nothing more to ask, no more to say, for now the gods and all the Achaeans know the truth. But let me have a gallant bark, and 20 men to make, from coast to coast a voyage, visiting Sparta and sandy Pylos, to inquire for my long-absent father, and the chance of his return, if any of mankind can tell me aught, or if some rumor come from Jove, since thus are tidings often brought to human knowledge. Should I learn that yet he lives and may return, I then would wait a 12-month, though impatient. Should I hear that he no longer lives, I shall return homeward, and pile his monument on high with funeral honors that become the dead, and give my mother to a second spouse." He spake and took his seat, and then arose Mentor, once comrade of the excellent chief Ulysses, who, departing with his fleet, consigned his household to the aged man, that they should all obey him, and that he should safely keep his charge. He rose amid the assembly, and addressed them wisely thus: Hear and attend, ye men of Ithaca, to what I say. Let never sceptred king henceforth be gracious, mild and merciful and righteous. Rather be he deaf to prayer and prone to deeds of wrong, since no one now remembers the divine Ulysses more, among the people over whom he ruled benignly like a father. Yet I bear no envy to the haughty suitors here, moved as they are to deeds of violence by evil counsels, since, in pillaging the substance of Ulysses, who they say will never more return, they risk their lives. But I am angry with the rest, with all of you who sit here mute, nor even with words of stern reproof restrain their violence, though ye so many are and they so few. Leocritus, Evenor's son, rejoined, Malicious mentor, foolish man, what talk is this of holding us in check? 'Twere hard for numbers even greater than our own to drive us from a feast. And should the prince of Ithaca, Ulysses, come himself, thinking to thrust the illustrious suitors forth, that banquet in these palace halls, his queen would have no cause for joy at his return, greatly as she desired it. He would draw sure death upon himself in strife with us who are so many. Thou hast spoken ill. Now let the people who are gathered here disperse to their employments. We will leave Mentor and Halitherses, who were both his father's early comrades, to provide for the youth's voyage. He will yet remain a long time here, I think, to ask for news in Ithaca, and never will set sail. Thus, having said, he instantly dismissed the people. They departed to their homes. The suitors sought the palace of the prince. Then to the ocean side, apart from all, went forth Telemachus, and washed his hands in the grey surf, and prayed to Pallas thus, Hear me, thou deity who yesterday, in visiting our palace, didst command that I should traverse the black, deep to learn news of my absent father, and the chance of his return. The Greeks themselves withstand my purpose, the proud suitors most of all. Such was his prayer, and straightway Pallas stood, in form and voice like Mentor, by his side, and thus accosted him with winged words. Telemachus, thou henceforth shalt not lack valor or wisdom. If with thee abides thy father's gallant spirit, as he was in deed and word, thou wilt not vainly make this voyage. But if thou be not in truth the son of him and of Penelope, then I rely not on thee to perform what thou dost meditate. Few sons are like their fathers, most are worse, a very few excel their parents. Since thou wilt not lack valor and wisdom in the coming time, nor is thy father's shrewdness wanting quite. In thee great hope there is that happily this plan will be fulfilled. Regard not then the suitor train, their purposes and plots. Senseless are they, as little wise as just, and have no thought of the black doom of death, now drawing near to sweep them in a day to their destruction. But thy enterprise must suffer no delay. So much am I thy father's friend and thine, that I will cause a swift bark to be fitted out for sea, and will myself attend thee. Go now hence among the suitors, and make ready there the needful stores, and let them all be put in vessels, wine in jars, and meal, the strength of man, in close thick skins, while I engage, among the people here, a willing crew. Ships are there in our sea-girt Ithaca, full many, new and old, and I will choose the best of these, and see it well equipped. Then will we drag it down to the broad sea. Thus Pallas spake, the child of Jupiter. Telemachus obeyed the heavenly voice, and stayed not. Home he hastened, where he saw sadly the arrogant suitors in the hall, busily flaying goats and roasting swine. Antinous, laughing, came to meet the youth, and fastened on his hand, and thus he spake. Telemachus, thou youth of lofty speech and boundless in abuse, let neither word nor deed that may displease thee vex thy heart, but gaily eat and drink as thou wert wont. The Achaeans generously will provide whatever thou requirest, ship and men, all chosen rowers, that thou mayst arrive sooner at sacred Pylos, there to learn tidings of thy illustrious father's fate. Then spake discreet Telemachus in turn. Antinous, never could I sit with you arrogant ones, in silence, nor enjoy the feast in quiet. Is it not enough, O suitors, that while I was yet a child, you wasted on your revelries my large and rich possessions? Now that I am grown, and when I hear the words of other men, discern their meaning, now that every day strengthens my spirit, I will make the attempt to bring the evil fates upon your heads, whether I go to Pylos or remain among this people. I shall surely make this voyage, and it will not be in vain. Although I go a passenger on board another ship, since neither ship have I nor rowers, ye have judged that so were best. He spake, and quickly from the suitor's hand withdrew his own. The others who prepared their banquet in the palace scoffed at him, and flung at him their bitter taunts, and one among the insolent youths reviled him thus. Telemachus is certainly resolved to butcher us. He goes to bring allies from sandy Pylos or the Spartan coast. He is so bent on slaughter. Or perhaps he visits the rich land of Ephyrae in search of deadly poisons to be thrown into a cup and end us all at once. Then said another of the haughty youths, who knows but wandering in his hollow bark, he too may perish, far from all his friends, just as Ulysses perished. This would bring increase of labor. It would cast on us the trouble to divide his goods and give his palace to his mother, and to him who takes the woman as his wedded wife. So spake they, but Telemachus went down to that high vaulted room, his father's, where lay heaps of gold and brass, and garments store in chests, and fragrant oils. And there stood casks of delicate old wine, and pure, a drink for gods, in rows against the wall, to wait if ever, after many hardships borne, Ulysses should return. Upon that room, close-fitting double doors were shut, and there was one who night and day kept diligent watch, a woman, Euryclea, child of Ops, Pisanor's son. Telemachus went in, and called her to him, and bespake her thus, Nurse, let sweet wine be drawn into my jars, the finest next to that which thou dost keep, expecting our unhappy lord, if yet the nobly born Ulysses shall escape the doom of death and come to us again. Fill 12, and fit the covers close, and pour meal into well-sewn skins, and let the tale be 20 measures of the flour of wheat. This none but thou must know. Let all these things be brought together. Then, as night shuts in, when to her upper chamber, seeking rest, my mother shall withdraw, I come and take what thou providest for me. I am bound for Sparta, and for Pylos in the sands, to gather news concerning the return of my dear father, if I haply may. So spake the youth, and his beloved nurse sobbed, wept aloud, and spake these winged words. Why should there come, dear child, a thought like this into thy heart? Why wouldst thou wander forth to distant regions, thou an only son and dearly loved? Ulysses, nobly born, has perished, from his native land afar, mid a strange race. These men, when thou art gone, at once will lay their plots to take thy life, and share thy wealth among them. Stay thou here among thy people. Need is none that thou shouldst suffer, roaming o'er the barren deep. Then spake discreet Telemachus again. Be of good cheer, O nurse, for my design is not without the sanction of a god, but swear thou not to let my mother know of my intent until the 11th day, or 12th shall pass, or till, in missing me, she learn of my departure, lest she weep and stain with tears the beauty of her face. He spake. The ancient woman solemnly swore by the gods, and when the rite was o'er, drew wine into the jars, and poured the meal into the well-sewn skins. Telemachus entered the hall, and joined the suitor train. Then did the blue-eyed goddess turn her thoughts to other plans, and taking on herself the semblance of Telemachus, she ranged the city, speaking to each man in turn, and bidding him at nightfall to repair to where the good ship lay. That gallant ship she begged of the renowned Noemon, son of Phronius, who with cheerful grace complied. The sun went down, the city streets lay all in shadow. Then she drew the good ship down into the sea, and brought and put on board the appointments every well-built galley needs, and moored her at the bottom of the port, where in a throng, obedient to the word of Pallas, round her came her gallant crew. With yet a new device, the blue-eyed maid went to the palace of the godlike chief Ulysses, where she poured a gentle sleep over the suitors. As they drank, she made their senses wander, and their hands let fall the goblets. Now no longer at the board they sat, but sallied forth, and through the town went to their slumbers, for the power of sleep had fallen heavily upon their lids. Then blue-eyed Pallas from those sumptuous halls summoned Telemachus. She took the form and voice of Mentor and bespake him thus: Telemachus, already at their oars, sit thy well-armed companions and await thy coming. Let us go without delay. Thus having spoken, Pallas led the way with rapid footsteps, which he followed fast, till having reached the galley in the sea, they found their long-haired comrades at the beach, and thus the gallant Prince Telemachus bespake them. Hither, comrades, let us bring the sea stores from the dwelling where they lie. My mother knows not of it, nor her maids. The secret has been told to one alone. He spake, and went before them. In his steps they followed. To the gallant bark they brought the stores, and as the well-beloved son of King Ulysses bade, they laid them down within the hull. Telemachus went up the vessel's side, but Pallas first embarked, and at the stern sat down, while next to her Telemachus was seated. Then the crew cast loose the fastenings, and went all on board, and took their places on the rowers' seats, while blue-eyed Pallas sent a favoring breeze, a fresh wind from the west, that murmuring swept the dark blue main. Telemachus gave forth the word to wield the tackle. They obeyed, and raised the fir-tree mast, and fitting it into its socket, bound it fast with cords, and drew and spread with firmly twisted ropes the shining sails on high. The steady wind swelled out the canvas in the midst. The ship moved on, the dark sea roaring round her keel, as swiftly through the waves she cleft her way. And when the rigging of that swift black ship was firmly in its place, they filled their cups with wine, and to the ever-living gods poured out libations, most of all to one, Jove's blue-eyed daughter. Thus, through all that night and all the ensuing morn, they held their way. Book 3, Interview of Telemachus with Nestor. Arrival of Telemachus, with Pallas in the shape of Mentor at Pylos. His interview with Nestor. Nestor's narrative of his return from Troy. History of the death of Agamemnon and the revenge of Orestes. Departure of Pallas to heaven. Telemachus sent by Nestor with his son Pisistratus to Menelaus at Sparta. Now, from the fair, broad bosom of the sea, into the brazen vault of heaven, the sun rose, shining for the immortals and for men upon the foodful earth. The voyagers arrived at Pylos, nobly built, the town of Neleus. There, upon the ocean side, they found the people offering coal-black steers to dark-haired Neptune. On 9 seats they sat, 500 on each seat. 9 steers were slain for each 500 there, while they performed the rite, and, tasting first the entrails, burned the thighs to ocean's god. The Ithacans touched land, and, lifting up the good ship's sail, furled it and moored the keel, and then stepped out upon the shore. Forth from the galley came Telemachus, the goddess guiding him, and thus to him the blue-eyed Pallas said, Telemachus, there now is no excuse, not even the least, for shamefaced backwardness. Thou hast come hither o'er the deep to ask for tidings of thy father. What far land conceals him? What the fate that he has met? Go then at once to Nestor, the renowned in horsemanship, and we shall see what plan he hath in mind for thee. Entreat him there that frankly he declare it. He will speak no word of falsehood. He is truly wise. And thus discreet Telemachus replied, O Mentor, how shall I approach the chief, and with what salutation? Little skill have I in courtly phrase, and shame becomes a youth in questioning an aged man. Pallas, the blue-eyed goddess, spake again. In part thy mind will prompt thy speech. In part a god will put the words into thy mouth. For well I deem that thou wert neither born nor trained without the favor of the gods. Thus having said, the blue-eyed Pallas moved with hasty pace before, and in her steps he followed close, until they reached the seats of those assembled Pylians. Nestor there sat with his sons, while his companions stood around him and prepared the feast, and some roasted the flesh at fires, and some transfixed the parts with spits. As they beheld the approach of strangers, they advanced, and took their hands, and bade them sit. Pisistratus, a son of Nestor, came the first of all, and took a hand of each, and placed them at the feast on the soft hides that o'er the ocean sand were spread beside his brother Thrasymedes and his own father, brought for their repast. Parts of the entrails, poured for them the wine, into a golden goblet, held it forth in his right hand, and with these words bespake Pallas, the child of aegis-bearing Jove. Pray, stranger, to King Neptune, ye have chanced upon his feast in coming to our coast, and after thy libation poured, and prayer made to the god, give over to thy friend the goblet of choice wine that he may make libation also. He, I question not, prays to the gods. We all have need of them. A younger man is he than thou, and seems in age to be my equal. Therefore, I will give the golden goblet first to thee. He spake, and in the hands of Pallas placed the goblet of choice wine. Well pleased was she with one so just and so discreet, well pleased that first to her he reached the cup of gold, and thus she prayed to Neptune fervently. Hear, Neptune, thou who dost embrace the earth, and of thy grace disdain not to bestow these blessings on thy suppliants. First of all, vouchsafe to Nestor and his sons increase of glory. On the Pylian people next bestow, for this most sumptuous hecatomb, large recompense. And lastly, grant to us, Telemachus and me, a safe return to our own country with the end attained, which brought us hither in our gallant bark. Thus did she pray, while she fulfilled the prayer, and then she handed to Telemachus the fair round goblet, and in words like hers, the dear son of Ulysses prayed. Meanwhile, the Pylians, having roasted well the flesh and drawn it from the spits, distributing to each his portion, held high festival. And when the calls of hunger and of thirst were silenced, Nestor, the Gerenian knight, began discourse, and thus bespake his guests. The fitting time is come to ask our guests who they may be, since now their feast is o'er. Say then, O strangers, who ye are, and whence ye come along the pathway of the deep. Have ye an errand here, or do ye roam the seas at large, like pirates, braving death, and visiting with ravage foreign states? And then discreet Telemachus replied boldly, for Pallas strengthened in that hour his heart, that he might confidently ask news of his absent father, and so win a worthy fame among the sons of men. O Nestor, son of Neleus, pride of Greece, thou bidst us tell thee whence we came, and I will faithfully declare it. We are come from Ithaca, beneath the Neretus, and private and not general is the cause of which I am to speak. I came to ask concerning my great father, the large-souled and nobly born Ulysses, who 'tis said with thee, his friend in arms, laid waste the town of Ilium. We have heard where all the rest, who warred against the Trojans, were cut off, and died sad deaths. His fate alone the son of Saturn hath not chosen to reveal, whether he fell on land by hostile hands, or while at sea was whelmed beneath the waves of Amphitrite. Wherefore to thy knees I come, to ask that thou, if so thou wilt, relate the manner of his mournful death, as thou didst see it with thine eyes, or else as thou from other wanderers hast heard its history, for she who brought him forth bore him to be unhappy. Think thou not to soften aught, through tenderness to me in thy recital, but in faithful words tell me the whole, whatever thou hast seen. And I conjure thee, that if in his life my father, great Ulysses, ever gave promise of word or deed for thee, and kept his promise in the realm of Troy, where ye Achaeans bore such hardships, that thou now remember it and speak without disguise. And Nestor the Gerenian knight replied, My friend, since thou recallest to my mind the sufferings borne by us the sons of Greece, although of peerless valor, in that land, both when we ranged in ships the darkling sea, for booty wheresoe'er Achilles led, and when around King Priam's populous town we fought, where fell our bravest, know thou then that there the valiant Ajax lies, and there Achilles, there Patroclus, like the gods in council, there my well-beloved son, blameless and brave, Antilochus the swift, of foot and warlike. Many woes beside we bore, and who of mortal birth could give their history. Nay, though thou shouldst remain 5 years or 6, and ask of all the griefs endured by the brave Greeks, thou wouldst depart, outwearied to thy home, ere thou hadst heard the whole. 9 years in harassing the foe we passed, beleaguering them and planning wiles innumerable. Saturn's son at last with difficulty seemed to close the war. Then was there none who might presume to vie in wisdom with Ulysses. That great man excelled in every kind of stratagem, thy father, if indeed thou be his son. I look on thee amazed, all thy discourse is just like his, and one would ne'er believe a younger man could speak so much like him. While we were there, Ulysses and myself in council or assembly never spake on different sides, but with a like intent. We thoughtfully consulted how to guide the Achaeans in the way we deemed the best. But after we had overthrown and spoiled King Priam's lofty city and set sail for home, and by some heavenly power the Greeks were scattered, Jupiter ordained for them a sad return. For all were neither wise nor just, and many drew upon themselves an evil doom, the fatal wrath of her, the blue-eyed maid, who claims her birth from Jove. 'Twas she who kindled strife between the sons of Atreus. They had called the Achaeans all to an assembly, not with due regard to order, at the setting of the sun, and thither came the warriors, overpowered with wine. The brother kings set forth the cause of that assembly. Menelaus first bade all the Greeks prepare for their return o'er the great deep. That counsel little pleased King Agamemnon, who desired to keep the people longer there, that he might soothe by sacred hecatombs the fiery wrath of Pallas. Fool, who could not see how vain were such persuasion, for the eternal gods are not soon won to change their purposes. They stood, disputing thus, with bitter words, till wrangling noisily on different sides, rose up the well-armed Greeks. The ensuing night we rested, but we cherished in our breasts a mutual hate, so for our punishment had Jove ordained. With early morn we drew our ships to the great deep, and put our goods and our deep-bosomed women all on board. Yet half the host went not, but on the shore remained with Agamemnon, Atreus' son, and shepherd of the people. All the rest embarked, weighed anchor, and sailed swiftly thence. A deity made smooth the mighty deep, and when we came to Tenedos, we paid our offerings to the gods, and longed for home. Vainly, it pleased not unpropitious Jove to favor our return, and once again he sent among us strife. A part of us led by Ulysses, that sagacious prince. To please Atrides, Agamemnon turned their well-oared galleys back. But I, with all the vessels of the fleet that followed me, fled on my way, perceiving that some god was meditating evil. With us fled, encouraging his men, the warlike son of Tydeus. Fair-haired Menelaus came later to us in Lesbos, where we planned for a long voyage, whether we should sail around the rugged Chios, toward the Isle of Syria, keeping that upon the left, or under Chios pass beside the steeps of windy Mimas. We besought the god that he would show a sign, and he complied, and bade us to Euboea cross the deep right in the midst, the sooner to escape all danger. Then the wind blew strong and shrill, and swiftly o'er the fishy gulfs our fleet flew on, and reached Gerestus in the night. There, having passed the mighty deep, we made to Neptune offerings of many a thigh of beeves. The fourth day dawned, and now the men of Diomed, the mighty horseman, son of Tydeus, stopped at Argos with their fleet, while I went on to Pylos with the wind, which never, from the moment that the god first sent it o'er the waters, ceased to blow. So, my dear child, I reached my home, nor knew nor heard from others who among the Greeks was saved, or who had perished on the way. Yet what I since have heard while here I sit, within my palace thou shalt duly learn, nor is it what I ought to keep from thee. 'Tis said the Myrmidonian spearmen, led by great Achilles' famous son, returned happily home, as happily the son of Paias, Philoctetes the renowned. Idomeneus brought also back to Crete all his companions who survived the war. The sea took none of them. But ye have heard, though far away, the fate of Atreus' son, how he came home, and how Aegisthus laid a plot to slay him, yet on his own head drew heavy punishment. So fortunate it is when he who falls by murder leaves a son, for 'twas the monarch's son who took vengeance upon the crafty murderer Aegisthus, by whose hand Atrides died. Thou too, my friend, for thou art large of frame, and of a noble presence, be thou brave, that men in time to come may give thee praise. Then spake discreet Telemachus again. O Nestor, son of Neleus, pride of Greece, ample was his revenge, and far and wide the Greeks will spread his fame to be the song of future times. Oh, might the gods confer on me an equal power to avenge myself on that importunate, overbearing crew of suitors who insult me and devise evil against me. But the gods deny such fortune to my father and to me, and all that now is left me is to bear. Again spake Nestor the Gerenian knight, since thou, my friend, hast spoken words which bring what I have heard to mind, the rumor goes that in thy palace many suitors wait about thy mother, and in spite of thee do grievous wrong. Now tell me, dost thou yield willingly, or because the people, swayed by oracles, regard thee as their foe? Thy father yet may come again, who knows, alone or with the other Greeks, to take the vengeance which these violent deeds deserve. Should blue-eyed Pallas deign to favor thee, as once she watched to guard the glorious chief Ulysses in the realm of Troy, where we, the Achaeans, bore such hardships. For I ne'er have seen the gods so openly befriend a man as Pallas there befriended him. Should she thus deign to favor thee and keep watch over thee, then haply some of these will never think of marriage rites again. Then spake discreet Telemachus again, O aged man, I cannot think thy words will be fulfilled, for they import too much, and they amaze me. What thou sayest I wish may come to pass, but no, it cannot be, not even though the gods should will it so. Then thus the blue-eyed goddess Pallas spake, Telemachus, what words have passed thy lips? Easily can a god, whene'er he will, in the most distant regions safely keep a man, and I would rather reach my home securely, after many hardships borne, than perish suddenly on my return, as Agamemnon perished by the guile of base Aegisthus and the queen. And yet, the gods themselves have not the power to save whom most they cherish from the common doom when cruel fate brings on the last long sleep. Discreet Telemachus made answer thus, Let us, O Mentor, talk no more of this. Though much we grieve, he never will return, for his is the black doom of death ordained by the great gods. Now suffer me to ask of Nestor further, since to him are known, beyond all other men, the rules of right and prudence. He has governed, so men say, 3 generations, and to me he seems, in aspect, like the ever-living gods. O Nestor, son of Neleus, truly say, how died the monarch over mighty realms, Atrides Agamemnon? Where was then his brother Menelaus? By what arts did treacherous Aegisthus plan his death, and slay a braver warrior than himself? Was not the brother in the Achaean town of Argos, or was he a wanderer in other lands, which made the murderer bold? The knight, Gerenian Nestor, answered thus, I will tell all and truly. Thou hast guessed rightly, and as it happened. Had the son of Atreus, fair-haired Menelaus, come from Troy, and found Aegisthus yet alive. Within the palace, he had never flung the loose earth on his corpse, but dogs and birds had preyed upon it, lying in the fields, far from the city, and no woman's voice. Of all the Greeks had raised the wail for him. Great was the crime he plotted. We were yet afar, enduring the hard toils of war, while he, securely couched in his retreat at Argos, famed for steeds, with flattering words, corrupted Agamemnon's queen. At first, the noble Clytemnestra turned away with horror from the crime, for yet her heart was right, and by her side there stood a bard, with whom Atrides, when he went to Troy, had left his wife with many an earnest charge. But when the gods and fate had spread a net for his destruction, then Aegisthus bore the minstrel to a desert isle, and there left him to be devoured by birds of prey, and led the queen, as willing as himself, to his own palace. Many a victim's thigh upon the hallowed altars of the gods. He offered many a gift of ornaments, woven or wrought in gold, he hung within their temples, since at length the mighty end, for which he hardly dared to hope, was gained. We sailed together from the coast of Troy, Atrides, Menelaus, and myself, friends to each other. When the headland height of Athens, hallowed Sunium, met our eyes, Apollo smote with his still shafts, and slew Phrontis, Onetor's son, who steered the bark of Menelaus, holding in his hands the rudder as the galley scudded on. And skilled was he beyond all other men, to guide a vessel when the storm was high. So there did Menelaus stay his course, though eager to go on, that he might lay his friend in earth and pay the funeral rites. But setting sail again with all his fleet upon the dark blue sea, all-seeing Jove decreed a perilous voyage. He sent forth his shrill-voiced hurricane and heaped on high the mountain waves. There, scattering the barks far from each other, party drove to Crete, where the Sidonians dwell, beside the stream of Dardanus. A smooth and pointed rock, just on the bounds of Gortys, stands amidst the dark blue deep. The south wind thitherward sweeps a great sea towards Phustus, and against the headland on the left, where that small rock meets and withstands the mighty wave. The ships were driven on this, and scarce the crews escaped with life. The ships were dashed against the crags and wrecked, save 5, and these, with their black prows, were swept toward Egypt by the winds and waves. Thus, adding to his wealth and gathering gold, he roamed the ocean in his ships among men of strange speech. Aegisthus, meantime, planned his guilty deeds at home. He slew the king Atrides, and the people took his yoke. 7 years in rich Mycenae he bore rule, and on the 8th, to his destruction, came the nobly born Orestes, just returned from Athens, and cut off that man of blood, the crafty wretch Aegisthus, by whose hand fell his illustrious father. Then he bade the Argives to the solemn burial feast of his bad mother and the craven wretch Aegisthus. Menelaus that same day, the great in war, arrived and brought large wealth, so large his galleys could contain no more. And thou, my friend, be thou not long away, wandering from home, thy rich possessions left, and in thy palace halls a lawless crew, lest they devour thy substance and divide thy goods, and thou have crossed the sea in vain. Yet must I counsel and enjoin on thee to visit Menelaus, who has come just now from lands and nations of strange men, whence one could hardly hope for a return, whom once the tempest's violence had driven into that great wide sea, o'er which the birds of heaven could scarce fly hither in a year, such is its fearful vastness. Go thou now, thou with thy ship and friends, or if thou choose the way by land, a car and steeds are here, and here my sons to guide thee to the town of hallowed Lacedaemon, there to find the fair-haired Menelaus. Earnestly beseech of him that he declare the truth, falsely he will not speak, for he is wise. He spake, the sun went down, the darkness crept over the earth, and blue-eyed Pallas said, Most wisely hast thou spoken, ancient man. Now cut ye out the tongues, and mingle wine, that we to Neptune and the other gods may pour libations, and then think of rest. For now the hour is come, the light is gone, nor at a feast in honor of the gods should we long sit, but in good time withdraw. Jove's daughter spake, they hearkened to her words. The heralds came to them, and on their hands poured water. Boys began to fill the bowls to the hard brim, and ministered to each from left to right. Then threw they to the flames the victims' tongues, and rising, poured on earth wine to the gods. And when that rite was paid, and when their thirst was satiate, Pallas rose with nobly born Telemachus to go to their good ship, but Nestor still detained the twain, and chidingly bespake them thus. Now Jove and all the other gods forbid that ye should go from me to your good ship, as from some half-clad wretch, too poor to own mantles and blankets, in whose soft warm folds he and his guests might sleep. But I have both, mantles and blankets, beautifully wrought, and never shall the son of that great man Ulysses lie upon a galley's deck while I am living. After me, I hope my sons who dwell within my palace halls will duly welcome all who enter here. And thus again the blue-eyed Pallas spake. Well hast thou said, my aged friend, and well doth it become Telemachus to heed thy words, for that were best. Let him remain with thee and sleep in thine abode, while I repair to our black ship, encouraging the crew, and setting them their proper tasks, for I am eldest of them all. The rest are young men yet, and moved by friendship joined our enterprise. The peers in age are they of the large-souled Telemachus. Tonight I sleep within the hull of our black ship, and sail with early morning for the land of the Cauconians, large of soul, from whom a debt is due me, neither new nor small. Send meantime from thy palace in a car, and with thy son, this youth, and be the steeds the fleetest and the strongest in thy stalls." The blue-eyed Pallas, having spoken thus, passed like an eagle out of sight, and all were seized with deep amazement as they saw. The aged monarch, wondering at the sight, took by the hand Telemachus, and said, "Of craven temper and unapt for war, O friend, thou canst not be, since thus the gods attend and guide thee in thy youth. And this, of all the gods whose dwelling is in heaven, can be no other than the spoiler queen Pallas, the child of Jove, who also held thy father in such eminent esteem among the Grecians. Deign to favor us, O queen, bestow on me and on my sons, and on my venerable spouse the meed of special glory. I will bring to thee a sacrifice, a broad-horned yearling steer, which never man hath tamed or led beneath the yoke. Her will I bring with gilded horns, and lay an offering on thine altar fires." Such were his words, and Pallas heard the prayer, and then Gerenian Nestor led the way, and with his sons and sons-in-law approached his glorious palace. When they came within the monarch's sumptuous halls, each took his place in order on the couches and the thrones. The old man mingled for them as they came, a bowl of delicate wine, 11 years old, drawn by the damsel cupbearer, who took its cover from the jar. The aged chief mingled it in the bowl, and, pouring out a part to Pallas, offered earnest prayer to her, who sprang from aegis-bearing Jove. When due libations had been made, and all drank till they wished no more, most went away, each to his home to sleep. But Nestor made Telemachus, the son of the great chief Ulysses, rest upon a sumptuous couch within the echoing hall, and near to him the chief of squadrons, skilled to wield the spear, Pisistratus, who only of his sons abode in Nestor's halls, unwedded yet, while in an inner room of that tall pile the monarch slumbered on a bed of state, decked for him by the labors of his queen. Soon as the daughter of the dawn appeared, the rosy-fingered morning, Nestor left his bed and went abroad, and took his seat on smooth white stones before his lofty doors, that glistened as with oil, on which before sat Neleus, wise in counsel as the gods. But he had yielded to the will of fate, and passed into the underworld. Now sat Gerenian Nestor in his father's place, the guardian of the Greeks. Around his seat, just from the chambers of their rest, his sons Echephron, Stratius, and Aretus came, Perseus, and Thrasymedes. After these came brave Pisistratus, the sixth and last. They led Telemachus, the godlike youth, and placed him near them. The Gerenian night Nestor began, and thus bespake his sons. "Do quickly what I ask, dear sons, and aid to render Pallas, first of all the gods, propitious. Pallas, who has deigned to come, and at a solemn feast, to manifest herself to me. Let one of you go forth among the fields, and bring a heifer thence, led by the herdsman. To the dark-hulled ship of the large-souled Telemachus, I bid another son repair, and bring the crew, save only 2. And let another call Laertius hither, skilled to work in gold, that he may plate with gold the heifer's horns. Let all the rest remain to bid the maids within prepare a sumptuous feast, and bring seats, wood, and limpid water from the fount." He spake, and all were busy. From the field the bullock came. From the swift sailing bark came the companions of the gallant youth Telemachus, with all his implements, hammer and anvil, and well-jointed tongs. With which he wrought, the goldsmith also came, and to be present at the sacred rites, Pallas came likewise. Nestor, aged knight, brought forth the gold. The artisan prepared the metal, and about the bullock's horns wound it, that Pallas might with pleasure see the victim so adorned. Then Stratius grasped the horns, and aided by Echephron, led the bullock. From his room, Aretus brought a laver filled with water in one hand, and in the other hand a canister of cakes, while Thrasymedes, great in war, stood near with a sharp axe, about to smite the victim. Perseus held a vase to catch the blood, while Nestor, aged horseman, took water and cakes, and offering first a part, and flinging the shorn forelock to the flames, prayed to the goddess Pallas fervently. And now, when they had prayed and flung the cakes, the large-souled Thrasymedes, Nestor's son, struck where he stood. The blow, the bullock's strength, gave way. At once the daughters of the king, and his sons' wives, and Queen Eurydice, Nestor's chaste wife, and daughter eldest born of Clymenus, broke forth in shrilly cries. From the great earth the sons then lifted up and held the victim's head. Pisistratus, the chief of squadrons, slew it. When the blood had ceased to flow and life had left its limbs, they quickly severed joint from joint. They hewed the thighs away and duly covered them with caul, a double fold, on which they laid raw strips of flesh. The aged monarch burned these over the cleft wood and poured dark wine upon them, while beside him stood the youths with 5-pronged spits. And when the thighs were burned and entrails tasted, all the rest they carved into small portions and transfixed with spits, and roasted, holding the sharp spits in hand. Meantime, fair Polycaste, youngest born of Nestor's daughters, gave Telemachus the bath, and after he had bathed, she shed a rich oil over him, and in a cloak of noble texture and a tunic robed the prince, who, like a god in presence, left the bath, and took his place where Nestor sat, the shepherd of the people. When the youths had roasted well and from the spits withdrawn the flesh, they took their places at the feast. Then rose up chosen men, and poured the wine into the cups of gold. And when at length the thirst and appetite were both allayed, the knight, Gerenian Nestor, thus began. Rise now, my sons, join to the bright-haired steeds my car, and let Telemachus depart. He spake, they hearkened and obeyed, and straight yoked the swift horses to the car. Then came the matron of the household, laying bread and wine within the car, and dainties such as make a prince's fare. Telemachus then climbed into the sumptuous seat. The son of Nestor and the chief of armed bands, Pisistratus, climbed also, took his place. Beside him grasped the reins, and with the lash urged on the coursers. Not unwillingly they darted toward the plain, and left behind the lofty Pylos. All that day they shook the yoke on both their necks. The sun went down, the highways lay in darkness when they came to Phyrae, and the abode of Diocles, son of Orsilochus, who claimed to be the offspring of Alphaeus. They with him found welcome there, and there that night they slept. And when the rosy-fingered morn appeared, they yoked the horses, climbed the shining car, and issued from the palace gate beneath the sounding portico. Pisistratus wielded the lash to urge the coursers on, and not unwillingly they flew and reached a land of harvests. Here the travelers found their journey's end, so swiftly those fleet steeds had borne them on. And now the sun went down, and darkness gathered over all the ways. Book 4, Conference of Telemachus and Menelaus. Arrival of Telemachus and his companion at Sparta, a wedding, the marriage of the daughter of Menelaus, Helen in Sparta, entertainment of the guests, Helen's account of her return to her husband, the Trojan horse, narrative of the visit of Menelaus to Egypt, in order to consult the sea god Proteus, Menelaus informed by him that Ulysses is detained by Calypso in her island, plot of the suitors to lie in wait for Telemachus on his voyage and destroy him. Penelope visited and consoled by Pallas in a dream. They came to Lacedaemon's valley, seamed with dells, and to the palace of its king, the glorious Menelaus, whom they found within, and at a wedding banquet, made both for his blameless daughter and his son, and many guests. Her he must send away, bride of the son of that invincible chief, Achilles. He betrothed her while in Troy, and gave his kingly word, and now the gods fulfilled it by the marriage. He was now sending her forth, with steeds and cars, to reach the noble city of the Myrmidons, where ruled her consort. From the Spartan coast, he brought Alector's daughter for his son, the gallant Megapenthes, born to him by a handmaiden in his later years. For not to Helen had the gods vouchsafed yet other offspring, after she had brought a lovely daughter forth, Hermione, like golden Venus both in face and form. So banqueting the neighbors and the friends of glorious Menelaus sat beneath the lofty ceiling of those spacious halls, delighted with the feast. A sacred bard amidst them touched the harp and sang to them, while, as the song began, 2 dancers sprang into the midst and trod the measure there. But they, the hero youth Telemachus and Nestor's eminent son, were at the gate and standing in the entrance with their steeds. The worthy Eteoneus, coming forth, the trusty servant of the glorious son of Atreus, saw, and hastening thence to tell the shepherd of the people, through the hall he came to him, and spake these winged words. O Menelaus, foster child of Jove, 2 strangers have arrived, 2 men who seem descended from almighty Jupiter. Shall we then loose the harness from their steeds, or bid them elsewhere seek a friendly host? The fair-haired king indignantly replied, Nay, Eteoneus, thou hast not been wont, son of Boethus, thus to play the fool. Thou pratest idly like a child. Ourselves have sat as guests at generous banquets given by other men, when journeying hitherward, in hope that Jove might grant a respite here from our disasters. Hasten, then, to loose the steeds, and bring the strangers to the feast. He spake. The attendant hastened forth and called the other trusty servitors, with charge to follow. They unyoked the sweaty steeds, and bound them to the stalls, and gave them oats, with which they mingled the white barley grains, and close against the shining wall they placed the car, and then they led the guests within the sumptuous palace. Entering, these admired the palace of the foster child of Jove, for like the splendor of the sun and moon, its glory was. They with delighted eyes gazed, and, descending to the polished baths, they bathed. The attendant maids who at the bath had ministered, anointing them with oil, arrayed the stranger guests in fleecy cloaks and tunics. Each sat down upon a throne near to Charybdis. Now a handmaid brought a beautiful ewer of gold and laver wrought of silver, and poured water for their hands, and spread a polished table near their seat. The reverend matron of the household came with bread, and set before them many a dish gathered from all the feast. The carver next brought chargers lifted high, and in them meats of every flavor, and before them placed beakers of gold. The fair-haired monarch gave his hand to each, and then bespake them thus. Now taste our banquet and rejoice, and when ye are refreshed with food, we will inquire who ye may be. For ye are not of those whose race degenerates, ye are surely born of sceptred kings, the favorites of Jove. Ignoble men have never sons like you. Thus having said, and taking in his hands a fatling bullock's chine, which menials brought roasted, and placed beside the king in sign of honor, this he laid before his guests. And they put forth their hands, and banqueted. And when the calls of hunger and of thirst at length were stilled, Telemachus inclined his head toward Nestor's son, that no one else might listen to his words. And thus he said, See, son of Nestor, my beloved friend, in all these echoing rooms, the sheen of brass, of gold, of amber, and of ivory. Such is the palace of Olympian Jove within its walls. How many things are here of priceless worth? I wonder as I gaze. The fair-haired Menelaus heard him speak, and thus accosted both with winged words. Dear sons, no mortal man may vie with Jove, whose palace and possessions never know decay, but other men may vie or not in wealth with me. 'Twas after suffering and wandering long that in my fleet I brought my wealth with me, and landed on this coast in the 8th year. For I had roamed afar to Cyprus and to Phoenice, and where the Egyptians dwell, and Ethiopia's sons, and the Sidonians, and the Arembian race, and to the coast of Libya, where the lambs are yeaned with budding horns. There do the ewes, thrice in the circle of the year, bring forth their young. There both the master of the herd and herdsmen know no lack of cheese, or flesh, or of sweet milk, for there the herds yield milk the whole year round. While I was roaming thus, and gathering store of wealth, another slew my brother, unforewarned, and through the fraud of his own guilty consort. Therefore small is the content I find in bearing rule o'er these possessions. Ye have doubtless heard this from your parents, be they who they may, for much have I endured, and I have lost a palace, a most noble dwelling place, full of things rare and precious. Even now would I possess within my palace here but the 3rd part of these, and would that they were yet alive who perished on the plain of Troy, afar from Argos and its steeds. Yet while I grieve, and while I mourn them all, here, sitting in my palace, I by turns indulge my heart in weeping, and by turns I pause, for with continual sorrow comes a weariness of spirit. Yet in truth, for none of all those warriors, though their fate afflicts me sorely, do I so much grieve as for one hero. When I think of him, the feast and couch are joyless, since, of all the Achaean chiefs, none brought so much to pass as did Ulysses, both in what he wrought and what he suffered. Great calamities fell to his lot in life, and to my own grief for his sake that cannot be consoled. Long has he been divided from his friends, and whether he be living now or dead, we know not. Old Laertes, the sage queen Penelope, and young Telemachus, whom when he went to war he left newborn at home, are sorrowing somewhere for his sake. He spake, and woke anew the young man's grief for his lost father. From his eyelids fell tears at the hearing of his father's name, and with both hands he held before his eyes the purple mantle. Menelaus saw his tears and pondered, doubting which were best, to let the stranger of his own accord speak of his father, or to question him at first, and then to tell him all he knew. As thus he pondered, Helen, like in form, to Dian of the golden distaff, left her high-roofed chamber, where the air was sweet with perfumes, and approached. Adrasta placed a seat for her, of costly workmanship. Alcippe brought a mat of soft light wool, and Philo with a silver basket came, given by Alcandra, wife of Polybus, who dwelt at Thebes in Egypt, and whose house was rich in things of price. 2 silver baths he gave to Menelaus, tripods 2, and talents 10 of gold. His wife bestowed beautiful gifts on Helen, one of gold, a distaff, one a silver basket, edged with gold and round in form. This Philo brought heaped with spun yarn and placed before the queen. Upon it lay the distaff, wrapped in wool of color like the violet. Helen there sat down, a footstool at her feet, and straight questioned with earnest words her husband thus. Say, Menelaus, foster child of Jove, is it yet known what lineage these men claim, these visitants? And what I now shall say, will it be false or true? Yet must I speak. Woman or man, I think I never saw. So like another as this youth, on whom I look with deep astonishment, is like Telemachus, the son whom our great chief Ulysses left at home a tender babe, when ye Achaeans for my guilty sake went forth to wage the bloody war with Troy. And fair-haired Menelaus answered her, Yea, wife, so deem I as it seems to thee. Such are his feet, his hands, the cast of the eye, his head, the hair upon his brow. Just now, in speaking of Ulysses, as I told, how he had toiled and suffered for my sake, the stranger held the purple cloak before his eyes, and from the lids dropped bitter tears. Pisistratus, the son of Nestor, spake in answer, Menelaus, foster child of Jove and son of Atreus, sovereign king. He is, as thou hast said, that hero's son. But he is modest, and he deems that ill it would become him, on arriving here, if he should venture in discourse while thou art present, in whose voice we take delight, as if it were the utterance of a god. The knight Gerenian Nestor sent me forth to guide him hither, for he earnestly desired to see thee, that thou mightest give counsel in what he yet should say or do. For bitterly a son, who finds at home no others to befriend him, must lament the absence of a father. So it is with young Telemachus, for far away his father is, and in the land are none who have the power to shelter him from wrong. The fair-haired Menelaus answered thus, O wonder, then the son of one most dear, who for my sake so oft has braved and borne the conflicts of the battlefield, hath come beneath my roof. I thought that I should greet his father with a warmer welcome here than any other of the Argive race, when Jove the Olympian thunderer should grant a safe return to us across the deep in our good ships. I would have founded here for him a city in Argos, and have built dwellings, and would have brought from Ithaca him and his son, and all his wealth and all his people. To this end I would have caused some neighboring district, where my sway is owned, to be dispeopled. Dwelling here, we oft should then have met each other, and no cause would e'er have parted us, 2 faithful friends delighting in each other, till at last came death's black cloud to wrap us in its shade. A god, no doubt, hath seen in this a good too great for us, and thus to him alone, unhappy man, denied a safe return. He spake. His words awoke in every heart grief for the absent hero's sake. Then wept the Argive Helen, child of Jove, then wept Telemachus. Nor tearless were the eyes of Nestor's son, for to his mind arose the memory of the good Antilochus, slain by the bright Aurora's eminent son. Of him he thought, and spake these winged words. O son of Atreus, aged Nestor saith, when in his palace we discourse of thee and ask each other's thought, that thou art wise beyond all other men. Now, if thou mayest, indulge me, for not willingly I weep thus at the evening feast, and soon will morn, child of the dawn, appear. I do not blame this sorrow for whoever meets his fate and dies. The only honors we can pay to those unhappy mortals is to shred our locks away and wet our cheeks with tears. I lost a brother, not the least in worth among the Argives, whom thou must have seen. I knew him not, I never saw his face. Yet is it said Antilochus excelled the others, swift of foot and brave in war. The fair-haired Menelaus answered him, Since thou, my friend, hast spoken thus, as one discreet in word and deed, of riper years, then thou might speak and act, for thou art born of such a father, and thy words are wise. And easy is it to discern the son of one on whom Saturnius has bestowed both at the birth hour and in wedded life his blessing. As he gives to Nestor now a calm old age that lapses pleasantly within his palace halls from day to day, and sons wise-minded, mighty with the spear. Then let us lay aside this sudden grief that has o'ertaken us, and only think of banqueting. Let water now be poured upon our hands. There will be time enough tomorrow for discourse. Telemachus and I will then engage in mutual talk. He spake, Asphalion, who with diligent heed served the great Menelaus on their hands, poured water, and they shared the meats that lay upon the board. But Helen, Jove-born dame, had other thoughts, and with the wine they drank, mingled a drug, an antidote to grief and anger, bringing quick forgetfulness of all life's evils. Whoso drinks, when once it is infused and in the cup, that day shall never wet his cheeks with tears, although his father and his mother lie in death, nor though his brother or beloved son fall butchered by the sword before his eyes. Such sovereign drugs she had, that child of Jove, given her by Polydamna, wife of Thon, a dame of Egypt, where the bounteous soil brings forth abundantly its potent herbs, of healing some and some of bane, and where dwell the physicians who excel in skill all other men, for they are of the race of Paeon. Now, when Helen in the cups had placed the drug, and bidden them to pour the wine upon it, thus she spake again. Atrides Menelaus, reared by Jove, and ye the sons of heroes. Jupiter, the sovereign, gives at pleasure good and ill to one or to another, for his power is infinite. Now sitting in these halls, feast and enjoy free converse. I will speak what suits the occasion. I could not relate, I could not even name, the many toils borne by Ulysses, stout of heart. I speak only of what that valiant warrior did and suffered once in Troy, where ye of Greece endured such hardships. He had given himself unseemly stripes, and o'er his shoulders flung vile garments like a slave's, and entered thus the enemy's town, and walked its spacious streets. Another man he seemed in that disguise, a beggar, though when at the Achaean fleet, so different was the semblance that he wore. He entered Ilium thus transformed, and none knew who it was that passed, but I perceived, and questioned him. He turned my quest aside with crafty answers. After I had seen the bath administered, anointed him and clothed him, and had sworn a solemn oath, not to reveal his visit to the men of Ilium, till he reached again the tents and galleys. Then he opened to me all the plans of the Achaeans. Leaving me, on his return he slew with his long spear full many a Trojan, and in safety reached the Argive camp with tidings for the host. Then wept aloud the Trojan dames, but I was glad at heart, for I already longed for my old home, and deeply I deplored the evil fate that Venus brought on me, who led me thither from my own dear land, and from my daughter and my marriage bower, and from my lawful spouse, in whom I missed no noble gift of person or of mind. Then fair-haired Menelaus said to her, All thou hast spoken, woman, is most true. Of many a valiant warrior I have known, the counsels and the purposes, and far have roamed in many lands, but never yet my eyes have looked on such another man, as was Ulysses, of a heart so bold and such endurance. Witness what he did and bore, the heroic man, what time we sat, the bravest of the Argives, pent within the wooden horse, about to bring to Troy slaughter and death. Thou earnest to the place, moved, as it seemed, by some divinity who thought to give the glory of the day to Troy. Deiphobus, the godlike chief, was with thee. Thrice about the hollow frame that held the ambush thou didst walk and touch its sides, and call the Achaean chiefs by name, and imitate the voices of the wives of all the Argives. Diomed and I sat with the great Ulysses in the midst, and with him heard thy call, and rose at once to sally forth or answer from within. But he forbade, impatient as we were, and so restrained us. All the Achaean chiefs kept silence save Anticlus, who alone began to speak, when with his powerful hands Ulysses pressed together instantly the opening lips, and saved us all, and thus held them till Pallas lured thee from the spot. Then spake discreet Telemachus again. Atrides Menelaus, reared by Jove, ruler of tribes. The harder was his lot, since even thus he could not shun the stroke of death, not though a heart of steel were his. But now dismiss us to our beds, that there, couched softly, we may welcome balmy sleep. He spake, and Argive Helen called her maids to make up couches in the portico, and throw fair purple blankets over them, and tapestry above, and cover all with shaggy cloaks. Forth from the palace halls they went with torches, and made ready soon the couches. Thither heralds led the guests. There in the vestibule Telemachus, the hero, and with him the eminent son of Nestor, took their rest. Meanwhile the son of Atreus lay within an inner room of that magnificent pile, and near to him the glorious lady, long-robed Helen, slept. But when at length the daughter of the dawn, the rosy-fingered morning, brought her light, then Menelaus, great in battle, rose, put on his garments, took his trenchant sword, and having hung it on his shoulder, laced the shapely sandals to his shining feet, and issued from his chamber like a god in aspect. Near Telemachus he took his seat, and calling him by name, he spake. What urgent cause, my brave Telemachus, brings thee to sacred Lacedaemon or the breast of the great ocean? Frankly say, is it a private or a public need? And thus discreet Telemachus replied, Atrides Menelaus, reared by Jove, ruler of nations, I am come to ask news of my father, if thou knowest aught. My heritage is wasting, my rich fields are made a desolation. Enemies swarm in my palace, and from day to day slaughter my flocks and slow-paced horned herds. My mother's suitors they, and measureless their insolence. And therefore am I come to clasp thy knees, and pray thee to relate the manner of my father's sorrowful death, as thou hast seen it with thine eyes, or heard its story from some wandering man. For sure his mother brought him forth to wretchedness beyond the common lot. I ask thee not to soften aught in the sad history through tenderness to me, or kind regard, but tell me plainly all that thou dost know, and I beseech thee, if at any time my father, good Ulysses, brought to pass aught that he undertook for thee in word or act while ye were in the realm of Troy, where the Greeks suffered sorely, bear it now in mind, and let me have the naked truth. Then Menelaus of the amber locks drew a deep sigh, and thus in answer said, Heavens, they would climb into a brave man's bed, these craven weaklings. But as when a hart has hid her newborn suckling fawns within the lair of some fierce lion, and gone forth herself to range the mountainsides and feed among the grassy lawns, the lion comes back to the place and brings them sudden death, so will Ulysses bring a bloody fate upon the suitor crew, O Father Jove, and Pallas, and Apollo. I could wish that now, with prowess such as once was his, when he, of yore, in Lesbos nobly built, rising to strive with Philomela's son, in wrestling threw him heavily, and all the Greeks rejoiced, Ulysses might engage the suitors. Short were then their term of life, and bitter would the nuptial banquet be. Now for the questions thou hast put, and craved from me a true reply. I will not seek to pass them by with talk of other things, nor yet deceive thee, but of all that once was told me by the Ancient of the Deep, whose words are truth, I shall keep nothing back. In Egypt still, though longing to come home, the gods detained me, for I had not paid the sacrifice of chosen hecatombs, and ever do the gods require of us remembrance of their laws. There is an isle within the billowy sea, before you reach the coast of Egypt, Pharos is its name, at such a distance as a ship could pass in one whole day with a shrill breeze astern. A sheltered haven lies within that isle, whence the good ships go forth with fresh supplies of water. There the gods constrained my stay for 20 days, and never in that time blew favoring winds across the waters, such as bear the galley over the great deep. Now would our stores of food have been consumed. Now would the courage of my men have died, had not a goddess pitied me and come to my relief, by name Ithaca, born to the great Proteus, ancient of the deep. For she was moved by my distress, and came to me while I was wandering alone, apart from all the rest. They through the isle roamed everywhere from place to place, and pinched with hunger, threw the hook for fish. She came, and standing near, accosted me and said, "Stranger, thou art an idiot, or at least of careless mood, or else art willingly neglectful, and art pleased with suffering, that thou dost linger in this isle so long, and find no means to leave it, while the hearts of thy companions faint with the delay." She spake, and I replied, "Whoe'er thou art, goddess, let me say, not willingly I linger here. I surely must have sinned against the immortal dwellers of high heaven. But tell me, for the gods know all things, who of all the immortals holds me windbound here, hindering my voyage, tell me also how to reach my home across the fishy deep." I ended, and the glorious goddess said in answer, "Stranger, I will truly speak. The deathless ancient of the deep, whose words are ever true, Egyptian Proteus, oft here makes his haunt. To him are fully known, for he is Neptune's subject, all the depths of the great ocean. It is said I owe to him my birth. If him thou canst ensnare and seize, he will disclose to thee thy way and all its distances, and tell thee how to reach thy home across the fishy deep, and further will reveal, if so he choose, O foster child of Jove, whate'er of good or ill has in thy palace come to pass, while thou wert wandering long and wearily." So said the goddess, and I spake again, "Explain by what device to snare and hold the aged deity, lest he foreknow or else suspect our purpose and escape. 'Twere hard for mortals to constrain a god." I ended, and the glorious goddess thus made answer, "When the climbing sun has reached the middle heaven, the ancient of the deep, who ne'er deceives, emerges from the waves, and covered with the dark scum of the sea, walks forth, and in a cavern vault lies down. Thither fare Halcydona's progeny, the sea calves from the hoary ocean, throng, rank with the bitter odor of the brine, and slumber near him. With the break of day, I will conduct thee thither, and appoint thy place, but thou shalt choose to go with thee 3 of the bravest men in thy good ships. And let me now relate the stratagems of the old prophet. He at first will count the sea calves, going o'er them all by 5s, and when he has beheld and numbered all, amidst them all will he lie down, as lies a shepherd midst his flock. And then, as soon as ye behold him stretched at length, exert your utmost strength to hold him there, although he strive and struggle to escape your hands, for he will try all stratagems, and take the form of every reptile on the earth, and turn to water and to raging flame. Yet hold him firmly still, and all the more make fast the bands. When he again shall take the form in which thou sawest him asleep, desist from force, and loose the bands that held the ancient prophet. Ask of him what god afflicts thee thus, and by what means to cross the fishy deep, and find thy home again." Thus having said, the goddess straightway sprang into the billowy ocean, while I sought the galleys, where they rested on the sand, with an uneasy spirit. When I reached the ship and shore, we made our evening meal. The hallowed night came down. We lay and slept upon the sea beach. When the morning came, the rosy-fingered daughter of the dawn, forth on the border of the mighty main I went, and prayed the immortals fervently. I led 3 comrades, whom I trusted most in all adventures. Entering the depths of the great sea, the goddess brought us thence 4 skins of sea calves, newly flayed, that thus we might deceive her father. Then she scooped beds for us in the sea sand, and sat down to wait his coming. We were near to her, and there she laid us duly down, and threw a skin o'er each. Now did our ambush seem beyond endurance, for the noisome smell of those sea-nourished creatures sickened us, and who could bear to sleep beside a whale? But she bethought her of an antidote, a sovereign one, and so relieved us all. To each she brought ambrosia, placing it beneath his nostrils, and the sweets it breathed o'ercame the animal odor. All the morn we waited patiently. The sea calves came from ocean in a throng and laid themselves in rows along the margin of the sea. At noon emerged the aged seer and found his well-fed sea calves. Going o'er them all, he counted them, ourselves among the rest, with no misgiving of the fraud, and then he laid him down to rest. We rushed with shouts upon him suddenly, and in our arms caught him. Nor did the aged seer forget his stratagems, and first he took the shape of a maned lion, of a serpent next, then of a panther, then of a huge boar, then turned to flowing water, then became a tall tree full of leaves. With resolute hearts we held him fast, until the aged seer was wearied out, in spite of all his wiles, and questioned me in speech at last, and said, O son of Atreus, who of all the gods hath taught thee how to take me in this snare, unwilling as I am? What wouldst thou have? He spake. I answered, Aged prophet, well thou knowest. Why deceitfully inquire? It is that I am held a prisoner long within this isle, and vainly seek the means of my escape, and grief consumes my heart. Now, since the gods know all things, tell me this, what deity it is that, hindering thus my voyage, keeps me here, and tell me how to cross the fishy deep and reach my home. Such were my words, and he in answer said, But thou to Jove and to the other gods shouldst first have paid acceptable sacrifice, and shouldst have then embarked to reach with speed thy native land across the dark blue deep. Now it is not thy fate to see again thy friends, thy stately palace, and the land that saw thy birth, until thou stand once more beside the river that through Egypt flows from Jove, and offer sacred hecatombs to the ever-living gods inhabiting the boundless heaven, and they will speed thee forth upon the voyage thou dost long to make. He spake. My heart was broken as I heard his bidding to recross the shadowy sea to Egypt, for the way was difficult and long, and yet I answered him and said, Duly will I perform, O aged seer, what thou commandest, but I pray thee tell, and truly, whether all the sons of Greece whom Nestor and myself, in setting sail, left on the Trojan coast, have since returned safe with their galleys, or have any died untimely in their ships, or in the arms of their companions, since the war was closed. I spake. Again he answered me and said, Why dost thou ask, Atrides, since to know thou needest not, nor is it well to explore the secrets of my mind? Thou canst not, sure, refrain from tears when thou shalt know the whole. Many are dead, and many left in Troy. 2 leaders only of the well-armed Greeks were slain returning. In that combat thou didst bear a part. 1, living yet, is kept, far in the mighty main, from his return. Amid his well-oared galleys Ajax died, for Neptune first had driven him on the rocks of Gyre, yet had saved him from the sea. And he, though Pallas hated him, had yet been rescued, but for uttering boastful words, which drew his fate upon him. He had said that he, in spite of all the gods, would come safe from those mountain waves. When Neptune heard the boaster's challenge, instantly he laid his strong hand on the trident, smote the rock, and cleft it to the base. Part stood erect, part fell into the deep. There Ajax sat, and felt the shock, and with the falling mass, was carried headlong to the billowy depths below, and drank the brine and perished there. Thy brother in his roomy ships escaped the danger, for imperial Juno's aid preserved him. But when near Malea's heights about to land, a tempest seized and swept the hero thence across the fishy deep, lamenting his hard lot, to that far cape, where once abode Thyestes, and where now his son Aegisthus dwelt. But when the gods sent other winds, and safe at last appeared, the voyage they returned and reached their home. With joy he stepped upon his native soil, and kissed the earth that bore him, while his tears, at that most welcome sight, flowed fast and warm. Him from a lofty perch a spy beheld, whom treacherous Aegisthus planted there, bribed by 2 golden talents. He had watched the whole year through, lest, coming unobserved, the king might make his prowess felt. The spy flew to the royal palace with the news, and instantly Aegisthus planned a snare. He chose among the people 20 men, the bravest, whom he stationed out of sight, and gave command that others should prepare a banquet. Then with chariots and with steeds, and with a deadly purpose in his heart, he went, and meeting Agamemnon, bade the shepherd of the people to the feast, and slew him at the board as men might slay a bullock at the crib. Of all who went with Agamemnon thither, none survived, and of the followers of Aegisthus none, but all were slaughtered in the banquet hall. He spake, my heart was breaking, and I wept while sitting on the sand, nor in my heart cared I to live, or longer to behold the sweet light of the sun. But when there came respite from tears and writhing on the ground, the ancient of the deep, who ne'er deceives, spake yet again. Atrides, lose no time in tears, they profit nothing. Rather seek the means by which thou mayst the soonest reach thy native land. There thou perchance mayst find Aegisthus yet alive, or haply first, Orestes may have slain him, and thyself arrive to see the funeral rites performed. He spake, and though afflicted still, my heart was somewhat comforted. My spirit rose, and thus I answered him with winged words. These men I know, name now the third, who still is kept from his return afar within the mighty main, alive, perchance, or dead. For though I dread to hear, I long to know. I spake, and Proteus answered me again. It is Laertes' son, whose dwelling stands in Ithaca. I saw him in an isle, and in the cavern palace of the nymph Calypso, weeping bitterly, for she constrains his stay. He cannot leave the isle for his own country, ship arrayed with oars, and seamen has he none to bear him o'er the breast of the great ocean. But for thee, 'tis not decreed that thou shalt meet thy fate and die, most noble Menelaus, where the steeds of Argos in her pastures graze. The gods will send thee to the Elysian plain, and to the end of earth, the dwelling place of fair-haired Rhadamanthus. There do men lead easiest lives. No snow, no bitter cold, no beating rains are there. The ocean deeps, with murmuring breezes from the west, refresh the dwellers. Thither shalt thou go, for thou art Helen's spouse and son-in-law of Jove. He spake, and plunged into the billowy deep. I to the fleet returned in company with my brave men, revolving, as I went, 1,000 projects in my thought. I reached my galley by the sea, and we prepared our evening meal. The hallowed night came down, and there upon the ocean beach we slept. But when the rosy-fingered morn appeared, the daughter of the dawn, we drew our ships to the great deep, and raised the masts, and spread the sails. The crews, all entering, took their seats upon the benches, ranged in order due, and beat the foaming water with their oars. Again to Egypt's coast I brought the fleet, and to the river that descends from Jove, and there I offered chosen hecatombs. And having thus appeased the gods, I reared a tomb to Agamemnon, that his fame might never die. When this was done, I sailed for home. The gods bestowed a favoring wind. But now remain thou till the 11th day, or till the 12th, beneath my roof, and then will I dismiss thee with munificent gifts, 3 steeds, a polished chariot, and a cup of price, with which to pour from day to day wine to the gods in memory of me. Then spake discreet Telemachus again, Atrides, seek not to detain me long, though I could sit contentedly a year beside thee, never longing for my home, nor for my parents. Such delight I find in listening to thy words. But even now, in hallowed Pylos, my companions grow weary, while thou delayest my return. The gifts, whate'er thou choosest to bestow, let them be such as I can treasure up. The steeds to Ithaca I may not take, I leave them to adorn thy retinue. For thou art ruler o'er a realm of plains, where grows much lotus, and sweet grasses spring, and wheat and rye, and the luxuriant stalks of the white barley. But in Ithaca are no broad grounds for coursing, meadows none. Goats graze amid its fields, a fairer land than those where horses feed. No isle that lies within the deep has either roads for steeds or meadows, least of all has Ithaca. He spake. The valiant Menelaus smiled, and kindly touched him with his hand, and said, Dear son, thou comest of a generous stock. Thy words declare it. I will change my gifts, as well I may. Of all that in my house are treasured up, the choicest I will give, and the most precious. I will give a cup, wrought all of silver, save its brim of gold. It is the work of Vulcan. Phaedimus, the hero, king of Sidon, gave it me when I was coming home, and underneath his roof was sheltered. Now it shall be thine. So talked they with each other. Meantime came those who prepared the banquet to the halls of the great monarch. Bringing sheep they came, and strengthening wine. Their wives, who on their brows wore showy fillets, brought the bread, and thus, within the house of Menelaus, all was bustle, setting forth the evening meal. But in the well-paved court which lay before the palace of Ulysses, where of late their insolence was shown, the suitor train amused themselves with casting quoits and spears, while by themselves Antinous and the youth of godlike mien, Eurymachus, who both were eminent above the others, sat. To them Noemon, son of Phronius, went, drew near, bespake Antinous, and inquired, "Is it among us known, or is it not, Antinous, when Telemachus returns from sandy Pylos? Thither he is gone, and in my galley, which I need to cross, to spacious Elis. There I have 12 mares, and hardy mule colts with them, yet untamed, and some I must subdue to take the yoke." He spake, and they were both amazed, for they had never thought of him as visiting Nelean Pylos, deeming that the youth was somewhere in his fields, among the flocks, or haply with the keeper of the swine. Then did Antinous, Eupeithes' son, make answer, "Tell me truly when he sailed, and what young men of Ithaca he chose to go with him. Were they his slaves, or hired to be his followers? Tell, for I would know the whole. Took he thy ship against thy will, or didst thou yield it at his first request?" Noemon, son of Phronius, thus replied, "Most willingly I gave it, for what else would anyone have done when such a man desired it in his need? It would have been hard to deny it, for the band of youths who followed him, they are the bravest here of all our people, and I saw Embark as their commander, Mentor, or some god like Mentor altogether. One thing moves my wonder. Only yesterday, at dawn, I met with Mentor here, whom I before had seen embarking for the Pylian coast. Noemon spake, and to his father's house departed. Both were troubled at his words, and all the suitors took at once their seats, and ceased their pastimes. Then Antinous spake, son of Eupeithes, greatly vexed. His heart was darkened with blind rage, his eyes shot fire. Strange doings these, a great and proud exploit performed, this voyage of Telemachus, which we had called impossible. The boy, in spite of us, has had his will and gone, and carried off a ship, and for his crew, chosen the bravest of the people here. He yet will prove a pest. May Jupiter crush him ere he can work us further harm. Now give me a swift bark and 20 men, that I may lie in ambush and keep watch, for his return within the straits, between this isle and rugged Samos. Then, I deem, he will have sought his father to his cost." He spake. They praised his words and bade him act, and rose and left their places, entering the palace of Ulysses. Brief the time that passed before Penelope was warned of what the suitors treacherously planned. The herald Medon told her all. He heard in the outer court their counsels, while within they plotted, and he hastened through the house to bring the tidings to Penelope. Penelope perceived him as he stepped across the threshold and bespake him thus, "Why, herald, have the suitor princes sent thee hither? Comest thou to bid the maids of great Ulysses leave their tasks and make a banquet ready? Would their wooing here and elsewhere were but ended, and this feast were their last feast on earth. Ye who in throngs come hither and so wastefully consume the substance of the brave Telemachus, have ye not from your parents, while ye yet were children, heard how once Ulysses lived among them, never wronging any man in all the realm by aught he did or said, as mighty princes often do, through hate of some and love of others? Never man endured injustice at his hands, but you, your vile designs and acts are known. Ye bear no grateful memory of a good man's deeds." And then, in turn, experienced Medon spake, "O queen, I would this evil were the worst. The suitors meditate a greater still, and a more heinous far. May Jupiter never permit the crime. Their purpose is to meet Telemachus on his return, and slay him with the sword. For thou must know that on a voyage to the Pylian coast, and noble Lacedaemon he has sailed, to gather tidings of his father's fate." He spake, and her knees failed her, and her heart sank as she heard. Long time she could not speak. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her clear voice was choked. Yet, finding words at length, she said, "O herald, wherefore should my son have gone? There was no need that he should trust himself to the swift ships, those horses of the sea, with which men traverse its unmeasured waste. Was it that he might leave no name on earth?" And then again, experienced Medon spake, "I know not whether prompted by some god, or moved by his own heart, thy son has sailed for Pylos, hoping there to hear some news of his returning father, or his fate." Thus having said, the herald, traversing the palace of Ulysses, went his way, while a keen anguish overpowered the queen, nor could she longer bear to keep her place upon her seat, and many seats were there. But on the threshold of her gorgeous rooms lay piteously lamenting. Round her came her maidens, wailing, all both old and young, who formed her household. These Penelope, sobbing in her great sorrow, thus bespake, "Hear me, my friends, the heavens have cast on me griefs heavier than on any others born and reared with me, who had lost by death already a most gracious husband, one who bore a lion heart and who was graced with every virtue, greatly eminent among the Greeks and widely famed abroad through Hellas and all Argos. Now my son, he whom I loved, is driven before the storms from home inglorious, and I was not told of his departure. Ye too, worthless crew, ye took no thought, not one of you, to call me from my sleep, although ye must have known full well when he embarked in his black ship. And if it had been told me that he planned this voyage, then impatient as he was to sail, he would have certainly remained, or else have left me in these halls a corpse. And now let one of my attendants call the aged Dolius, whom, when first I came to this abode, my father gave to me to be my servant, and who has in charge my orchards. Let him haste and take his place beside Laertes, and to him declare all that has happened, that he may devise some fitting remedy, or go among the people, to deplore the dark designs of those who now are plotting to destroy the heir of great Ulysses and his own." Then Euryclea, the beloved nurse, answered, "Dear lady, slay me with the sword, or leave me here alive. I will conceal nothing that has been done or said. I gave all that he asked, both bread and delicate wine, and took a solemn oath, which he required, to tell thee naught of this till 12 days past, or till thou shouldst thyself inquire and hear of his departure, that those lovely cheeks might not be stained with tears. Now bathe and put fresh garments on, and to the upper rooms ascending, with thy handmaids offer prayer to Pallas, daughter of the god who bears the aegis. She will then protect thy son, even from death. Grieve not the aged man, already much afflicted. Sure I am, the lineage of Arcesius has not lost the favor of the gods, but someone yet surviving will possess its lofty halls and its rich acres stretching far away." She spake. The queen repressed her grief and held her eyes from tears. She took the bath and put fresh garments on, and to the upper rooms ascending with her maidens, heaped with cakes a canister, and prayed to Pallas thus, "Daughter invincible of Jupiter, the aegis-bearer, hear me. If within thy courts the wise Ulysses ever burned fat thighs of beeves or sheep, remember it, and rescue my dear son, and bring to naught the wicked plots of the proud suitor crew." She spake and wept aloud. The goddess heard her prayer. Meantime the suitors filled with noise the shadowy palace halls, and there were some among that throng of arrogant youths who said, "Truly the queen, whom we have wooed so long, prepares for marriage. Little does she know the bloody death we destine for her son." So spake they, unaware of what was done elsewhere. Antinous then stood forth and said, "Good friends, I warn you all that ye refrain from boasts like these, lest someone should report your words within. Now let us silently rise up, and all conspire to put in act the counsel all so heartily approve." He spake, and chose a crew of 20 men, the bravest. To the seaside and the ship they went, and down to the deep water drew the ship, and put the mast and sails on board, and fitted duly to their leathern rings the oars, and spread the white sail overhead. Their nimble-handed servants brought them arms, and there they moored the galley, went on board, and supped and waited for the evening star. Now, in the upper chamber, the chaste queen, Penelope, lay fasting. Food or wine she had not tasted, and her thoughts were still fixed on her blameless son. Would he escape the threatened death or perish by the hands of the insolent suitors? As a lion's thoughts, when, midst a crowd of men, he sees with dread the hostile circle slowly closing round, such were her thoughts, when balmy sleep at length came creeping over her as on her couch she lay reclined, her limbs relaxed in rest. Now Pallas framed a new device. She called a phantom up, in aspect like the dame Iphthime, whom Eumelus had espoused in Phyre, daughter of the high-souled chief Icarius. Her she sent into the halls of great Ulysses, that she might beguile the sorrowful Penelope from tears and lamentations. By the thong that held the bolt, she slid into the royal bower, and standing by her head bespake the queen. Penelope, afflicted as thou art thou asleep? The ever-blessed gods permit thee not to grieve and weep. Thy son, who has not sinned against them, shall return. And then discreet Penelope replied, still sweetly slumbering at the gate of dreams. Why, sister, art thou here, who ne'er before hast come to me? The home is far away, in which thou dwellest. Thou exhortest me to cease from grieving, and to lay aside the painful thoughts that crowd into my mind, and torture me, who have already lost a noble-minded, lion-hearted spouse, one eminent among Achaea's sons for every virtue, and whose fame was spread through Hellas and through Argos. Now my son, my best beloved, goes to sea, a boy unused to hardships and unskilled to deal with strangers. More I sorrow for his sake than for his father's. I am filled with fear, and tremble lest he suffer wrong from those among whom he has gone, or on the deep, where he has enemies who lie in wait to slay him ere he reach his home again. And then the shadowy image spake again. Be of good courage. Let not fear o'ercome thy spirit, for there goes with him a guide, such as all others would desire to have beside them ever, trusting in her power, Pallas Athene, and she looks on thee with pity. From her presence I am sent, her messenger, declaring this to thee. Again discreet Penelope replied, If then thou be a goddess and hast heard a goddess speak these words, declare, I pray, of that ill-fated one, if yet he live and look upon the sun, or else have died and passed to the abodes beneath the earth. Once more the shadowy image spake. Of him will I say nothing, whether living yet or dead. No time is this for idle words. She said, and from the chamber glided forth beside the bolt, and mingled with the winds. Then quickly from her couch of sleep arose the daughter of Icarius, for her heart was glad, so plainly had the dream conveyed its message in the stillness of the night. Meanwhile, the suitors on their ocean path went in their galley, plotting cruelly to slay Telemachus. A rocky isle, far in the middle sea, between the coast of Ithaca and craggy Samos, lies, named Asteris. Of narrow bounds, yet there, a sheltered haven is to which two straits give entrance. There the Achaeans lay in wait. Book 5, Departure of Ulysses from Calypso. Mercury dispatched by Jupiter to Calypso with a message commanding her to send away Ulysses, a raft constructed by Ulysses, his departure on the raft, a storm raised by Neptune, and the raft destroyed, escape of Ulysses from the tempest, and his landing on the isle of Scheria, inhabited by the Phaeacians. Aurora, rising from her couch beside the famed Tithonus, brought the light of day to men and to immortals. Then the gods came to their seats in council. With them came high thundering Jupiter, amongst them all the mightiest. Pallas, mindful of the past, spake of Ulysses and his many woes, grieved that he still was with the island nymph. O Father Jove, and all ye blessed ones who live forever, let not sceptred king henceforth be gracious, mild, and merciful and righteous. Rather be he deaf to prayer and prone to deeds of wrong, since no one now remembers the divine Ulysses more among the people over whom he ruled benignly, like a father. Still he lies, weighed down by many sorrows, in the isle and dwelling of Calypso, who so long constrains his stay. To his dear native land depart he cannot. Ship arrayed with oars, and seamen has he none, to bear him o'er the breast of the broad ocean. Nay, even now, against his well-beloved son, a plot is laid, to slay him as he journeys home from Pylos the divine, and from the walls of famous Sparta, whither he had gone, to gather tidings of his father's fate. Then answered her the ruler of the storms, "My child, what words are these that pass thy lips? Was not thy long-determined counsel this, that in good time Ulysses should return to be avenged? Guide then, Telemachus, wisely, for so thou canst, that all unharmed he reach his native land, and in their barks, homeward the suitor train retrace their way." He spake, and turned to Hermes, his dear son. "Hermes, for thou in this my messenger art, as in all things, to the bright-haired nymph make known my steadfast purpose, the return of suffering Ulysses. Neither gods nor men shall guide his voyage. On a raft, made firm with bands, he shall depart and reach, after long hardships, on the 20th day, the fertile shore of Scheria, on whose isle dwell the Phaeacians, kinsmen of the gods. They like a god shall honor him, and thence send him to his loved country in a ship, with ample gifts of brass and gold, and store of raiment, wealth like which he ne'er had brought from conquered Ilion, had he reached his home safely, with all his portion of the spoil. So is it preordained that he behold his friends again, and stand once more within his high-roofed palace on his native soil." He spake, the herald Argoside obeyed, and hastily beneath his feet he bound the fair ambrosial golden sandals, worn to bear him over ocean like the wind, and o'er the boundless land. His wand he took, wherewith he softly seals the eyes of men, and opens them at will from sleep. With this in hand, the mighty Argus queller flew, and lighting on Pieria, from the sky, plunged downward to the deep, and skimmed its face like hovering sea-mew, that on the broad gulfs of the unfruitful ocean seeks her prey, and often dips her pinions in the brine. So Hermes flew along the waste of waves. But when he reached that island, far away, forth from the dark blue ocean swell, he stepped upon the sea beach, walking till he came to the vast cave in which the bright-haired nymph made her abode. He found the nymph within. A fire blazed brightly on the hearth, and far was wafted o'er the isle the fragrant smoke of cloven cedar, burning in the flame, and cypress wood. Meanwhile, in her recess, she sweetly sang, as busily she threw the golden shuttle through the web she wove. And all about the grotto, alders grew, and poplars, and sweet-smelling cypresses. In a green forest, high among whose boughs birds of broad wing, wood owls and falcons built their nests, and crows, with voices sounding far, all haunting for their food the ocean side. A vine, with downy leaves and clustering grapes, crept over all the cavern rock. 4 springs poured forth their glittering waters in a row, and here and there went wandering side by side. Around were meadows of soft green, o'ergrown with violets and parsley. 'Twas a spot where even an immortal might a while linger, and gaze with wonder and delight. The herald Argus queller stood and saw and marveled, but as soon as he had viewed the wonders of the place, he turned his steps, entering the broad-roofed cave. Calypso there, the glorious goddess, saw him as he came, and knew him, for the ever-living gods are to each other known, though one may dwell far from the rest. Ulysses, large of heart, was not within. Apart upon the shore, he sat and sorrowed, where he oft in tears, and sighs, and vain repinings, passed the hours, gazing with wet eyes on the barren deep. Now, placing Hermes on a shining seat of state, Calypso, glorious goddess, said, "Thou of the golden wand, revered and loved, what, Hermes, brings thee hither? Passing few have been thy visits. Make thy pleasure known. My heart enjoins me to obey, if aught that thou commandest be within my power. But first, accept the offerings due a guest." The goddess, speaking thus, before him placed a table, where the heaped ambrosia lay, and mingled the red nectar. Ate and drank the herald Argus queller, and refreshed, answered the nymph, and made his message known. "Art thou a goddess, and dost ask of me, a god, why came I hither? Yet, since thou requirest, I will truly tell the cause. I came unwillingly, at Jove's command. For who of choice would traverse the wide waste of the salt ocean, with no city near where men adore the gods, with solemn rites and chosen hecatombs? No god has power to elude or to resist the purposes of aegis-bearing Jove. With thee abides, he bids me say, the most unhappy man of all who round the city of Priam waged the battle through 9 years, and, in the 10th, laying it waste, departed for their homes. But in their voyage they provoked the wrath of Pallas, who called up the furious winds and angry waves against them. By his side sank all his gallant comrades in the deep. Him did the winds and waves drive hither. Him Jove bids thee send away with speed, for here he must not perish, far from all he loves. So is it preordained that he behold his friends again, and stand once more within his high-roofed palace on his native soil. He spake. Calypso, glorious goddess, heard and shuddered, and with winged words replied, Ye are unjust, ye gods, and envious far beyond all other beings, cannot bear that ever goddess openly should make a mortal man her consort. Thus it was, when once Aurora, rosy-fingered, took Orion for her husband. Ye were stung, amid your blissful lives, with envious hate, till chaste Diana, of the golden throne, smote him with silent arrows from her bow, and slew him in Ortygia. Thus, again, when bright-haired Ceres, swayed by her own heart, in fields which bore 3 yearly harvests, met Iasion as a lover, this was known ere long to Jupiter, who flung from high a flaming thunderbolt, and laid him dead. And now ye envy me, that with me dwells a mortal man. I saved him as he clung alone upon his floating keel, for Jove had cloven with a bolt of fire from heaven his galley in the midst of the Black Sea, and all his gallant comrades perished there. Him kindly I received, I cherished him, and promised him a life that ne'er should know decay or death. But since no god has power to elude or to withstand the purposes of aegis-bearing Jove, let him depart. If so, the sovereign moves him and commands, over the barren deep. I send him not, for neither ship arrayed with oars have I, nor seamen, or the boundless waste of waves, to bear him hence. My counsel I will give, and nothing will I hide that he should know, to place him safely on his native shore. The herald Argus Queller answered her, Dismiss him thus, and bear in mind the wrath of Jove, lest it be kindled against thee. Thus having said, the mighty Argicide departed, and the nymph, who now had heard the doom of Jove, sought the great-hearted man Ulysses. Him she found beside the deep, seated alone, with eyes from which the tears were never dried. For now no more the nymph delighted him. He wasted his sweet life in yearning for his home. Night after night he slept constrained within the hollow cave, the unwilling by the fond, and day by day he sat upon the rocks that edged the shore, and in continual weeping and in sighs and vain repinings wore the hours away, gazing through tears upon the barren deep. The glorious goddess stood by him and spake, Unhappy, sit no longer sorrowing here, nor waste life thus. Lo, I most willingly dismiss thee hence. Rise, hew down trees, and bind their trunks with brazen clamps into a raft, and fasten planks above, a lofty floor, that it may bear thee o'er the dark blue deep. Bread will I put on board, water and wine. Red wine, that cheers the heart, and wrap thee well in garments, and send after thee the wind, that safely thou attain thy native shore. If so the gods permit thee, who abide in the broad heaven above, and better know by far than I, and far more wisely judge. Ulysses, the great sufferer, as she spake, shuddered, and thus with winged words replied, Some other purpose than to send me home is in thy heart, O goddess, bidding me to cross this frightful sea upon a raft, this perilous sea, where never even ships pass with their rapid keels, though Jove bestow the wind that glads the seamen. Nay, I climb no raft against thy wish, unless thou swear, the great oath of the gods, that thou in this dust meditate no other harm to me. He spake. Calypso, glorious goddess, smiled, and smoothed his forehead with her hand, and said, Perverse, and slow to see where guile is not. How could thy heart permit thee thus to speak? Now bear me witness, earth, and ye broad heavens above us, and ye waters of the Styx that flow beneath us, mightiest oath of all, and most revered by all the blessed gods, that I design no other harm to thee, but that I plan for thee, and counsel thee what I would do, were I in need like thine. I bear a juster mind, my bosom holds a pitying heart, and not a heart of steel. Thus having said, the glorious goddess moved away with hasty steps, and where she trod, he followed, till they reached the vaulted cave, the goddess and the hero. There he took the seat whence Hermes had just risen. The nymph brought forth whatever mortals eat and drink to set before him. She, right opposite to that of great Ulysses, took her seat. Ambrosia there her maidens laid, and there poured nectar. Both put forth their hands, and took the ready viands, till at length the calls of hunger and of thirst were satisfied. Calypso, glorious goddess, then began. Son of Laertes, man of many wiles, high-born Ulysses, thus wilt thou depart home to thy native country? Then farewell. But couldst thou know the sufferings fate ordains for thee ere yet thou landest on its shore, thou wouldst remain to keep this home with me and be immortal, strong as is thy wish to see thy wife, a wish that day by day possesses thee. I cannot deem myself in face or form less beautiful than she, for never with immortals can the race of mortal dames in form or face compare. Ulysses, the sagacious, answered her, Bear with me, gracious goddess, well I know all thou couldst say. The sage Penelope, in feature and in stature, comes not nigh to thee, for she is mortal, deathless thou, and ever young. Yet day by day I long to be at home once more, and pine to see the hour of my return. Even though some god smite me on the black ocean, I shall bear the stroke, for in my bosom dwells a mind patient of suffering. Much have I endured, and much survived in tempests on the deep and in the battle. Let this happen too. He spake, the sun went down, the night came on, and now the twain withdrew to a recess, deep in the vaulted cave, where, side by side, they took their rest. But when the child of dawn, Aurora, rosy-fingered, looked abroad, Ulysses put his vest and mantle on. The nymph, too, in a robe of silver white, ample and delicate and beautiful, arrayed herself, and round about her loins wound a fair golden girdle, drew a veil over her head, and planned to send away magnanimous Ulysses. She bestowed a heavy axe, of steel and double-edged, well fitted to the handle wrought of olive wood, firm set and beautiful. A polished adze she gave him next, and led the way to a far corner of the isle, where lofty trees, alders and poplars, stood, and firs that reached the clouds, sapless and dry, long since, and fitter thus to ride the waves. Then, having shown where grew the tallest trees, Calypso, glorious goddess, sought her home. Trees then he felled, and soon the task was done. 20 in all he brought to earth, and squared their trunks with the sharp steel, and carefully he smoothed their sides, and wrought them by a line. Calypso, gracious goddess, having brought wimbles, he bored the beams, and fitting them together, made them fast, with nails and clamps. As when some builder, skillful in his art, frames for a ship of burden the broad keel, such ample breadth Ulysses gave the raft. Upon the massy beams he reared a deck, and floored it with long planks from end to end. On this a mast he raised, and to the mast fitted a yard. He shaped a rudder next, to guide the raft along her course, and round with woven work of willow boughs he fenced her sides against the dashings of the sea. Calypso, gracious goddess, brought him store of canvas, which he fitly shaped to sails, and rigging her with cords and ropes and stays, heaved her with levers into the great deep. 'Twas the 4th day. His labors now were done, and on the 5th the goddess from her isle dismissed him, newly from the bath, arrayed in garments given by her that shed perfumes. A skin of dark red wine she put on board, a larger one of water, and for food a basket stored with viands such as pleased the appetite. A friendly wind and soft she sent before. The great Ulysses spread his canvas joyfully to catch the breeze, and sat, and guided with nice care the helm, gazing with fixed eye on the Pleiades, Boda's setting late, and the Great Bear, by others called the Wain, which, wheeling round, looks ever toward Orion, and alone dips, not into the waters of the deep. For so Calypso, glorious goddess, bade that on his ocean journey he should keep that constellation ever on his left. Now 17 days were in the voyage past, and on the 18th shadowy heights appeared, the nearest point of the Phaeacian land, lying on the dark ocean like a shield. But mighty Neptune, coming from among the Ethiopians, saw him. Far away he saw, from mountain heights of Solyma, the voyager, and burned with fiercer wrath, and shook his head, and said within himself, "Strange, now I see the gods have new designs for this Ulysses, formed while I was yet in Ethiopia. He draws near the land of the Phaeacians, where it is decreed he shall o'erpass the boundary of his woes. But first, I think, he will have much to bear." He spake, and round about him called the clouds, and roused the ocean, wielding in his hand the trident, summoned all the hurricanes of all the winds, and covered earth and sky at once with mists, while from above the night fell suddenly. The east wind and the south pushed forth at once, with the strong blowing west, and the clear north rolled up his mighty waves. Ulysses trembled in his knees and heart, and thus to his great soul, lamenting, said, "What will become of me? Unhappy man, I fear that all the goddess said was true, foretelling what disasters should o'ertake my voyage ere I reach my native land. Now are her words fulfilled, how Jupiter wraps the great heaven in clouds, and stirs the deep to tumult. Wilder grow the hurricanes of all the winds, and now my fate is sure. Thrice happy, 4 times happy, they who fell on Troy's wide field, warring for Atreus' sons. Oh, had I met my fate and perished there, that very day on which the Trojan host, around the dead Achilles, hurled at me their brazen javelins, I had then received due burial and great glory with the Greeks. Now must I die a miserable death." As thus he spake, upon him, from on high, a huge and frightful billow broke. It whirled the raft around, and far from it he fell. His hands let go the rudder. A fierce rush of all the winds together snapped in twain the mast. Far off the yard, and canvas flew into the deep. The billow held him long beneath the waters, and he strove in vain quickly to rise to air from that huge swell of ocean, for the garments weighed him down, which fair Calypso gave him. But at length, emerging, he rejected from his throat the bitter brine that down his forehead streamed. Even then, though hopeless with dismay, his thought was on the raft, and struggling through the waves, he seized it, sprang on board, and seated there, escaped the threatened death. Still to and fro the rolling billows drave it, as the wind in autumn sweeps the thistles o'er the field, clinging together, so the blasts of heaven hither and thither drove it o'er the sea. And now the south wind flung it to the north to buffet, now the east wind to the west. Leucothea saw him clinging there, the delicate-footed child of Cadmus, once a mortal, speaking with a mortal voice, though now within the ocean gulfs she shares the honors of the gods. With pity she beheld Ulysses struggling thus distressed, and rising from the abyss below, in form a cormorant, the sea-nymph took her perch on the well-banded raft, and thus she said, "Ah, luckless man, how hast thou angered thus earth-shaking Neptune, that he visits thee with these disasters? Yet he cannot take, although he seek it earnestly, thy life. Now do my bidding, for thou seemest wise. Laying aside thy garments, let the raft drift with the winds, while thou, by strength of arm, makest thy way in swimming to the land of the Phaeacians, where thy safety lies. Receive this veil, and bind its heavenly woof beneath thy breast, and have no further fear of hardship or of danger. But as soon as thou shalt touch the island, take it off, and turn away thy face, and fling it far from where thou standest into the black deep." The goddess gave the veil as thus she spoke, and to the tossing deep went down, in form a cormorant. The black wave covered her. But still Ulysses, mighty sufferer, pondered, and thus to his great soul he said, "Ah me, perhaps some god is planning here, some other fraud against me, bidding me forsake my raft. I will not yet obey, for still far off I see the land in which 'tis said my refuge lies. This will I do, for this seems wisest. While the fastenings last that hold these timbers, I will keep my place and bide the tempest here. But when the waves shall dash my raft in pieces, I will swim, for nothing better will remain to do. As he revolved this purpose in his mind, earth-shaking Neptune sent a mighty wave, horrid and huge and high, and where he sat, it smote him. As a violent wind uplifts the dry chaff heaped upon a threshing floor and sends it scattered through the air abroad, so did that wave fling loose the ponderous beams. To one of these, Ulysses, clinging fast, bestrode it like a horseman on his steed. And now he took the garments off, bestowed by fair Calypso, binding round his breast the veil, and forward plunged into the deep, with palms outspread, prepared to swim. Meanwhile, Neptune beheld him, Neptune, mighty king, and shook his head, and said within himself, Yo, go thus, and laden with mischances roam the waters, till thou come among the race, cherished by Jupiter, but well I deem thou wilt not find thy share of suffering light. Thus having said, he urged his coursers on, with their fair flowing manes, until he came to Aegae, where his glorious palace stands. But Pallas, child of Jove, had other thoughts. She stayed the course of every wind beside, and bade them rest, and lulled them into sleep, but summoned the swift north to break the waves. That so Ulysses, the highborn, escaped from death and from the fates, might be the guest of the Phaeacians, men who love the sea. 2 days and nights among the mighty waves, he floated, oft his heart foreboding death. But when the bright-haired Eos had fulfilled the 3rd day's course, and all the winds were laid, and calm was on the watery waste, he saw that land was near, as lifted on the crest of a huge swell, he looked with sharpened sight, and as a father's life preserved makes glad his children's hearts, when long time he has lain sick, wrung with pain, and wasting by the power of some malignant genius, till at length the gracious gods bestow a welcome cure. So welcome to Ulysses was the sight of woods and fields. By swimming on he thought to climb and tread the shore. But when he drew so near that one who shouted could be heard from land, the sound of ocean on the rocks came to his ear, for their huge breakers roared and spouted fearfully, and all around was covered with the sea foam. Haven here was none for ships, nor sheltering creek, but shores beetling from high, and crags and walls of rock. Ulysses trembled both in knees and heart, and thus to his great soul, lamenting, said, Now woe is me! As soon as Jove has shown what I had little hope to see, the land, and I through all these waves have plowed my way, I find no issue from the hoary deep. For sharp rocks border it, and all around roar the wild surges. Slippery cliffs arise close to deep gulfs, and footing there is none, where I might plant my steps, and thus escape. All effort now were fruitless to resist the mighty billow hurrying me away, to dash me on the pointed rocks. If yet I strive, by swimming further, to descry some sloping shore or harbor of the isle, I fear the tempest, lest it hurl me back, heavily groaning, to the fishy deep, or huge sea monster, from the multitude which sovereign Amphitrite feeds, be sent against me by some god. For well I know the power who shakes the shores is wroth with me. While he revolved these doubts within his mind, a huge wave hurled him toward the rugged coast. Then had his limbs been flayed, and all his bones broken at once, had not the blue-eyed maid Minerva prompted him. Borne toward the rock, he clutched it instantly with both his hands, and panting, clung till that huge wave rolled by, and so escaped its fury. Back it came, and smote him once again, and flung him far seaward. As to the claws of Polypus, plucked from its bed, the pebbles thickly cling, so flakes of skin, from off his powerful hands, were left upon the rock. The mighty surge o'erwhelmed him. He had perished ere his time, hapless Ulysses. But the blue-eyed maid, Pallas, informed his mind with forecast. Straight, emerging from the wave that shoreward rolled, he swam along the coast and eyed it well, in hope of sloping beach or sheltered creek. But when, in swimming, he had reached the mouth of a soft-flowing river, here appeared the spot he wished for, smooth, without a rock, and here was shelter from the wind. He felt the currents flow, and thus devoutly prayed, Hear me, O sovereign power, whoe'er thou art. To thee, the long-desired, I come. I seek escape from Neptune's threatenings on the sea. The deathless gods respect the prayer of him who looks to them for help, a fugitive, as I am now. When to thy stream I come, and to thy knees, from many a hardship past. O thou that here art ruler, I declare myself thy suppliant, be thou merciful. He spoke. The river stayed his current, checked the billows, smoothed them to a calm, and gave the swimmer a safe landing at his mouth. Then dropped his knees and sinewy arms at once, unstrung, for faint with struggling was his heart. His body was all swollen, the brine gushed forth from mouth and nostrils. All unnerved, he lay, breathless and speechless. Utter weariness o'ermastered him. But when he breathed again, and his flown senses had returned, he loosed the veil that Ino gave him from his breast, and to the salt flood cast it. A great wave bore it far down the stream. The goddess there, in her own hands, received it. He, meanwhile, withdrawing from the brink, lay down among the reeds, and kissed the harvest-bearing earth, and thus to his great soul, lamenting, said, Ah me, what must I suffer more? What yet will happen to me? If by the river's side I pass the unfriendly watches of the night, the cruel cold and dews that steep the bank may, in this weakness, end me utterly, for chilly blows this river air at dawn. But should I climb this hill to sleep within the shadowy wood, among thick shrubs, if cold and weariness allow me, then I fear that while the pleasant slumbers o'er me steal, I may become the prey of savage beasts. Yet, as he longer pondered, this seemed best. He rose and sought the wood, and found it near the water, on a height, o'erlooking far the region round. Between two shrubs that sprang, both from one spot he entered, olive trees, one wild, one fruitful. The damp blowing wind ne'er pierced their covert, never blazing sun darted his beams within, nor pelting shower beat through, so closely intertwined they grew. Here entering, Ulysses heaped a bed of leaves with his own hands. He made it broad and high, for thick the leaves had fallen around. 2 men and 3, in that abundant store, might bide the winter storm, though keen the cold. Ulysses, the great sufferer, on his couch, looked and rejoiced, and placed himself within, and heaped the leaves high o'er him and around, as one who, dwelling in the distant fields, without a neighbor near him, hides a brand in the dark ashes, keeping carefully the seeds of fire alive, lest he, perforce, to light his hearth, must bring them from afar. So did Ulysses, in that pile of leaves, bury himself, while Pallas o'er his eyes poured sleep and closed his lids, that he might take, after his painful toils, the fitting rest. Book 6. Ulysses discovered by Nausicaa. Nausicaa, daughter of Alcinous, king of the Phaeacians, directed by Pallas to go to the river and wash her marriage robes, sports of her maidens after the washing is performed. Ulysses awakened by the noise, relieved and clothed by Nausicaa, and bidden to follow her into the city, and there make his suit to the queen, the wife of Alcinous. Thus overcome with toil and weariness, the noble sufferer Ulysses slept, while Pallas hastened to the realm and town, peopled by the Phaeacians, who of yore abode in spacious Hypereia, near the insolent race of Cyclops, and endured wrong from their mightier hands. A godlike chief, Nausithoeus, led them to a new abode, and planted them in Scheria, far away from plotting neighbors. With a wall he fenced their city, built them dwellings there, and reared fanes to the gods, and changed the plain to fields. But he had bowed to death, and had gone down to Hades, and Alcinous, whom the gods endowed with wisdom, governed in his stead. Now to his palace, planning the return of the magnanimous Ulysses, came the blue-eyed goddess Pallas, entering the gorgeous chamber where a damsel slept, Nausicaa, daughter of the large-souled king Alcinous, beautiful in form and face as one of the immortals. Near her lay, and by the portal, one on either side, fair as the Graces, 2 attendant maids. The shining doors were shut, but Pallas came, as comes a breath of air, and stood beside the damsel's head, and spake. In look she seemed the daughter of the famous mariner Dymas, a maiden whom Nausicaa loved, the playmate of her girlhood. In her shape the blue-eyed goddess stood, and thus she said, Nausicaa, Has thy mother then brought forth a careless housewife? Thy magnificent robes lie still neglected, though thy marriage day is near, when thou art to array thyself in seemly garments, and bestow the like on those who lead thee to the bridal rite. For thus the praise of men is won, and thus thy father and thy gracious mother both will be rejoiced. Now, with the early dawn, let us all hasten to the washing place. I too would go with thee, and help thee there, that thou mayest sooner end the task, for thou not long wilt be unwedded. Thou art wooed already by the noblest of the race of the Phaeacians, for thy birth, like theirs, is of the noblest. Make thy suit at morn to thy illustrious father, that he bid his mules and car be harnessed to convey thy girdles, robes, and mantles, marvelous in beauty, that were seemlier than to walk, since distant from the town, the labors lie. Thus having said, the blue-eyed Pallas went back to Olympus, where the gods have made, so saith tradition, their eternal seat. The tempest shakes it not, nor is it drenched by showers, and there the snow doth never fall. The calm, clear ether is without a cloud, and in the golden light that lies on all, days after day the blessed gods rejoice. Thither the blue-eyed goddess, having given her message to the sleeping maid, withdrew. Soon the bright morning came. Nausicaa rose, clad royally, as marveling at her dream, she hastened through the palace to declare her purpose to her father and the queen. She found them both within. Her mother sat beside the hearth with her attendant maids, and turned the distaff loaded with a fleece dyed in sea purple. On the threshold stood her father, going forth to meet the chiefs of the Phaeacians in a council where their noblest asked his presence. Then the maid, approaching her beloved father, spake, I pray, dear father, give command to make a chariot ready for me, with high sides and sturdy wheels, to bear to the river brink, there to be cleansed, the costly robes that now lie soiled. Thee likewise it doth well beseem, at councils to appear in vestments fresh and stainless. Thou hast also in these halls 5 sons, 2 wedded, 3 in boyhood's bloom, and ever in the dance they need attire, new from the wash. All this must I provide. She ended, for she shrank from saying aught of her own hopeful marriage. He perceived her thought and said, Mules I deny thee not, my daughter, nor aught else. Go then, my grooms shall make a carriage, ready with high sides, and sturdy wheels, and a broad rack above. He spake, and gave command. The grooms obeyed, and making ready in the outer court, the strong-wheeled chariot, led the harnessed mules under the yoke and made them fast. And then appeared the maiden, bringing from her bower the shining garments. In the polished car she piled them, while with many pleasant meats and flavoring morsels for the day's repast, her mother filled a hamper and poured wine into a goatskin. As her daughter climbed the car, she gave into her hands a cruse of gold with smooth anointing oil for her and her attendant maids. Nausicaa took the scourge and showy reins, and struck the mules to urge them onward. Onward with loud noise they went, and with a speed that slackened not, and bore the robes and her, yet not alone, for with her went the maidens of her train. Now, when they reached the river's pleasant brink, where lavers had been hollowed out to last perpetually, and freely through them flowed pure water that might cleanse the foulest stains, they loosed the mules and drove them from the wain to browse the sweet grass by the eddying stream, and took the garments out and flung them down in the dark water, and with hasty feet trampled them there in frolic rivalry. And when the task was done and all the stains were cleansed away, they spread the garments out along the beach and where the stream had washed the gravel cleanest. Then they bathed and gave their limbs the delicate oil and took their meal upon the river's border, while the robes beneath the sun's warm rays were growing dry. And now, when they were all refreshed by food, mistress and maidens laid their veils aside and played at ball. Nausicaa the white-armed began a song, as when the archer queen Diana, going forth among the hills, the sides of high Taygetus or slopes of Erymanthus, chases joyously boars and fleet stags, and round her in a throng frolic the rural nymphs. Latona's heart is glad, for over all the rest are seen her daughter's head and brow, and she at once is known among them, though they all are fair. Such was this spotless virgin midst her maids. Now when they were about to move for home with harnessed mules, and with the shining robes carefully folded, then the blue-eyed maid, Pallas, bethought herself of this, to rouse Ulysses, and to bring him to behold the bright-eyed maiden, that she might direct the stranger's way to the Phaeacian town. The royal damsel at a handmaid cast the ball. It missed, and fell into the stream, where a deep eddy whirled. All shrieked aloud. The great Ulysses started from his sleep, and sat upright, discoursing to himself. Ah me, upon what region am I thrown? What men are here, wild, savage, and unjust, or hospitable, and who hold the gods in reverence? There are voices in the air, womanly voices, as of nymphs that haunt the mountain summits, and the river founts, and the moist, grassy meadows. Or perchance am I near men who have the power of speech? Nay, let me then go forth at once and learn. Thus having said, the great Ulysses left the thicket. From the close-grown wood he rent, with his strong hand, a branch well set with leaves, and wound it as a covering round his waist. Then like a mountain lion he went forth, that walks abroad, confiding in his strength in rain and wind. His eyes shoot fire. He falls on oxen or on sheep or forest deer, for hunger prompts him even to attack the flock within its closely guarded fold. Such seemed Ulysses when about to meet those fair-haired maidens, naked as he was, but forced by strong necessity. To them his look was frightful, for his limbs were foul with sea foam yet. To right and left they fled along the jutting river-banks. Alone, the daughter of Alcinous kept her place, for Pallas gave her courage, and forbade her limbs to tremble. So she waited there. Ulysses pondered whether to approach the bright-eyed damsel, and embrace her knees and supplicate, or, keeping yet aloof, pray her with soothing words, to show the way townward, and give him garments. Musing thus, it seemed the best to keep at distance still, and use soft words, lest, should he clasp her knees, the maid might be displeased. With gentle words, skillfully ordered, thus Ulysses spake. O Queen, I am thy suppliant, whether thou be mortal or a goddess, if perchance thou art of that immortal race who dwell in the broad heaven. Thou art, I deem, most like to Dian, daughter of imperial Jove, in shape, in stature, and in noble air. If mortal and a dweller of the earth, thrice happy are thy father and his queen, thrice happy are thy brothers, and their hearts must overflow with gladness for thy sake, beholding such a scion of their house enter the choral dance. But happiest he, beyond them all, who, bringing princely gifts, shall bear thee to his home, a bride. For sure I never looked on one of mortal race, woman or man like thee, and as I gaze I wonder, like to thee I saw of late in Delos a young palm tree growing up beside Apollo's altar, for I sailed to Delos, with much people following me, on a disastrous voyage. Long I gazed upon it, wonderstruck, as I am now, for never from the earth so fair a tree had sprung. So marvel I, and am amazed at thee, O lady, and in awe forbear to clasp thy knees. Yet much have I endured. It was but yestereve that I escaped from the Black Sea upon the 20th day. So long the billows and the rushing gales, farther and farther from Ogygia's isle, had borne me. Now upon this shore, some god casts me, perchance to meet new sufferings here, for yet the end is not, and many things the gods must first accomplish. But do thou, Queen, have pity on me, since to thee I come the first of all. I do not know a single dweller of the land beside. Show me, I pray, thy city, and bestow some poor old robe to wrap me, if, indeed, in coming hither, thou hast brought with thee aught poor or coarse. And may the gods vouchsafe to thee whatever blessing thou canst wish, husband and home, and wedded harmony. There is no better, no more blessed state, than when the wife and husband in accord order their household lovingly. Then those repine who hate them, those who wish them well rejoice, and they themselves the most of all. And then the white-armed maid Nausicaa said, Since then, O stranger, thou art not malign of purpose nor weak-minded, yet, in truth, Olympian Jupiter bestows the goods of fortune on the noble and the base, to each one at his pleasure, and thy griefs are doubtless sent by him, and it is fit that thou submit in patience. Now that thou hast reached our lands, and art within our realm, thou shalt not lack for garments, nor for aught, due to a suppliant stranger in his need. The city I will show thee, and will name its dwellers, the Phaeacians. They possess the city. All the region lying round is theirs, and I am daughter of the prince Alcinous, large of soul, to whom are given the rule of the Phaeacians and their power. So spake the damsel, and commanded thus her fair-haired maids, Stay, whither do ye flee, my handmaids, when a man appears in sight? Ye think, perhaps, he is some enemy. Nay, there is no man living now, nor yet will live, to enter, bringing war, the land of the Phaeacians. Very dear are they to the great gods. We dwell apart, afar within the unmeasured deep, amid its waves, the most remote of men. No other race hath commerce with us. This man comes to us a wanderer and unhappy, and to him our cares are due. The stranger and the poor are sent by Jove, and slight regards to them are grateful. Maidens, give the stranger food and drink, and take him to the riverside to bathe where there is shelter from the wind. So spake the mistress, and they stayed their flight and bade each other stand, and led the chief under a shelter, as the royal maid, daughter of stout Alcinous, gave command, and laid a cloak and tunic near the spot to be his raiment, and a golden cruse of limpid oil. Then, as they bade him bathe in the fresh stream, the noble chieftain said, Withdraw, ye maidens, hence, while I prepare to cleanse my shoulders from the bitter brine, and to anoint them. Long have these my limbs been unrefreshed by oil. I will not bathe before you. I should be ashamed to stand unclothed in presence of these bright-haired maids. He spake. They hearkened and withdrew, and told the damsel what he said. Ulysses then washed the salt spray of ocean from his back, and his broad shoulders in the flowing stream, and wiped away the sea froth from his brows. And when the bath was over, and his limbs had been anointed, and he had put on the garments sent him by the spotless maid, Jove's daughter Pallas, caused him to appear of statelier size and more majestic mien, and bade the locks that crowned his head flow down, curling like blossoms of the hyacinth. As when some skillful workman trained and taught by Vulcan and Minerva in his art, binds the bright silver with a verge of gold, and graceful is his handiwork. Such grace did Pallas shed upon the hero's brow and shoulders as he passed along the beach, and glorious in his beauty and the pride of noble bearing, sat aloof. The maid admired, and to her bright-haired women spake. Listen to me, my maidens, while I speak. This man comes not among the godlike sons of the Phaeacian stock against the will of all the gods of heaven. I thought him late of an unseemly aspect. Now he bears a likeness to the immortal ones, whose home is the broad heaven. I would that I might call a man like him my husband, dwelling here, and here content to dwell. Now hasten, maids, and set before the stranger food and wine. She spake. They heard and cheerfully obeyed, and set before Ulysses food and wine. The patient chief Ulysses ate and drank full eagerly, for he had fasted long. White-armed Nausicaa then had other cares. She placed the smoothly folded robes within the sumptuous chariot, yoked the firm-hoofed mules, and mounted to her place, and from the seat spake kindly, counseling Ulysses thus, Now, stranger, rise and follow to the town, and to my royal father's palace I will be thy guide, where, doubt not, thou wilt meet the noblest men of our Phaeacian race, but do as I advise, for not inapt I deem thee. While we traverse yet the fields among the tilth, keep thou among my train of maidens, following fast behind the mules and chariot. I will lead thee in the way. But when our train goes upward toward the town, fenced with its towery wall, and on each side embraced by a fair haven, with a strait of narrow entrance, where our well-oared barks have each a mooring place along the road, and there, round Neptune's glorious fane, extends a marketplace, surrounded by huge stones, dragged from the quarry hither, where is kept the rigging of the barks, sailcloth and ropes, and oars are polished there, for little wreck Phaeacians of the quiver and the bow, and give most heed to masts and shrouds and ships well poised, in which it is their pride to cross the foamy deep. When there, I would not bring rude taunts upon myself, for in the crowd are brutal men. One of the baser sort, perchance might say, on meeting us, "What man, handsome and lusty-limbed, is he who thus follows Nausicaa? Where was it her luck to find him? Will he be her husband yet? Perhaps she brings some wanderer from his ship, a stranger from strange lands, for we have here no neighbors. Or perhaps it is a god called down by fervent prayer from heaven to dwell henceforth with her. 'Tis well if she have found a husband elsewhere, since at home she meets her many noble wooers with disdain. They are Phaeacians." Thus the crowd would say, and it would bring reproach upon my name. I too would blame another who should do the like, and while her parents were alive, without their knowledge should consort with men before her marriage. Stranger, now observe my words, and thou shalt speedily obtain safe conduct from my father, and be sent upon thy voyage homeward. We shall reach a beautiful grove of poplars by the way, sacred to Pallas. From it flows a brook, and round it lies a meadow. In this spot my father has his country grounds, and here his garden flourishes, as far from town as one could hear a shout. There sit thou down, and wait till we are in the city's streets, and at my father's house. When it shall seem that we are there, arise and onward fare to the Phaeacian city, and inquire where dwells Alcinous, the large-souled king, my father. 'Tis not hard to find. A child might lead thee thither. Of the houses reared by the Phaeacians, there is none like that in which Alcinous the hero dwells. When thou art once within the court and hall, go quickly through the palace till thou find my mother where she sits beside the hearth, leaning against a column in its blaze, and twisting threads, a marvel to behold, of bright sea purple, while her maidens sit behind her. Near her is my father's throne, on which he sits at feasts, and drinks the wine like one of the immortals. Pass it by, and clasp my mother's knees, so mayest thou see, soon and with joy, the day of thy return, although thy home be far. For if her mood be kindly toward thee, thou mayest hope to greet thy friends once more, and enter yet again thy own fair palace in thy native land." Thus having said, she raised the shining scourge and struck the mules, that quickly left behind the river. On they went with easy pace and even steps. The damsel wielded well the reins, and used the lash with gentle hand, so that Ulysses and her train of maids on foot could follow close. And now the sun was sinking when they came to that fair grove, sacred to Pallas. There the noble chief Ulysses sat him down, and instantly prayed to the daughter of imperial Jove. "O thou unconquerable child of Jove, the aegis-bearer, hearken to me now, since late thou wouldst not listen to my prayer, what time the mighty shaker of the shores pursued and wrecked me. Grant me to receive pity and kindness from Phaeacia's sons." So prayed he, supplicating. Pallas heard the prayer, but came not to him openly. Awe of her father's brother held her back, for he would still pursue with violent hate Ulysses till he reached his native land. Book 7. Reception of Ulysses by Alcinous. Return of Nausicaa to the city, followed by Ulysses, Pallas, and garden of Alcinous. Reception of Ulysses by the queen and her husband. Narrative given by Ulysses of his voyage and shipwreck. So prayed Ulysses, the great sufferer. The strong mules bore the damsel toward the town, and when she reached her father's stately halls, she stopped beneath the porch. Her brothers came around her, like in aspect to the gods, and loosed the mules and bore the garments in. She sought her chamber, where an aged dame attendant there, an epirate, and named Eurymedusa, lighted her a fire. She, by the well-oared galleys, had been brought beforetime from Epirus, and was given to King Alcinous, ruler over all Phaeacia's sons, who hearkened to his voice as if he were a god. 'Twas she who reared white-armed Nausicaa in the royal halls, tended her hearth, and dressed her evening meal. Now rose Ulysses up, and townward turned his steps, while friendly Pallas wrapped his way in darkness, lest someone among the sons of the Phaeacians, with unmannerly words, might call to him or ask him who he was. And just as he was entering that fair town, the blue-eyed Pallas met him in the form of a young virgin with an urn. She stood before him, and Ulysses thus inquired, "Wilt thou, my daughter, Guide me to the house where dwells Alcinous, he who rules this land. I am a stranger who have come from far after long hardships, and of all who dwell within this realm, I know not even one." Pallas, the blue-eyed goddess, thus replied, "Father and stranger, I will show the house. The dwelling of my own good father stands close by it. Follow silently, I pray, and I will lead. Look not on any man, nor ask a question, for the people here affect not strangers, nor do oft receive with kindly welcome him who comes from far. They trust in their swift barks, which to and fro, by Neptune's favor, cross the mighty deep. Their galleys have the speed of wings, or thought." Thus Pallas spake, and quickly led the way. He followed in her steps. They saw him not, those trained Phaeacian seamen, for the power that led him, Pallas of the amber hair, forbade the sight, and threw a friendly veil of darkness over him. Ulysses saw, wondering, the haven and the gallant ships, the marketplace where heroes thronged, the walls long, lofty, and beset with palisades, a marvel to the sight. But when they came to the king's stately palace, thus began the blue-eyed goddess, speaking to the chief. "Father and stranger, here thou seest the house which thou hast bid me show thee. Thou wilt find the princes, nurslings of the gods, within royally feasting. Enter and fear not. The bold man ever is the better man, although he come from far. Thou first of all wilt see the queen. Arete is the name the people give her. She is of a stock, the very same from which Alcinous the king derives his lineage. For long since Nausithous, its founder, was brought forth to Neptune, the great shaker of the shores, by Peribea, fairest of her sex, and youngest daughter of Eurymedon, the large of soul, who ruled the arrogant brood of giants, and beheld that guilty race, cut off, and perished by a fate like theirs. Her Neptune wooed. She bore to him a son, large-souled Nausithous, whom Phaeacia owned its sovereign. To Nausithous were born Rhexenor and Alcinous. He who bears the silver bow, Apollo, smote to death Rhexenor, newly wedded in his home. He left no son, and but one daughter, named Arete. Her Alcinous made his wife, and honored her as nowhere else on earth is any woman honored who bears charge over a husband's household. From their hearts, her children pay her reverence, and the king and all the people, for they look on her as if she were a goddess. When she goes abroad into the streets, all welcome her with acclamations. Never does she fail in wise discernment, but decides disputes kindly and justly between man and man. And if thou gain her favor, there is hope that thou mayst see thy friends once more, and stand in thy tall palace on thy native soil." The blue-eyed Pallas, having spoken thus, departed o'er the barren deep. She left the pleasant isle of Scheria, and repaired to Marathon, and to the spacious streets of Athens, entering there the massive halls where dwelt Erechtheus, while Ulysses, toward the gorgeous palace of Alcinous, turned his steps, yet stopped and pondered ere he crossed the threshold. For on every side, beneath the lofty roof of that magnanimous king, a glory shone as of the sun or moon. There from the threshold on each side were walls of brass that led towards the inner rooms, with blue steel cornices. The doors within the massive building were of gold, and posts of silver on the brazen threshold stood. And silver was the lintel, and above its architrave was gold. And on each side stood gold and silver mastiffs, the rare work of Vulcan's practiced skill, placed there to guard the house of great Alcinous, and endowed with deathless life that knows no touch of age. Along the walls within, on either side, and from the threshold to the inner rooms, were firmly planted thrones on which were laid delicate mantles, woven by the hands of women. The Phaeacian princes here were seated. Here they ate and drank, and held perpetual banquet. Slender forms of boys, in gold upon the shapely altars stood, with blazing torches in their hands to light, at eve, the palace guests, while 50 maids waited within the halls, where some in querns ground small the yellow grain, some wove the web or twirled the spindle, sitting with a quick light motion like the aspen's glancing leaves. The well-wrought tissues glistened as with oil. As far as the Phaeacian race excel in guiding their swift galleys o'er the deep, so far the women in their woven work surpass all others. Pallas gives them skill in handiwork and beautiful design. Without the palace court and near the gate, a spacious garden of 4 acres lay. A hedge enclosed it round, and lofty trees flourished in generous growth within, the pear and the pomegranate and the apple tree with its fair fruitage, and the luscious fig and olive always green. The fruit they bear falls not, nor ever fails in winter-time nor summer, but is yielded all the year. The ever-blowing west wind causes some to swell and some to ripen. Pear succeeds to pear, to apple, grape to grape. Fig ripens after fig. A fruitful field of vines was planted near. In part it lay open and basking in the sun, which dried the soil, and here men gathered in the grapes, and there they trod the winepress. Farther on were grapes unripened yet, which just had cast the flower, and others still, which just began to redden. At the garden's furthest bound were beds of many plants that all the year bore flowers. There gushed 2 fountains. One of them ran, wandering through the field. The other flowed beneath the threshold to the palace court, and all the people filled their vessels there. Such were the blessings which the gracious gods bestowed on King Alcinous and his house. Ulysses, the great sufferer standing there, admired the sight, and when he had beheld the whole in silent wonderment, he crossed the threshold quickly, entering the hall, where the Phaeacian peers and princes poured wine from their goblets to the sleepless one, the Argus queller, to whose deity they made the last libations when they thought of slumber. The great sufferer, concealed in a thick mist, which Pallas raised and cast around him, hastened through the hall and came close to Arete and Alcinous, the royal pair. Then did Ulysses clasp Arete's knees, when suddenly the cloud raised by the goddess vanished. All within the palace were struck mute as they beheld the man before them. Thus Ulysses prayed, Arete, daughter of the godlike chief Rhexenor, to thy husband I am come, and to thy knees, from many hardships born, and to these guests, to whom may the good gods grant to live happily, and to hand down, each one to his own children, in his home, the wealth and honors which the people's love bestowed upon him. Grant me, I entreat, an escort, that I may behold again, and soon my own dear country. I have passed long years in sorrow, far from all I love. He ended and sat down upon the hearth among the ashes, near the fire, and all were silent utterly. At length outspake Echeneus, oldest and most eloquent chief of the Phaeacians. Large his knowledge was of things long past. With generous intent, and speaking to the assembly, he began. Alcinous, this is not a seemly sight, a stranger sitting on the hearth among the cinders. All the others here await thy order, and move not. I pray thee, raise the stranger up, and seat him on a throne studded with silver. Be thy heralds called, and bid them mingle wine, which we may pour to Jove, the god of thunders, who attends and honors every suppliant. Let the dame who oversees the palace feast provide our guest a banquet from the stores within. This when the reverend King Alcinous heard, forthwith he took Ulysses by the hand. That man of wise devices raised him up and seated him upon a shining throne, from which he bade Laodamas arise, his manly son, whose seat was next to his. Now mingle wine, Protonus, in a vase, for all within the palace, to be poured to Jove, the god of thunders, who attends and honors every suppliant. As he spake, Protonus mingled the delicious wines, and passed from right to left, distributing the cups to all. And when they all had poured apart to Jove, and all had drunk their fill, Alcinous took the word, and thus he said, Princes and chiefs of the Phaeacians here, I speak as my heart bids me. Since the feast is over, take your rest within your homes. Tomorrow shall the senators be called in larger concourse. We will pay our guest due honor in the palace, worshipping the gods with solemn sacrifice. And then will we bethink us how to send him home, that with no hindrance and no hardship borne under our escort, he may come again, gladly and quickly to his native land, though far away it lie, and that no wrong or loss may happen to him ere he set foot on its soil. And there must he endure whatever, when his mother brought him forth, fate and the unrelenting sisters spun for the newborn. But should he prove to be one of the immortals who has come from heaven, then have the gods a different design. For hitherto the gods have shown themselves visibly at our solemn hecatombs, and sat with us, and feasted like ourselves. And when the traveler meets with them alone, they never hide themselves. For we to them are near of kin, as near as is the race of Cyclops and the savage giant brood. Ulysses the sagacious answered him, Nay, think not so, Alcinous. I am not in form or aspect as the immortals are, whose habitation is the ample heaven. But I am like whomever thou mayest know among mankind, inured to suffering. To them shouldst thou compare me. I could tell of bitterer sorrows yet which I have borne. Such was the pleasure of the gods. But now leave me, whatever have my hardships been, to take the meal before me. Naught exceeds the impatient stomach's importunity, when even the afflicted and the sorrowful are forced to heed its call. So even now, midst all the sorrow that is in my heart, it bids me eat and drink, and put aside the thought of my misfortunes, till itself be satiate. But, ye princes, with the dawn, provide for me in my calamity the means to reach again my native land. For, after all my hardships, I would die willingly, could I look on my estates, my servants, and my lofty halls once more. He ended. They approved his words, and bade set forward on his homeward way the guest who spake so wisely. When they all had made libations and had drunk, they each withdrew to sleep at home, and left the noble chief Ulysses in the palace, where with him Arete and her godlike husband sat, while from the feast the maidens bore away the chargers. The white-armed Arete then began to speak, for when she cast her eyes on the fair garments which Ulysses wore, she knew the mantle and the tunic well, wrought by herself and her attendant maids, and thus with winged words bespake the chief. Stranger, I first must ask thee who thou art, and of what race of men, from whom hast thou received those garments? Sure thou dost not say that thou art come from wandering o'er the sea. Ulysses the sagacious answered thus, 'Twere hard, O sovereign lady, to relate in order all my sufferings, for the gods of heaven have made them many. Yet will I tell all thou askest of me, and obey thy bidding. Far within the ocean lies an island named Ogygia, where abides Calypso, artful goddess, with bright locks, daughter of Atlas, and of dreaded power. No god consorts with her, nor anyone of mortal birth. But me, in my distress, some god conveyed alone to her abode. When launching his white lightning, Jupiter had cloven in the midst of the Black Sea my galley. There my gallant comrades all perished, but I in both my arms held fast the keel of my good ship, and floated on 9 days, till on the 10th, in the dark night, the gods had brought me to Ogygia's isle, where dwells Calypso of the radiant hair and dreaded might, who kindly welcomed me and cherished me, and would have made my life immortal, and beyond the power of age in all the coming time. And there I wore 7 years away, still moistening with my tears the ambrosial raiment which the goddess gave. But when the 8th year had begun its round, she counseled my departure, whether Jove had so required, or she herself had changed her purpose. On a raft made strong with clamps, she placed me, sent on board an ample store of bread and pleasant wine, and made me put ambrosial garments on, and gave a soft and favorable wind. For 17 days I held my steady course across the deep, and on the 18th day the shadowy heights of your own isle appeared, and then my heart, ill-fated as I was, rejoiced. Yet still was I to struggle with calamities sent by earth-shaking Neptune, who called up the winds against me and withstood my way, and stirred the boundless ocean to its depths. Nor did the billows suffer me to keep my place, but swept me groaning from the raft, whose planks they scattered. Still I labored through the billowy depth, and swam, till wind and wave drove me against your coast. As there I sought to land, I found the surges hurrying me against huge rocks that lined the frightful shore. But turning back, I swam again and reached a river and the landing place I wished, smooth, without rocks, and sheltered from the wind. I swooned, but soon revived. Ambrosial night came on. I left the Jove-descended stream and slept among the thickets, drawing round my limbs the withered leaves, while on my lids a deity poured bounteously the balm of slumber. All night long among the leaves I slept, with all that sorrow in my heart, till morn, till noon. Then, as the sun went down, the balmy slumber left me, and I saw thy daughter's handmaids sporting on the shore, and her among them, goddess-like. To her I came a suppliant, nor did she receive my suit unkindly as a maid, so young might do, for youth is foolish. She bestowed food and red wine abundantly, and gave, when I had bathed, the garments I have on. Thus is my tale of suffering truly told. And then Alcinous answered him and said, Stranger, one duty hath my child o'erlooked, to bid thee follow hither with her maids, since thou didst sue to her the first of all. Ulysses, the sagacious, thus replied, Blame not for that, O hero, I entreat thy faultless daughter. She commanded me to follow with her maids, but I refrained for fear and awe of thee, lest at the sight thou mightest be displeased, for we are prone to dark misgivings, we, the sons of men. Again Alcinous spake, The heart that beats within my bosom is not rashly moved to wrath, and better is the temperate mood. This must I say, O Father Jupiter, and Pallas and Apollo. I could wish that, being as thou art, and of like mind with me, thou wouldst receive to be thy bride, my daughter, and be called my son-in-law, and here abide. A palace I would give, and riches, shouldst thou willingly remain. Against thy will let no Phaeacian dare to keep thee here. May Father Jove forbid, and that thou mayst be sure of my intent, I name tomorrow for thy voyage home. Sleep in thy bed till then, and they shall row o'er the calm sea thy galley, till thou come to thine own land and home, or wheresoe'er thou wilt, though further off the coast, should be than far Euboea, most remote of lands. So do the people of our isle declare, who saw it when they over sea conveyed the fair-haired Rhadamanthus on his way to visit Tydeus, son of Earth. They went thither, accomplishing with little toil their voyage in the compass of a day, and brought the hero to our isle again. Now shalt thou learn, and in thy heart confess, how much our galleys and our youths excel, with bladed oars to stir the whirling brine. So spake the king, and the great sufferer Ulysses heard with gladness, and preferred a prayer, and called on Jupiter and said, Grant, Father Jove, that all the king has said may be fulfilled. So shall his praise go forth over the foodful earth and never die, and I shall see my native land again. So they conferred. White-armed Arete spake, and bade her maidens in the portico place couches, and upon them lay fair rugs of purple dye, and tapestry on these, and for the outer covering shaggy cloaks. Forth from the hall they issued, torch in hand, and when with speed the ample bed was made, they came and summoned thus the chief to rest. Rise, stranger, go to rest, thy bed is made. Thus spake the maidens, and the thought of sleep was welcome to Ulysses. So that night, on his deep couch, the noble sufferer slumbered beneath the sounding portico. Alcinous laid him down in a recess within his lofty palace, near to whom the queen, his consort, graced the marriage bed. Book 8, Festivals in Honor of Ulysses. A general council of the Phaeacians, in which it is determined to send Ulysses home to Ithaca, a solemn feast, lay of the Trojan War, sung by Demodocus, the minstrel, public games. Ulysses conquers in throwing the discus. The amour of Mars and Venus, sung by Demodocus. His song of the Trojan horse and the fall of Troy. When morn appeared, the rosy-fingered child of dawn, Alcinous, mighty and revered, rose from his bed. Ulysses, noble chief, spoiler of cities, also left his couch. Alcinous, mighty and revered, went forth before, and led him to the marketplace of the Phaeacians, built beside the fleet, and there on polished stones they took their seats near to each other. Pallas, who now seemed a herald of the wise Alcinous, went through all the city, planning how to send magnanimous Ulysses to his home, and came and stood by every chief and said, Leaders and chiefs of the Phaeacians, come speedily to the marketplace, and there hear of the stranger, who from wandering o'er the deep, has come where wise Alcinous holds his court. In aspect, he is like the gods. She spake, and every mind and heart was moved, and all the marketplace and all its seats were quickly filled with people. Many gazed, admiring, on Laertes' well-graced son, for on his face and form had Pallas shed a glory, and had made him seem more tall and of an ampler bulk, that he might find favor with the Phaeacians, and be deemed worthy of awe and able to achieve the many feats which the Phaeacian chiefs, to try the stranger's prowess, might propose. And now, when all the summoned had arrived, Alcinous to the full assembly spake, Princes and chiefs of the Phaeacians, here I speak the promptings of my heart. This guest, I know him not, has come to my abode, a wanderer, haply from the tribes who dwell in the far east, or haply from the west, and asked an escort and safe conduct home, and let us make them ready as our wont has ever been. No stranger ever comes across my threshold who has suffered long to pine for his departure. Let us draw a dark-hulled ship down to the Holy See on her first voyage. Let us choose her crew among the people, 52 youths of our best seamen. Then make fast the oars beside the benches, leave them there, and come into our palace, and partake in haste a feast which I will liberally spread for all of you. This I command the youths, but you, ye sceptred princes, come at once to my fair palace, that we there may pay the honors due our guest. Let none refuse. Call also the divine Demodocus, the bard, on whom a deity bestowed in ample measure the sweet gift of song, delightful when the spirit prompts the lay. He spake and led the way. The sceptred train of princes followed him. The herald sought meantime the sacred bard. The chosen youths, 52, betook them to the marge of the unfruitful sea. And when they reached the ship and beach, they drew the dark hull down to the deep water, put the mast on board and the ship's sails, and fitted well the oars into the leathern rings, and having moored their bark in the deep water, went with speed to their wise monarch in his spacious halls. There portico and court and hall were thronged with people, young and old in multitude. And there Alcinous sacrificed 12 sheep, 8 white-toothed swine, and 2 splay-footed beeves. And these they flayed, and duly dressed, and made a noble banquet ready. Then appeared the herald, leading the sweet singer in, him whom the muse with an exceeding love had cherished, and had visited with good and evil, quenched his eyesight, and bestowed sweetness of song. Pontonous mid the guests, placed for the bard a silver-studded throne, against a lofty column hung his harp above his head, and taught him how to find and take it down. Near him the herald set a basket and fair table, and a cup of wine, that he might drink when he desired. Then all put forth their hands and shared the feast. And when their thirst and hunger were allayed, the muse inspired the bard to sing the praise of heroes. 'Twas a song whose fame had reached to the high heaven, a story of the strife between Ulysses and Achilles, son of Peleus, wrangling at a solemn feast made for the gods. They strove with angry words, and Agamemnon, king of men, rejoiced to hear the noblest of the Achaean host contending. For all this had been foretold to him in sacred Pythia by the voice of Phoebus, when the monarch to inquire at the oracle had crossed the rock which formed its threshold. Then began the train of woes, which at the will of sovereign Jupiter befell the sons of Ilium and of Greece. So sang renowned Demodocus. Meanwhile, Ulysses took into his brawny hands an ample veil of purple, drawing it around his head to hide his noble face, ashamed that the Phaeacians should behold the tears that flowed so freely from his lids. But when the sacred bard had ceased his song, he wiped the tears away and laid the veil aside, and took a double beaker filled with wine, and poured libations to the gods. Yet, when again the minstrel sang, and all the chiefs of the Phaeacian people, charmed to hear his music, bade the strain proceed, again Ulysses hid his face and wept. No other eye beheld the tears he shed. Alcinous only watched him, and perceived his grief, and heard the sighs he drew, and spake to the Phaeacians, lovers of the sea. Now that we all, to our content, have shared the feast, and heard the harp, whose notes so well suit with a liberal banquet, let us forth and try our skill in games, that this our guest, returning to his country, may relate how in the boxing and the wrestling match, in leaping and in running, we excel. He spake, and went before. They followed him. Then did the herald hang the clear-toned harp, again on high, and taking by the hand Demodocus, he led him from the place, guiding him in the way which just before the princes of Phaeacia trod to see the public games. Into the marketplace they went, a vast, innumerable crowd pressed after. Then did many a valiant youth arise, Acroneus and Ochialus, Elatrius, Nauteus, Primneus, after whom upstood Anchialus, and by his side Erytmaeus, Pontius, Piraeus, Thoion, rose, Anabassineus, and Amphialus, a son of Polyneus, Tecton's son. Then rose the son of Naubolus, like Mars, in warlike port, Euryalus by name, and goodliest both in feature and in form of all Phaeacia's sons, save one alone, Laodamas the faultless. Next, 3 sons of King Alcinous rose, Laodamas, Halius, and Clytoneus, like a god in aspect. Some of these began the games, contending in the race. For them, a course was marked from goal to goal. They darted forth at once and swiftly, raising as they ran, the dust along the plain. The swiftest there was Clytoneus in the race. As far as mules, in furrowing the fallow ground, gain on the steers, he ran before the rest, and reached the crowd, and left them all behind. Others in wrestling strove laboriously. And here Euryalus excelled them all, but in the leap Amphialus was first. Elatrius flung the quoit with firmest hand, and in the boxer's art Laodamas, the monarch's valiant son, was conqueror. This, when the admiring multitude had seen, thus spake the monarch's son, Laodamas. And now, my friends, inquire we of our guest, if he has learned and practiced feats like these, for he is not ill-made in legs and thighs, and in both arms, in firmly planted neck and strong-built frame. Nor does he seem to lack a certain youthful vigor, though impaired by many hardships, for I know of naught that more severely tries the strongest man, and breaks him down, than perils of the sea. Euryalus replied, Laodamas, well hast thou said, and rightly, go thou now, and speak to him thyself, and challenge him. The son of King Alcinous, as he heard, came forward and bespake Ulysses thus, Thou also, guest and father, try these feats, if thou perchance wert trained to them. I think thou must be skilled in games, since there is not a greater glory for a man, while yet he lives on earth, than what he hath wrought out, by strenuous effort, with his feet and hands. Try, then, thy skill, and give no place to grief. Not long will thy departure be delayed. Thy bark is launched, the crew are ready here. Ulysses, the sagacious, answered thus, Why press me, O Laodamas, to try these feats when all my thoughts are of my woes and not of games? I, who have borne so much of pain and toil, sit pining for my home in your assembly, supplicating here your king and all the people of your land. Then spake Euryalus with chiding words. Stranger, I well perceive thou canst not boast, as many others can, of skill in games. But thou art one of those who dwell in ships with many benches, rulers o'er a crew of sailors, a mere trader looking out for freight and watching o'er the wares that form the cargo. Thou hast doubtless gathered wealth by rapine, and art surely no athlete. Ulysses, the sagacious, frowned and said, Stranger, thou speakest not becomingly, but like a man who recks not what he says. The gods bestow not equally on all the gifts that men desire, the grace of form, the mind, the eloquence. One man to sight is undistinguished, but on him the gods bestow the power of words. All look on him gladly. He knows whereof he speaks. His speech is mild and modest. He is eminent in all assemblies, and, whene'er he walks the city, men regard him as a god. Another in the form he wears is like the immortals, yet has he no power to speak becoming words. So thou hast comely looks. A god would not have shaped thee otherwise than we behold thee. Yet thy wit is small, and thy unmannerly words have angered me even to the heart. Not quite unskilled am I in games, as thou dost idly talk. And once, when I could trust my youth and my strong arms, I think that in these contests I was deemed among the first. But I am now pressed down with toil and sorrow. Much have I endured, in wars with heroes and on stormy seas. Yet even thus, a sufferer as I am, will I essay these feats, for sharp have been thy words, and they provoke me to the proof. He spake, and rising with his mantle on, he seized a broader, thicker, heavier quoit, by no small odds, than the Phaeacians used, and swinging it around with vigorous arm, he sent it forth. It sounded as it went, And the Phaeacians, skillful with the oar and sail, bent low as o'er them, from his hand, flew the swift stone beyond the other marks. And Pallas, in a human form, set up a mark where it descended, and exclaimed, "Stranger, a blind man groping here could find thy mark full easily, since it is not among the many, but beyond them all. Then fear thou nothing in this game at least, for no Phaeacian here can throw the quoit as far as thou, much less exceed thy cast." She spake. Ulysses the great sufferer heard, and rejoiced to know he had a friend in that great circle. With a lighter heart, thus said the chief to the Phaeacian crowd, "Follow that cast, young men, and I will send another stone at once, as far, perchance, or further still. If there are others yet who feel the wish, let them come forward here, for much your words have chafed me. Let them try with me the boxing or the wrestling match, or foot race. There is naught that I refuse, any of the Phaeacians. I accept Laodamas. He is my host, and who would enter such a contest with a friend? A senseless, worthless man is he who seeks a strife like this with one who shelters him in a strange land. He mars the welcome given. As for the rest, there is no rival here, whom I reject or scorn, for I would know their prowess, and would try my own with theirs before you all. At any of the games practiced among mankind, I am not ill, whatever they may be. The polished bow I well know how to handle. I should be the first to strike a foe by arrows, sent among a hostile squadron, though there stood a crowd of fellow warriors by my side, and also aimed their shafts. The only one whose skill in archery excelled my own, when we Achaeans drew the bow at Troy, was Philoctetes, to all other men. On earth that live by bread, I hold myself superior, yet I claim no rivalry with men of ancient times, with Hercules and Eurytus the Oechalian, who defied the immortals to a contest with the bow. Therefore was mighty Eurytus cut off. Apollo, angry to be challenged, slew the hero. I can hurl a spear beyond where others send an arrow. All my fear is for my feet. So weakened have I been among the stormy waves, with want of food at sea, and thus my limbs have lost their strength." He ended here, and all the assembly sat in silence. King Alcinous only spake. "Stranger, since thou dost speak without offense, and but to assert the prowess of thine arm, indignant that amid the public games this man should rail at thee, and since thy wish is only that all others who can speak, becomingly may not in time to come, dispraise that prowess. Now then, heed my words, and speak of them within thy palace halls, to other heroes when thou banquetest beside thy wife and children, and dost think of things that we excel in, arts which Jove gives us, transmitted from our ancestors. In boxing and in wrestling, small renown have we, but we are swift of foot. We guide our galleys bravely o'er the deep. We take delight in feasts. We love the harp, the dance, and change of raiment, the warm bath and bed. Rise, then, Phaeacian masters of the dance, and tread your measures, that our guest may tell his friends at home how greatly we surpass all other men in seamanship, the race, the dance, the art of song. Go, one of you, and bring Demodocus his clear-toned harp, that somewhere in our palace has been left." Thus spake the godlike king. The herald rose to bring the sweet harp from the royal house. Then the 9 umpires also rose, who ruled the games. They smoothed the floor and made the ring of gazers wider. Next the herald came and brought Demodocus the clear-toned harp. The minstrel went into the midst, and there gathered the graceful dancers. They were youths in life's first bloom. With even steps they smote the sacred floor. Ulysses, gazing, saw the twinkle of their feet and was amazed. The minstrel struck the chords and gracefully began the lay. He sang the loves of Mars and Venus of the glittering crown, who first had met each other stealthily beneath the roof of Vulcan. Mars with many gifts won her and wronged her spouse, the king of fire. But from the sun, who saw their guilt, there came a messenger to Vulcan. When he heard the unwelcome tidings, planning his revenge, he hastened to his smithy, where he forged chains that no power might loosen or might break, made to hold fast forever. When the snare in all its parts was finished, he repaired, angry with Mars, to where the marriage bed stood in his chamber. To the posts he tied the encircling chains on every side and made fast to the ceiling many, like the threads spun by the spider which no eye could see, not even of the gods, so artfully he wrought them. Then, as soon as he had wrapped the snare about the bed, he feigned to go to Lemnos, nobly built, most dear to him of all the lands. But Mars, the god who holds the shining reins, had kept no careless watch, and when he saw the great artificer depart, he went with speed to Vulcan's house, drawn thither by the love of her who wears the glittering crown. There Cytherea sat, arrived that moment from a visit paid. Entering, he took her by the hand and said, "Come, my beloved, let us to the couch. Vulcan is here no longer. He is gone and is among the Sintians, men who speak a barbarous tongue in Lemnos far away." He spake, and she approved his words, and both lay down upon the bed, when suddenly the network, wrought by Vulcan's skillful hand, caught them and clasped them round, nor could they lift or move a limb, and saw that no escape was possible. And now approached the king of fire, returning ere he reached the isle of Lemnos, for the sun in his behalf kept watch and told him all. He hastened home in bitterness of heart, but when he reached the threshold stopped. A fury without bounds possessed him, and he shouted terribly and called aloud on all the gods of heaven, "O Father Jove, and all ye blessed ones, and deathless, come, for here is what will move your laughter, yet is not to be endured. Jove's daughter Venus thus dishonors me, lame as I am, and loves the butcher Mars, for he is well to look at, and is sound of foot, while I am weakly. But for this are none but my two parents to be blamed, who never should have given me birth. Behold, where lie embraced the lovers in my bed, a hateful sight. Yet they will hardly take even a short slumber there, though side by side, enamored as they are, nor will they both be drowsy very soon. The net and chains will hold them till her father shall restore all the large gifts, which on our marriage day I gave him to possess, the impudent minx, his daughter, who is fair indeed, but false." He spake, and to the brazen palace flocked the gods. There Neptune came, who shakes the earth. There came beneficent Hermes. There too came Apollo, archer god. The goddesses, through womanly reserve, remained at home. Meantime the gods, the givers of all good, stood in the entrance, and as they beheld the cunning snare of Vulcan, there arose infinite laughter from the blessed ones, and one of them bespake his neighbor thus: "Wrong prospers not. The slow o'ertakes the swift. Vulcan the slow has trapped the fleetest god upon Olympus, Mars. Though lame himself, his net has taken the adulterer, who now must pay the forfeit of his crime." So talked they with each other. Then the son of Jove, Apollo, thus to Hermes said, "Hermes, thou son and messenger of Jove, and bountiful of gifts, couldst thou endure, fettered with such strong chains as these, to lie upon a couch with Venus at thy side?" The herald god, the Argus queller, thus made answer, "Nay, I would that it were so, O archer king, Apollo. I could bear chains thrice as many, and of infinite strength, and all the gods and all the goddesses might come to look upon me. I would keep my place with golden Venus at my side." He spake, and all the immortals laughed to hear. Neptune alone laughed not, but earnestly prayed Vulcan, the renowned artificer, to set Mars free, and spake these winged words: "Release thy prisoner. What thou dost require I promise here, that he shall make to thee due recompense in presence of the gods." Illustrious Vulcan answered, "Do not lay, earth-shaking Neptune, this command on me, since little is the worth of pledges given for worthless debtors. How could I demand my right from thee among the assembled gods, if Mars, set free, escape from debt and chains?" Again the god who shakes the earth replied, "Vulcan, though Mars deny the forfeit due, and take to flight, it shall be paid by me." Again illustrious Vulcan said, "Thy word I ought not, and I seek not to decline." He spake, and then the might of Vulcan loosed the net, and freed from those strong fetters, both the prisoners sprang away. Mars flew to Thrace, and laughter-loving Venus to the isle of Cyprus, where at Paphos stand her grove and perfumed altar. Here the Graces gave the bath, anointed with ambrosial oil. Her limbs, such oil as to the eternal gods, lends a fresh beauty, and arrayed her last in graceful robes, a marvel to behold. So sang the famous bard, while inly pleased Ulysses heard, and pleased were all the rest, Phaeacia's sons, expert with oar and sail. Alcinous called his sons Laodamas and Halius forth, and bade them dance alone, for none of all the others equaled them. Then taking a fair purple ball, the work of skillful Polybus, and bending back, one flung it toward the shadowy clouds on high. The other, springing upward, easily grasped it before he touched the ground again. And when they thus had tossed the ball a while, they danced upon the nourishing earth, and oft changed places with each other, while the youths that stood within the circle filled the air with their applauses. Mighty was the din. Then great Ulysses to Alcinous said, O King Alcinous, mightiest of the race, for whom thou hast engaged that they excel all others in the dance, what thou hast said is amply proved. I look and am amazed. Well pleased Alcinous the mighty heard, and thus to his seafaring people spake. Leaders and chiefs of the Phaeacians here, wise seems the stranger. Haste we to bestow gifts that may well beseem his liberal hests. 12 honored princes in our land bear sway. The 13th prince am I. Let each one bring a well-bleached cloak, a tunic, and beside of precious gold, a talent. Let them all be brought at once, that having seen them here, our guest may with a cheerful heart partake the evening meal. And let Euryalus, who spake but now so unbecomingly, appease him both with words and with a gift. He spake, they all approved, and each one sent his herald with a charge to bring the gifts. And thus Euryalus addressed the king. O King Alcinous, mightiest of our race, I will obey thee, and will seek to appease our guest. This sword of brass will I bestow, with hilt of silver, and an ivory sheath new wrought, which he may deem a gift of price. He spake, and gave the silver-studded sword into his hand, and spake these winged words. Stranger and father, hail. If any word that hath been uttered gave offense, may storms sweep it away forever. May the gods give thee to see thy wife again, and reach thy native land, where all thy sufferings and this long absence from thy friends shall end. Ulysses, the sagacious, thus replied, Hail also, friend, and may the gods confer on thee all happiness, and may the time never arrive when thou shalt miss the sword, placed in my hands with reconciling word. He spake, and slung the silver-studded sword upon his shoulders. Now the sun went down, and the rich presents were already brought. The noble heralds came and carried them into the palace of Alcinous, where his blameless sons received and ranged them all in fair array before the queenly dame, their mother. Meantime had the mighty King Alcinous to his palace led the way, where they who followed took the lofty seats. And thus Alcinous to Arete said, Bring now a coffer hither, fairly shaped, the best we have, and lay a well-bleached cloak and tunic in it. Set upon the fire a brazen cauldron for our guest, to warm the water of his bath, that having bathed and viewed the gifts which the Phaeacian chiefs have brought him, ranged in order, he may sit delighted at the banquet and enjoy the music. I will give this beautiful cup of gold, that he, in memory of me, may daily in his palace pour to Jove libations, and to all the other gods. He spake. Arete bade her maidens haste to place an ample tripod on the fire. Forthwith upon the blazing fire they set a laver with 3 feet, and in it poured water, and heaped fresh fuel on the flames. The flames crept up the vessel's swelling sides, and warmed the water. Meantime, from her room, Arete brought a beautiful chest, in which she laid the presents destined for her guest, garments and gold which the Phaeacians gave, and laid the cloak and tunic with the rest, and thus in winged words addressed the chief. Look to the lid thyself, and cast a cord around it, lest upon thy voyage home thou suffer loss, when haply thou shalt take a pleasant slumber in the dark-hulled ship. Ulysses, the sagacious, heard, and straight he fitted to its place the lid, and wound, and knotted artfully around the chest, a cord, as queenly Circe long before had taught him. Then to call him to the bath, the housewife of the palace came. He saw gladly the steaming laver, for not oft had he been cared for thus, since he had left the dwelling of the nymph with amber hair, Calypso, though attended, while with her, as if he were a god. Now when the maids had seen him bathed, and had anointed him with oil, and put his sumptuous mantle on, and tunic, forth he issued from the bath, and came to those who sat before their wine. Nausicaa, goddess-like in beauty, stood beside a pillar of that noble roof, and looking on Ulysses as he passed, admired, and said to him in winged words, "Stranger, farewell, and in thy native land remember thou hast owed thy life to me." Ulysses, the sagacious answering, said, "Nausicaa, daughter of the large-souled king Alcinous, so may Jove, the thunderer, husband of Juno, grant that I behold my home, returning safe, as I will make to thee as to a goddess day by day my prayer, for lady, thou hast saved my life." He spake, and near Alcinous took his place upon a throne. And now they served the feast to each, and mingled wine. A herald led thither the gentle bard Demodocus, whom all the people honored. Him they placed amidst the assembly, where he leaned against a lofty column. Sage Ulysses then carved from the broad loin of a white-tusked boar. Apart, where yet a mass of flesh remained, bordered with fat, and to the herald said, "Bear this, O herald, to Demodocus, that he may eat. Him, even in my grief, will I embrace, for worthily the bards are honored and revered o'er all the earth by every race of men. The muse herself hath taught them song, she loves the minstrel tribe." He spake. The herald laid the flesh before Demodocus the hero, who received the gift well pleased. Then all the guests put forth their hands and shared the viands on the board. And when their thirst and hunger were allayed, thus to the minstrel sage Ulysses spake, "Demodocus, above all other men I give thee praise, for either has the muse, Jove's daughter, or Apollo, visited and taught thee. Truly hast thou sung the fate of the Achaean warriors, what they did and suffered, all their labors, as if thou hadst been among them, or hadst heard the tale from an eyewitness. Now, I pray, proceed, and sing the invention of the wooden horse, made by Epeus with Minerva's aid, and by the chief Ulysses, artfully conveyed into the Trojan citadel, with armed warriors in its womb to lay the city waste. And I, if thou relate the story rightly, will at once declare to all that largely hath some bounteous god bestowed on thee the holy gift of song." He spake. The poet felt the inspiring god, and sang, beginning where the Argives hurled firebrands among their tents, and sailed away in their good galleys, save the band that sat beside renowned Ulysses in the horse, concealed from sight amid the Trojan crowd, who now had drawn it to the citadel. So there it stood, while, sitting round it, talked the men of Troy, and wist not what to do. By turns, 3 counsels pleased them, to hew down the hollow trunk with the remorseless steel, or drag it to a height and cast it thence headlong among the rocks, or lastly, leave the enormous image standing and unharmed, an offering to appease the gods. So sang renowned Demodocus. The strain melted to tears Ulysses, from whose lids they dropped and wet his cheeks. As when a wife weeps her beloved husband, slain before his town and people, fighting to defend them and his own dear babes from deadly harm. She sees him gasp and die, and at the sight she falls with piercing cries upon his corpse. Meantime the victors beat her on the back and shoulders with their spears, and bear her off to toil and grieve in slavery, where her cheeks, in that long, bitter sorrow, lose their bloom. So from the eyelids of Ulysses fell the tears, yet fell unnoticed by them all, save that Alcinous, sitting at his side, saw them, and heard his heavy sighs, and thus bespake his people, masters of the oar. "Princes and chiefs of the Phaeacian race, give ear. Let now Demodocus lay by his clear-toned harp. The matter of his song delights not all alike. Since first we sat at meat, and since our noble bard began his lay, our guest has never ceased to grieve. Some mighty sorrow weighs upon his heart. Now let the bard refrain, that we may all enjoy the banquet, both our guest and we who welcome him, for it is fitting thus. And now are all things, for our worthy guest, made ready, both the escort and these gifts, the pledges of our kind regard. A guest, a suppliant, is a brother, even to him who bears a heart not easy to be moved. No longer then keep back with studied art. What I shall ask, 'twere better far to speak with freedom. Tell the name thy mother gave, thy father, and all those who dwell within and round thy city. For no living man is nameless from the time that he is born, humble or high in station, at their birth. The parents give them names. Declare thy land, thy people, and thy city, that our ships may learn and bear thee to the place. For here in our Phaeacian, ships no pilots are, nor rudders, as in ships of other lands. Ours know the thoughts and the intents of men. To them all, cities and all fertile coasts inhabited by men are known. They cross the great sea scudding fast, involved in mist and darkness, with no fear of perishing or meeting harm. I heard Nausithous, my father, say that Neptune was displeased with us for safely bearing to their homes so many men, and that he would destroy in after time some good Phaeacian ship, returning from a convoy in the waves of the dark sea, and leave her planted there, a mountain huge and high before our town. So did the aged chieftain prophesy. The god, as best may please him, will fulfill my father's words, or leave them unfulfilled. Now tell me truly whither thou hast roamed, and what the tribes of men that thou hast seen. Tell which of them are savage, rude, unjust, and which are hospitable and revere the blessed gods. Declare why thou didst weep and sigh when hearing what unhappy fate befell the Argive and Achaean host and town of Troy. The gods decreed it. They ordained destruction to the sons of men, a theme of song thereafter. Hadst thou not some valiant kinsman who was slain at Troy, a son-in-law, the father of thy wife? Nearest of all are they to us, save those of our own blood. Or haply, might it be some bosom friend, one eminently graced, with all that wins our love, for not less dear than if he were a brother, should we hold the wise and gentle man who is our friend. Book 9, The Ciconians, Lotus Eaters, and Cyclops. The adventures of Ulysses after the fall of Troy, related by him at the request of Alcinous, his attack on the Ciconians and the destruction of their city, rally and reinforcement of the Ciconians, who slaughter many of the companions of Ulysses, the Lotus Eaters, who subsist on flowers, arrival of Ulysses at the land of the Cyclops, Polyphemus and his barbarities, revenge of Ulysses, who puts out the single eye of Polyphemus and escapes. Ulysses, the sagacious, answered thus, O King Alcinous, most renowned of men, a pleasant thing it is to hear a bard like this, endowed with such a voice, so like the voices of the gods. Nor can I deem aught more delightful than the general joy of a whole people when the assembled guests, seated in order in the royal halls, are listening to the minstrel, while the board is spread with bread and meats, and from the jars the cupbearer draws wine and fills the cups. To me, there is no more delightful sight. But now thy mind is moved to ask of me the story of the sufferings I have borne, and that will wake my grief anew. What first, what next, shall I relate? What last of all? For manifold are the misfortunes cast upon me by the immortals. Let me first declare my name, that ye may know, and I, perchance, before my day of death shall come, may be your host, though dwelling far away. I am Ulysses, and my father's name Laertes. Widely am I known to men, as quick in shrewd devices, and my fame hath reached to heaven. In sunny Ithaca I dwell, where high Neretus, seen afar, rustles with woods. Around are many isles, well peopled near each other. Samos there lies with Dulichium, and Zacynthus dark with forests. Ithaca, with its low shores, lies highest toward the setting sun. The rest are on the side, where first the morning breaks. A rugged region 'tis, but nourishes nobly its youths, nor have I ever seen a sweeter spot on earth. Calypso late, that glorious goddess, in her grotto long, detained me from it, and desired that I should be her husband. In her royal home, Aeaean Circe, mistress of strange arts, detained me also, and desired that I should be her husband. Yet they could not move the purpose of my heart. For there is naught more sweet and dear than our own native land and parents, though perchance our lot be cast in a rich home, yet far from our own kin and in a foreign land. Now let me speak of the calamitous voyage which the will of Jove ordained on my return from Troy. The wind that blew me from the Trojan shore bore me to the Ciconians, who abode in Ismarus. I laid the city waste and slew its dwellers, carried off their wives and all their wealth, and parted them among my men, that none might want an equal share. And then I warned them with all haste to leave the region. Madmen, they obeyed me not. And there they drank much wine, and on the beach slew many sheep and many slow-paced steers with crumpled horns. Then the Ciconians called to their Ciconian neighbors, braver men than they, and more in number, whose abode was on the mainland, trained to fight from steeds, or, if need were, on foot. In swarms they came, thick as new leaves or morning flowers in spring. Then fell on our unhappy company an evil fate from Jove, and many griefs. They formed their lines, and fought at our good ships, where man encountered man with brazen spears. While yet 'twas morning, and the holy light of day waxed brighter, we withstood the assault and kept our ground, although more numerous they. But when the sun was sloping toward the west, the enemy prevailed. The Achaean band was routed and was made to flee. That day there perished from each galley of our fleet 6 valiant men. The rest escaped with life. Onward we sailed, lamenting bitterly our comrades slain, yet happy to escape from death ourselves. Nor did we put to sea in our good ships until we thrice had called aloud by name each one of our poor friends who fell in battle by Ciconian hands. The cloud compeller, Jove, against us sent the north wind in a hurricane, and wrapped the earth and heaven in clouds, and from the skies fell suddenly the night. With stooping masts our galleys scudded. The strong tempest split and tore the sails. We drew and laid them down within the ships, in fear of utter wreck, and toward the mainland eagerly we turned the rudders. There we lay 2 days and nights, worn out with grief and hardship. When at length the fair-haired morning brought the 3rd day round, we raised the masts, and spreading the white sails to take the wind, we sat us down. The wind carried us forward with the pilot's aid, and then should I have reached my native land safely, had not the currents and the waves of ocean and the north wind driven me back. What time I strove to pass Malea's cape, and swept me to Cytherae from my course. Still onward, driven before those baleful winds, across the fishy deep for 9 whole days, on the 10th day, we reached the land where dwell the lotus-eaters, men whose food is flowers. We landed on the mainland, and our crews near the fleet galleys took their evening meal. And when we all had eaten and had drunk, I sent explorers forth, 2 chosen men, a herald was the 3rd, to learn what race of mortals nourished by the fruits of earth possessed the land. They went and found themselves among the lotus-eaters soon, who used no violence against their lives, but gave into their hands the lotus plant to taste. Whoever tasted once of that sweet food wished not to see his native country more, nor give his friends the knowledge of his fate. And then my messengers desired to dwell among the lotus-eaters and to feed upon the lotus, never to return. By force I led them weeping to the fleet, and bound them in the hollow ships beneath the benches. Then I ordered all the rest of my beloved comrades to embark in haste, lest, tasting of the lotus, they should think no more of home. All straightway went on board, and on the benches took their place, and smote the hoary ocean with their oars. Onward we sailed with sorrowing hearts, and reached the country of the Cyclops, an untamed and lawless race, who, trusting to the gods, plant not, nor plow the fields, but all things spring for them untended, barley, wheat, and vines, yielding large clusters filled with wine, and nursed by showers from Jove. No laws have they hold no councils. On the mountain heights they dwell in vaulted caves, where each one rules his wives and children as he pleases. None give heed to what the others do. Before the port of that Cyclopean land there is an isle, low-lying, neither near nor yet remote, a woodland region where the wild goats breed innumerable, for the foot of man disturbs them not, and huntsmen toiling through thick woods or wandering over mountain heights enter not here. The fields are never grazed by sheep, nor furrowed by the plow, but lie untilled, unsown, and uninhabited by man, and only feed the bleating goats. The Cyclops have no barks with crimson prows, nor shipwrights skilled to frame a galley's deck with benches for the rowers and equipped for any service, voyaging by turns to all the cities, as is often done by men who cross the deep from place to place and make a prosperous region of an isle. No meager soil is there. It well might bear all fruits in their due time. Along the shore of the gray deep are meadows smooth and moist. The vine would flourish long, the plowman's task is easy, and the husbandman would reap large harvests, for the mold is rich below. And there is a safe haven, where no need of cable is. No anchor there is cast, nor hawsers fastened to the strand. But they who enter there remain until it please the mariners, with favorable wind, to put to sea again. A limpid stream flows from a fount beneath a hollow rock into that harbor at its further end, and poplars grow around it. Thither went our fleet. Some deity had guided us through the dark night, for nothing had we seen. Thick was the gloom around our barks. The moon shone, not in heaven, the clouds had quenched her light. No eye discerned the isle, nor the long waves that rolled against the shore, till our good ships touched land, and disembarking there, we gave ourselves to sleep upon the waterside, and waited for the holy morn to rise. And when at length the daughter of the dawn, the rosy-fingered morn, appeared, we walked around the isle, admiring as we went. Meanwhile, the nymphs, the daughters of the god who bears the aegis, roused the mountain goats, that so our crews might make their morning meal. And straightway from our ships we took in hand our crooked bows and our long-bladed spears. Let all the rest of my beloved friends remain, while I, with my own bark and crew, go forth to learn what race of men are these, whether ill-mannered, savage, and unjust, or kind to guests and reverent toward the gods. I spake, and having ordered all my crew to go on board and cast the hawsers loose, embarked on my own ship. They all obeyed, and manned the benches, sitting there in rows, and smote the hoary ocean with their oars. But when we came upon that neighboring coast, we saw upon its verge beside the sea a cave high vaulted, overbrowed with shrubs of laurel. There much cattle lay at rest, both sheep and goats. Around it was a court, a high enclosure of hewn stone, and pines, tall-stemmed, and towering oaks. Here dwelt a man of giant bulk, who by himself, alone, was wont to tend his flocks. He never held converse with others, but devised apart his wicked deeds. A frightful prodigy was he, and like no man who lives by bread, but more like a huge mountain summit, rough with woods, that towers alone above the rest. Then, bidding all the others stay and guard the ship, I chose among my bravest men 12 whom I took with me. I had on board a goat skin of dark wine, a pleasant sort, which Maron late, Avanti's son, a priest of Phoebus, guardian god of Ismarus, gave me when, moved with reverence, we saved him and his children and his wife from death. For his abode was in the thick-grown grove of Phoebus. Costly were the gifts he gave, 7 talents of wrought gold, a chalice, all of silver, and he drew for me, besides, into 12 jars, a choice rich wine, unspoiled by mixtures, and a beverage for gods. No one within his dwellings, maids or men, knew of it, save the master and his wife, and matron of the household. Whensoever they drank this rich red wine, he only filled a single cup with wine, and tempered that with 20 more of water. From the cup arose a fragrance that might please the gods, and hard it was to put the draught aside. Of this I took a skin well filled, besides food in a hamper. For my thoughtful mind misgave me, lest I should encounter one of formidable strength and savage mood, and with no sense of justice or of right. Soon were we at the cave, but found not him within it. He was in the fertile meads, tending his flocks. We entered, wondering much at all we saw. Around were baskets heaped with cheeses. Pens were thronged with lambs and kids, each in a separate fold. The elder ones, the younger, and the newly yeaned, had each their place apart. The vessels swam with whey, pails smoothly wrought, and buckets into which he milked the cattle. My companions then begged me with many pressing words to take part of the cheeses, and returning, drive with speed to our good galley lambs and kids from where they stabled, and set sail again on the salt sea. I granted not their wish, far better if I had. 'Twas my intent to see the owner of the flocks and prove his hospitality. No pleasant sight was that to be for those with whom I came. And then we lit a fire and sacrificed and ate the cheeses, and within the cave sat waiting, till from pasturing his flocks he came. A heavy load of well-dried wood he bore to make a blaze at supper time. Without the den he flung his burden down, with such a crash that we in terror slunk into a corner of the cave. He drove his well-fed flock, all those whose milk he drew, under that spacious vault of rock, but left the males, both goats and rams, without the court. And then he lifted a huge barrier up, a mighty weight, not 22 wains, four-wheeled and strong, could move it from the ground. Such was the enormous rock he raised and placed against the entrance. Then he sat and milked the ewes and bleating goats, each one in turn, and gave to each its young. Next, half the milk he caused to curdle, and disposed the curd in woven baskets, and the other half he kept in bowls to be his evening drink. His tasks all ended thus, he lit a fire, and saw us where we lurked, and questioned us. Who are ye, strangers? Tell me whence ye came across the ocean. Are ye men of trade, or wanderers at will, like those who roam the sea for plunder, and with their own lives in peril, carry death to distant shores? He spake, and we, who heard with sinking hearts, trembled at that deep voice and frightful form. And thus I answered, We are Greeks, who come from Ilium, driven across the mighty deep by changing winds, and while we sought our home, have made a different voyage, and been forced upon another course. Such was the will of Jupiter. We boast ourselves to be soldiers of Agamemnon, Atreus's son, whose fame is now the greatest under heaven. So mighty was the city which he sacked, so many were the warriors whom he slew. And now we come as suppliants to thy knees, and ask thee to receive us as thy guests, or else bestow the gifts which custom makes the strangers due. Great as thou art, revere the gods, for suitors to thy grace are we, and hospitable Jove, whose presence goes with every worthy stranger, will avenge suppliants and strangers when they suffer wrong. I spake, and savagely he answered me, Thou art a fool, O stranger, or art come from some far country, thou who biddest me fear or regard the gods. We little care, we Cyclops, for the aegis-bearer Jove, or any other of the blessed gods. We are their betters. Think not I would spare thee or thy comrades to avoid the wrath of Jupiter, unless it were my choice. But say, for I would know, where hast thou left thy gallant bark in landing? Was it near, or in some distant corner of the isle? He spake to tempt me, but I well perceived his craft, and answered with dissembling words. Neptune, who shakes the shores, hath wrecked my bark on rocks that edge thine island, hurling it against the headland. From the open sea, the tempest swept it hitherward, and I, with these, escaped the bitter doom of death. I spake. The savage answered not, but sprang, and laying hands on my companions, seized two, whom he dashed like whelps against the ground. Their brains flowed out, and weltered where they fell. He hewed them limb from limb for his repast, and like a lion of the mountain wilds, devoured them as they were, and left no part, entrails nor flesh, nor marrowy bones. We wept to see his cruelties, and raised our hands to Jove, and hopeless misery filled our hearts. And when the Cyclops now had filled himself, devouring human flesh, and drinking milk unmingled, in his cave he laid him down, stretched out amid his flocks. The thought arose in my courageous heart to go to him, and draw the trenchant sword upon my thigh, and where the midriff joins the liver deal, a stroke to pierce his breast. A second thought restrained me, that a miserable death would overtake us, since we had no power to move the mighty rock which he had laid at the high opening. So all night we grieved, waiting the holy morn, and when at length that rosy-fingered daughter of the dawn appeared, the Cyclops lit a fire, and milked his fair flock one by one, and brought their young, each to its mother's side. When he had thus performed his household tasks, he seized again two of our number for his morning meal. These he devoured, and then he moved away. With ease the massive rock that closed the cave, and driving forth his well-fed flock, he laid the massive barrier back, as one would fit the lid upon a quiver. With loud noise, the Cyclops drove that well-fed flock afield, while I was left to think of many a plan to do him mischief and avenge our wrongs, if haply Pallas should confer on me that glory. To my mind, as I revolved the plans, this seemed the wisest of them all. Beside the stalls, there lay a massive club of olive wood, yet green, which from its stalk the Cyclops hewed, that he might carry it when seasoned. As it lay, it seemed to us, the mast of some black galley, broad of beam, with 20 oarsmen, built to carry freight across the mighty deep. Such was its length and thickness. Standing by it, I cut off a fathom's length, and gave it to my men, and bade them smooth its sides, and they obeyed, while I made sharp the smaller end, and brought the point to hardness in the glowing fire. And then I hid the weapon in a heap of litter, which lay thick about the cave. I bade my comrades now decide by lot which of them all should dare, along with me, to lift the stake, and with its point bore out our enemy's eye when softly wrapped in sleep. The lot was cast, and fell on those whom most I wished with me, 4 men, and I the 5th. At eve, the keeper of these fair-wooled flocks returned, and brought his well-fed sheep and goats into the spacious cavern, leaving none without it, whether through some doubt of us, or through the ordering of some god. He raised the massive rock again, and laid it close against the opening. Then he sat, and milked the ewes and bleating goats, each one in turn, and gave to each her young. When he had thus performed his household tasks, he seized again 2 of our number for his evening meal. Then drew I near, and bearing in my hand a wooden cup of dark red wine, I said, "Take this, O Cyclops, after thy repast of human flesh, and drink, that thou mayst know what liquor was concealed within our ship. I brought it as an offering to thee, for I had hoped that thou wouldst pity us and send us home. Yet are thy cruelties beyond all limit. Wicked as thou art, hereafter who, of all the human race, will dare approach thee, guilty of such wrong?" As thus I spake, he took the cup and drank. The luscious wine delighted mightily his palate, and he asked the second draught. "Give me to drink again, and generously, and tell thy name, that I may make a gift such as becomes a host. The fertile land in which the Cyclops dwell yields wine, 'tis true, and the large grapes are nursed by rains from Jove, but nectar and ambrosia are in this." He spake. I gave him of the generous juice again, and thrice I filled and brought the cup, and thrice the Cyclops in his folly drank. But when I saw the wine begin to cloud his senses, I bespake him blandly thus: "Thou hast inquired, O Cyclops, by what name men know me. I will tell thee, but do thou bestow in turn some hospitable gift, as thou hast promised. Nomen is my name. My father and my mother gave it me, and Nomen am I called by all my friends." I ended, and he answered savagely, "Nomen shall be the last of all his band whom I will eat. The rest will I devour before him. Let that respite be my gift." He spake, and sinking backward at full length, lay on the ground, with his huge neck aside. All-powerful sleep had overtaken him. Then from his mouth came bits of human flesh mingled with wine, and from his drunken throat rejected noisily. I put the stake among the glowing coals to gather heat, and uttered cheerful words, encouraging my men, that none might fail me through their fears. And when the olive wood began to blaze, for though yet green it freely took the lyre, I drew it from the embers. Round me stood my comrades, whom some deity inspired with calm, high courage. In their hands they took and thrust into his eye the pointed bar, while perched upon a higher stand than they, I twirled it round. As when a workman bores some timber of a ship, the men who stand below him with a strap on either side twirl it, and round it spins unceasingly. So, thrusting in his eye that pointed bar, we made it turn. The blood came streaming forth on the hot wood, the eyelids and the brow were scalded by the vapor, and the roots of the scorched eyeball crackled with the fire. As when a smith, in forging axe or adze, plunges to temper it, the hissing blade into cold water, strengthening thus the steel, so hissed the eyeball of the Cyclops round that olive stake. He raised a fearful howl, the rocks rang with it, and we fled from him in terror. Plucking from his eye the stake, all foul and dripping with the abundant blood, he flung it madly from him with both hands. Then called he to the Cyclops, who in grots dwelt on that breezy height. They heard his voice, and came by various ways, and stood beside the cave, and asked the occasion of his grief. What hurts thee, Polyphemus, that thou thus dost break our slumbers in the ambrosial night with cries? Hath any of the sons of men driven off thy flocks in spite of thee, or tried by treachery or force to take thy life? Huge Polyphemus answered from his den, O friends, 'tis Nomen who is killing me. By treachery Nomen kills me, none by force. Then thus with winged words they spake again. If no man does thee violence, and thou art quite alone, reflect that none escape diseases. They are sent by Jove. But make thy prayer to Father Neptune, ocean's king. So spake they and departed. In my heart I laughed to think that by the name I took, and by my shrewd device, I had deceived the Cyclops. Meantime, groaning and in pain, and groping with his hands, he moved away, the rock that barred the entrance. There he sat, with arms outstretched, to seize whoever sought to issue from the cavern with the flock, so dull of thought he deemed me. Then I planned how best to save my comrades and myself from death. I framed 1,000 stratagems and arts, for here was life at stake, and great the danger was. At last, I fixed on this. The rams were plump and beautiful, and large, with thick, dark fleeces. These I silently bound to each other, 3 and 3, with twigs of which that prodigy of lawless guilt, the Cyclops, made his bed. The middle ram. Of every 3 conveyed a man. The 2, one on each side, were there to make him safe. Thus each of us was borne by 3, but I chose for myself the finest one of all, and seized him by the back, and slipping down beneath his shaggy belly, stretched myself at length, and clung with resolute heart, and hands that firmly clenched the rich abundant fleece. Then sighed we for the holy morn to rise, and when again the daughter of the dawn, the rosy-fingered morn, looked forth, the males went forth to pasture, while the ewes remained within the stables, bleating, yet unmilked, for heavy were their udders. Carefully the master handled, though in grievous pain, the back of everyone that rose and passed, yet slow of thought, perceived not that my men were clinging, hid beneath their woolly breasts. As the last ram of all the flock went out, his thick fleece heavy with my weight, and I, in agitated thought, he felt his back, and thus the giant Polyphemus spake. My favorite ram, how art thou now the last to leave the cave? It hath not been thy wont to let the sheep go first, but thou didst come earliest to feed among the flowery grass, walking with stately strides, and thou wert first at the fresh stream, and first at eve to seek the stable. Now thou art the last of all. Grievest thou for thy master, who has lost his eye, put out by a deceitful wretch and his vile crew, who stupefied me first with wine, this Nomen, who, if right I deem, has not escaped from death? Oh, didst thou think as I do, and hadst but the power of speech, to tell me where he hides from my strong arm, then should his brains, dashed out against the ground, be scattered here and there. Then should my heart be somewhat lighter, even amid the woes which Nomen, worthless wretch, has brought on me. He spake, and sent him forth among the rest, and when we were a little way beyond the cavern and the court, I loosed my hold upon the animal, and unbound my men. Then quickly we surrounded and drove off, fat sheep and stately paced, a numerous flock, and brought them to our ship, where joyfully our friends received us, though with grief and tears for those who perished. Yet I suffered not that they should weep, but frowning, gave command by signs to lift with speed the fair-wooled sheep on board, and launch our ship on the salt sea. They went on board, where each one took his place upon the benches, and with diligent oars smote the grey deep, and when we were as far as one upon the shore could hear a shout, thus to the Cyclops tauntingly I called, Ha, Cyclops, those whom in thy rocky cave thou, in thy brutal fury, hast devoured, were friends of one not unexpert in war. Amply have thy own guilty deeds returned upon thee. Cruel one, who didst not fear to eat the strangers sheltered by thy roof, Jove and the other gods avenge them thus. I spake. The anger in his bosom raged more fiercely. From a mountain peak he wrenched its summit, hurling it to fall beside our galley, where it almost touched the helm. The rock dashed high the water where it fell, and the returning billow swept us back and toward the shore. I seized a long-stemmed pike and pushed it from the shore, encouraging the men to bend with vigor to their oars, and so escape. With nods, I gave the sign. Forward to vigorous strokes, the oarsmen leaned, till we were out at sea as far from land, as when I spake before, and then again I shouted to the Cyclops, though my crew strove to prevent it with beseeching words, and one man first and then another said, O most unwise, why chafe that savage man to fury? Him who just has cast his bolt into the sea and forced us toward the land where we had well nigh perished. Should he hear a cry from us, or even a word of speech, then would he fling a rock to crush our heads and wreck our ship, so fatal is his cast. He spake, but moved not my courageous heart, and then I spake again and angrily. Cyclops, if any man of mortal birth note thine unseemly blindness and inquire the occasion, tell him that Laertes' son Ulysses, the destroyer of walled towns, whose home is Ithaca, put out thine eye. I spake. He answered with a wailing voice, Now, woe is me! The ancient oracles concerning me have come to pass. Here dwelt a seer named Telemus Eurymedes, great, good, and eminent in prophecy, and prophesying he grew old among the Cyclops. He foretold my coming fate, that I should lose my sight, and by the hand and cunning of Ulysses. Yet I looked for one of noble presence, mighty strength, and giant stature landing on our coast. Now a mere weakling, insignificant and small of stature, has put out my eye, first stupefying me with wine. Yet come hither, I pray, Ulysses, and receive the hospitable gifts which are thy due. And I will pray to Neptune, and entreat the mighty god to guide thee safely home. His son am I, and he declares himself my father. He can heal me if he will, and no one else of all the immortal gods or mortal men can give me back my sight. He spake. I answered, Rather would I take thy life and breath, and send thee to the abode of Hades, where thou wouldst be past the power of even Neptune to restore thine eye. As thus I said, the Cyclops raised his hands and spread them toward the starry heaven, and thus prayed to the deity who rules the deep. Hear, dark-haired Neptune, who dost swathe the earth. If I am thine, and thou dost own thyself my father, grant that this Ulysses ne'er may reach his native land. But if it be the will of fate that he behold again his friends, and enter his own palace halls in his own country, late and sorrowful, be his return, with all his comrades lost, and in a borrowed ship, and may he find, in his own home, new griefs awaiting him. He prayed, and Neptune hearkened to his prayer, and then the Cyclops seized another stone, far larger than the last, and swung it round, and cast it with vast strength. It fell behind our black-prowed galley, where it almost struck the rudder's end. The sea was dashed on high beneath the falling rock, and bore our ship on toward the shore we sought. When we reached the island, where together in a fleet our other galleys lay, we found our friends sitting where they had waited long in grief. We touched the shore, and drew our galley up on the smooth sand, and stepped upon the beach, and taking from on board the sheep that formed part of the Cyclops' flock, divided them, that none might be without an equal share. When all the rest were shared, my warrior friends decreed the ram to me. Of him I made upon the beach a sacrifice to Jove, the cloud compeller, Saturn's son, whose rule is over all. To him I burned the thighs. He heeded not the offering. Even then, he planned the wreck of all my gallant ships and death of my dear comrades. All that day till set of sun we sat and feasted high upon the abundant meats and delicate wine. But when the sun went down and darkness crept over the earth, we slumbered on the shore. And when again the daughter of the dawn, the rosy-fingered morn, looked forth, I called my men with cheerful words to climb the decks and cast the hawsers loose. With speed they went on board and manned the benches, took in hand the oars, and smote with them the hoary deep. Onward in sadness, glad to have escaped, we sailed, yet sorrowing for our comrades lost. Book 10. Aeolus, the Laestrygonians, and Circe. Arrival of Ulysses at the land of Aeolus, who gives him the winds in a bag. Folly of the seamen, who untie the bag while Ulysses is asleep. A tempest. Disastrous encounter with the gigantic Laestrygons. Arrival at the island of Circe. Transformation of the Greeks to swine and recovery of their former shape. Preparations for a journey to the region of the dead. We reach the Aeolian Isle, where Aeolus, dear to the gods, a son of Hippotas, made his abode. It was a floating isle. A wall of brass enclosed it, and smooth rocks edged it around. 12 children in his halls were born, 6 daughters and 6 blooming sons. He gave his daughters to his sons for wives, and they with their dear father and his queen banquet from day to day, with endless change of meats before them. In his halls all day, the sound of pipes is in the perfumed air. At night, the youths beside their modest wives sleep on fair couches, spread with tapestry. So coming to his town and fair abode, I found a friendly welcome. 1 full month, the monarch kept me with him, and inquired of all that might concern the fate of Troy, the Argive fleet, and the return to Greece. And just as it befell, I told him all. And when I spake to him of going thence, and prayed him to dismiss me, he complied, and helped to make us ready for the sea. The bladder of a bullock, 9 years old, he gave, in which he had compressed and bound the stormy winds of air, for Saturn's son had given him empire o'er the winds, with power to calm them or to rouse them at his will. This in our roomy galley he made fast with a bright chain of silver, that no breath of ruder air might blow. He only left the west wind free to waft our ships and us upon our way. But that was not to be. We perished by a folly of our own. 9 days we held our way, both day and night, and now appeared in sight our native fields on the 10th night, where on the shore we saw men kindling fires. Meantime, a pleasant sleep had overcome my weary limbs, for long had I been guiding with incessant toil. The rudder, nor would trust it to the hand of any other, such was my desire to reach our country by the shortest way. Then talked my crew among themselves, and said that I had brought with me from Aeolus, the large-souled son of Hippotas, rich gifts of gold and silver. Standing side by side and looking at each other, thus they said, "How wonderfully is our chief revered and loved by all men, wander where he will, into what realm soever. From the coast of Troy, he sailed with many precious things, his share of spoil, while we, who with him went and with him came, are empty-handed yet. And now hath Aeolus, to show how much he prizes him, bestowed the treasures here. Come, let us see them. Let us know how much of gold and silver is concealed in this." Thus speaking to each other, they obeyed the evil counsel. They untied the sack, and straight the winds rushed forth and seized the ship, and swept the crews, lamenting bitterly, far from their country, out upon the deep. And then I woke, and in my noble mind bethought me whether I should drop at once into the deep and perish, or remain, and silently endure, and keep my place among the living. I remained, endured, and covered with my mantle, lay within my galley, while the furious whirlwind bore back to the Aeolian Isle our groaning crews. We landed on the coast, and to our barks brought water. Then my men prepared a meal beside the fleet, and having tasted food and wine, I took a herald and a friend, and hastening to the sumptuous palace halls of Aeolus, I found him with his wife and children banqueting. We sat us down upon the threshold at the palace doors, and they were all astonished, and inquired, "Why art thou here? What god thine enemy pursues thee, O Ulysses, whom we sent so well prepared to reach thy native land, thy home, or any place that pleased thee most?" They spake, and sorrowfully I replied, "The fault is all with my unthinking crew and my own luckless slumber. Yet, my friends, repair the mischief, for ye have the power." Thus with submissive words I spake, but they sat mute. The father only answered me, "Hence with thee, leave our island instantly, vilest of living men. It may not be that I receive or aid as he departs, one who is hated by the blessed gods, and thou art hated by the gods. Away." He spake, and sent us from the palace, door lamenting. Sorrowfully went we on, and now with rowing hard and long, the fruit of our own folly, all our crews lost heart, and every hope of safe return was gone. 6 days and nights we sailed. The 7th we came to lofty Laestrygoni with wide gates, the city of Lamos, where on going forth the shepherd calls to shepherd entering in. There might a man who never yields to sleep earn double wages, first in pasturing herds and then in tending sheep, for there the fields grazed in the daytime are by others grazed at night. We reached its noble haven, girt by towering rocks that rise on every side, and the bold shores run out to form its mouth. A narrow entrance. There the other crews stationed their barks and moored them close beside each other in that hill-encircled port. No billow, even the smallest, rises there. The water glimmers with perpetual calm. I only kept my dark-hulled ship without and bound its cable to a jutting rock. I climbed a rugged headland and looked forth. No marks of tilth appeared, the work of men or oxen, only smokes that from below rose in the air. And then I sent forth scouts to learn what race of men who live by bread inhabited the land. 2 chosen men I sent, a herald made the 3rd, and these went inland by a level path on which the wains brought fuel from the woody heights into the city. On their way they met, before the town, a damsel with an ewer, the stately daughter of Antiphates, the Laestrygonian, who was coming down to where Artasia's smoothly flowing fount gave water for the city. They drew near and spake, and asked her who was sovereign there, and who his people. Straight she pointed out a lofty pile in which her father dwelt. They entered that proud palace, and beheld, tall as a mountain peak, the monarch's wife, and shuddered at the sight. With eager haste she called her husband, King Antiphates, from council. With a murderous intent he came, and seizing one of my poor friends, devoured him, while the other 2 betook themselves to sudden flight and reached the ships. And then he raised a fearful yell that rang through all the city. The strong Laestrygons rushed forth by thousands from all sides, more like to giants than to common men. They hurled stones of enormous weight from cliffs above, and cries of those who perished and the crash of shattered galleys rose. They speared our friends like fishes for their horrid feasts, and thus bore them away. While those within the port were slaughtered, drawing my good sword I cut. The hawsers fastened to my ship's blue prow, and cheered my men, and bade them fling themselves upon the oars, that so we might escape our threatened fate. They heard, and plied their oars, like men who rowed for life. The galley shot forth from these beetling rocks into the sea. Full gladly, all the others perished there. Onward we sailed, with sorrow in our hearts, for our lost friends, though glad to be reprieved from death. And now we landed at an isle, Aia, where the fair-haired Circe dwelt, a goddess high in rank and skilled in song, own sister of the wise Aetes. Both were children of the source of light, the sun, and Perse, ocean's daughter, brought them forth. We found a haven here, where ships might lie, and guided by some deity we brought our galley silently against the shore, and disembarked, and gave 2 days and nights to rest, unmanned with hardship and with grief. When bright-haired morning brought the 3rd day round, I took my spear and my good sword, and left the ship, and climbed a height, in hope to spy some trace of human toil, or hear some voice. On a steep precipice I stood, and saw from the broad earth below a rising smoke, where midst the thickets and the forest ground stood Circe's palace. Seeing that dark smoke, the thought arose within my mind that there I should inquire. I pondered till at last this seemed the wisest, to return at once to my good ship upon the ocean side, and give my crew their meal, and send them forth to view the region. Coming to the spot where lay my well-oared bark, some pitying god, beneath whose eye I wandered forth alone, sent a huge stag into my very path, high-horned, which from his pasture in the wood descended to the riverside to drink, for grievously he felt the hot sun's power. Him as he ran I smote, the weapon pierced, just at the spine, the middle of his back. The brazen blade passed through, and with a moon he fell amid the dust and yielded up his life. I went to him and set my foot against him and plucked forth the brazen spear and left it leaning there. And then I broke lithe osiers from the shrubs and twined of these a rope which doubled was an ell in length. With that I tied the enormous creature's feet and slung him on my neck and brought him thus to my black ship. I used the spear to prop my steps, since he no longer could be borne upon the shoulder, aided by the hand, such was the animal's bulk. I flung him down before the ship, encouraging my men with cheerful words. And thus I said to each, "My friends, we will not, wretched as we are, go down to Pluto's realm before our time. While food and wine are yet within the hold of our good galley, let us not forget our daily meals and famine-stricken pine." I spake, they all obeyed, and at my word came forth, and standing by the barren deep, admired the stag, for he was huge of bulk. And when their eyes were tired with wondering, my people washed their hands, and soon had made a noble banquet ready. All that day till set of sun we sat, and feasted there, upon the abundant meat and delicate wine. And when the sun went down, and darkness came, we slept upon the shore. But when the morn, the rosy-fingered child of dawn, looked forth, I called a council of my men and spake. "Give ear, my friends, amid your sufferings, to words that I shall say. We cannot here know which way lies the west, nor where the east, nor where the sun, that shines for all mankind, descends below the earth, nor where again he rises from it. Yet will we consult, if room there be for counsel, which I doubt, for when I climbed that height, I overlooked an isle surrounded by the boundless deep, an isle low-lying. In the midst, I saw smoke rising from a thicket of the wood. I spake. Their courage died within their hearts, as they remembered what Antiphates, the Lestragon, had done, and what foul deeds the cannibal Cyclops, and they wept aloud. Tears flowed abundantly, but tears were now of no avail to our unhappy band. Numbering my well-armed men, I made of them 2 equal parties, giving each its chief. Myself commanded one. Eurylochus, the hero, took the other in his charge. Then, in a brazen helm, we shook the lots. The lot of brave Eurylochus leaped forth, and he with 22 of our men went forward with quick steps, and yet in tears, while we, as sorrowful, were left behind. They found the fair abode where Circe dwelt, a palace of hewn stone within the vale, yet nobly seated. There were mountain wolves and lions round it, which herself had tamed with powerful drugs. Yet these assaulted not the visitors, but wagging their long tails, stood on their hinder feet and fawned on them like mastiffs on their master when he comes from banqueting and brings them food. So fawned the strong-clawed wolves and lions on my men. With fear my men beheld those beasts of prey, yet went, and standing in the portico of the bright-haired divinity, they heard her sweet voice singing, as within she threw the shuttle through the wide, immortal web, such as is woven by the goddesses, delicate, bright of hue, and beautiful. Polites then, a chief the most beloved and most discreet of all my comrades, spake. Someone is here, my friends, who sweetly sings, weaving an ample web, and all the floor rings to her voice. Whoever she may be, woman or goddess, let us call to her. He spake, aloud they called, and forth she came, and threw at once the shining doors apart, and bade my comrades enter. Without thought they followed her. Eurylochus alone remained without, for he suspected guile. She led them in and seated them on thrones. Then mingling for them Pramnian wine with cheese, meal, and fresh honey, and infusing drugs into the mixture, drugs which made them lose the memory of their home, she handed them the beverage, and they drank. Then instantly she touched them with a wand, and shut them up in sties, transformed to swine in head and voice, bristles and shape, though still the human mind remained to them. Thus sorrowing they were driven into their cells, where Circe flung to them acorns of oak and ilex, and the fruit of cornel, such as nourish wallowing swine. Back came Eurylochus to our good ship, with news of our poor comrades and their fate. He strove to speak, but could not. He was stunned by that calamity. His eyes were filled with tears, and his whole soul was given to grief. We marveled greatly. Long we questioned him, and thus he spake of our lost friends at last. Through yonder thickets, as thou gavest command, illustrious chief, we went until we reached a stately palace of hewn stones, within a vale, yet nobly seated. Someone there, goddess or woman, weaving busily an ample web, sang sweetly as she wrought. My comrades called aloud, and forth she came, and threw at once the shining doors apart, and bade us enter. Without thought, the rest followed, while I alone, suspecting guile, remained without. My comrades from that hour were seen no more. Not one of them again came forth, though long I sat and watched for them. He spake. I slung my silver-studded sword upon my shoulders, a huge blade of brass, and my bow with it, and commanded him to lead the way. He seized and clasped my knees, with both his hands in attitude of prayer, and sorrowfully said these winged words. Take me not thither, force me not to go, O foster child of Jove, but leave me here, for thou wilt not return, I know, nor yet deliver one of our lost friends. Our part is to betake ourselves to instant flight with these who yet remain, and so escape. He spake, and I replied, Eurylochus, remain thou here, beside our roomy ship, eating and drinking. I shall surely go. A strong necessity is laid on me. I spake, and from the ship and shore went up into the isle, and when I found myself within that awful valley, and not far from the great palace in which Circe dwelt, the sorceress, there met me on my way a youth. He seemed in manhood's early prime, when youth has most of grace. He took my hand, and held it, and accosting me, began. Rash mortal, whither art thou wandering thus alone among the hills, where every place is strange to thee? Thy comrades are shut up in Circe's palace in close cells like swine. Comest thou to set them free? Nay, thou like them wilt rather find thyself constrained to stay. Let me bestow the means to make thee safe against that mischief. Take this potent herb, and bear it with thee to the palace halls of Circe, and it shall avert from thee the threatened evil. I will now reveal the treacherous arts of Circe. She will bring a mingled draught to thee and drug the bowl, but will not harm thee thus. The virtuous plant I gave thee will prevent it. Hear yet more. When she shall smite thee with her wand, draw forth thy good sword from thy thigh, and rush at her, as if to take her life, and she will crouch in fear, and will solicit thine embrace. Refuse her not, that so she may release thy comrades, and may send thee also back to thine own land. But first exact of her the solemn oath which binds the blessed gods, that she will meditate no other harm to thee, nor strip thee of thy manly strength. The Argus queller spake, and plucked from earth the potent plant, and handed it to me, and taught me all its powers. The root is black, the blossom white as milk. Among the gods, its name is moly. Hard it is for men to dig it up. The gods find nothing hard. Back through the woody island, Hermes went toward high Olympus, while I took my way to Circe's halls, yet with a beating heart. There, as I stood beneath the portico of that bright-haired divinity, I called aloud. The goddess heard my voice and came, and threw at once the shining doors apart, and prayed me to come in. I followed her, yet grieving still. She led me in and gave a seat upon a silver-studded throne, beautiful, nobly wrought, and placed beneath a footstool, and prepared a mingled draught within a golden chalice, and infused a drug with mischievous intent. She gave the cup, I drank it off. The charm wrought not, and then she smote me with her wand and said, Go to the sty, and with thy fellows sprawl. She spake, but drawing forth the trusty sword upon my thigh, I rushed at her as if to take her life. She shrieked, and stooping low, ran underneath my arm and clasped my knees, and uttered piteously these winged words. Who art thou? Of what race and of what land? And who thy parents? I am wonderstruck to see that thou couldst drink that magic juice, and yield not to its power. No living man, whoever he might be, that tasted once those drugs, or passed them o'er his lips, has yet withstood them. In thy breast a spirit dwells not to be thus subdued. Art thou not then Ulysses, master of wise stratagems, whose coming hither, on his way from Troy, in his black galley, oft has been foretold by Hermes of the golden wand? but sheathe thy sword and share my couch, that joined in love each may hereafter trust the other's faith. She spake, and I replied, How canst thou ask, O Circe, that I gently deal with thee, since thou, in thine own palace, hast transformed my friends to swine, and plottest even now to keep me with thee, luring me to pass into thy chamber and to share thy couch? That thou mayest strip me of my manly strength, I come not to thy couch till thou engage, O goddess, by a solemn oath, that thou wilt never seek to do me further harm. I spake. She straightway took the oath required, and after it was uttered and confirmed, up to her sumptuous couch I went. Meanwhile, 4 diligent maidens ministered within the palace, servants of the household they, who had their birth from fountains and from groves, and sacred rivers flowing to the sea. One spread the thrones with gorgeous coverings. Above was purple arras, and beneath were linen webs. Another, setting forth the silver tables just before the thrones, placed on them canisters of gold. A third mingled the rich wines in a silver bowl, and placed the golden cups. And last, the fourth brought water from the fountain, and beneath a massive tripod kindled a great fire and warmed the water. When it boiled within the shining brass, she led me to the bath and washed me from the tripod. On my head and shoulders pleasantly she shed the streams, that from my members took away the sense of weariness, unmanning body and mind. And when she thus had bathed me and with oil anointed me, she put a princely cloak and tunic on me, led me in, and showed my seat, a stately silver-studded throne, high wrought, and placed a footstool for my feet. Then came a handmaid with a golden ewer, and from it poured pure water for my hands into a silver laver. Next, she placed a polished table near to me, on which the matron of the palace laid the feast, with many delicacies from her store, and bade me eat. The banquet pleased me not. My thoughts were elsewhere. Dark imaginings were in my mind. When Circe marked my mood, as in a gloomy reverie I sat, and put not forth my hands to touch the feast, she came to me and spake these winged words. Why sittest thou like one who has no power of speech, Ulysses, wrapped in thoughts that gnaw thy heart, and tasting neither food nor wine? Still dost thou dream of fraud. It is not well that thou shouldst fear it longer, since I pledged myself against it with a mighty oath. She spake, and I replied, What man whose heart is faithful could endure to taste of food or wine till he should see his captive friends once more at large? If with a kind intent thou bidst me eat and drink, let me behold with mine own eyes my dear companions free. I spake, and Circe took her wand and went forth from her halls, and opening the gate that closed the sty, drove forth what seemed a herd of swine in their 9th year. They ranged themselves before her, and she went from each to each, and shed on them another drug. Forthwith fell from their limbs the bristles which had grown all over them, when mighty Circe gave at first the baleful potion. Now again, my friends were men, and younger than before, and of a nobler mien and statelier growth. They knew me all, and each one pressed my hand in his, and there were tears and sobs of joy that sounded through the palace. Circe too was moved, the mighty goddess. She drew near and stood by me, and spake these winged words. Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise Ulysses, go to thy good ship beside the sea, and draw it up the beach, and hide the goods and weapons in the caverns there, and come thou back, and bring with thee thy friends. She spake, and easily my generous mind was moved by what she said. Forthwith I went to my good ship beside the sea, and found my friends in tears, lamenting bitterly. As in some grange the calves come leaping round, a herd of kine, returning to the stall, from grassy fields where they have grazed their fill. Nor can the stall contain the young, which spring around their mothers with continual bleat. So, when my comrades saw me through their tears, they sprang to meet me, and their joy was such as if they were in their own native land and their own city, on the rugged coast of Ithaca, where they were born and reared. And as they wept, they spake these winged words. O foster child of Jove, we welcome thee on thy return with a delight as great as if we all had reached again the land that gave us birth, our Ithaca. And now, tell by what death our other friends have died. They spake, I answered with consoling words. First draw our galley up the beach, and hide our goods and all our weapons in the caves, and then let all make haste to follow me, and see our friends in Circe's sacred halls, eating and drinking at the plenteous board. I spake, and cheerfully my men obeyed, save that Eurylochus alone essayed to hold them back, and spake these winged words. Ah, whither are we going, wretched ones? Are ye so eager for an evil fate, that ye must go where Circe dwells, who waits to turn us into lions, swine, or wolves, forced to remain and guard her spacious house? So was it with the Cyclops, when our friends went with this daring chief to his abode, and perished there through his foolhardiness. He spake, and then I thought to draw my sword from my stout thigh, and with the trenchant blade strike off his head and let it fall to earth, though he were my near kinsman. Yet the rest restrained me, each one speaking kindly words. Nay, foster child of Jove, if thou consent, this man shall stay behind and with the ship, and he shall guard the ship, but lead us thou to where the sacred halls of Circe stand. They spake, and from the ship and shore went up into the land. Nor was Eurylochus left with the ship. He followed, for he feared my terrible threat. Meantime had Circe bathed my comrades at the palace, and with oil anointed them, and robed them in fair cloaks and tunics. There we found them banqueting. When they and those who came with me beheld each other, and the memory of the past came back to them, they wept abundantly, and all the palace echoed with their sobs. And then the mighty goddess came and said, Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise, prolong thou not these sorrows. Well I know what ye have suffered on the fishy deep, and all the evil that malignant men have done to you on land. Now take the food before you, drink the wine, till you receive into your hearts the courage that was yours, when long ago ye left your fatherland, the rugged Ithaca. Ye are unnerved and spiritless with thinking constantly on your long wanderings, and your minds allow no space for mirth, for ye have suffered much. She spake. Her words persuaded easily our generous minds, and there from day to day we lingered a full year, and banqueted nobly on plenteous meats and delicate wines. But when the year was ended, and the hours renewed their circle, my beloved friends from Circe's palace called me forth and said, Good chief, do not forget thy native land, if fate indeed permit that ever thou return in safety to that lofty pile, thy palace in the country of thy birth. So spake they, and my generous mind was moved. All that day long, until the set of sun, we sat and feasted on the abundant meats and delicate wines. And when the sun went down, they took their rest within the darkened halls, while I to Circe's sumptuous couch went up, a suppliant at her knees. The goddess heard my prayer, as thus in winged words I said, O Circe, make, I pray, the promise good, which thou hast given, to send me to my home. My heart is pining for it, and the hearts of all my friends, who weary out my life, lamenting round me when thou art not nigh. I spake. The mighty goddess thus replied, Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise Ulysses, ye must not remain with me unwillingly, but ye have yet to make another voyage, and must visit first the abode of Pluto, and of Proserpine his dreaded queen, and there consult the soul of the blind seer, Tiresias, him of Thebes, whose intellect was spared, for Proserpine gave back to him in death the power of mind, that only he might know of things to come. The rest are shades that flit from place to place. Thus spake the goddess, and my heart was wrung with sorrow, and I sat upon the couch and wept, nor could I longer wish to live and see the light of day. But when my grief, with shedding tears, and tossing where I sat, was somewhat spent, I spake to Circe thus, O Circe, who will guide me when I make this voyage? For no galley built by man has ever yet arrived at Pluto's realm. I spake. The mighty goddess answered me, Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise, take thou no thought of who shall guide thy bark, but raise the mast, and spread the glimmering sail, and seat thyself, and let the north wind waft thy galley on. As soon as thou shalt cross Oceanus, and come to the low shore, and groves of Proserpine, the lofty groups of poplars, and the willows that let fall their withered fruit, moor thou thy galley there in the deep eddies of Oceanus, and pass to Pluto's comfortless abode. There into Acheron are poured the streams of Pyriphlegethon, and of that arm of Styx, Cocytus. At the place where meet the ever-roaring waters stands a rock. Draw near to that, and there I bid thee scoop in earth a trench, a cubit long and wide, and round about it pour to all the dead libations, milk and honey first, and next rich wine, and lastly water, scattering white meal upon them. Offer there thy prayer fervently to that troop of airy forms, and make the vow that thou wilt sacrifice, when thou at last shalt come to Ithaca, a heifer without blemish, barren yet, in thine own courts, and heap the altar pyre with things of price. And to the seer alone, Tiresias by himself, a ram whose fleece is wholly black, the best of all thy flocks. And after thou hast duly offered prayer to all the illustrious nations of the dead, then sacrifice a ram and a black ewe, their faces turned toward Erebus, but thine the other way and toward the river streams. Thither the souls of those who died will flock in multitudes. Then call thy friends, and give command to flay in haste the sheep that lie slain by the cruel brass, and burning there the carcasses, pay worship to the gods, the powerful Pluto and dread Proserpine. Draw then the sword upon thy thigh, and sit, and suffer none of all those airy forms to touch the blood until thou first bespeak Tiresias. He will come, and speedily, the leader of the people, and will tell what voyage thou must make, what length of way thou yet must measure, and will show thee how thou mayst return across the fishy deep. She spake, and while she spake, the morn looked forth upon her golden throne. The nymph bestowed on me a cloak and tunic, and arrayed herself in a white robe with ample folds, a delicate web and graceful. Round her loins she clasped a shining zone of gold, and hung a veil upon her forehead. Forth I went throughout the palace, and aroused my friends, and thus I said in cheerful tones to each, No longer give yourselves to idle rest and pleasant slumber. We are to depart. The gracious Circe counsels us to go. I spake, and easily their generous minds inclined to me. Yet brought I not away all my companions safely from the isle. Elpenor was the youngest of our band. Not brave in war was he, nor wise in thought. He, overcome with wine, and for the sake of coolness, had lain down to sleep, apart from all the rest, in Circe's sacred house. And as my friends bestirred themselves, the noise and tumult roused him. He forgot to come by the long staircase. Headlong from the roof he plunged, his neck was broken at the spine, and his soul went to the abode of death. My friends came round me, and I said to them, Haply your thought may be that you are bound for the dear country of your birth, but know that Circe sends us elsewhere to consult the Theban seer Tiresias in the abode of Pluto and the dreaded Proserpine. I spake, and their hearts failed them as they heard. They sat them down, and wept, and tore their hair, but fruitless were their sorrow and their tears. Thus as we sadly moved to our good ship upon the seashore, weeping all the while, Circe meantime had visited its deck, and there had bound a ram and a black ewe, by means we saw not. For what eye discerns the presence of a deity, who moves from place to place, and wills not to be seen? Book 11. Visit of Ulysses to the Land of the Dead. Voyage to the Land of the Dead. Interview with Tiresias the seer, the heroes and heroines whom Ulysses saw there, interview with his mother, and with Agamemnon, Achilles, and others. Occupations of the dead, punishments of the guilty. Now, when we reached our galley by the shore, we drew it first into the mighty deep, and set the mast and sails, and led on board the sheep, and sorrowfully and in tears embarked ourselves. The fair-haired and august Circe, expert in music, sent with us a kindly fellow voyager, a wind that breathed behind the dark-prowed bark and swelled the sails. And now, with all things in their place throughout the ship, we sat us down, the breeze and helmsman guiding us upon our way. All day our sails were stretched, as o'er the deep our vessel ran. The sun went down, the paths of the great sea were darkened, and our bark reached the far confines of Oceanus. There lies the land, and there the people dwell of the Cimmerians, in eternal cloud and darkness. Never does the glorious sun look on them with his rays, when he goes up into the starry sky, nor when again he sinks from heaven to earth. Unwholesome night o'erhangs the wretched race. We touched the land, and, drawing up our galley on the beach, took from on board the sheep, and followed on, beside the ocean stream until we reached the place of which the goddess Circe spake. Here Perimedes and Eurylochus held in their grasp the victims, while I drew the trusty sword upon my thigh, and scooped a trench in earth, a cubit long and wide, round which we stood, and poured to all the dead libations, milk and honey first, and next rich wine, and lastly water, scattering white meal upon them. Then I offered prayer fervently to that troop of airy forms, and made a vow that I would sacrifice, when I at last should come to Ithaca, a heifer without blemish, barren yet, in my own courts, and heap the altar pyre with things of price, and to the seer alone, Tiresias, by himself, a ram, whose fleece was wholly black, the best of all my flocks. When I had worshipped thus with prayer and vows, the nations of the dead, I took the sheep, and pierced their throats above the hollow trench. The blood flowed dark, and thronging round me, came souls of the dead from Erebus, young wives, and maids unwedded, men worn out with years and toil, and virgins of a tender age in their new grief, and many a warrior, slain in battle, mangled by the spear, and clad in bloody armor, who about the trench flitted on every side, now here, now there, with gibbering cries, and I grew pale with fear. Then calling to my friends, I bade them flay the victims lying slaughtered by the knife, and burning them with fire, invoke the gods, the mighty Pluto and dread Proserpine. Then from my thigh I drew the trusty sword, and sat me down, and suffered none of all those airy phantoms to approach the blood, until I should bespeak the Theban seer. And first the soul of my companion came, Elpenor, for he was not buried yet in earth's broad bosom. We had left him dead in Circe's halls, unwept and unentombed. We had another task, but when I now beheld, I pitied him, and, shedding tears, I said these winged words: How earnest thou, Elpenor, hither into these abodes of night and darkness? Thou hast made more speed, although on foot, than I in my good ship. I spake, the phantom sobbed and answered me. Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise Ulysses, 'twas the evil doom decreed by some divinity, and too much wine that wrought my death. I laid myself to sleep in Circe's palace, and remembering not, the way to the long stairs that led below fell from the roof, and by the fall my neck was broken at the spine, my soul went down to Hades. I conjure thee now, by those whom thou hast left behind and far away, thy consort and thy father, him by whom thou, when a boy, wert reared, and by thy son Telemachus, who in thy palace halls is left alone. For well I know that thou, in going hence from Pluto's realm, wilt moor thy gallant vessel in the Aeaean isle. That there, O king, thou wilt remember me, and leave me not, when thou departest thence unwept, unburied, lest I bring on thee the anger of the gods. But burn me there with all the armor that I wore, and pile, close to the hoary deep, a mound for me, a hapless man of whom posterity shall hear. Do this for me, and plant upright upon my tomb the oar with which I rowed, while yet a living man among thy friends. He spake, and I replied, Unhappy youth, all this I duly will perform for thee. And then the soul of Anticlea came, my own dead mother, daughter of the king Autolycus, large-minded. Her I left alive, what time I sailed for Troy, and now I wept to see her there, and pitied her, and yet forbade her, though with grief, to come near to the blood, till I should first accost Tiresias. He too came, the Theban seer, Tiresias, bearing in his hand a wand of gold. He knew me, and bespake me thus: Why, O unhappy mortal, hast thou left the light of day to come among the dead, and to this joyless land? Go from the trench, and turn thy sword away, that I may drink the blood, and speak the word of prophecy. He spake. Withdrawing from the trench, I thrust into its sheath my silver-studded sword, and after drinking of the dark red blood, the blameless prophet turned to me and said, Illustrious chief Ulysses, thy desire is for a happy passage to thy home, yet will a god withstand thee? not unmarked by Neptune, shalt thou, as I deem, proceed upon thy voyage. He hath laid up wrath against thee in his heart, for that thy hand deprived his son of sight. Yet may ye still return, though after many hardships borne, if thou but hold thy appetite in check, and that of thy companions, when thou bring thy gallant bark to the Trinacrian isle, safe from the gloomy deep. There will ye find the beeves and fading weathers of the sun, the all-beholding and all-hearing sun. If these ye leave unharmed, and keep in mind the thought of your return, ye may go back, though sufferers, to your home in Ithaca. But if thou do them harm, the event will be destruction to thy ship and to its crew. And thou, if thou escape it, wilt return late to thy country, all thy comrades lost, and in a foreign bark, and thou shalt find wrong in thy household, arrogant men who waste thy substance, wooers of thy noble wife, and offering bridal gifts. On thy return, thou shalt avenge thee of their violent deeds, and when thou shalt have slain them in thy halls, whether by stratagem or by the sword, in open fight, then take a shapely oar and journey on, until thou meet with men who have not known the sea, nor eaten food, seasoned with salt, nor ever have beheld galleys with crimson prows, nor shapely oars, which are the wings of ships. I will declare a sign by which to know them, nor canst thou mistake it. When a traveler, meeting thee, shalt say that thou dost bear a winnowing fan upon thy sturdy shoulder, stop and plant thy shapely oar upright in earth, and there pay to King Neptune's solemn sacrifice, a ram, a bull, and from his herd of swine, a boar. And then returning to thy home, see that thou offer hallowed hecatombs to all the ever-living ones who dwell in the broad heaven, to each in order due. So at the last, thy death shall come to thee far from the sea, and gently take thee off in a serene old age that ends among a happy people. I have told thee true. He spake, and thus I answered him, The gods, Tiresias, have decreed as thou hast said. But tell, and tell me truly, I behold the soul of my dead mother. There she sits in silence by the blood, and will not deign to look upon her son nor speak to him. Instruct me, mighty prophet, by what means to make my mother know me for her son. I spake, and instantly the seer replied, Easily that is told. I give it thee to bear in mind. Whoever of the dead thou sufferest to approach and drink the blood will speak the truth. Those whom thou dost forbid to taste the blood will silently withdraw. The soul of King Tiresias, saying this, passed to the abode of Pluto. He had given the oracle I asked. I waited still until my mother, drawing near again, drank the dark blood. She knew me suddenly, and said in piteous tones these winged words, How didst thou come, my child, a living man, into this place of darkness? Difficult it is for those who breathe the breath of life to visit these abodes through which are rolled great rivers, fearful floods, the first of these Oceanus, whose waters none can cross on foot or save on board a trusty bark. Hast thou come hither on thy way from Troy, a weary wanderer with thy ship and a friend's? And hast thou not been yet at Ithaca, nor in thine island palace seen thy wife? She spake, I answered, 'Tis necessity, dear mother, that has brought me to the abode of Pluto, to consult the Theban seer, Tiresias. Not to the Achaean coast have I returned, nor reached our country, yet continually I wander. Everywhere I meet misfortune, even from the time when, in the noble Agamemnon's train, I came to Ilium, famed for steeds, and made war on its dwellers. Tell me now, I pray, and truly, how it was that fate on thee brought the long sleep of death, by slow disease, or stealing on thee, did the archer queen Diana slay thee with her silent shafts? And tell me of my father, and the son left in my palace. Rests the sway I bore on them, or has another taken it, since men believe I shall return no more? And tell me of my wedded wife, her thoughts and purposes, and whether she remains yet with my son. Is she the guardian still of my estates, or has the noblest chief of those Achaeans led her thence a bride? I spake. My reverend mother answered thus, Most certain is it that she sadly dwells still in thy palace. Weary days and nights and tears are hers. No man has taken yet thy place as ruler, but Telemachus still has the charge of thy domain, and gives the liberal feasts which it befits a prince to give, for all invite him. In the fields thy father dwells, and never in the town is seen. Nor beds nor cloaks has he, nor mats of rich device. But, all the winter through, he sleeps where sleep the laborers, on the hearth amid the dust, and wears a wretched garb. And when the summer comes, or autumn days ripen the fruit, his bed is on the ground, and made of leaves that everywhere are shed in the rich vineyards. There he lies and grieves, and cherishing his sorrow, mourns thy fate, and keenly feels the miseries of age. And thus I underwent my fate, and died, for not the goddess of the unerring bow, stealing upon me, smote me in thy halls, with silent arrows, nor did slow disease come o'er me, such as, wasting cruelly the members, takes at last the life away. But constant longing for thee, anxious thoughts of thee, and memory of thy gentleness, Ulysses, made an end of my sweet life. She spake. I longed to take into my arms the soul of my dead mother. Thrice I tried, moved by a strong desire, and thrice the form passed through them, like a shadow or a dream. And then did the great sorrow in my heart grow sharper, and in winged words I said, Beloved mother, why wilt thou not keep thy place, that I may clasp thee, so that here, in Pluto's realm and in each other's arms, we each might in the other soothe the sense of misery. Hath mighty Proserpine sent but an empty shade to meet me here, that I might only grieve and sigh the more? I spake, and then my reverend mother said, Believe not that Jove's daughter Proserpine deceives thee. 'Tis the lot of all our race when they are dead. No more the sinews bind the bones and flesh. When once from the white bones the life departs, then like a dream the soul flies off, and flits about from place to place. But haste thou to the light again, and mark what I have said, that thou in after days mayst tell it to thy wife on thy return. Thus we conferred. Meantime the women came around me, moved by mighty Proserpine. In throngs they gathered to the dark red blood. Then, as I pondered how to question each, this seemed the wisest. From my sturdy thigh I plucked the trenchant sword, and suffered not all that were there to taste the blood at once. So one by one they came, and each in turn declared her lineage. Thus I questioned all. Then saw I high-born Tyro first, who claimed to be the daughter of that blameless man Salmoneus, and who called herself the wife of Cretheus, son of Aeolus. She loved Enipeus, hallowed river, fairest stream of all that flow on earth, and often walked beside its pleasant waters. He whose arms surround the islands, Neptune, once put on the river's form, and at its gulfy mouth met her. The purple waters stood upright around them like a wall, and formed an arch, and hid the god and woman. There he loosed the virgin zone of Tyro, shedding sleep upon her. Afterward he took her hand and said, Rejoice, O maiden, in our love, for with the year's return shalt thou bring forth illustrious sons. The embraces of the gods are not unfruitful. Rear them carefully, and now return to thy abode, and watch thy words, and keep thy secret. Thou must know that I am Neptune, he who shakes the earth. He spake, and plunged into the billowy deep, and she became a mother, and brought forth Peleus and Neleus, valiant ministers of mighty Jupiter. On the broad lands of Ilcos, Peleus dwelt, and reared vast flocks of sheep, while Neleus made his home in Pylos midst the sands. The queenly dame, his mother, meanwhile brought forth other sons to Cretheus, Aeson first and Pharis next, and Amethon, great in horsemanship. And after her I saw Antiope, the daughter of Asopus, her who made a boast that she had slumbered in the arms of Jove. 2 sons she bore, Amphion one, the other Zethus, and they founded Thebes with its 7 gates, and girt it round with towers. For valiant as they were, they could not dwell safely in that great town unfenced by towers. And after her I saw Amphitrion's wife, Alcmena, her who brought forth Hercules, the dauntless hero of the lion heart, for she had given herself into the arms of mighty Jupiter. I also saw Megara there, a daughter of the house of haughty Creon. Her Amphitryon's son, unamable in strength, had made his wife. The mother, too, of Oedipus I saw, beautiful Epicaste, who in life had done unwittingly a heinous deed, had married her own son, who, having slain her father first, espoused her. But the gods published abroad the rumor of the crime. He, in the pleasant town of Thebes, bore sway o'er the Cadmeans. Yet in misery he lived, for so the offended gods ordained. And she went down to Hades in the gates that stand forever barred. For wild with grief, she slung a cord upon a lofty beam and perished by it, leaving him to bear woes without measure, such as on a son the furies of a mother might inflict. And there I saw the dame supremely fair Chloris, whom Neleus with large marriage gifts wooed and brought home a bride, the youngest she among the daughters of Esus's son, Amphion, ruler o'er Orchomenus, the Minyaean town, and o'er the realm of Pylos. 3 illustrious sons she bore to Neleus, Nestor, Chromius, and a chief of lofty bearing, Periclymenus. She brought forth Pero also, marvelous in beauty, wooed by all the region round, but Neleus would bestow the maid on none, save him who should drive off from Phylace. The beeves, broad-fronted and with crooked horns, of valiant Iphicles, a difficult task. One man alone, a blameless prophet, dared attempt it, but he found himself withstood by fate and rigid fetters and a force of rustic herdsmen. Months and days went by, and the full year, led by the hours, came round. The valiant Iphicles, who from the seer had heard the oracles explained, took off the shackles, and the will of Jove was done. Then saw I Leda, wife of Tyndarus, who bore to Tyndarus 2 noble sons, Castor the horseman, Pollux skilled to wield the cestus. Both of them have still a place upon the fruitful earth, for Jupiter gave them such honor that they live by turns, each one a day, and then are with the dead, each one by turns. They rank among the gods. The wife of Aloeus next appeared, Iphidamea, who, as she declared, had won the love of Neptune. She brought forth 2 short-lived sons, one like a god in form, named Otus, and the other, far renowned, named Ephialtes. These the bounteous earth nourished to be the tallest of mankind, and goodliest, save Orion. When the twain had seen but 9 years of their life, they stood in breadth of frame 9 cubits, and in height 9 fathoms. They against the living gods threatened to wage upon the Olympian height fierce and tumultuous battle, and to fling Ossa upon Olympus, and to pile Pelion, with all its growth of leafy woods, on Ossa, that the heavens might thus be scaled. And they, if they had reached their prime of youth, had made their menace good. The son of Jove and amber-haired Latona took their lives, ere yet beneath their temples sprang the down, and covered with its sprouting tufts the chin. Phaedra I saw, and Procrus, and the child of the wise Minos, Ariadne, famed for beauty, whom the hero Theseus, once from Crete to hallowed Athens' fertile coast led, but possessed her not. Diana gave ear to the tale which Bacchus brought to her, and in the isle of Dia slew the maid. And Maera I beheld, and Clymene, and Eriphyle, hateful in her guilt, who sold her husband for a price in gold. But vainly might I think to name them all, the wives and daughters of heroic men whom I beheld. For first the ambrosial night would wear away, and now for me the hour of sleep is come, at my good ship among my friends, or haply here. Meantime the care for my return is with the gods and you. He spake, and all were silent, all within. The shadows of those palace halls were held motionless by the charm of what he said, and thus the white-armed Queen Arete spake. Phaeacians, how appears this man to you in form, in stature, and well-judging mind? My guest he is, but each among you shares the honor of the occasion. Now, I pray, dismiss him not in haste, nor sparingly bestow your gifts on one in so much need, for in your dwellings is much wealth, bestowed upon you by the bounty of the gods. Then also Echeneus, aged chief, the oldest man of the Phaeacians, spake. My friends, the word of our sagacious queen errs not, nor is ill-timed, and yours it is to hearken and obey, but all depends upon Alcinous, both the word and deed. And then in turn, Alcinous spake, that word shall be fulfilled, if I am ruler here, or the Phaeacians, skilled in seamanship. But let the stranger, though he long for home, bear to remain till morning, that his store of gifts may be complete. To send him home shall be the charge of all, but mostly mine, since mine it is to hold the sovereign power. And then the wise Ulysses said, O King Alcinous, eminent o'er all thy race, shouldst thou command me to remain with thee even for a 12-month, and at length provide for my return, and give me princely gifts, even that would please me, for with fuller hands the happier were my lot on my return to my own land. I should be honored then, and meet a kinder welcome there from all who see me in my Ithaca once more. And then again, in turn, Alcinous spake, Ulysses, when we look on thee, we feel no fear that thou art false, or one of those, the many, whom the dark earth nourishes, wandering at large, and forging lies, that we may not suspect them. Thou hast grace of speech and noble thoughts, and fitly hast thou told, even as a minstrel might, the history of all thy Argive brethren and thy own. Now say, and frankly, didst thou also see any of those heroic men who went with thee to Troy, and in that region met their fate? A night immeasurably long is yet before us. Let us have thy tale of wonders. I could listen till the break of hallowed morning, if thou canst endure so long to speak of hardships thou hast borne. He spake, and wise Ulysses answered thus, O King Alcinous, eminent beyond all others of thy people, for discourse there is a time for sleep. If more thou yet wouldst hear, I will not spare to give the story of the greater woes of my companions, who were afterward cut off from life, and though they had escaped the cruel Trojan War, on their return, they perished by a woman's fraud and guilt. When chaste Proserpina had made the ghosts of women scatter right and left, there came the soul of Agamemnon, Atreus' son. He came attended by a throng of those who in the palace of Aegisthus met a fate like his and died. When he had drunk the dark red blood, he knew me at a look, and wailed aloud, and bursting into tears, stretched out his hands to touch me. But no power was there of grasp or pressure, such as once dwelt in those active limbs. I could not help but weep at sight of him, for from my heart I pitied him, and spake these winged words. Most glorious son of Atreus, king of men, how, Agamemnon, has the fate that brings to man the everlasting sleep of death o'ertaken thee? Did Neptune, calling up the winds in all their fury, make thy fleet a wreck? Or did thine enemies on land smite thee, as thou wert driving off their beeves and their fair flocks, or fighting to defend some city and the helpless women there? I spake, and Agamemnon thus replied, Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise, 'twas not that Neptune, calling up the winds, in all their fury wrecked me in my fleet, nor hostile warriors smote me on the land, but that Aegisthus, bent upon my death, plotted against me with my guilty wife, and bade me to his house, and slew me there, even at the banquet, as a hind might slay a bullock at the stall. With me they slew my comrades, as a herd of white-toothed swine are slaughtered for some man of large estates who makes a wedding or a solemn feast. Thou hast seen many perish by the sword in the hard battle, one by one, and yet thou wouldst have pitied us, hadst thou beheld the slain beside the wine-jar and beneath the loaded tables, while the pavement swam with blood. I heard Cassandra's piteous cry, the cry of Priam's daughter, stricken down by treacherous Clytemnestra at my side. And there I lay, and dying, raised my hands to grasp my sword. The shameless woman went her way, nor stayed to close my eyes, nor press my mouth into its place, although my soul was on its way to Hades. There is naught that lives more horrible, more lost to shame, than is the woman who has brought her mind to compass deeds like these, the wretch who plans so foul a crime, the murder of the man whom she a virgin wedded. I had looked for a warm welcome from my children here, and all my household in my ancient home. This woman, deep in wickedness, hath brought disgrace upon herself and all her sex, even those who give their thoughts to doing good. He spake, and I replied, Oh, how the god who wields the thunder, Jupiter, must hate the house of Atreus for the women's sake. At first we fell by myriads in the cause of Helen. Clytemnestra now hath planned this guile against thee while thou wert afar. I spake, and instantly his answer came. Therefore be not compliant to thy wife, nor let her hear from thee whatever lies within thy knowledge. Tell her but a part, and keep the rest concealed. Yet is thy life, Ulysses, in no danger from thy spouse. For wise and well instructed in the rules of virtuous conduct is Penelope, the daughter of Icarius. When we went to war, we left her a young bride. A babe was at her breast, a boy who now must sit among grown men. And fortunate is he, for certainly his father will behold the youth on his return, and he embrace his father as his meat. But as for me, my consort suffered not my eyes to feed upon the sight of my own son, for first she slew me. This then I admonish thee, heed thou my words. Bring not thy ship to land openly in thy country, but by stealth, since now no longer can we put our trust in woman. Meantime, tell me of my son, and faithfully, if thou hast heard of him as living, whether in Orchomenus or sandy Pylos, or in the broad realm of Menelaus Sparta, for not yet has my Orestes passed from earth and life. He spake, and I replied, Why ask of me that question, O Atrides? I know not whether thy son be living or be dead, and this is not a time for idle words. Thus in sad talk we stood, and freely flowed our tears. Meanwhile, the ghosts of Peleus' son Achilles and Patroclus, excellent Antilochus and Ajax, all drew near. Ajax for form and stature, eminent o'er all the Greeks, save Peleus' faultless son. Then did the soul of fleet Aeacides know me, and thus in winged words he said, Ulysses, what hath moved thee to attempt this greatest of thy labors? How is it that thou hast found the courage to descend to Hades, where the dead, the bodiless forms of those whose work is done on earth, abide? He spake, I answered, Greatest of the Greeks, Achilles, son of Peleus. 'Twas to hear the counsel of Tiresias that I came, if haply he might tell me, by what means to reach my rugged Ithaca again. For yet have I not trod my native coast, nor even have drawn nigh to Greece. I meet misfortunes everywhere. But as for thee, Achilles, no man lived before thy time, nor will hereafter live, more fortunate than thou. For while alive, we honored thee as if thou wert a god, and now again in these abodes thou rulest o'er the dead. Therefore, Achilles, shouldst thou not be sad. I spake. Achilles quickly answered me, Noble Ulysses, speak not thus of death, as if thou couldst console me. I would be a laborer on earth, and serve for hire, some man of mean estate, who makes scant cheer, rather than reign o'er all who have gone down to death. Speak rather of my noble son, whether or not he yet has joined the wars, to fight among the foremost of the host. And tell me also, if thou aught hast heard of blameless Peleus, whether he be yet honored among his many Myrmidons, or do they hold him now in small esteem in Hellas and in Phthia, since old age unnerves his hands and feet, and I no more am there beneath the sun to give him aid, strong as I was on the wide plain of Troy, when warring for the Achaean cause I smote that valiant people. Could I come again, but for a moment, with my former strength, into my father's palace, I would make that strength and these unconquerable hands a terror to the men who do him wrong, and rob him of the honor due a king. He spake, I answered, Nothing have I heard of blameless Peleus, but I will relate the truth concerning Neoptolemus thy son as thou requirest. Him I took from Scyros in a gallant bark to join the well-armed Greeks. Know then that when we sat in council, planning to conduct the war against the city of Troy, he always rose, the first to speak, nor were his words unwise. The godlike Nestor and myself alone rivaled him in debate, and when we fought about the city walls, he loitered not among the others in the numerous host, but hastened on before them, giving place to no man there in valor. Many men he slew in desperate combat, whom to name were past my power, so many were they all, whom in the cause of Greece he struck to earth. Yet one I name, Eurypylus, the son of Telephus, who perished by his sword, with many of his band, Citians, led to war because of liberal gifts bestowed upon their chieftain's wife, the noblest he of men in form, whom I have ever seen, save Memnon. Went into the wooden steed, framed by Epius, we the chiefs of Greece ascended, and to me was given the charge of all things there, to open and to shut the close-built fraud, while others of high rank among the Greeks were wiping off their tears, and their limbs shook. I never saw thy son turn pale in his fine face, or brush away a tear. But he besought me earnestly that he might leave our hiding place, and grasped his falchion's hilt, and lifted up his spear, heavy with brass, for in his mind he smote the Trojan crowd already. When at last we had o'erthrown and sacked the lofty town of Priam, he embarked upon a ship, with all his share of spoil, a large reward, unhurt, not touched in combat hand to hand, nor wounded from afar, as oftentimes must be the fortune of a fight, for Mars is wont to rage without regard to men. I spake, the soul of swift Aeacides, over the meadows thick with asphodel, departed with long strides, well pleased to hear from me the story of his son's renown. The other ghosts of those who lay in death stood sorrowing by, and each one told his griefs. But that of Ajax, son of Telamon, kept far aloof, displeased that I had won the victory, contending at the fleet which should possess the arms of Peleus' son. His goddess mother laid them as a prize before us, and the captive sons of Troy and Pallas were the umpires to award the victory. And now, how much I wish I had not conquered in a strife like that, since for that cause the dark earth hath received the hero Ajax, who in nobleness of form and greatness of exploits excelled all other Greeks, except the blameless son of Peleus. Then I spake in soothing words. O Ajax, son of blameless Telamon, wilt thou not even in death forget the wrath caused by the strife for those accursed arms? The gods have made them fatal to the Greeks, for thou, the bulwark of our host, didst fall, and we lamented thee as bitterly when thou wert dead as we had mourned the son of Peleus. Nor was any man to blame. 'Twas Jupiter who held in vehement hate the army of the warlike Greeks, and laid this doom upon thee. Now, O king, draw near, and hear our voice and words, and check, I pray, the anger rising in thy generous breast. I spake, he answered not, but moved away to Erebus among the other souls of the departed. Yet would I have had speech of him, angry as he was, or else have spoken to him further. But my wish was strong to see yet others of the dead. Then I beheld the illustrious son of Jove, Minos, a golden scepter in his hand, sitting to judge the dead, who round the king pleaded their causes. There they stood or sat in Pluto's halls, a pile with ample gates. And next I saw the huge Orion drive across the meadows green with asphodel, the savage beast whom he had slain. He bore the brazen mace, which no man's power could break. And Tityus there I saw, the mighty earth his mother, overspreading, as he lay, 9 acres, with 2 vultures at his side, that plucking at his liver, plunged their beaks into the flesh. Nor did his hands avail to drive them off, for he had offered force to Jove's proud wife Latona as she went to Pytho through the pleasant Panopeus. And next I looked on Tantalus, a prey to grievous torments, standing in a lake that reached his chin. Though painfully athirst, he could not drink. As often as he bowed his aged head to take into his lips the water, it was drawn away and sank into the earth, and the dark soil appeared around his feet. A god had dried it up, and lofty trees drooped o'er him, hung with fruit, pears and pomegranates, apples fair to sight, and luscious figs, and olives green of hue. And when that ancient man put forth his hands to pluck them from their stems, the wind arose and whirled them far among the shadowy clouds. There I beheld the shade of Sisyphus amid his sufferings. With both hands he rolled a huge stone up a hill. To force it up, he leaned against the mass with hands and feet. But, ere it crossed the summit of the hill, a power was felt that sent it rolling back, and downward plunged the unmanageable rock before him to the plain. Again he toiled to heave it upward, while the sweat in streams ran down his limbs, and dust begrimed his brow. Then I beheld the mighty Hercules, the hero's image, for he sits himself among the deathless gods, well pleased to share their feasts, and Hebe of the dainty feet, a daughter of the mighty Jupiter, and golden-sandaled Juno, is his wife. Around his image flitted to and fro the ghosts with noise, like fear-bewildered birds. His look was dark as night. He held in hand a naked bow, a shaft upon the string, and fiercely gazed, like one about to send the arrow forth. Upon his breast he wore the formidable baldric, on whose band of gold were sculptured marvels, forms of bears, wild boars, grim lions, battles, skirmishings, and death by wounds and slaughter. He who wrought that band had never done the like before, nor could thereafter. As I met his eye, the hero knew me, and beholding me with pity, said to me in winged words, "Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise, and yet unhappy, surely thou dost bear a cruel fate, like that which I endured, while yet I saw the brightness of the sun, the offspring of Saturnian Jupiter. Am I, and yet was I compelled to serve one of a meaner race than I, who set difficult tasks. He sent me hither once to bring away the guardian hound. He deemed no harder task might be. I brought him hence, I led him up from Hades, with such aid as Hermes and the blue-eyed Pallas gave." Thus, having spoken, he withdrew again into the abode of Pluto. I remained and kept my place, in hope there yet might come heroes who perished in the early time, and happily I might look on some of those, the ancients, whom I greatly longed to see, on Theseus and Pirithous, glorious men, the children of the gods. But now there flocked already round me, with a mighty noise, the innumerable nations of the dead, and I grew pale with fear, lest from the halls of Pluto the stern Proserpine should send the frightful visage of the monster maid, the Gorgon. Hastening to my ship, I bade the crew embark and cast the hawsers loose. Quickly they went on board and took their seats upon the benches. Through Oceanus the current bore my galley, aided first by oars and then by favorable gales. Book 12, The Sirens, Scylla, and Charybdis. Return of Ulysses to the island of Circe. Her counsels respecting his homeward voyage. The Sirens, escape from Scylla and Charybdis. His arrival at Trinacria. Slaughter of the oxen of the sun by his companions. A tempest, in consequence, by which his companions all perish, and he only escapes by swimming to the island of Calypso. Now, when our bark had left Oceanus and entered the great deep, we reached the isle Aiaia, where the morning child of dawn abides and holds her dances, and the sun goes up from earth. We landed there and drew our galley up the beach. We disembarked and laid us down to sleep beside the sea, and waited for the holy morn to rise. Then when the rosy-fingered morn appeared, the child of dawn, I sent my comrades forth to bring from Circe's halls Elpenor's corse, and where a headland stretched into the deep, we hewed down trees and held the funeral rites with many tears, and having there consumed the body and the arms with fire, we built a tomb and reared a column to the dead, and on its summit fixed a tapering oar. All this was duly done, yet was the news of our return from Hades not concealed from Circe. She attired herself in haste and came. Her maids came with her, bringing bread and store of meats and generous wine, and thus spake the wise goddess, standing in the midst. "Ah, daring ones, who, yet alive, have gone down to the abode of Pluto. Twice to die is yours, while others die but once. Yet now take food, drink wine, and hold a feast today, and with the dawn of morning ye shall sail, and I will show the way, and teach you all its dangers, so that ye may not lament false counsels followed, either on the land or on the water, to your grievous harm." She spake, and our confiding minds were swayed easily by her counsels. All that day, till set of sun, we sat and banqueted upon the abundant meats and generous wines. And when the sun went down and darkness came, the crew beside the fastenings of our bark lay down to sleep, while Circe took my hand, led me apart, and made me sit, and took her seat before me, and inquired of all that I had seen. I told her faithfully, and then the mighty goddess Circe said, "Thus far is well. Now needfully attend to what I say, and may some deity help thee remember it. Thou first wilt come to where the Sirens haunt. They throw a spell o'er all who pass that way. If unawares, One finds himself so nigh that he can hear their voices. Round him nevermore shall wife and lisping children gather, welcoming his safe return with joy. The Sirens sit in a green field and charm with mellow notes. The comer, while beside them lie in heaps, the bones of men decaying underneath the shriveled skins. Take heed and pass them by. First fill with wax, well kneaded in the palm, the ears of thy companions, that no sound may enter. Hear the music if thou wilt, but let thy people bind thee, hand and foot, to the good ship, upright against the mast, and round it wind the cord, that thou mayest hear the ravishing notes. But shouldst thou then entreat thy men, commanding them to set thee free, let them be charged to bind thee yet more fast, with added bands. And when they shall have passed the Sirens by, I will not judge for thee which way to take. Consider for thyself. I tell thee of two ways. There is a pile of beetling rocks, where roars the mighty surge of dark-eyed Amphitrite. These are called the Wanderers by the blessed gods. No birds can pass them safe, not even the timid doves, which bear ambrosia to our father Jove. But ever doth the slippery rock take off someone, whose loss the god at once supplies to keep their number full. To these no bark, guided by man, has ever come, and left the spot unwrecked. The billows of the deep and storms of fire in air have scattered wide timbers of ships and bodies of drowned men. One only of the barks that plow the deep has passed them safely, Argo, known to all by fame when coming from Aida home. And her the billows would have dashed against the enormous rocks, if Juno, for the sake of Jason, had not come to guide it through. Two are the rocks. One lifts to the broad heaven, its pointed summit, where a dark gray cloud broods and withdraws not. Never is the sky clear o'er that peak, not even in summer days or autumn, nor can man ascend its steeps or venture down, so smooth the sides as if man's art had polished them. There in the midst, upon the western side toward Erebus, there yawns a shadowy cavern. Thither thou, noble Ulysses, steer thy bark, yet keep so far aloof that, standing on the deck, a youth might send an arrow from a bow just to the cavern's mouth. There Scylla dwells, and fills the air with fearful yells, her voice the cry of whelps, just littered, but herself a frightful prodigy, a sight which none would care to look on, though he were a god. 12 feet are hers, all shapeless, 6 long necks, a hideous head on each, and triple rows of teeth, close set and many, threatening death. And half her form is in the cavern's womb, and forth from that dark gulf her heads are thrust, to look abroad upon the rocks for prey, dolphin or dogfish, or the mightier whale, such as the murmuring Amphitrite breeds in multitudes. No mariner can boast that he has passed by Scylla with a crew unharmed. She snatches from the deck and bears away in each grim mouth a living man. Another rock, Ulysses, thou wilt see of lower height, so near her that a spear, cast by the hand, might reach it. On it grows a huge, wild fig tree with luxuriant leaves. Below, Charybdis of immortal birth draws the dark water down. For thrice a day she gives it forth, and thrice, with fearful whirl, she draws it in. Oh, be it not thy lot to come while the dark water rushes down. Even Neptune could not then deliver thee. Then turn thy course with speed toward Scylla's rock, and pass that way. 'Twere better far that 6 should perish from the ship than all be lost. She spake, and I replied, O goddess, deign to tell me truly, cannot I at once escape Charybdis, and defend my friends against the rage of Scylla when she strikes? I spake. The mighty goddess answered me, Rash man, dost thou still think of warlike deeds and feats of strength? And wilt thou not give way even to the deathless gods? That pest is not of mortal mold. She cannot die. She is a thing to tremble and to shudder at, and fierce, and never to be overcome. There is no room for courage. Flight is best. And if thou shouldst delay beside the rock to take up arms, I fear lest once again she fall on thee with all her heads, and seize as many men. Pass by the monster's haunt with all the speed that thou canst make, and call upon Crataeus, who brought Scylla forth to be the plague of men, and who will calm her rage, that she assault thee not again. Then in thy voyage shalt thou reach the isle Trinacria, where, in pastures of the sun, his many beeves and fading sheep are fed. 7 herds of oxen, and as many flocks of sheep, and 50 in each flock and herd. They never multiply, they never die. 2 shepherdesses tend them, goddesses, nymphs with redundant locks. Lampalia one, the other Phaethusa. These the nymph Neaera to the overgoing sun brought forth, and when their queenly mother's care had reared them, she appointed them to dwell in far Trinacria, there to keep the flocks and oxen of their father. If thy thoughts be fixed on thy return, so that thou leave these flocks and herds unharmed, ye all will come to Ithaca, though after many toils. But if thou rashly harm them, I foretell destruction to thy ship and all its crew. And if thyself escape, thou wilt return late and in sorrow, all thy comrades lost. She spake. The morning on her golden throne looked forth. The glorious goddess went her way into the isle, I to my ship, and bade the men embark and cast the hawsers loose. And straight they went on board, and duly manned the benches, smiting as they sat with oars, the hoary waters. Circe, amber-haired, the mighty goddess of the musical voice, sent a fair wind behind our dark-prowed ship that gaily bore us company and filled the sails. When we had fairly ordered all on board our galley, we sat down and left the favoring wind and helm to bear us on, and thus in sadness I bespake the crew. My friends, it were not well that 1 or 2 alone should know the oracles I heard from Circe, great among the goddesses, and now will I disclose them, that ye all, whether we are to die or to escape the doom of death, may be forewarned. And first against the wicked Sirens and their song and flowery bank she warns us. I alone may hear their voice, but ye must bind me first, with bands too strong to break, that I may stand upright against the mast, and let the cords be fastened round it. If I then entreat and bid you loose me, make the bands more strong. Thus to my crew I spake, and told them all that they should know, while our good ship drew near the island of the Sirens, prosperous gales, wafting it gently onward. Then the breeze sank to a breathless calm. Some deity had hushed the winds to slumber. Straightway rose. The men unfurled the sails and laid them down within the ship, and sat and made the sea, white with the beating of their polished blades made of the fir tree. Then I took a mass of wax, and cut it into many parts, and kneaded each with a strong hand. It grew warm with the pressure, and the beams of him who journeys round the earth, the monarch's son. With this, I filled the ears of all my men, from first to last. They bound me, in their turn, upright against the mast tree, hand and foot, and tied the cords around it. Then again they sat and threshed with oars the hoary deep. And when, in running rapidly, we came so near the Sirens as to hear a voice. From where they sat, our galley flew, not by unseen by them, and sweetly thus they sang. O world-renowned Ulysses, thou who art the glory of the Achaeans, turn thy bark landward, that thou mayest listen to our lay. No man has passed us in his galley yet, ere he has heard our warbled melodies. He goes delighted hence a wiser man. For all that, in the spacious realm of Troy, the Greeks and Trojans by the will of heaven endured we know, and all that comes to pass in all the nations of the fruitful earth. 'Twas thus they sang, and sweet the strain. I longed to listen, and with nods I gave the sign to set me free. They only plied their oars, the faster. Then upsprang Eurylochus and Perimedes, and with added cords bound me, and drew the others still more tight. And when we now had passed the spot, and heard no more the melody the Sirens sang, my comrades hastened from their ears to take the wax, and loose the cords, and set me free. As soon as we had left the isle, I saw mist and a mountain billow, and I heard the thunder of the waters. From the hands of my affrighted comrades flew the oars. The deep was all in uproar, but the ship stopped there, for all the rowers ceased their task. I went through all the ship, exhorting them with cheerful words, man after man, and said, Reflect, my friends, that we are not untried in evil fortunes, nor in sadder plight. Are we than when within his spacious cave the brutal Cyclops held us prisoners? Yet through my valor we escaped, and through my counsels and devices, and I think that ye will live to bear this day's events in memory like those. Now let us act. Do all as I advise. Go to your seats upon the benches, smiting with your oars these mighty waves, and haply Jove will grant that we escape the death which threatens us. Thee, helmsman, I adjure, and heed my words, since to thy hands alone is given in charge our gallant vessel's rudder. Steer thou hence from mist and tumbling waves, and well observe the rock, lest where it juts into the sea thou heed it not, and bring us all to wreck. I spake, and quickly all obeyed my words. Yet said I naught of Scylla, whom we now could not avoid, lest all the crew in fear should cease to row and crowd into the hold. And then did I forget the stern command which Circe gave me, not to arm myself for combat. In my shining arms I cased my limbs, and took in hand 2 ponderous spears, and went on deck, and stood upon the prow. For there it seemed to me that Scylla first would show herself, that monster of the rocks, to seize my comrades. Yet I saw her not, though weary grew my eyes with looking long and eagerly upon those dusky cliffs. Sadly, we sailed into the strait, where stood on one hand Scylla, and the dreaded rock Charybdis on the other, drawing down into her horrid gulf the briny flood. And as she threw it forth again, it tossed and murmured as upon a glowing fire, the water in a cauldron, while the spray, thrown upward, fell on both the summit rocks. And when once more she swallowed the salt sea, it whirled within the abyss, while far below, the bottom of blue sand was seen. My men grew pale with fear. We looked into the gulf and thought our end was nigh. Then Scylla snatched 6 of my comrades from our hollow bark, the best in valor and in strength of arm. I looked to my good ship. I looked to them, and saw their hands and feet still swung in air above me, while for the last time on earth they called my name in agony of heart. As when an angler on a jutting rock sits with his taper rod and casts his bait to snare the smaller fish, he sends the horn of a wild bull that guards his line afar into the water and jerks out a fish and throws it, gasping shoreward. So were they uplifted, gasping to the rocks, and there Scylla devoured them at her cavern's mouth, stretching their hands to me with piercing cries of anguish. 'Twas in truth the saddest sight, whatever I have suffered, and where'er have roamed the waters, that mine eyes have seen. Escaping thus the rocks, the dreaded haunt of Scylla and Charybdis, we approached the pleasant island of the sun, where grazed the oxen with broad foreheads, beautiful, and a flocks of sheep, the fatlings of the god who makes the round of heaven. While yet at sea I heard from my black ship the low of herds in stables and the bleatings of the flocks, and straightway came into my thought the words of the blind seer Tiresias, him of Thebes and of Aeaean Circe, who had oft warned me to shun the island of the god whose light is sweet to all. And then I said to my companions with a sorrowing heart, my comrades, sufferers as ye are, give ear. I shall disclose the oracles which late Tiresias and Aeaean Circe gave. The goddess earnestly admonished me not to approach the island of the sun, whose light is sweet to all, for there, she said, some great misfortune lay in wait for us. Now let us speed the ship and pass the isle. I spake. Their hearts were broken as they heard, and bitterly Eurylochus replied, Austere art thou, Ulysses. Thou art strong exceedingly. No labor tires thy limbs. They must be made of iron, since thy will denies thy comrades, overcome with toil and sleeplessness, to tread the land again, and in that isle amid the waters make a generous banquet. Thou wouldst have us sail into the swiftly coming night, and stray far from the island, through the misty sea. By night spring up the mighty winds that make a wreck of ships, and how can one escape destruction, should a sudden hurricane rise from the south or the hard-blowing west, such as, in spite of all the sovereign gods, will cause a ship to founder in the deep? Let us obey the dark-browed night, and take our evening meal, remaining close beside our gallant bark, and go on board again when morning breaks, and enter the wide sea. So spake Eurylochus, the rest approved, And then I knew that some divinity was meditating evil to our band, and I bespake him thus in winged words. Eurylochus, ye force me to your will, since I am only one. Now all of you bind yourselves to me firmly by an oath, that if ye haply here shall meet a herd of beeves or flock of sheep, ye will not dare to slay a single ox or sheep, but feed contented on the stores that Circe gave. I spake, and readily my comrades swore as I required, and when that solemn oath was taken, to the land we brought and moored our galley in a winding creek beside a fountain of sweet water. From the deck stepped my companions and made ready there, their evening cheer. They ate and drank, till thirst and hunger were appeased, and then they thought of those whom Scylla from our galley's deck snatched and devoured. They thought and wept till sleep stole softly over them amid their tears. Now came the third part of the night. The stars were sinking when the cloud compeller Jove sent forth a violent wind with eddying gusts, and covered both the earth and sky with clouds, and darkness fell from heaven. When morning came, the rosy-fingered daughter of the dawn, we drew the ship into a spacious grot. There were the seats of nymphs, and there we saw the smooth, fair places where they danced. I called a council of my men, and said to them, My friends, in our good ship are food and drink. Abstain we from these beeves, lest we be made to suffer. For these herds and these fair flocks are sacred to a dreaded god, the sun, the all-beholding and all-hearing sun. I spake, and all were swayed by what I said full easily. A month entire the gales blew from the south, and after that no wind, save east and south. While yet we had our bread and ruddy wine, my comrades spared the beeves, moved by the love of life. But when the stores on board our galley were consumed, they roamed the island in their need, and sought for prey, and snared with barbed hooks the fish and birds, whatever came to hand, till they were gaunt with famine. Meantime I withdrew alone into the isle to supplicate the gods, if haply one of them might yet reveal the way of my return. As thus I strayed into the land, apart from all the rest, I found a sheltered nook where no wind came, and prayed with washen hands to all the gods who dwell in heaven. At length they bathed my lids in a soft sleep. Meantime, Eurylochus with fatal counsels thus harangued my men. Hear, my companions, sufferers as ye are, the words that I shall speak. All modes of death are hateful to the wretched race of men, but this of hunger, thus to meet our fate, is the most fearful. Let us drive apart, the best of all the oxen of the sun, and sacrifice them to the immortal ones who dwell in the broad heaven. And if we come to Ithaca, our country, we will there build to the sun, whose path is o'er our heads, a sumptuous temple, and endow its shrine with many gifts and rare. But if it be his will, approved by all the other gods, to sink our bark in anger, for the sake of these his high-horned oxen, I should choose sooner to gasp my life away amid the billows of the deep than pine to death by famine in this melancholy isle. So spake Eurylochus, the crew approved. Then from the neighboring herd they drove the best of all the beeves, for near the dark prowed ship the fair broad-fronted herd with crooked horns were feeding. Round the victims stood my crew, and offering their petitions to the gods, held tender oak leaves in their hands, just plucked from a tall tree, for in our good ship's hold was no white barley now. When they had prayed, and slain and dressed the beeves, they hewed away the thighs, and covered them with double folds of caul, and laid raw slices over these. Wine had they not to pour in sacrifice upon the burning flesh. They poured instead water, and roasted all the entrails thus. Now when the thighs were thoroughly consumed, and entrails tasted, all the rest was carved into small portions, and transfixed with spits. Just then the gentle slumber left my lids. I hurried to the shore in my good ship, and drawing near, perceived the savory steam from the burnt offering. Sorrowfully, then I called upon the ever-living gods. O Father Jove, and all ye blessed gods, who live forever, 'twas a cruel sleep in which ye lulled me to my grievous harm. My comrades here have done a fearful wrong. Lampetia of the trailing robes in haste flew to the sun, who journeys round the earth, to tell him that my crew had slain his beeves, and thus in anger he bespake the gods. O Father Jove, and all ye blessed gods who never die, avenge the wrong I bear upon the comrades of Laertes' son, Ulysses, who have foully slain my beeves, in which I took delight whene'er I rose into the starry heaven, and when again I sank from heaven to earth. If for the wrong they make not large amends, I shall go down to Hades, there to shine among the dead. The cloud-compelling Jupiter replied, Still shine, O sun, among the deathless gods and mortal men, upon the nourishing earth. Soon will I cleave, with a white thunderbolt, their galley in the midst of the Black Sea. This from Calypso of the radiant hair I heard thereafter. She herself, she said, had heard it from the herald Mercury. When to the ship I came, beside the sea, I sternly chid them all, man after man. Yet could we think of no redress. The beeves were dead, and now with prodigies, the gods amazed my comrades. The skins moved and crawled, the flesh both raw and roasted on the spits, lowed with the voice of oxen. 6 whole days my comrades feasted, taking from the herd the sun's best oxen. When Saturnian Jove brought the 7th day, the tempest ceased. The wind fell, and we straightway went on board. We set the mast upright, and spreading the white sails, we ventured on the great wide sea again. When we had left the isle, and now appeared no other land, but only sea and sky, the son of Saturn caused a lurid cloud to gather o'er the galley, and to cast its darkness on the deep. Not long our ship ran onward, ere the furious west wind rose and blew a hurricane. A strong blast snapped both ropes that held the mast. The mast fell back. The tackle dropped entangled to the hold. The mast, in falling on the galley's stern, dashed on the pilot's head and crushed the bones, and from the deck he plunged like one who dives into the deep. His gallant spirit left the limbs at once. Jove thundered from on high and sent a thunderbolt into the ship that, quaking with the fearful blow and filled with stifling sulfur, shook my comrades off into the deep. They floated round the ship like seamews. Jupiter had cut them off from their return. I moved from place to place, still in the ship, until the tempest's force parted the sides and keel. Before the waves, the naked keel was swept. The mast had snapped just at the base, but round it was a thong made of a bullock's hide. With this, I bound the mast and keel together, took my seat upon them, and the wild winds bore me on. The west wind ceased to rage, but in its stead the south wind blew and brought me bitter grief. I feared lest I must measure back my way to grim Charybdis. All night long I rode the waves, and with the rising sun drew near the rock of Scylla and the terrible Charybdis, as her gulf was drawing down the waves of the salt sea. There as I came, I raised myself on high till I could grasp the lofty fig tree, and I clung to it as clings a bat. For I could neither find a place to plant my feet, nor could I climb, so distant were the roots, so far apart, the long, huge branches overshadowing Charybdis. Yet I firmly kept my hold, till she should throw the keel and mast again, up from the gulf. They, as I waited long, came up again, though late as one, who long has sat adjudging strifes between young suitors pleading in the marketplace, rises and goes to take his evening meal. So late the timbers of my bark returned, thrown from Charybdis. Then I dropped amid the dashing waves and came with hands and feet on those long timbers in the midst, that they might bear my weight. I sat on them and rode with both my hands. The father of the gods and mortals suffered, not that I should look on Scylla's rock again, else had I not escaped a cruel death. For 9 long days I floated on the waters. On the 10th, the gods at nightfall bore me to an isle, Ogygia, where Calypso, amber-haired, a mighty goddess, skilled in song, abides, who kindly welcomed me and cherished me. Why should I speak of this? Here in these halls, I gave the history yesterday to thee and to thy gracious consort, and I hate to tell again a tale once fully told. Book 13, Arrival of Ulysses at Ithaca. Departure of Ulysses from the court of Alcinous, arrival of the ship at Ithaca. Ulysses carried on shore by the Phaeacians while asleep and left. His treasures landed also. The ship, while returning, transformed by Neptune into a rock. dialogue between Pallas and Ulysses concerning the destruction of the suitors, concealment of the treasures in a cave, transformation of Ulysses into an old man. He spake, and all within those shadowy halls were silent. All were held in mute delight. Alcinous then took up the word and said, "Since thou hast come, Ulysses, as a guest, to this high pile and to these brazen rooms, so long a sufferer, thou must not depart upon thy homeward way a wanderer still. And this let me enjoin on each of you, who in this palace drink at our repasts. The choice red wine, and listen to the bard. Already in a polished chest are laid changes of raiment, works of art in gold, and other gifts, which the Phaeacian chiefs have destined for our guest. Now let us each bestow an ample tripod and a vase, and we in an assembly of the realm will see the cost repaid, since otherwise great would the burden be that each must bear." So spake Alcinous. They approved and sought their homes to sleep. But when the child of dawn, the rosy-fingered morn, appeared, they came, all bringing to the ship their gifts of brass in honor of the guest. The mighty prince Alcinous, going through the ship, bestowed the whole beneath the benches, that no one of those who leaned to pull the oar might thence meet harm or hindrance. Then they all went back to the king's palace and prepared a feast. The mighty prince Alcinous offered up for them an ox, to cloud-compelling Jove, the son of Saturn, ruler over all. They burned the thighs and held high festival, and all was mirth. Divine Demodocus, the bard, whom all men reverenced, sang to them. Meantime, Ulysses often turned to look at the bright sun, and longed to see him set, so eager was the hero to set sail upon his homeward way, as when a swain awaits his evening meal, for whom all day 2 dark brown steers have dragged the solid plough through fallow grounds, and welcome is the hour of sunset, calling him to his repast, and wearily he walks with failing knees, so welcome to Ulysses did the light of day go down. Then did he hold discourse with the Phaeacians, lovers of the sea, and chiefly with Alcinous, speaking thus: "O monarch most illustrious of thy race, Alcinous, now when ye have duly poured wine to the gods, be pleased to send me hence in peace, and fare ye well. All that my heart could wish have ye provided bounteously, an escort and rich gifts, and may the gods bestow their blessing with them. May I meet my blameless wife again, and find my friends prosperous, and ye whom I shall leave behind, long may ye make the wives of your young years and children happy. May the gods vouchsafe to crown with every virtue you and them, and may no evil light upon your isle." He spake. The assembly all approved his words, and bade send forth the stranger on his way, who spake so nobly. Then the mighty prince Alcinous turned, and to the herald said, "Now mix the wine, Pontonous, in a jar, and bear apart to all beneath our roof, that we with prayers to Father Jupiter may send the stranger to his native land." He spake. Pontonous mingled for the guests the generous wine, and went with it to each, who poured it on the ground from where they sat, to all the dwellers of the ample heaven. And then the great Ulysses, rising up, placed the round goblet in Arete's hands, and thus bespake the queen with winged words: "Farewell, O queen, through the long years, till age and death, which are the lot of all, shall come. Now I depart, but mayst thou, here among thy people, and the children of thy love, and King Alcinous, lead a happy life." So spake the high-born chieftain, and withdrew, and crossed the threshold. King Alcinous sent a herald with him to direct his way to the fleet ship and border of the deep. Arete also sent her servant maids, one bearing a fresh cloak and tunic, one a coffer nobly wrought, and yet a third bread and red wine. And when they reached the ship beside the sea, the diligent crew received their burdens, and bestowed within the hold the food and drink, but spread upon the deck, and at the stern a mat and linen sheet, that there Ulysses undisturbed might sleep. He went on board and silently lay down, while all the rowers in due order took their seats upon the benches. Loosing first the hawser from the perforated rock, they bent them to their task, and flung the brine up from the oar, while on the chieftain's lids lighted a sweet and deep and quiet sleep, most like to death. As, smitten by the lash, 4 harnessed stallions spring on high and dart across the plain together, so the prow rose leaping forward, while behind it rolled a huge, dark billow of the roaring sea. Safely and steadily the galley ran, nor could a falcon, swiftest of the birds, have kept beside it. With such speed it flew, bearing a hero who was like the gods in wisdom, and whose sufferings in the wars and voyages among the furious waves were great and many, though he slumbered now in peace, forgetful of misfortunes past. Now, when that brightest star, the harbinger of morning, daughter of the dawn, arose, the bark had passed the sea and reached the isle. A port there is in Ithaca, the haunt of Phorcys, ancient of the sea. Steep shores stretch inward toward each other and roll back the mighty surges which the hoarse winds hurl against them from the ocean, while within ships ride without their hawsers when they once have passed the haven's mouth. An olive tree with spreading branches at the farther end of that fair haven stands, and overbrowse a pleasant shady grotto of the nymphs called naiads. Cups and jars of stone are ranged within, and bees lay up their honey there. There, from their spindles, wrought of stone, the nymphs weave their sea-purple robes, which all behold with wonder. There are ever-flowing springs. 2 are the entrances, one toward the north, by which men enter. But a holier one looks toward the south, nor ever mortal foot may enter there. By that way passed the gods. They touched the land, for well they knew the spot. The galley, urged so strongly by the arms of those who plied the oar, ran up the beach, quite half her length. And then the crew came forth from the good ship, and first they lifted out Ulysses with the linen and rich folds of tapestry, and laid him on the sands in a deep slumber. Then they also took the presents from the hold, which, as he left their isle, the princes of Phaeacia gave by counsel of wise Pallas. These they piled close to the olive tree without the way, that none, in passing, ere Ulysses woke, might do their owner wrong. Then homeward sailed the crew, but Neptune, who could not forge the threats which he had uttered long before against the godlike chief Ulysses, thus sought to explore the will of Jupiter. O Father Jove, I shall no more be held in honor with the gods, since mortal men, the people of Phaeacia, though their race is of my lineage, do not honor me. I meant Ulysses should not reach his home, save with much suffering, though I never thought to hinder his return, for thou hadst given thy promise and thy nod that it should be. Yet these Phaeacians, in a gallant bark, have borne him o'er the deep, and while he slept, have laid him down in Ithaca, and given large gifts, abundant store of brass and gold, and woven work, more than he could have brought from captured Ilium, if he had returned safely with all his portion of the spoil. Then cloud-compelling Jupiter replied, Earth-shaker, ruler of a mighty realm, what hast thou said? The gods deny thee not due honor. Perilous it were for them to show contempt for one who stands in age, and might above them all. But if among the sons of men be one who puts such trust in his own strength as not to honor thee, do as seems good to thee, and as thou wilt. Promptly, the god who shakes the shores replied, What thou dost bid me, I would do at once, but that I fear and would avoid thy wrath. I would destroy that fair Phaeacian bark in its return across the misty sea from bearing home Ulysses, that no more may the Phaeacians lend an escort thus to wandering men, and I would also cause a lofty mount to rise and hide their town. Then spake again the cloud-compeller Jove. Thus were it best, my brother, when the crowd of citizens already see the ship approaching, then transform it to a rock in semblance of a galley, that they all may gaze in wonder. Thus wilt thou have caused a lofty mount to stand before their town. This when the shaker of the shores had heard, he flew to Scheria, the Phaeacian isle, and stood until that galley, having crossed the sea, came swiftly scudding. He drew near and smote it with his open palm, and made the ship a rock, fast rooted in the bed of the deep sea, and then he went his way. Then winged words were spoken in the throng of the Phaeacians, wielders of long oars, and far renowned in feats of seamanship. And looking on each other, Thus they said, "Ha! What has stayed our good ship on the sea? This moment we beheld her hastening home." 'Twas thus they talked, unweeting of the cause. But then Alcinous to the assembly said, "Yes, now I call to mind the ancient words of prophecy. My father's, who was wont to say that Neptune sorely is displeased that we should give to every man who comes safe escort to his home. In coming times, such was my father's prophecy, the god would yet destroy a well-appointed bark of the Phaeacians on the misty deep returning from an escort, and would cause a lofty mount to stand before our town. So prophesied the aged man. His words are here fulfilled. Now do as I appoint, and let us all obey. Henceforth refrain from bearing to their homes the strangers thrown upon our coast, and let us sacrifice to Neptune 12 choice bullocks of the herd, that he may pity us, nor hide our town with a huge mountain from the sight of men." He spake, and they were awed, and straightway brought the bullocks for the sacrifice. So prayed to sovereign Neptune the Phaeacian, chiefs and princes standing round the altar fires. Now woke the great Ulysses from his sleep in his own land, and yet he knew it not. Long had he been away, and Pallas now, the goddess child of Jove, had cast a mist around him, that he might not yet be known to others, and that she might tell him first what he should learn, nor even might his wife, nor friends, nor people know of his return, ere he avenged upon the suitor, crew his wrongs, and therefore all things wore to him. Another look, the footways stretching far, the bights where ships were moored, the towering rocks and spreading trees. He rose and stood upright, and gazed upon his native coast, and wept, and smote his thigh, and said in bitter grief, "Ah me, what region am I in, among what people? Lawless, cruel, and unjust? Or are they hospitable men, who fear the gods? And where shall I bestow these goods, and whither go myself? Would that they all were still with the Phaeacians, and that I had found some other great and mighty king kindly to welcome me, and send me back to my own land. I know not where to place these treasures, and I must not leave them here, lest others come and seize them as a spoil. Nay, these Phaeacian chiefs and counselors were not in all things either wise or just. They gave their word to land me on the coast of pleasant Ithaca, and have not kept their promise. Oh, may Jove avenge this wrong, he who protects the suppliant, who beholds all men with equal eye, and punishes the guilty. Now will I review my stores and number them again, that I may see if those who left me here have taken aught." Thus having said, he numbered all his gifts, beautiful tripods, cauldrons, works of gold, and gorgeous woven raiment. None of these were wanting. Then he pined to see again his native isle, and slowly paced the beach of the loud sea, lamenting bitterly. There Pallas came to meet him in the shape of a young shepherd, delicately formed, as are the sons of kings. A mantle lay upon her shoulder in rich folds. Her feet shone in their sandals. In her hand she bore a javelin. As Ulysses saw, his heart was glad within him, and he hastened on, and thus accosted her with winged words. "Fair youth, who art the first whom I have met upon this shore, I bid thee hail, and hope thou meetest me with no unkind intent. Protect what thou beholdest here in me. I make my suit to thee as to a god, and come to thy dear knees. And tell, I pray, that I may know the truth. What land is this? What people? Who the dwellers? May it be a pleasant isle, or is it but the shore of fruitful mainland, shelving to the sea?" And then the goddess, blue-eyed Pallas, said, "Of simple mind art thou, unless perchance thou comest from afar, if thou dost ask what country this may be. It is not quite a nameless region. Many know it well of those who dwell beneath the rising sun, and those behind in evening's dusky realm. Rugged it is, and suited ill to steeds, yet barren it is not, though level grounds are none within its borders. It is rich in corn and wine, for seasonable rains and dews refresh its soil. Large flocks of goats and herds of beeves are pastured here. All kinds of trees are in its forests, and its springs are never dry. The fame of Ithaca, stranger, has traveled to the Trojan coast, though that, I hear, lies far away from Greece." She spake. Ulysses, the great sufferer, rejoiced to be in his own land, whose name Pallas, the child of aegis-bearing Jove, had just now uttered. Then with winged words he spake, but not the truth, his artful speech. Put that aside, forever in his breast, the power of shrewd invention was awake. In the broad fields of Crete, that lie far off beyond the sea, I heard of Ithaca, to which I now am come with these my goods. I left as many for my sons and fled, for I had slain Orsilochus, the fleet of foot, the dear son of Idomeneus, who overcame by swiftness in the race the foremost runners in the realm of Crete. He sought to rob me wholly of my share of Trojan spoil, for which I had endured hardships in war with heroes, and at sea among the angry waves. The cause was this: I would not, in the siege of Troy, submit to serve his father, but, apart from him, I led a troop, companions of my own. The youth returning from the fields I met, and smote him with the spear, for near the way I lay in ambush with a single friend. A night exceeding dark was in the sky. No human eye beheld, nor did he know who took his life. When I had slain him thus, with the sharp spear, I hastened to a ship of the Phoenicians, and besought their aid, and gave them large reward, and bade them steer to Pylos, bearing me, and leave me there, or where the Epeans hold the hallowed coast of Elis. But the force of adverse winds drove them unwilling thence. They meant no fraud. We wandered hither, just at night we came, and rowing hard, the seamen brought their ship within the port. No word was said of food, though great our need. All disembarked in haste and lay upon the shore. Deep was the sleep that stole upon my weary limbs. The men took from the hold my goods, and bearing them to where I slumbered on the sand, set sail for populous Cydonia, leaving me here quite alone with sorrow in my heart. He spake. The blue-eyed goddess Pallas smiled and touched the chief caressingly. She seemed a beautiful and stately woman now, such as are skilled in works of rare device, and thus she said to him in winged words, Full shrewd were he, a master of deceit, who should surpass thee in the ways of craft, even though he were a god, thou unabashed and prompt with shifts and measureless in wiles. Thou canst not even in thine own land refrain from artful figments and misleading words, as thou hast practiced from thy birth. But now speak we of other matters, for we both are skilled in stratagem. Thou art the first of living men in counsel and in speech, and I am famed for foresight and for craft among the immortals. Dost thou not yet know Pallas Athenae, child of Jove, whose aid is present to defend thee in all time of peril, and but lately gained for thee the favor of the whole Phaeacian race? And hither am I come to frame for thee wise counsels, and to hide away the stores given by the opulent Phaeacian chiefs at thy departure. I shall also tell what thou must yet endure beneath the roof of thine own palace, by the will of fate. Yet bear it bravely, since thou must, nor speak to any man or woman of thyself and of thy wandering hither, but submit to many things that grieve thee silently, and bear indignities from violent men. Ulysses, the sagacious, thus rejoined, O goddess, it is hard for mortal man to know thee when he meets thee, though his sight be of the sharpest, for thou puttest on at pleasure any form. Yet this I know, that thou wert kind to me when we, the sons of Greece, were warring in the realm of Troy. But when we had o'erthrown the lofty town of Priam, and embarked, and when some god had scattered the Achaeans, after that, daughter of Jove, I never saw thee more, never perceived thee entering my bark, and guarding me from danger. But I roamed ever from place to place, my heart weighed down by sorrow, till the gods delivered me, until thy counsels in the opulent realm of the Phaeacians brought my courage back, and thou thyself didst guide me to the town. And now in thy great father's name I pray, for yet I cannot think that I am come to pleasant Ithaca, but have been thrown upon some other coast, and fear that thou art jesting with me, and hast spoken thus but to deceive me. Tell me, is it true that I am in my own beloved land? And then the goddess, blue-eyed Pallas, said, Such ever are thy thoughts, and therefore I must not forsake thee in thy need. I know how prompt thy speech, how quick thy thought, how shrewd thy judgment. If another man had come from such long wanderings, he had flown at once, delighted to his children and his wife in his own home. But thou desirest not to ask or hear of them, till thou hast put thy consort to the trial of her truth, her who now sits within thy halls, and waits in vain for thee, and in perpetual grief, and weeping wears her nights and days away. I never doubted. Well, in truth, I knew that thou, with all thy comrades lost, wouldst reach thy country, but I dreaded to withstand my father's brother Neptune, who was wroth, and fiercely wroth, for that thou hadst deprived his well-beloved son of sight. But now attend, and I will show thee Ithaca by certain tokens. Mark them and believe. The port of Phorcys, ancient of the deep, is here, and there the spreading olive tree, just at the haven's head, and close beside the cool dark grotto, sacred to the nymphs called Naiads, a wide vaulted cave, where once thou earnest, oft with chosen hecatombs, an offering to the nymphs, and here thou seest the mountain Neritus, with all his woods. So spake the goddess, and dispersed the mist, and all the scene appeared. Ulysses saw well pleased, rejoicing in his own dear land, and stooping, kissed the bountiful earth, and raised his hands, and thus addressed the nymphs in prayer. Nymphs, Naiads, born to Jove, I did not hope to be with you again. With cheerful prayers, I now salute you. We shall bring you soon our offerings, as of yore, if graciously Jove's daughter, huntress queen, shall grant me yet to live, and bless my well-beloved son. And then the goddess, blue-eyed Pallas, said, Be of good cheer, and let no anxious thought disturb thy mind. Let us bestir ourselves to hide away the treasures thou hast brought within this hallowed grot in some recess, where they may lie in safety. Afterward will we take counsel what should next be done. The goddess said these words, and took her way into the shadowy cavern, spying out its hiding places, while Ulysses brought the treasures thither in his arms, the gold, the enduring brass, the raiment nobly wrought, which the Phaeacians gave him. These they laid together in due order. Pallas then, the daughter of the aegis-bearer Jove, closed up the opening with a massive rock. Then, sitting by the sacred olive tree, they plotted to destroy the haughty crew of suitors, and the blue-eyed Pallas said, O nobly born, and versed in many wiles, son of Laertes, now the hour is come, to think how thou shalt lay avenging hands upon the shameless crew who, in thy house, for 3 years past, have made themselves its lords, and wooed thy noble wife and brought her gifts. While, pining still for thy return, she gave hopes to each suitor, and by messages made promises to all, though cherishing a different purpose in her secret heart. Ulysses, the sagacious, answered her, Ah me, I should have perished utterly by such an evil fate as overtook Atrides Agamemnon in the halls of my own palace. But for thee, whose words, O goddess, have revealed what I should know, now counsel me how I may be avenged. Be ever by my side, and strengthen me with courage, as thou didst when we o'erthrew the towery crest of Ilium. Would thou wert still my ally, as then. I would engage, O blue-eyed Pallas, with 300 foes, if thou, dread goddess, wouldst but counsel me. And then the blue-eyed Pallas spake again, I will be present with thee. When we once begin the work, thou shalt not leave my sight, and many a haughty suitor with his blood, and brains shall stain thy spacious palace floor. Now will I change thine aspect, so that none shall know thee. I will wither thy fair skin, and it shall hang on crooked limbs. Thy locks of auburn I will cause to fall away, and round thee fling a cloak which all shall see with loathing. I will make thy lustrous eyes dull to the sight, and thus shalt thou appear a squalid wretch to all the suitor train, and to thy wife, and to the son whom thou didst leave within thy palace. Then at first repair thou to the herdsman, him who keeps thy swine, for he is loyal, and he loves thy son and the discreet Penelope. There wilt thou find him as he tends his swine, that find their pasturage beside the rock of Corax and by Arethusa's fount. On nourishing acorns they are fed, and drink the dark clear water, whence the flesh of swine is fattened. There remain, and carefully inquire of all that thou wouldst know, while I, taking my way to Sparta, the abode of lovely women, call Telemachus, thy son Ulysses, who hath visited King Menelaus in his broad domain, to learn if haply thou art living yet. Ulysses the sagacious answered her, Why didst not thou, to whom all things are known, tell him concerning me? Must he too roam and suffer on the barren deep, and leave to others his estates, to be their spoil? And then the blue-eyed goddess spake again, Let not that thought distress thee. It was I who sent him thither, that he might deserve the praise of men. No evil meets him there, but in the halls of Atreus' son he sits, safe mid the abounding luxuries. 'Tis true that even now the suitors lie in wait, in their black ship, to slay him ere he reach his native land. But that will hardly be, before the earth shall cover many a one of the proud suitors who consume thy wealth. So Pallas spake, and touched him with her wand, and caused the blooming skin to shrivel up on his slow limbs, and the fair hair to fall, and with an old man's wrinkles covered all his frame, and dimmed his lately glorious eyes. Another garb she gave, a squalid vest, a ragged, dirty cloak, all stained with smoke, and over all the huge hide of a stag, from which the hair was worn. A staff, beside, she gave, and shabby scrip with many a rent, tied with a twisted thong. This said and done, they parted, and the goddess flew to seek Telemachus in Sparta's sacred town. Book 14, Meeting of Ulysses and Eumaeus. Hospitable reception by Eumaeus of Ulysses, in the disguise of a beggar, his feigned account of himself, his promise that Ulysses shall return, supper in the lodge of Eumaeus, stratagem of Ulysses to procure a cloak for the night. Then from the haven up the rugged path, Ulysses went among the woody heights. He sought the spot where Pallas bade him meet the noble swineherd, who of all that served, the great Ulysses chiefly had in charge, to bring the day's supplies. He found him there, seated beneath the portico, before his airy lodge, that might be seen from far, well-built and spacious, standing by itself. Eumaeus, while his lord was far away, had built it, though not bidden by the queen nor old Laertes, with the stones he drew from quarries thither. Round it he had set a hedge of thorns, encircling these with stakes, close set and many, cloven from the heart of oak. Within that circuit he had made 12 sties, beside each other, for the swine to lie in. 50 wallowed in each sty, all females, there they littered. But the males were fewer, and were kept without, and these the suitor train made fewer every day, feeding upon them, for Eumaeus sent always the best of all his fatling herd. These numbered twice 9 score. Beside them slept 4 mastiffs, which the master swineherd fed, savage as wolves. Eumaeus to his feet was fitting sandals, which he carved and shaped, from a stained ox hide, while the other hinds were gone on different errands, 3 to drive. The herds of swine, a 4th was sent to take a fatling to the city, that the crew of arrogant suitors, having offered him in sacrifice, might feast upon his flesh. The loud-mouthed dogs that saw Ulysses come ran toward him, fiercely baying. He sat down at once, through caution, letting fall his staff upon the ground, and would have suffered there unseemly harm within his own domain. But then the swineherd, following with quick steps, rushed through the vestibule and dropped the hide. He chid the dogs, and pelting them with stones, drave them asunder, and addressed the king. O aged man! The mastiffs of the lodge had almost torn thee, and thou wouldst have cast bitter reproach upon me. Other griefs and miseries the gods have made my lot. Here sorrowfully sitting I lament a godlike master, and for others tend his fading swine, while, haply hungering for bread, he wanders among alien men in other kingdoms, if indeed he lives and looks upon the sun. But follow me, and come into the house, that there, refreshed with food and wine, old man, thou mayest declare whence thou dost come and what thou hast endured. So the good swineherd spake, and led the way into the lodge, and bade his guest sit down, and laid thick rushes for his seat, and spread on these a wild goat's shaggy hide, to make a soft and ample couch. Rejoiced to meet so kind a welcome, thus Ulysses spake. May Jupiter and all the deathless gods bestow on thee, my host, in recompense of this kind welcome, all thy heart's desire. And then, Eumaeus, thou didst answer thus: My guest, it were not right to treat with scorn a stranger, though he were of humbler sort than thou, for strangers and the poor are sent by Jove. Our gifts are small, though gladly given, as it must ever be with those who serve young masters, whom they fear. The gods themselves prevent, no doubt, the safe return of him, who loved me much, and would ere this have given what a kind lord is wont to give his hind: a house, a croft, the wife whom he has wooed, rewarding faithful services which God hath prospered, as he here hath prospered mine. Thus would my master, had he here grown old, have recompensed my toils. But he is dead. Oh, that the house of Helen, for whose sake so many fell, had perished utterly. For he went forth at Agamemnon's call, honoring the summons, and on Ilium's coast, famed for its coursers, fought the sons of Troy. He spake, and girt his tunic round his loins, and hastened to the sties in which the herds of swine were lying. Thence he took out two, and slaughtered them, and singed them, sliced the flesh, and fixed it upon spits, and when the whole was roasted, brought and placed it reeking hot, still on the spits, and sprinkled with white meal, before Ulysses. Then he mingled wine, of delicate flavors in a wooden bowl, and opposite Ulysses sat him down, and thus, with kindly words, bespake his guest. Feast, stranger, on these porkers. We who serve may feed on them. It is the suitor train that banquet on the fatted swine, the men who neither fear heaven's anger, nor are moved by pity. The great gods are never pleased with violent deeds. They honor equity and justice. Even those who land as foes and spoilers upon foreign shores, and bear away much plunder by the will of Jove, returning homeward with their laden barks, feel, brooding heavily upon their minds, the fear of vengeance. But these suitors know, for haply they have heard some god declare, that he, the king, is dead. They neither make their suit with decency, nor will withdraw to their own homes, but at their ease devour his substance with large waste, and never spare. Of all the days and nights which Jupiter gives to mankind, is none when they require a single victim only, or but two, for sacrifice, and lavishly they drain his wine jars. Once large revenues were his. No hero on the dark-soiled continent, nor in the Isle of Ithaca, possessed such wealth as he, nor even 20 men together. Hear me while I give the amount. 12 herds of kine that on the mainland graze are his, as many flocks of sheep, of swine, as many droves, as many flocks of goats are tended there by strangers, and by hinds, his servants. Here, moreover, in the fields beyond us, graze 11 numerous flocks of goats, attended by his trusty men, each one of whom brings daily home a goat, the finest of the fatlings. I meantime am keeper of these swine, and from the drove I choose, and to the palace send the best. So spake the swineherd, while Ulysses ate the flesh with eager appetite, and drank the wine in silence, meditating woe to all the suitors. When the meal was o'er, and he was strengthened by the food, his host filled up with wine the cup from which he drank, and gave it to Ulysses, who, well pleased, received it, and with winged words replied, What rich and mighty chief was he, my friend, of whom thou speakest, and who purchased thee? Thou sayest that he died to swell the fame of Agamemnon. Tell his name, for I perchance know somewhat of him. Jupiter, and the great gods know whether I have seen the man, and have some tidings for thy ear, for I have wandered over many lands. And then again the noble swineherd spake, O aged man, no wanderer, who should bring news of Ulysses, ere would win his wife and son to heed the tale. For roving men, in need of hospitality, are prone to falsehood, and will never speak the truth. The vagabond who comes to Ithaca goes straightway to my mistress with his lies. Kindly she welcomes him, and cherishes and questions him, while tears abundantly fall from her lids, such tears as women shed, whose lords have perished in a distant land. Thou too, old man, perchance, couldst readily frame a like fable, if someone would give a change of raiment for thy news, a cloak and tunic. But the dogs and fowls of air have doubtless fed upon the frame from which the life has passed, and torn from off his bones. The skin, or fishes of the deep, have preyed upon it, and his bones upon the shore lie whelmed in sand. So is he lost to us, and sorrow is the lot of all his friends, mine most of all. For nowhere shall I find so kind a master, though I were to come into my father's and my mother's house, where I was born and reared. Nor do I pine so much to look on them with my own eyes, and in my place of birth, as I lament Ulysses lost. Though he be far away, yet must I ever speak, O stranger guest, his name with reverence, for exceedingly he loved me and most kindly cared for me, and though he is to be with us no more, I hold him as an elder brother still. Ulysses, the great sufferer, thus replied, Since then, my friend, thou dost not say nor think that he will come again, nor wilt believe my words, I now repeat, but with an oath, Ulysses will return. Let this reward be given for my good news. The very hour when he once more is in his house, bestow on me a comely change of raiment, cloak and tunic, nor will I accept the gift, though great my need, until he comes again. For as the gates of hell do I detest the man who, tempted by his poverty, deceives with lying words. Now Jupiter bear witness, and this hospitable board, and hearth of good Ulysses where I sit, that all which I foretell will come to pass. This very year Ulysses will return. He, when this month goes out, and as the next is entering, will be here in his domain, to be avenged on those, whoe'er they be, that dare insult his wife and noble son. And then, Eumaeus, thou didst answer thus, Old man, I shall not give thee that reward, for never will Ulysses come again to his own palace. Drink thy wine in peace, and let us give our thoughts to other things. Remind me not of this again. My heart grows heavy in my bosom when I hear my honored master named. But leave the oath unsworn, and may Ulysses come, as we earnestly wish, I and Penelope, and old Laertes, and the godlike youth Telemachus. And then, again, I bear perpetual sorrow for Telemachus, my master's son, to whom the gods had given a generous growth like that of some young plant, and who, I hoped, would prove no less in worth than his own father, and of eminent gifts in form and mind. Some god, perchance some man, hath caused that mind to lose its equal poise, and he is gone to Pylos the divine for tidings of his father. Meanwhile here, the arrogant suitors plan to lie in wait for him as he returns, that utterly the stock of great Arcesius from our isle may perish, and its name be heard no more. Speak we no more of him, be it his fate to fall or flee, but oh, may Saturn's son protect him with his arm. And now, old man, relate, I pray, thy fortunes. Tell me true, that I may know who thou mayst be, and whence thou earnest, where thy city lies, and who thy parents were, what galley landed thee upon our coast, and how the manners brought thee to Ithaca, and of what race they claim to be. For I may well suppose thou hast not come to Ithaca on foot. Ulysses, the sagacious, answered him, I will tell all and truly. Yet if here were store of food and wine for many days, and we might feast at ease within thy lodge, while other labored, I should hardly end in a whole year the history of the woes which I have borne, and of the many toils which it hath pleased the gods to lay on me. It is my boast that I am of the race who dwell in spacious Crete, a rich man's son, within whose palace many other sons were born and reared, the offspring of his wife. But me, a purchased mother, whom he made his concubine, brought forth to him. And yet Castor Hylacides, from whom I sprang, held me in equal favor with the rest, and he himself was honored like a god among the Cretan people, for his wealth and for his prosperous life and gallant sons. But fate and death o'ertook and bore him down to Pluto's realm, and his magnanimous sons divided his large riches, casting lots. Small was the portion they assigned to me. They gave a dwelling, but my valor won a bride, the daughter of a wealthy house, for I was not an idler, nor in war a coward, but all that is with the past. And thou, who seest the stubble now, mayst guess what was the harvest, ere calamities had come so thick upon me. Once did Mars and Pallas lend me courage and the power to break through ranks of armed men. Whene'er I formed an ambush of the bravest chiefs and planned destruction to the enemy, my noble spirit never set the fear of death before me, I was ever first to spring upon the foes, and with my spear to smite them as they turned their steps to flee. Such was I once in war. To till the fields I never liked, nor yet the household cares by which illustrious sons are reared. I loved ships well appointed, combats, polished spears and arrows. Things that others hold in dread were my delight. Some god inclined to them. My mind, so true it is that different men rejoice in different labors. Ere the sons of Greece embarked for Troy, I served in war 9 times as leader against foreign foes, with troops and galleys under me, and then I prospered. From the mass of spoil I chose the things that pleased me, and obtained by lot still other treasures. Thus my household grew in riches, and I was revered and great among the Cretans. When all-seeing Jove decreed the unhappy voyage to the coast of Troy, they made the great Idomeneus and me commanders of the fleet. No power had we, the public clamor was so fierce, to put the charge aside. 9 years we warred, we sons of Greece, and in the 10th laid waste the city of Priam and embarked for home. Our fleets were scattered by the gods. For me did all-disposing Jupiter ordain a wretched lot. But 1 short month I dwelt happy among my children, with the wife wedded to me in youth and my large wealth. And then I planned a voyage to the coast of Egypt with a gallant fleet and men of godlike valor. I equipped 9 ships, and quickly came the people to embark. 6 days on shore my comrades banqueted, and many a victim for the sacrifice and for the feast I gave. The 7th we sailed from Crete's broad isle before a favoring wind that blew from the clear north, and easily we floated on as down a stream. No ship was harmed upon its way. In health and ease we sat, the wind and helmsman guiding us, and came upon the 5th day to the land of Egypt, watered by its noble streams. I bade my comrades keep beside our ships upon the strand, and watch them well. I placed sentries upon the heights, yet confident in their own strength and rashly giving way to greed, my comrades ravaged the fair fields of the Egyptians, slew them, and bore off their wives and little ones. The rumor reached the city soon. The people heard the alarm and came together. With the early morn, all the great plain was thronged with horse and foot, and gleamed with brass, while Jove, the thunderer, sent a deadly fear into our ranks, where none dared face the foe. On every side was death. The Egyptians hewed down many with the sword, and some they led away alive to toil for them in slavery. To my mind there came a thought, inspired by Jove. Yet I could wish that I had met my fate and perished there in Egypt. Such have been my sorrows since. I took the well-wrought helmet from my head, and from my shoulders dropped the shield, and flung the javelin from my hand, and went to meet the monarch in his chariot, clasped his knees, and kissed them. He was moved to pity me, and spared me. In his car he seated me, and bore me weeping home. Though many rushed at me with ashen spears, to thrust me through, for furious was their anger, he forbade. He feared the wrath of Jove, the stranger's friend, and foe of wrong. 7 years I dwelt among the Egyptians, and I gathered in their land large wealth, for all were liberal of their gifts. But with the 8th revolving year, there came a shrewd Phoenician, deep in guile, whose craft had wrought much wrong to many. With smooth words, this man persuaded me to go with him into Phoenicia, where his dwelling lay and his possessions. With him I abode for 1 whole year, and when its months and days were ended, and another year began, he put me in a ship to cross the sea to Libya. He had framed a treacherous plot by making half the vessel's cargo mine to lure me thither, and to sell me there for a large price. I went on board constrained, but with misgivings. Under a clear sky, with favoring breezes from the north, we ran o'er the mid-sea beyond the Isle of Crete. When we had left the isle and saw no land, but only sky and sea, Saturnius bade a black cloud gather o'er our roomy ship. The sea grew dark below. On high, the god thundered again and yet again, and sent a bolt into our ship, which, as it felt the lightning, reeled and shuddered, and was filled with sulfur smoke. The seamen from the deck fell headlong, and were tossed upon the waves like sea mews round our galley, which the god forbade them to regain. But Jupiter gave to my hands, bewildered as I was, our dark-prowed galley's mast, unbroken yet, that by its aid I might escape. I wound my arms around it, and the raging winds swept me along. 9 days they bore me on, and on the 10th dark night a mighty surge drifted me as it rolled upon the coast of the Thesprotians. There the hero king of the Thesprotians freely sheltered me and fed me, for his well-beloved son had found me overcome with cold and toil, and took me by the hand and raised me up, and led me to his father's house, and gave seemly attire, a tunic and a cloak. There heard I of Ulysses. Phidon told how he received him as a guest and friend when on his homeward voyage. Then he showed the wealth Ulysses gathered, brass and gold, and steel divinely wrought. That store might serve to feed, until 10 generations pass, another household. But the chief himself, so Phidon said, was at Dodona then, for he had gone to hear from the tall oak of Jupiter, the counsel of the god, whether to land in opulent Ithaca, after long years of absence, openly or in disguise. The monarch took an oath in his own palace, pouring to the gods their wine, that even then the ship was launched, and the crew ready to attend him home. But me he first dismissed. There was a ship of the Thesprotians just about to make a voyage to Dulichium, rich in fields of wheat. He bade them take me faithfully to King Acastus, but another thought found favor with the crew, a wicked scheme to plunge me deeper in calamity. And when our ship had sailed away from land, they hastened to prepare me for a life of slavery. They took my garments off, mantle and cloak, and clothed me in a vest and cloak, the very rags which thou dost see. The evening brought them to the pleasant fields of Ithaca. They bound me in the ship with a strong cord, and disembarked, and took a hasty meal upon the ocean side. Easily did the gods unbind my limbs. I wrapped a tattered cloth about my head, and slipping from the polished rudder, brought my bosom to the sea, and spread my hands, and swam away. I soon had left the crew at distance. Then I turned and climbed the shore, where it was dark with forest, and lay close within its shelter, while they wandered round and grumbled, but they ventured not to pass into the island farther on their search. They turned and went on board their roomy bark. Thus mightily the gods delivered me, and they have brought me to a wise man's lodge, and now I see it is my lot to live. Then thou, Eumaeus, thus didst make reply, Unhappy stranger, thou hast deeply moved my heart in telling all that thou hast borne, and all thy wanderings. Yet are some things wrong. Thou hast not spoken of Ulysses well. Why should a man like thee invent such tales, so purposeless? Of one thing I am sure, concerning his return, the gods all hate my master, since they neither caused his death in the great war of Troy, nor, when the war was over, suffered him to die at home, and in the arms of those who loved him most. For then would all the Greeks have reared to him a monument, and mighty would have been the heritage of glory for his son. But now, ingloriously, the harpy brood have torn him. I, apart among my swine, go never to the town, unless, perchance, the sage Penelope requires me there, when someone comes with tidings from abroad. Then those who sorrow for their absent lord, and those who waste his substance, both inquire news of the king. For me, it suits me not ever to ask for tidings, since the day when an Aetolian with a flattering tale deceived me. He had slain a man, and came wandering in many lands to my abode, and kindly I received him. He had seen, he said, my master with Idomeneus, among the Cretans, putting in repair his galleys, shattered by a furious storm, and in the summertime he would be here, or in the autumn, bringing ample wealth, and his brave comrades with him. Seek not then, O aged sufferer, whom some deity has guided hither, to amuse my grief with fictions that may bring back pleasant thoughts, since not for them I minister to thee and love thee, but through reverence for Jove, the stranger's friend, and pity for thyself. Ulysses the sagacious spake again. Within thy bosom thou dost bear a heart of slow belief, since not the oath I take persuades or even moves thee. Make we now a covenant, and let the gods who dwell upon Olympus be our witnesses, that when thy master comes to this abode, thou wilt bestow a tunic and a cloak, and wilt dispatch me clothed in seemly garb, hence to Dulichium, whither I would go. But if he come not, as I have foretold, then charge thy servants that they cast me down from a tall rock, that never beggar more may think to cozen thee with lying tales. The noble swineherd answered him and said, Great would my honor be, and I should gain great praise for worth among the sons of men, if, having welcomed thee into my lodge and spread the board for thee, I took thy life. Then boldly might I pray to Saturn's son. But see, the supper hour is come, and soon will my companions be within, and they will make a liberal banquet ready here. Thus did the twain confer. Now came the swine, and those who tended them. They penned the herd in their enclosure, and a din of cries rose as they entered. Then the swineherd called to his companions, Bring the best of all, and we will make an offering for the sake of one who comes from far and is my guest. And we will also feast, for we have toiled long time in tendance of this white-toothed herd, and others waste, unpunished, what we rear. So spake he, and began to cleave the wood with the sharp steel. The others chose and brought a fatted brawn, and placed him on the hearth. Nor was the swineherd careless of the rites due to the gods. Such was his piety. From off the white-toothed victim, first he sheared the bristles of the forehead, casting them into the flames, and prayed to all the gods for wise Ulysses and his safe return. Next, with a fragment of the oaken trunk, which he had just then cleft, he smote the boar, and the life left it. Then they cut its throat, and having singed it, quickly hewed the parts asunder, while the swineherd took and laid on the rich, fat, raw portions from the limbs for sacrifice, and other parts he cast, sprinkled with flour of meal into the flames. The rest they duly sliced and fixed on spits, and roasted carefully, and drew it back, and heaped it on the board. And now arose the swineherd to divide the whole, for well he knew the duty of a host. He made 7 parts, and 1 he offered to the nymphs, to Hermes, son of Maia, 1, and both with prayer. The rest he set before the guests, but, honoring Ulysses, gave to him the white-toothed victim's ample chine. The king, the wise Ulysses, was well pleased, and said, Eumaeus, be thou ever dear to Jove as to myself, since with thy benefits thou freely honorest such a one as I. And thou, Eumaeus, madest answer thus, Eat, venerable stranger, and enjoy what is before us. At his pleasure, God gives or withholds, his power is over all. He spake, and burned to the eternal gods, the firstlings, and poured out the dark red wine, and to Ulysses, spoiler of walled towns, who sat beside the table, gave the cup. Meantime, to each Messalius brought the bread, a servant whom Eumaeus, while his lord was far away, had taken for himself, without the order of Penelope or old Laertes. From the Taphian tribe, with his own goods, he bought him. Now the guests put forth their hands and shared the ready feast, and when their thirst and hunger were appeased, Messalius took the bread away, and all, satiate with food and wine, lay down to rest. Then came the darkness on, without a moon, and Jupiter, the whole night, long sent down the rain, and strong the showery west wind blew. And now to try the swineherd, if with all his kindly ministrations to his guest he yet would spare to him his cloak, or bid. Another do the like. Ulysses spake, Eumaeus, hearken thou, and all the rest, thy comrades, while I utter boastful words. Wine makes me foolish. It can even cause the wise to sing, and laugh, a silly laugh, and dance, and often to the lips it brings words that were better left unsaid. But since I have begun to prattle, I will not keep back my thought. I would I were as young, and in the same full strength, as when I formed part of an ambush near the walls of Troy. The leaders were Ulysses, and the son of Atreus, Menelaus, with myself the third, for they desired it. When we reached the city and the lofty walls, we lay couched in a marshy spot among the reeds and thick-grown shrubs, with all our armor on. 'Twas an inclement night, and the north wind blew bitter chill. The cold snow fell and lay white like hoar frost. Ice gathered on our shields. The rest had cloaks and tunics, and they slept at ease, their shoulders covered with their shields. I only, when I joined the squadron, left my cloak unwisely, for I had not thought of such fierce cold. I went but with my shield and my embroidered girdle. When the night was in its later watches, and the stars were turning toward their set, I thus bespake Ulysses near me, thrusting in his side my elbow, and he listened readily. Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise, Ulysses, I shall not be long among the living, for I perish with the cold. I have no cloak. Some god misled my thought, so that I brought one garment and no more, and now I see there is no help for me. I spake, and instantly his mind conceived this stratagem. Such was his readiness in council and in battle, and he said to me in a low voice, Be silent now, and let no others of the Achaeans hear. And leaning on his elbow, thus he spake, Hear me, my friends, a dream has come from heaven into my sleep. Far from our ships we lie, and now let someone haste to bear from us this word to Agamemnon, Atreus' son, the shepherd of the people, that he send more warriors to this ambush from the fleet. He spake, and Thoas instantly arose, Andraemon's son, and threw his purple cloak aside, and hastened toward the fleet. I took gladly the garment he had left, and lay till morning in her golden chariot came. And now I would that I were young again, and in the vigor of my prime, for then someone among the swineherds in the stalls would find, I think, a cloak for me, through love and reverence of such a man. But now they hold me in slight favor, dressed in rags. And thus, Eumaeus, thou didst make reply, O aged man, we see no cause of blame in thy recital, and of all thy words, not one is unbecoming or inapt. Thou shalt not lack for garments, nor aught else that any suppliant in his poverty might hope for at our hands tonight. With morn gird thou thy tatters on again, for here we have not many cloaks, nor many a change of raiment, only one for each of us. But when the son of our Ulysses comes again, he will provide thee with a cloak and tunic, and will send thee where thou wilt. He spake and rose, and made his guest a bed, close to the hearth, and threw on it the skins of sheep and goats. And there Ulysses lay, o'er whom the swineherd spread a thick, large cloak, which he had often worn for a defense when a wild winter storm was in the air. Thus slept Ulysses with the young men near. A couch within, and distant from his charge, pleased not the swineherd, who first armed himself and then went forth. Ulysses gladly saw that while he was in distant lands, his goods were watched so faithfully. Eumaeus hung about his sturdy shoulders a sharp sword, and wrapped a thick cloak round him, tempest-proof, and took the hide of a huge pampered goat, and a well-pointed javelin for defense, both against dogs and men. So went he forth to take his rest, where lay the white-toothed swine, herded and slumbering underneath a rock, whose hollow fenced them from the keen north wind. Book 15, Return of Telemachus. Appearance of Pallas in a dream to Telemachus, warning him to return to Ithaca. His departure from Lacedaemon and arrival at Pylos. Theoclymenus, an augur, taken on board by him at Pylos. The story of Eumaeus, related by him to Ulysses, arrival of Telemachus at the coast of Ithaca, the ship sent forward to the city, while Telemachus, having committed Theoclymenus to the care of his friend Perilous, goes to the lodge of Eumaeus. Then Pallas, hastening to the mighty realm of Lacedaemon, sought the illustrious son of great Ulysses to remind the youth of home and bid him think of his return. She found Telemachus and Nestor's son upon their couches in the portico of Menelaus, the renowned. Deep sleep held Nestor's son. But to Telemachus the welcome slumber came not, for his thoughts uneasily through all the quiet night dwelt on his father. Now beside his bed the blue-eyed Pallas took her stand and spake. Telemachus, it is no longer well that thou shouldst wander from thy home and leave all thy possessions and those arrogant men that crowd thy halls. Beware, lest they devour thy substance utterly, dividing all among them, and this journey be for naught. Make suit to Menelaus, great in war, quickly to send thee home, that thou mayst join thy blameless mother in thy halls. For now, her father and her brothers counsel her to wed Eurymachus, whose gifts exceed those of the other suitors, and besides, he offers a yet richer bridal dower. It were not hard without thy leave to take wealth from a palace. What a wife will do thou knowest. 'Tis her pleasure to increase the riches of the man whom she has wed. Care of her former children has she none, nor memory of the husband whom she took while yet a maid, and who is in his grave. Of these she never speaks. Return thou then, and give thy goods in charge to one among the handmaids of thy household, who shall seem the fittest for the trust, until the gods bring thee a noble wife. Another word have I for thee, and bear thou it in mind. The chief among the suitors in the strait, between the rugged Samos and the isle of Ithaca, are lurking, in the hope to slay thee on thy voyage home. But this I think they cannot do before the earth, hold many of the suitor crew, who make thy wealth a spoil. Steer thou thy gallant bark far from the isles, sail only in the night. Some god, whoever it may be that keeps watch over thee, will send a prosperous gale. When to the nearest shore of Ithaca thou comest in thy ship, let it go on with all thy comrades to the town, while thou repairest to the keeper of thy swine, whose heart is faithful to thee. There remain with him that night, and send him to the town, with tidings to the sage Penelope, that thou art come from Pylos and art safe. So having said, the goddess took her way up to the Olympian height. Telemachus touched with his heel, and wakened Nestor's son from a soft slumber, and bespake him thus. Rise, Nestor's son, Pisistratus, and bring the firm-paced steeds and yoke them to the car, and we will now set forth upon our way. And Nestor's son, Pisistratus, replied, Telemachus, whatever be our haste, it were not well in darkness to begin our journey, and the morn will soon be here. Remain till Menelaus, Atreus' son, the hero mighty with the spear, shall come and bring his gifts and place them in our car, and send us on our way with kindly words. Well does a guest remember all his days, the generous host who shows himself his friend. He spake, and quickly on her car of gold appeared the morn. Then Menelaus came, the great in battle, from his couch beside the fair-haired Helen. When Telemachus knew of the king's approach, the hero threw in haste his tunic o'er his noble form, and over his broad shoulders flung a cloak of ample folds. Then going forth, the son of great Ulysses met the king and said, Atrides Menelaus, loved of Jove and sovereign of the people, send me hence, I pray, to the dear country of my birth, for earnestly I long to be at home. And Menelaus, great in war, replied, Telemachus, I will not keep thee long, since thou so much desirest to return. I am displeased with him who as a host is lavish of his love, for he will hate beyond due measure. Best it is to take the middle way. It is alike a wrong to thrust the unwilling stranger out of doors, and to detain him when he longs to go. While he is with us, we should cherish him, and when he wishes, help him to depart. Remain until I bring thee worthy gifts, and place them in thy chariot, that thine eyes may look on them. And I will give command, that in the palace here the women spread a liberal feast from stores that lie within. But if, in turning from thy course, thou choose to pass through Hellas and the midland tract of Argos, I will yoke my steeds and go with thee, and show the cities thronged with men. Nor will they send us empty-handed thence, but bring us gifts which we may bear away, tripod, perchance, or cauldron wrought of brass, perchance a pair of mules, or golden cup. Then spake discreet Telemachus in turn, Atrides Menelaus, loved of Jove and sovereign of the people, rather far would I return to my own home, for there is no man left in charge of what is mine, and I must go, lest, while I vainly seek my father, I may perish, or may lose some valued treasure from my palace rooms. The valiant Menelaus heard, and bade his wife and maidens spread, without delay, a ready banquet from the stores within. Then Eteoneus, from his morning sleep, son of Boethius, came, for very near his dwelling was. The sovereign bade him light a fire, and roast the flesh, and he obeyed. And then into the fragrant treasure room descended Menelaus, not alone. Helen and Megapenthes went with him. And when they came to where the treasures lay, Atrides took a double goblet up, and bade his son, young Megapenthes, bear a silver beaker thence, while Helen stood beside the coffers, where the embroidered robes wrought by her hands were laid. The glorious dame took one, and brought it forth, most beautiful in needlework, and amplest of them all. The garment glittered like a star, and lay below the other robes. Then, passing through the palace halls, they found Telemachus, and thus the fair-haired Menelaus spake. Telemachus, may Jove the Thunderer, husband of Juno, grant thee to return according to thy wish. I give thee here of all the treasures which my house contains the fairest and most precious. I present a goblet all of silver, save the lips, and they are bound with gold. It is the work of Vulcan. Phaedimus, the hero, king of the Sidonians, gave it me when once his palace sheltered me. He gave it me at parting, and I now would have it thine. Atrides spake, and gave into his hands the double goblet. Megapenthes next before him set the shining beaker wrought of silver. Rosy Helen, holding up the robe, drew near, and spake to him, and said, I also bring to thee, dear son, a gift, the work of Helen's hands, which thou shalt keep, in memory of her, until the day of thy desired espousals, when thy bride shall wear it. Let it in the meantime lie within thy halls, in thy dear mother's care, and mayest thou soon and happily arrive at thy fair palace and thy native coast. So spake she, placing in his hands the robe. He took it, and was glad. Pisistratus was moved with wonder as he saw, and laid the presents in the car. The fair-haired king then led them to the hall, and seated them on thrones and couches, where a maiden brought water in a fair golden ewer, and o'er a silver basin poured it for their hands, and near them set a table smoothly wrought. The matron of the palace brought them bread and many a delicate dish to please the taste, from stores within the house. Then to the board Boethius' son drew near and carved the meats, and gave to each a portion, while the son of glorious Menelaus poured the wine. The guests put forth their hands and shared the food that lay prepared before them. When the calls of thirst and hunger ceased, Telemachus and Nestor's famous son brought forth and yoked the steeds, and climbed into the sumptuous car, and drove from out the echoing portico. Atrides Menelaus, amber-haired, went forth with them, and, holding in his hand a golden cup of generous wine, poured out an offering for their voyage to the gods. Before the steeds he took his stand, and first drank from the cup, and then bespake the guests. Now fare ye well, young men, and when ye come to Nestor, shepherd of the people, give greetings from me, for he was kind to me, as if he were a father, when the sons of Greece were warring in the realm of Troy. Then spake, in turn, discreet Telemachus, Assuredly I shall relate to him, as soon as I am with him, all that thou, foster child of Jove, hast bid me say, and would to heaven I might as surely tell Ulysses in his palace, when again I come to Ithaca, how welcome thou hast made me here, and how I came away with treasures rich and many from thy court. As thus he spake, an eagle to the right appeared, that flying bore a large white goose, clutched from the tame flock in the palace court, and men and women ran the way he flew, and shouted after him. Before the steeds of the young men, and still on the right hand, the bird went sweeping on. They saw well pleased, and every heart was gladdened. To the rest, Pisistratus, the son of Nestor, said, Now tell me, Menelaus, loved of Jove, prince of the people, does the god who sends this portent mean the sign for us or thee? He spake, and Menelaus, dear to Mars, paused, thinking how to answer him aright, when thus the long-robed Helen interposed. Listen to me, and I will prophesy as the gods prompt me, and as I believe the event will be. Just as this eagle came from the wild hills, his birthplace and his haunt, and seized and bore away the waterfowl reared near our halls, so will Ulysses come, after much hardship and long wanderings, to his own home, to be avenged. Perchance already is at home, and meditates an evil end to all the suitor crew. Then spake discreet Telemachus in turn. May Juno's husband, Jove the Thunderer, so order the event, and I will there make vows to thee as to a deity. He spake, and touched the coursers with the lash. And through the city rapidly they went, and toward the plain, and all day long they shook the yoke upon their necks. The sun went down, the roads all lay in darkness as they came to Pheræ, and the house of Diodes, whose father was Orsilochus, and he, the offspring of Alpheus. There that night they slept. Their host was liberal of his cheer. But when appeared the daughter of the dawn, the rosy-fingered morn, they yoked the steeds and climbed the sumptuous car and drove afield from underneath the echoing portico. The son of Nestor plied the lash. The steeds flew not unwillingly, and quickly reached the lofty citadel of Pylos. There Telemachus bespake his comrade thus: "Wilt thou consent to do what I shall ask, O son of Nestor? 'Tis our boast that we are friends, because our fathers were. Besides, we are of equal age, and journeying thus has made our friendship firmer. Take me not, O foster child of Jove, beyond the spot where lies my galley, lest against my will the aged Nestor should detain me here through kindness, when I needs must hasten home." He spake, and then the son of Nestor mused how what his friend desired might best be done. And this seemed wisest after careful thought. He turned the chariot to the ship and shore, and taking out the garments and the gold, beautiful gifts which Menelaus gave, he put them in the galley's stern, and thus bespake Telemachus with winged words: "Embark in haste, and summon all thy crew on board before I reach my home and tell the aged king. I know how vehement his temper is. He will not let thee go, but hastening hither to enforce thy stay at Pylos, will not, I am sure, go back without thee. His displeasure will be great." He spake, and toward the Pylian city turned his steeds with flowing manes, and quickly reached his home. Meantime, Telemachus held forth to his companions, thus exhorting them: "My friends, make ready all things in our ship and mount the deck, for we must now set sail." He spake, they hearkened and obeyed, and leaped on board and manned the benches. While he thus was hastening his departure, offering prayer and pouring wine to Pallas at the stern, a stranger came, a seer, a fugitive from Argos, where his hand had slain a man. Melampus was his ancestor, who dwelt some time in Pylos, mother of fair flocks, rich, and inhabiting a sumptuous house among the Pylians. Afterward, he joined another people, fleeing from his home and from the mighty Neleus, haughtiest of living men, who, seizing his large wealth, held it a year by force. Melampus lay meantime within the house of Phylacus, fast bound and suffering greatly, both because of Neleus's daughter and of his own mind distempered by the unapproachable Erinyes. Yet did he escape from death, and drove the lowing herds to Phyllis and Pylos, and avenged his cruel wrong on Neleus, carrying off his child to be a consort for his brother. Then he came into the realm of Argos, famed for steeds, for there it was decreed that he should dwell and rule o'er many of the Argive race. And there he took a wife and built a house, a lofty pile, and there to him were born Antiphates and Mantius, valiant men. Antiphates was father of a son, the brave Oicleus, and to him was born Amphiaraus, one of those whose voice rouses the nations, aegis-bearing Jove. And Phoebus loved him with exceeding love, yet reached he not the threshold of old age, but through the treachery of his bribed wife perished too soon at Thebes. To him were born two sons, Alcmaeon and Amphilochus. Clitus and Polyphides were the sons of Mantius, but Aurora, she who fills a golden chariot, bore away to heaven Clitus for his great beauty, there to dwell among the immortals, while Apollo gave to Polyphides of the noble mind to be a prophet, first of living men, since now Amphiaraus was no more. His father had displeased him, and he went to Hyperesia, where he dwelt, and there revealed to all what yet should come to pass. It was his son who now approached. His name was Theoclymenus. He saw the prince Telemachus, who stood beside the swift black ship, and pouring a libation, prayed, and thus he said to him in winged words, "My friend, whom here beside this bark I find making a pious offering, I entreat both by that offering and the deity, and by thy life, and by the lives of these who follow thee, declare to me the truth, and keep back naught of all that I inquire. Who art thou, from what race of men, and where thy city lies, and who thy parents are? Then spake in turn discreet Telemachus, Stranger, to every point I answer thee. I am by race a son of Ithaca. My father was Ulysses when alive, but he has died a miserable death. Long years has he been absent, and I came with my companions here in this black ship to gather tidings of my father's fate. Then said the godlike Theoclymenus, I too, like thee, am far away from home, for I have slain a man of my own tribe, and he had many brothers, many friends, in Argos famed for steeds. Great is the power of those Achaeans, and I flee from them and the black doom of death, to be henceforth a wanderer among men. Oh, shelter me on board thy galley. I, a fugitive, implore thy mercy, lest they overtake and slay me. They are surely on my track. And thus discreet Telemachus replied, If thou desire to come on board my ship, I shall not hinder thee. Come with us then, and take a friendly share in what we have. So saying, he received his brazen spear, and laid it on the good ship's deck, and went himself on board, and taking at the stern his place, he seated Theoclymenus beside him. Then the mariners cast loose the hawsers, and Telemachus gave forth the order to prepare for sea. They heard and eagerly obeyed. They raised the mast, a pine tree stem, and bringing it to stand in its deep socket, bound it there with cords, and hoisted by their strongly twisted thongs the ship's white sails. The blue-eyed Pallas sent a favorable and fresh-blowing wind that swept the sky to drive more speedily the galley through the salt sea waves. They came to Cruni and to Chalcis, pleasantly watered by rivers. Now the sun went down. Night closed around their way, but onward still, a favorable wind from Jupiter toward Phyrae bore them, and the hallowed coast of Elis, where the Epean race bear sway, and then among the isles whose rocky peaks rise from the waters. Here Telemachus mused thoughtfully on what his fate might be, to perish by the ambush or escape. Meantime, Ulysses and the swineherd sat at meat within the lodge. The other men were at the board, and when the calls of thirst and hunger ceased, Ulysses spake to try the swineherd, whether he were bent to show yet further kindness and entreat his stay, or whether he would send him to the town. Eumaeus, hearken thou, and all the rest. Tomorrow 'tis my wish to go to town, that I may beg, and be no charge to thee and thy companions. Give me thy advice, and send a trusty guide to show the way. There will I roam the streets, for so I must, and haply someone there will give a cup of wine and cake of meal. And when I find the house of great Ulysses, I will tell the sage Penelope the news I bring. Nay, I would even go among the crew of arrogant suitors, who perhaps might give a meal, for there is plenty at their feasts, and I would do whatever they require. For let me tell thee, and do thou give heed, there lives no man who can contend with me in menial tasks, to keep alive a fire with fuel, cleave dry wood, and carve and roast the meat and pour the wine, whate'er is done by poor men waiting on the better sort. And thou, Eumaeus, keeper of the swine, didst answer in displeasure, Woe is me! How could thy bosom harbor such a thought? O stranger, thou must surely be resolved to perish if thy purpose be to go among the suitor crew, whose insolence and riot reach the iron vault of heaven. Not such attendants minister to them as thou art, but fair youths arrayed in cloaks and tunics, with sleek heads and smooth of face. These wait at polished tables, heavily loaded with bread and flesh and wine. Stay thou content among us, sure that no one here is wearied by thy presence, neither I nor any of my fellows. When he comes, the dear son of Ulysses will provide for thee the garments thou dost need, a cloak and tunic, and will send thee where thou wilt. Ulysses, the great sufferer, answered thus, I pray that thou mayest be as dear to Jove, the great All-Father, as thou art to me, since through thy kindness I enjoy a pause amid my weary wanderings. There is naught worse than a wandering life, unseemly cares. A hungry stomach brings to homeless men, hardship and grief are theirs. But since thou wilt that I remain and wait for thy young lord, Speak to me of the mother of thy chief Ulysses, and his father, whom he left just on the threshold of old age, if yet they live, and still may look upon the sun, or have they died and passed to Pluto's realm? And then in turn, the master swineherd spake. Rightly and truly will I answer thee, stranger. Still Laertes lives, but prays continually to Jove, that he may die in his own house. For sorely he laments his son, long absent, and his excellent wife, bride of his youth, whose death has brought on him sharp sorrow, and old age before its time. By a sad death she died, through wasting grief for her lost, glorious son. May no one here, no friend of mine, nor one who has bestowed a kindness on me, die by such a death. While yet she lived, great as her sorrow was, I loved to speak with her and hear her words, for she had reared me with her youngest born, her daughter, long-robed Catimina. With her was I brought up, and scarcely less than her was held in honor. When at length we came into the pleasant years of youth, they sent the princess hence to Samos, and received at large presents. But to me her mother gave garments of price, a tunic and a cloak, and sandals for my feet, and sent me forth into the fields, and loved me more and more. All this is over now, yet must I say my calling has been prospered by the gods. From this I have the means to eat and drink, and wherewithal to feast a worthy guest. But from the queen I never have a word or deed of kindness, since that evil came upon her house, that crew of lawless men. Greatly the servants would rejoice to speak before their mistress, and inquire her will, and eat and drink, and carry to their homes some gift, for gifts delight a servant's heart. Again Ulysses the sagacious spake. Swineherd Eumaeus, thou, while yet a child, wert doubtless strangely tossed about the world, far from thy kindred and thy native land. Now tell me, was the spacious town, wherein thy father and thy mother dwelt laid waste? Or wert thou left among the flocks and herds, untended, and borne off by hostile men, who came in ships and sold thee to the lord of these possessions for a worthy price? And then the master swineherd spake again. Since thou dost ask me, stranger, hear my words in silence, sit at ease and drink thy wine. These nights are very long. There's time enough for sleep, and time to entertain ourselves with talk. It is not fitting to lie down ere the due hour arrive, and too much sleep is hurtful. Whosoever here shall feel the strong desire, let him withdraw and sleep, and rise with early morn, and break his fast, and tend my master's swine. Let us remain within, and drink and feast, and pass the time gaily, relating what we have endured, each one of us. For in the aftertime, one who has suffered much and wandered far may take a pleasure even in his griefs. But let me tell what thou hast asked of me. Beyond Ortygia lies an island named Syria. Thou must have heard of it. The sun above it turns his course. It is not large, but fruitful, fit for pasturage, and rich in flocks, abounding both in wine and wheat. There never famine comes, nor foul disease fastens on wretched mortals. But when men grow old, Apollo of the silver bow comes with Diana, aims his silent shafts, and slays them. There 2 cities stand, and share the isle between them. There my father reigned, the godlike Cassius, son of Ormenus, and both the cities owned him as their king. There came a crew of that seafaring race, the people of Phoenicia, to our isle. Shrewd fellows they, and brought in their black ship large store of trinkets. In my father's house was a Phoenician woman, large and fair, and skillful in embroidery. As she came a laundress to their ship, those cunning men seduced her. One of them obtained her love, for oft doth love mislead weak womankind, even of the more discreet. Her paramour asked who she was, and whence. She pointed out the lofty pile in which my father dwelt. At Sidon, rich in brass, I had my birth, a daughter of the opulent Charybdis. And once, as I was coming from the fields, the Taphian pirates seized and bore me off, and brought me to this isle, and sold me here, at that man's house. Much gold he paid for me. Then said her paramour, Wilt thou not then return with us, that thou mayst see again father and mother, and their fair abode? For yet they live, and rumor says are rich. To this the woman answered, I consent, if first ye take an oath, ye mariners, and pledge your faith to bear me safely home. She spake, and they complied, and when the oath was duly taken, thus the woman said, Now hold your peace, let none of all the crew speak to me more, in meeting on the road, or at the fountain, lest someone should tell the old man at the house, and he suspect some fraud, and bind me fast, and plot your death. Lock up your words within your breast. Make haste to buy supplies, and when the ship is full of all things needful, let a messenger come to me at the palace with all speed. And I will bring with me whatever gold my hands may find, and something else to pay my passage. I am nurse to the young heir of the good man who dwells in yonder halls, a shrewd boy for his years, who oft goes out with me, and I will lead him to the ship, and he will bring, in any foreign land, to which ye carry him, a liberal price. The woman spake, and to our fair abode departed. The Phoenician crew remained until the 12 months' end, and filled their ship with many things, and when its roomy hull was fully laden, sent a messenger to tell the woman. He, a cunning man, came to my father's house, and brought with him a golden necklace set with amber beads. The palace maidens and the gracious queen, my mother, took it in their hands, and gazed upon it, and debated of its price. Meantime the bearer gave the sign, and soon departed to the ship. The woman took my hand, and led me forth. Within the hall, she found upon the tables ready placed the goblets for my father's guests, his peers. But they were absent, and in council yet, amid a great assembly. She concealed 3 goblets in her bosom, and bore off the theft. I followed, thoughtlessly. The sun went down, and darkness brooded o'er the ways. Briskly we walked, and reached the famous port and the fast-sailing ship. They took us both on board, and sailed. Along its ocean path the vessel ran, and Jupiter bestowed a favorable wind. 6 days we sailed, both night and day. But when Saturnian Jove brought the 7th day, Diana, archer queen, struck down the woman, and with sudden noise, headlong she plunged into the hold, as dives a seagull. But the seamen cast her forth to fishes and to sea calves. I was left alone and sorrowful. The winds and waves carried our galley on to Ithaca, and there Laertes purchased me, and thus I first beheld the land in which I dwell. And then again the great Ulysses spake. Eumaeus, the sad story of thy wrongs and sufferings moves me deeply. Yet hath Jove, among thy evil fortunes, given this good, that after all thy sufferings thou art lodged with a good master, who abundantly provides thee meat and drink. Thou leadest here a pleasant life, while I am come to thee from wandering long and over many lands. So talked they with each other. No long time they passed in sleep, for soon the morning came, throned on her car of gold. Beside the shore the comrades of Telemachus cast loose the sails, took down the mast, and with their oars brought in the vessel to its place. They threw the anchors out, and bound the hawsers fast, and went upon the sea beach, where they dressed their morning meal, and mingled purple wine. Then, when the calls of thirst and hunger ceased, discreet Telemachus bespake the crew. Take the black ship to town. I visit first the fields, and see my herdsmen, and at eve will come to town. Tomorrow I will give the parting feast, rich meats and generous wine. Then said the godlike Theoclymenus, Whither, my son, am I to go? What house of all the chiefs of rugged Ithaca shall I seek shelter in? With thee, perhaps, in thine own palace, where thy mother dwells. And thus discreet Telemachus replied, I would have asked thee at another time to make our house thy home, for there would be no lack of kindly welcome. 'Twere not well to ask thee now, for I shall not be there, nor will my mother see thee, since not oft doth she appear before the suitor train, but in an upper room, apart from them, weaves at her loom a web. Another man I name, Eurymachus, the illustrious son of the sage Polybus, to be thy host. The noblest of the suitors he, and seeks most earnestly to wed the queen, and take the rank Ulysses held. Olympian Jove, who dwells in ether, knows the fatal day that may o'ertake the suitors ere she wed. As thus he spake, a falcon on the right flew by, Apollo's messenger. A dove was in his talons, which he tore, and poured the feathers down between Telemachus and where the galley lay. When this was seen by Theoclymenus, he called the youth apart, alone, and took his hand and said, "The bird that passed us, O Telemachus, upon the right, flew not without a god to guide him. When I saw it, well, I knew the omen. Not in Ithaca exists a house of a more kingly destiny than thine, and ever will its power prevail." And thus discreet Telemachus replied, "O stranger, may thy saying come to pass. Then shalt thou quickly know me for thy friend, and be rewarded with such liberal gifts that all who meet thee shall rejoice with thee." Then turning to Piraeus, he bespake that faithful follower thus, "Piraeus, son of Clytius, thou who ever wert the first to move, at my command, of all the men who went with me to Pylos, take, I pray, this stranger to thy house, and there provide for him, and honor him until I come." Piraeus, mighty with the spear, replied, "Telemachus, however long thy stay, this man shall be my guest, nor ever lack beneath my roof for hospitable care." He spake, and climbed the deck, and bade his men enter the ship and cast the fastenings loose. Quickly they came together, went on board and manned the benches, while Telemachus bound the fair sandals to his feet, and took his massive spear with its sharp blade of brass that lay upon the deck. The men unbound the hawsers, shoved the galley forth, and sailed townward, as they were bidden by the son of great Ulysses. Meantime, the quick feet of the young chieftain bore him on until he reached the lodge where his great herds of swine were fed, and careful of his master's wealth, beside his charge, the worthy swineherd slept. Book 16. Ulysses. Discovering himself to Telemachus. Reception of Telemachus by Eumaeus, who is sent to inform Penelope of her son's arrival. Interview of Ulysses and Telemachus, in which, at the command of Pallas, Ulysses discovers himself. Return of the disappointed suitors from lying in wait for Telemachus. Meantime, Ulysses and that noble hind, the swineherd in the lodge at early dawn, lighted a fire, prepared a meal, and sent the herdsman forth to drive the swine afield. The dogs, so apt to bark, came fawning round, and barked not as Telemachus drew near. Ulysses heard the sound of coming feet, and marked the crouching dogs, and suddenly bespake Eumaeus, thus with winged words, "Eumaeus, without doubt some friend of thine, or someone known familiarly, is near. There is no barking of the dogs. They fawn around him, and I hear the sound of feet." Scarce had he spoken, when within the porch stood his dear son. The swineherd, starting up, surprised, let fall the vessels from his hands, in which he mingled the rich wines, and flew to meet his master, kissed him on the brow, kissed both his shining eyes and both his hands, with many tears, as when a father takes into his arms a son, whom tenderly he loves, returning from a distant land. In the 10th year, his only son, the child of his old age, for whom he long has borne hardship and grief, so to Telemachus. The swineherd clung, and kissed him o'er and o'er, as one escaped from death, and shedding still warm tears, bespake him thus with winged words. "Thou comest, O Telemachus. The light is not more sweet to me. I never thought to see thee more, when thou hadst once embarked for Pylos. Now come in, beloved child, and let my heart rejoice, that once again I have thee here, so newly come from far. For 'tis not often that thou visitest herdsmen and fields, but dwellest in the town. Such is thy will, beholding day by day the wasteful pillage of the suitor train." And thus discreet Telemachus replied, "So be it, father. For thy sake I came to see thee with these eyes, and hear thee speak, and tell me if my mother dwells within the palace yet, or has some wooer led the queen away, his bride, and does the couch of great Ulysses lie untapestried, with ugly cobwebs gathering over it?" And then the master swineherd spake in turn, "Most true it is that with a constant mind the queen inhabits yet thy palace halls, and wastes in tears her wretched nights and days." So speaking, he received his brazen lance, and over the stone threshold passed the prince into the lodge. Ulysses yielded up his seat to him. Telemachus forbade. "Nay, stranger, sit. It shall be ours to find elsewhere a seat in this our lodge, and he who should provide it is already here. He spake. Ulysses turned and took again his place. The swineherd made a pile of twigs and covered it with skins, on which sat down the dear son of Ulysses. Next, he brought dishes of roasted meats, which yet remained, part of the banquet of the day before, and heaped the canisters with bread, and mixed the rich wines in a wooden bowl. He sat right opposite Ulysses. All put forth their hands, and shared the meats upon the board. And when the calls of thirst and hunger ceased, thus to the swineherd said Telemachus, Whence, father, is this stranger, and how brought by seamen to the coast of Ithaca? And who are they that brought him? For I deem he came not over to our isle on foot. And thus, Eumaeus, thou didst make reply, True answer will I make to all. He claims to be a son of the broad isle of Crete, and says that in his wanderings he has passed through many cities of the world, for so some God ordained. And now, escaped by flight from a Thesprotian galley, he has sought a refuge in my lodge. Into thy hands I give him. Deal thou with him as thou wilt. He is thy suppliant, and makes suit to thee. Then spake discreet Telemachus again. Eumaeus, thou hast uttered words that pierce my heart with pain. For how can I receive a stranger at my house? I am a youth who never yet has trusted in his arm to beat the offer of an insult back. And in my mother's mind, the choice is yet uncertain whether to remain with me, the mistress of my household, keeping still her constant reverence for her husband's bed, and still obedient to the people's voice, or whether she shall follow as a bride him of the Achaean suitors in my halls, who is accounted worthiest, and who brings the richest gifts. Now, as to this thy guest, since he has sought thy lodge, I give to him a cloak and tunic, seemly of their kind, a two-edged sword, and sandals for his feet, and I will send him to whatever coast he may desire to go. Yet, if thou wilt, lodge him beneath thy roof, and I will send raiment and food, that he may be no charge to thee or thy companions. To my house, among the suitor train I cannot bear that he should go. Those men are insolent beyond all measure. They would scoff at him, and greatly should I grieve. The boldest man against so many might contend in vain, and greater is their power, by far, than mine. Then spake Ulysses, the great sufferer. O friend, since I have liberty to speak, my very heart is wounded when I hear what wrongs the suitors practice in thy halls against a youth like thee. But give me leave to ask if thou submittest willingly, or do thy people, hearkening to some god, hate thee with open hatred? Dost thou blame thy brothers? For in brothers men confide even in a desperate conflict. Would that I were young again, and with the will I have, or that I could become Ulysses' son, or were that chief himself returned at last from all his wanderings, and there yet is hope of his return. Then might another strike my head off, if I would not instantly enter the house of Laertiades, and make myself a mischief to them all. But should they overcome me, thus alone, contending with such numbers, I would choose rather in mine own palace to be slain, than every day behold such shameful deeds. Insulted guests, maid-servants foully dragged through those fair palace chambers, wine casks drained, and gluttons feasting idly, wastefully, and others toiling for them without end. Then spake again discreet Telemachus, Stranger, thou shalt be answered faithfully. Know then, the people are by no means wroth with me, nor have I brothers to accuse, though in a desperate conflict men rely upon a brother's aid. Saturnian Jove confines our lineage to a single head. The king Arcesius had an only son, Laertes, and to him was only born Ulysses. And Ulysses left me here, the only scion of his house, and he had little joy of me. Our halls are filled with enemies, the chief men of the isles, Dulichium, Samos, and Zacynthus, dark with forests, and the rugged Ithaca. So many woo my mother, and consume our substance. She rejects not utterly their hateful suit, nor yet will give consent and end it. They go on to waste my wealth, and soon will end me also, but the event rests with the gods. And go thou now with speed, Eumaeus' father, to Penelope, and say that I am safe, and just returned from Pylos. I remain within the lodge, and then come back as soon as thou hast told the queen alone. Let none of all the Greeks hear aught, for they are plotting harm to me. Then thus, Eumaeus, thou didst make reply, Enough, I see it all. Thy words are said to one who understands them. But, I pray, direct me whether in my way to take a message to Laertes, the distressed. While sorrowing for Ulysses, he o'ersaw the labors of the field, and ate and drank, as he had appetite, with those who wrought. But since thy voyage to the Pylian coast, they say he never takes his daily meals as he was wont, nor oversees the work, but sits and mourns and sighs and pines away until his limbs are shriveled to the bone. Then spake discreet Telemachus again. 'Tis sad, but we must leave him to his grief a little while. Could everything be made to happen as we mortals wish, I then would first desire my father's safe return. But thou, when thou hast given thy message, haste hither again, nor wander through the fields to him, but let my mother send at once the matron of her household, privately, to bear the tidings to the aged man. He spake to speed the swineherd, who took up his sandals, bound them on, and bent his way townward. Not unperceived by Pallas, went Eumaeus from the lodge. She came in shape, a woman beautiful and stately, skilled in household arts, the noblest. Near the gate she stood, right opposite. Ulysses saw. Telemachus beheld her not. The gods not always manifest themselves to all. Ulysses and the mastiffs saw. The dogs barked not, but, whimpering, fled from her and sought the stalls within. She beckoned with her brows. Ulysses knew her meaning, and came forth, and passed the great wall of the court, and there stood near to Pallas, who bespake him thus. Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise, speak with thy son. Conceal from him the truth. No longer, that prepared to make an end of that vile suitor crew, ye may go up into the royal town. Nor long will I be absent. I am ready for the assault. Thus spake the goddess. Putting forth a wand of gold, she touched the chief. Beneath that touch, his breast was covered with a new blanched robe and tunic. To his frame it gave new strength. His swarthy color came again, his cheeks grew full, and the beard darkened on his chin. This done, she disappeared. Ulysses came into the lodge again. His son beheld amazed and overawed, and turned his eyes away, as if in presence of a god, and thus bespake the chief with winged words. O stranger, thou art other than thou wert. Thy garb is not the same, nor are thy looks. Thou surely art some deity of those whose habitation is the ample heaven. Be gracious to us. Let us bring to thee such sacrifices as thou wilt accept, and gifts of graven gold. Be merciful. Ulysses, the great sufferer, thus replied, I am no god. How am I like the gods? I am thy father, he for whom thy sighs are breathed, and sorrows borne, and wrongs endured. He spake and kissed his son, and from his lids tears fell to earth that long had been restrained. And then Telemachus, who could not think the stranger was his father, answered thus, Nay, thou art not my father, thou art not Ulysses. Rather hath some deity sought to deceive me, that my grief may be the sharper. For no mortal man would do what has been done unless some god should come to aid him, and to make him young or old at pleasure. For thou wert a moment since an aged man, and sordidly arrayed, and now art like the gods of the wide heaven. Ulysses the sagacious answered thus, It is not well, Telemachus, to greet with boundless wonder and astonishment thy father in this lodge. Be sure of this, that no Ulysses other than myself will ever enter here. I, who am he, have suffered greatly and have wandered far, and in the 20th year am come again to mine own land. Thou hast beheld today a wonder wrought by Pallas, huntress queen, who makes me what she will, such power is hers, sometimes to seem a beggar, and in turn a young man in a comely garb. The gods, whose home is in the heavens, can easily exalt a mortal man, or bring him low. He spake, and sat him down. Telemachus, around his glorious father, threw his arms, and shed a shower of tears. Both felt at heart a passionate desire to weep. They wept aloud, and louder were their cries than those of eagles or the sharp-clawed vulture tribe, whose young the hinds have stolen, yet unfledged. Still flowed their tears abundantly, the sun would have gone down and left them weeping still, had not Telemachus at length inquired, "Dear father, tell me in what galley came the mariners who brought thee? Of what race claim they to be? For certainly I think thou camest not hither traveling on foot." Ulysses, the great sufferer, thus replied, "My son, thou shalt be answered faithfully. Men of a race renowned for seamanship, Phaeacians, brought me hither. They convey abroad the strangers coming to their isle, and, bearing me in one of their swift barks across the sea, they landed me asleep in Ithaca. Rich were the gifts they gave, much brass and gold, and garments from the loom. These, so the gods have counseled, lie concealed among the hollow rocks, and I am come, obeying Pallas, to consult with thee how to destroy our enemies. Give now the number of the suitors. Let me know how many there may be, and who they are, that with a careful judgment I may weigh the question whether we shall fall on them, we two alone, or must we seek allies." Then spake discreet Telemachus again, "O father, I have heard of thy great fame my whole life long. How mighty is thy arm, how wise thy counsels. Thou hast said great things, and I am thunderstruck. It cannot be that two alone should stand before a crowd of valiant men. They are not merely 10, these suitors, nor twice 10, but many more. Hear then their number. From Dulichium come 52, the flower of all its youth, with whom are 6 attendants. Samos sends twice 12, and 20 more Achaean chiefs come from Zacynthus. 12 from Ithaca. The noblest of the isle are these, with whom Medon the herald comes, a bard whose song is heavenly, and 2 servants skilled to spread the banquet. Should we in the palace halls assault all these, I fear lest the revenge for all thy wrongs would end most bitterly and grievously for thee. Now, if thy thought be turned to some ally, bethink thee who will combat for us with a willing heart." Again Ulysses, the great sufferer, spake, "Then will I tell thee, listen and give heed. Think whether Pallas and her father Jove suffice not for us. Need we more allies?" And then discreet Telemachus rejoined, "Assuredly the twain whom thou hast named are mighty as allies, for though they sit on high among the clouds, they yet bear rule both o'er mankind and o'er the living gods." Once more Ulysses the great sufferer spake, "Not long will they avoid the fierce affray, when in my halls the strength of war is tried between me and the suitor crew. Now go with early morning to thy home, and there mingle among the suitors. As for me, the swineherd afterward shall lead me hence. To town, a wretched beggar seemingly, and very old. If there they scoff at me, in mine own palace, let thy faithful heart endure it, though I suffer, though they seize my feet, and by them drag me to the door, or strike at me with weapon blades, look on and bear it, yet reprove with gentle words their folly. They will never heed reproof. The day of their destruction is at hand. And this I tell thee further, and be sure to keep my words in memory. As soon as Pallas, goddess of wise counsel, gives the warning, I shall nod to thee, and thou, when thou perceivest it, remove at once all weapons from my halls to a recess high in an upper chamber. With soft words, quiet the suitors when they ask thee why. Say, I would take them where there comes no smoke, since now they seem no longer like to those left by Ulysses when he sailed for Troy, but soiled and tarnished by the breath of fire. This graver reason also Saturn's son hath forced upon my mind, that ye by chance, when full of wine and quarreling, may wound each other, and disgrace the feast, and bring shame on your wooing, for the sight of steel draws men to bloodshed. Say but this, and leave 2 swords for us, 2 spears, 2 oxhide shields, against the day of combat. Pallas then, and Jove the all-disposer, will unman their hearts. Moreover, let me say to thee, and keep my words in memory, if thou be my son, and of my blood, let no man hear that now Ulysses is within the isle. Let not Laertes hear of it, nor him who keeps the swine, nor any of the train of servants, nor Penelope herself, while thou and I alone search out and prove the women of the household, and no less the serving men, to know who honors us, and bears us reverence in his heart, and who contemns us, and dishonors even thee." Then answered his illustrious son and said, Father, thou yet wilt know my heart, and find that of a careless and too easy mood I am not. But a search like this, I think, would profit neither of us, and I pray that thou wilt well consider it. Long time wouldst thou go wandering from place to place, o'er thy estates, to prove the loyalty of everyone, while in thy halls at ease the suitors wastefully consume thy wealth. Yet would I counsel that the women's faith be proved, that the disloyal may be marked, and the innocent go free. As for the men, I would not now inquire from farm to farm, that may be done hereafter, if indeed thou hast a sign from aegis-bearing Jove. So talked they with each other. The good ship, which brought Telemachus and all his friends from Pylos, kept meantime upon its way to Ithaca. There, entering the deep port, the seamen hauled the black ship up the beach, and then the ready servants took away the arms, and to the house of Clytius bore the costly gifts. A herald from the ship went forward to the palace of the king with tidings to the sage Penelope, that now her son was come and in the fields, and that the ship at his command had reached the city, lest the royal dame might feel fear for his safety and give way to tears. The herald and the noble swineherd met, each bearing the same message to the queen. Entering the palace of the godlike king, and standing midst the maids, the herald said, O lady, thy beloved son is come. But close beside the queen, the swineherd stood, and told her everything which her dear son had bid him say, and having thus fulfilled his errand, left the palace and its court. Then were the suitors vexed and sorrowful, and going from the palace, and without the great wall that enclosed the court, sat down before the gates, and there Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, harangued the throng. Behold, my friends, Telemachus has done a marvelous thing. This voyage, which we thought he could not make, is made. Now let us launch a ship, the best that we can find, and man with fishermen the benches, sending it to find our friends and hasten their return. Scarce had he spoken when Amphinomus, in turning where he stood, beheld a bark enter the port's deep waters with a crew that furled the sails and held the oars in hand. He laughed, well pleased, and to the suitors said, There needs no message to be sent, for they are here already. Haply hath some god given them the knowledge, or perchance they saw, but could not overtake, the prince's ship. He spake. They rose and hastened to the strand, and quickly drew the galley up the beach. The ready servants bore the arms away. Then met they all in council, suffering none, save of the suitor train to meet with them, none, either young or old. Eupeithes' son Antinous, standing forth, bespake them thus. How strangely do the gods protect this man from evil! All day long, spy after spy has sat and watched upon the airy heights, and when the sun was set, we never slept on land, but ever in our gallant ship sailed, waiting for the holy morn, and lay in constant ambush for Telemachus, to seize and to destroy him. Yet behold, some deity has brought him home, and now frame we a plan to cut off utterly Telemachus, and leave him no escape. For certainly I think that while he lives, the end we aim at cannot be attained. Shrewd is the youth in counsel and device, and we no longer have, as once we had, the people's favor. Let us quickly act, ere he can call a council of the Greeks, that he will do without delay, and there will rise in wrath to tell them how we planned his death by violence, and failed, and they who hear assuredly will not approve the plotted mischief. They may drive us forth with outrage from our country to a land of strangers. Let us be the first to strike, and slay him in the fields, or on the way, and taking his possessions to ourselves, share equally his wealth. Then may we give this palace to his mother, and the man whom she shall wed, whoever he may be. Or if this plan mislike you, and ye choose that he should live, and keep the fair estate that was his father's, let us not go on thronging the palace to consume his wealth in revelry, but each with liberal gifts, woo her from his own dwelling, and let him who gives most generously, and whom fate most favors, take the lady as his bride. He spake, and all were mute. Amphinomus, the illustrious son of royal Nisus, rose. The grandson of Aretius, it was he who led the suitors from Dulichium's fields, grassy and rich in corn. Penelope liked best his words, for generous was his thought, and with a generous purpose thus he spake. Nay, friends, not mine is the advice to slay Telemachus. It is a fearful thing to take a royal life. Then let us first inquire the pleasure of the gods. For if the oracles of mighty Jupiter approve it, I would do the deed myself, or bid another do it. But if they consent not, 'tis my counsel to forbear." He spake, and all approved. At once they rose, and entering the palace, sat them down on shining thrones. Meantime, Penelope had formed the purpose to appear before the arrogant suitors, for the news was brought into her chamber of the plot to slay her son. The herald Medon overheard, and told her all. So to the hall she went with her attendant maids. The glorious dame drew near the suitor train, and took her stand beside a column of the stately pile, and with a delicate veil before her cheeks began to speak, and chid Antinous thus: "Antinous, mischief plotter, insolent, the rumor is that thou excellest all of thy own age among the Ithacans in understanding and in speech. Yet such thou never wert. Ferocious as thou art, why seek the death of my Telemachus, and treat with scorn the suppliants of whose prayer Jove is the witness? An unholy thing it is when men against their fellow men plot mischief. Dost thou then forget that once thy father came to us a fugitive, in terror of the people, who were wroth because he joined the Taphian pirate race and plundered the Thesprotians, our allies? The people would have slain him and have torn his heart out and have pillaged his large wealth. Ulysses checked their rage and held them back, fierce as they were. Now thou dost waste his goods most shamefully, and woo his wife, and slay his son, and multiply my woes. Cease now, I charge thee, and persuade the rest to cease." Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, replied, "O daughter of Icarius, sage Penelope, take heart. Let no such thought possess thy mind. There is no man on earth, nor will there be, who shall lay violent hands upon Telemachus, thy son, while I am living, and yet keep the gift of sight. I say, and will perform it, his black blood shall flow and bathe my spear. Ulysses oft, spoiler of realms, would take me on his knee, and put the roasted meats into my hands, and give me ruddy wine. I therefore hold Telemachus of all mankind most dear, and I will bid him have no fear of death from any of the suitors. If it come, sent by the gods, he cannot then escape." So spake he to appease her while he planned the murder of her son. The queen went up to the fair upper chambers, and there wept Ulysses, her dear spouse, till o'er her lids the blue-eyed Pallas poured the balm of sleep. At evening, to Ulysses and his son, the noble swineherd went, while busily they made the supper ready, having slain a porker 1 year old. Then instantly stood Pallas by Ulysses, and put forth her wand, and touched him, making him again old, and clad sordidly in beggar's weeds, lest that the swineherd, knowing at a look his master, might not keep the knowledge locked in his own breast, but, hastening forth, betray the secret to the chaste Penelope. Then to the swineherd said Telemachus, "Noble Eumaeus, welcome. What reports are in the town? Have those large-minded men, the suitors, left their ambush and returned, or are they waiting yet for me to pass?" And thus, Eumaeus, thou didst make reply, "Of that indeed I never thought to ask in going through the town. My only care was to return, as soon as I had given my message, with such speed as I could make. I met a messenger, a herald, sent by thy companions, who was first to tell thy mother of thy safe return. Yet this I know, for I beheld it with my eyes. When outside of the city, where the hill of Hermes stands, I saw a gallant bark entering the port, and carrying many men. Heavy it was with shields and two-edged spears. 'Twas they, I thought, and yet I cannot tell." He spake. Telemachus the valiant looked upon his father with a smile unmarked by good Eumaeus. When their task was done, and the board spread, they feasted. No one lacked his portion of the common meal. Their thirst and hunger satisfied, they laid them down to rest, and so received the gift of sleep. Book 17. Return of Ulysses to his palace. Meeting of Telemachus and Penelope, Ulysses conducted by Eumaeus to the palace, where he is known by the dog Argus, who dies on seeing him. Entrance of Ulysses among the suitors. Assault made by Antinous upon Ulysses. Ulysses sent for by Penelope. Now, when the rosy-fingered morn looked forth, the daughter of the dawn, Telemachus, the dear son of the great Ulysses, bound the shapely sandals underneath his feet, and took the massive spear that fitted well his grasp, and, as he stood in act to go up to the town, bespake the swineherd thus: "Father, I hasten to the town, that there my mother may behold me, for I think she will not cease to grieve, and fear and weep, till her eyes rest on me. I leave with thee the charge of leading our unfortunate guest into the city, there to beg his bread. Whoever will may give him food and drink. All men I cannot feed, and I have cares enough already. If he chafe at this, the worse for him. I like to speak my mind." And thus Ulysses, the sagacious, spake: "Nor do I wish, my friend, to loiter here. Better it is for one like me to beg in town than in the country. In the town, whoever chooses will bestow his dole. But here, if I remain about the stalls, I am no longer of an age to do all that a master may require. Go thou, this man at thy command will lead me hence, as soon as I have warmed me at the fire, and the air grows milder. This keen morning cold may end me, and the way, ye say, is long." He ended. From the lodge, Telemachus passed quickly, meditating to destroy the suitors. Coming to his stately home, he leaned his spear against a column's shaft, and crossing the stone threshold, entered in. First Euryclea, who had been his nurse, beheld him, as she spread the beautiful thrones with skins, and ran to him with weeping eyes, and round him other handmaids of the house of resolute Ulysses thronged. They gave fond welcome, kissing him upon the brow and shoulders. Issuing from her chamber next, the chaste Penelope, like Dian's self in beauty, or like golden Venus, came, and weeping, threw her arms about her son, and kissed him on his forehead, and on both his glorious eyes, and said amidst her tears: "Light of my eyes, O my Telemachus, art thou then come? I never thought again to see thee, when I heard thou hadst embarked for Pylos, secretly, and knowing me unwilling, in the hope to gather there some tidings of thy father. Tell me now all that has happened, all that thou hast seen." And thus discreet Telemachus replied: "Nay, mother, waken not my griefs again, nor move my heart to rage. I have just now escaped a cruel death. But go and bathe, and put fresh garments on, and when thou comest into thy chamber with thy maidens, make a vow to all the gods that thou wilt burn a sacrifice of chosen hecatombs when Jupiter shall have avenged our wrongs. Now must I hasten to the marketplace in quest of one who came with me a guest from Pylos. Him, with all my faithful crew, I sent before me to this port, and bade Piraeus lead him to his own abode, there to be lodged and honored till I came." He spake, nor flew his words unheeded by. The princess bathed and put fresh garments on, and vowed to all the gods a sacrifice of chosen hecatombs when Jupiter should punish the wrongdoers. While she prayed, Telemachus went forth, his spear in hand. 2 fleet dogs followed him. Minerva shed a godlike beauty o'er his form and face, and all the people wondered as he came. The suitors thronged around him with smooth words, yet plotting mischief in their hearts. He turned from their assembly hastily, and took his place where Mentor sat with Antiphus and Halitherses, all his father's friends, and his from the beginning. While they asked of all that he had seen, Piraeus came, the famous spearman, bringing through the town the stranger with him to the marketplace. Nor long Telemachus delayed, but came to meet his guest, and then Piraeus said, "Telemachus, dispatch to where I dwell thy serving women. I would send to thee at once the gifts which Menelaus gave." And then discreet Telemachus replied, "We know not yet, Piraeus, what may be the event, and if the suitors privily should slay me in the palace, and divide the inheritance among them, I prefer that thou, instead of them, shouldst have the gifts. But should they meet the fate which I have planned, and be cut off, then shalt thou gladly bring the treasures which I gladly will receive." So spake the prince, and to the palace led the unhappy man, his guest. When now they reached the stately pile, they both laid down their cloaks upon the benches, and betook themselves to the well-polished baths. The attendant maids there ministered and smoothed their limbs with oil, and each received a tunic at their hands and fleecy mantle. Then they left the baths and took their seats. A damsel came and poured water from a fair ewer wrought of gold into a silver basin for their hands, and spread a polished table near their seats. And there the matron of the household placed bread and the many dishes which her stores supplied. The queen was seated opposite, beside a column of the pile, and twirled a slender spindle, while the son and guest put forth their hands and shared the meal prepared. And when the calls of hunger and of thirst had ceased, thus spake the sage Penelope. Telemachus, when I again go up into my chamber, I shall lay me down upon the couch, which, since Ulysses sailed for Troy with Atreus' sons, has been to me a couch of mourning, sprinkled with my tears. And now thou hast not chosen to reveal, ere yet the haughty suitors throng again into these halls, what in thy voyage thou hast haply heard concerning his return. And thus discreet Telemachus replied, Then, mother, will I truly tell thee all. We went to Pylos, and saw Nestor there, the shepherd of the people. Kindly he received me in his stately home, as one might welcome back a wandering son returned from foreign lands. Such welcome I received both from the king and his illustrious sons. But he had heard, he said, from living man, no tidings of the much-enduring chief Ulysses, whether he were yet alive or dead. He therefore sent me with his steeds and chariot to the court of Atreus' son, the warlike Menelaus. There I saw the Argive Helen, for whose sake the Greeks and Trojans, by the appointment of the gods, suffered so much. The valiant king inquired, what wish of mine had brought me to the town of hallowed Lacedaemon? I replied, and truly told him all and everything in order. Then he answered me, and said, So then, these men, unwarlike as they are, aspire to occupy a brave man's bed, as when a hart hath left two suckling fawns, just born, asleep in a strong lion's lair, and roams for pasturage, the mountain slopes and grassy lawns. The lion suddenly comes back, and makes a cruel end of both. So will Ulysses bring a sudden doom upon the suitors. Would to Father Jove, and Pallas, and Apollo, that the chief, returning mighty, as he was when once in well-built Lesbos, at a wrestling match, he rose to strive with Philomelides, and threw him heavily, and all the Greeks rejoiced, would he might come as then he was. Short-lived would then the suitors be, and taste a bitter marriage feast. But now, to come to what thou hast inquired, I will not seek to turn from it, and talk of other things, nor will deceive. Of all that I was told by the Ancient of the Deep, whose words are true, I will not hide a single word from thee. He saw thy father in an isle, he said, a prey to wasting sorrows, and detained, unwilling, in the palace of the nymph Calypso. To the country of his birth he cannot come. No ships are there with oars, and crew to bear him o'er the great wide sea. Thus Menelaus, mighty with the spear, the son of Atreus, said, And having now fulfilled my errand, I returned. The gods gave favoring winds, and sent me swiftly home. He ended, and the queen was deeply moved. Then Theoclymenus, the godlike, said, O gracious consort of Laertes' son, King Menelaus knew not all. Hear now what I shall say, for I will prophesy, and truly, nor will keep back aught from thee. Let Jupiter, the mightiest of the gods, and this thy hospitable board, and this the hearth of great Ulysses, where I find a refuge, be my witnesses, that now Ulysses is in his own land again, and sits or walks observant of the deeds of wrong, and planning vengeance, yet to fall on all the suitors. Such the augury which I beheld, when in the gallant bark I sat, and told it to Telemachus. And thus the sage Penelope replied, O stranger, may thy saying be fulfilled. Then shalt thou have such thanks and such rewards, that all who greet thee shall rejoice with thee. So talked they with each other. In the space before the palace of Ulysses stood the suitors, pleased with hurling quoits and spears on the smooth pavement, where their insolence so oft was seen. But when the supper hour was near, and from the fields the cattle came, driven by the herdsman, Medon, he whom most they liked of all the heralds, and who sat among them at the feast, bespake them thus. Youths, since ye now have had your pastime here, come in and help prepare the evening meal. At the due hour, a banquet is not ill. He spake, the suitors hearkened and obeyed, and rose, and came into the halls, and laid their cloaks upon the benches and the thrones, and slaughtered well-fed sheep and fading goats, and made a victim of a pampered brawn and a stalled ox, preparing for the feast. Meantime, Ulysses and that noble hind, the swineherd, hastened to begin their walk to town. And thus the master swineherd spake, Since, stranger, 'tis thy wish to pass today into the city, as my master bade, though I by far prefer that thou remain a guardian of the stalls, yet much I fear my master, and am sure that he would chide, and harsh the upbraidings of a master are. Let us depart. The day is now far spent, and chill will be the air of eventide. Ulysses the sagacious answered thus, Enough, I know. Thy words are heard by one who understands them. Let us then depart. Lead thou the way, and if thou hast a staff, cut from the wood to lean on, give it me, since, as thou say'st, we have a slippery road. He spake, and o'er his shoulders flung a scrip, old, cracked, and hanging by a twisted thong. Eumaeus gave the staff he asked, and both went forth. The dogs and herdsmen stayed to guard the lodge. The swineherd led his master on townward, a squalid beggar to the sight, and aged, leaning on a staff, and wrapped in sordid rags. There, by the rugged way, as they drew near the town, they passed a fount wrought by the hand of man, and pouring forth its pleasant streams, from which the citizens drew water. Ithaca and Charybdis founded it with polyctor, and a grove of alders, feeding on the moistened earth, grew round it on all sides. The ice-cold rill gushed from a lofty rock, upon whose brow an altar stood, at which the passers-by worshipped, and laid their offerings for the nymphs. There did Melanthius, son of Dolius, meet the twain, as he was driving to the town. The finest goats of all the flocks, to make a banquet for the suitors. With him went 2 shepherds following the flock. As soon as he beheld Eumaeus and his guest, he railed at them with rude and violent words that made the anger of Ulysses rise. See that vile fellow lead the vile about. Thus ever doth some god join like with like. Thou worthless swineherd, whither wouldst thou take this hungry haunting beggarman, this pest of feasts, who at the posts of many a door against them rubs his shoulders, asking crusts, tripods, or cauldrons? Never. Shouldst thou leave the wretch to me, to watch my stalls, and sweep the folds, and bring fresh branches to the kids, he might by drinking way get stouter thighs. But he has learned no good, and will refuse to work. He better likes to stroll about with that insatiable stomach, asking alms to fill it. Let me tell thee what is sure to happen to him, should he ever come into the palace of the glorious chief Ulysses. Many a footstool will be flung around him by the hands of those who sit as guests, and they will tear the fellow's sides. He spake, and in his folly thrust his heel against the hero's thigh. The blow moved not Ulysses from his path, nor swerved he aught, but meditated whether with a blow of his good staff to take the fellow's life, or lift him in the air and dash his head against the ground. Yet he endured the affront and checked his wrath. The swineherd spake and chid the offender, and thus prayed with lifted hands. Nymphs of the fountain, born to Jupiter, if ere in sacrifice Ulysses burned to you the thighs of lambs and goats, o'erlaid with fat, be pleased to grant the prayer I make, that guided by some deity, the chief may yet return. Then thy rude boasts would cease. Melanthius, which thou utterest in thy way from place to place while wandering through the town. Unfaithful shepherds make a perishing flock. Melanthius, keeper of the goats, rejoined, 'Tis wonderful how flippant is the cur, and shrewd, but I shall carry him on board a good black ship, far off from Ithaca, and there will sell him for a goodly price. Would that Apollo of the silver bow might in the palace slay Telemachus this very hour, or that the suitors might, as certainly as that the day which brings Ulysses to his home will never dawn. He spake, and left them there. They followed on slowly. Melanthius hastened, and was soon at the king's palace gate, and entering, took a seat right opposite Eurymachus, whose favorite he was. The attendants there brought meats, the matron of the household bread, and both were set before them. Meantime stopped Ulysses with the noble swineherd near the palace, for around them in the air came the sweet murmurs of a lyre. Just then, Phemius, the minstrel, had begun his song. Ulysses took the swineherd's hand and said, Eumaeus, This must be the noble pile in which Ulysses dwelt, for easily 'tis known among the others that are near. Rooms over rooms are here. Around its court are walls and battlements, and folding doors. Shut fast the entrance. No man may contemn its strength. And I perceive that many guests banquet within. The smoke of fat goes up, and the sweet lyre is heard. The gods have given its music to accompany the feast. And then, Eumaeus, thou didst make reply. Thou speakest rightly, and in other things thou art not slow of thought. Now let us think what we shall do. First enter, if thou wilt, the sumptuous rooms, while I remain without. Or, if it please thee, I will enter first, while thou remainest, yet delay not long, lest someone, seeing thee, should deal a blow, or drive thee hence. I pray thee, think of this. Ulysses, the great sufferer, answered thus, Enough, I know. Thy words are heard by one who understands them. Go before me then, and leave me here. I am not quite unused to blows and stripes, and patient is my mood, for greatly have I suffered, both at sea and in the wars, and I submit to bear this also. But the stomach's eagerness is desperate, and is not to be withstood, and many are the mischiefs which it brings upon the race of men. It fits out fleets that cross the barren deep, arrayed for war, and carry death and woe to hostile realms. So talked the twain. A dog was lying near, and lifted up his head and pricked his ears. 'Twas Argus, which the much-enduring man Ulysses long before had reared, but left untried when for the hallowed town of Troy he sailed. The young men oft had led him forth in eager chase of wild goats, stags, and hares. But now, his master far away, he lay neglected, just before the stable doors, amid the droppings of the mules and beeves, heaped high till carried to the spacious fields of which Ulysses was the lord. There lay Argus, devoured with vermin. As he saw Ulysses drawing near, he wagged his tail and dropped his ears, but found that he could come no nearer to his master. Seeing this, Ulysses wiped away a tear unmarked by the good swineherd, whom he questioned thus, Eumaeus, this I marvel at, this dog that lies upon the dunghill, beautiful in form, but whether in the chase as fleet as he is fairly shaped, I cannot tell. Worthless, perchance, as house dogs often are, whose masters keep them for the sake of show. And thus, Eumaeus, thou didst make reply, The dog belongs to one who died afar. Had he the power of limb, which once he had, for feats of hunting, when Ulysses sailed for Troy and left him, thou wouldst be amazed both at his swiftness and his strength. No beast in the thick forest depths, which once he saw, or even tracked by footprints, could escape. And now he is a sufferer, since his lord has perished far from his own land. No more the careless women heed the creature's wants, for when the master is no longer near, the servants cease from their appointed tasks, and on the day that one becomes a slave, the thunderer Jove takes half his worth away. He spake, and, entering that fair dwelling place, passed through to where the illustrious suitors sat, while over Argus, the black knight of death, came suddenly, as soon as he had seen Ulysses, absent now for 20 years. Telemachus the godlike was the first to mark the swineherd coming through the hall, and nodding, called to him. The swineherd looked about him, and beheld a seat on which the carver of the feast was wont to sit, distributing the meats. He bore it thence, and placed it opposite Telemachus, and at his table. Then he sat him down, and thither came the herald, bringing him a portion of the feast, and gave him bread from the full canister. Soon after him Ulysses entered, seemingly an old and wretched beggar, propped upon a staff, and wrapped in sordid weeds. He sat him down on the ashen threshold, just within the doors, and leaned against a shaft of cypress wood, which some artificer had skillfully wrought by a line, and smoothed. Telemachus called to the swineherd, bade him come, and took a loaf that lay in the fair canister, and all the flesh which his 2 hands could grasp. Bear this to yonder stranger. Bid him go, and ask a dole from every suitor here. No beggar should be bashful in his need. He spake, the hind obeyed, and drawing near Ulysses, said to him in winged words, These from Telemachus, who bids thee ask a dole from every suitor, for he says no beggar should be bashful in his need. Ulysses, the sagacious, answered thus, May Jove, the sovereign, make Telemachus a happy man among the sons of men, and grant him all his heart desires in life. He spake, and took the gift in both his hands, and laid it down upon his tattered scrip close to his feet. Then, while the poet sang, he ate, and just as he had supped, the bard closed his divine recital. Then ensued great clamor in the hall, but Pallas came, and moved Ulysses to arise, and ask from every suitor there a dole of bread, that he might know the better from the worse, though none were to be spared. From right to left he took his way, and asked of every man with outstretched hand, as if he had been long a beggar. And they pitied him, and gave, and looked at him with wonder, and inquired one of another who he was, and whence. Then spake Melanthius, keeper of the goats, Give ear, ye suitors of the illustrious queen. As to this stranger, I have seen him once. The swineherd brought him, but I know him not, and of what race he is I cannot tell. He spake. Antinous chid the swineherd thus, Why hast thou brought him, too well known thyself? Have we not vagabonds enough? Enough of sturdy beggars, pests of every feast? Or is it a light matter that they throng hither to waste the substance of thy lord, and therefore thou art with this fellow here? And thus, Eumaeus, thou didst make reply, Antinous, high as is thy station, thou hast spoken ill. What man goes ever forth to bid a stranger to his house, unless the stranger be of those whose office is to serve the people, be he seer or leech, or architect or poet, heaven-inspired, whose song is gladly heard? All these are called to feasts wherever men are found, but none call in the poor to live upon their means. Antinous, thou, of all the suitor train, dost ever with the greatest harshness treat the servants of Ulysses, chiefly me. I heed it not, while sage Penelope dwells in the palace with her godlike son. Then interposed discreet Telemachus, Nay, have no strife of words with him, I pray. Antinous takes delight in bitter words, and rails, and stirs up railing in the rest. And then he turned, and thus with winged words bespake Antinous, Truly, thou dost care for me as might a father for a son, bidding me drive a stranger from my door with violent words, which God forbid. Take now somewhat, and give to him. I grudge it not, nay, I advise it. Fear not to offend my mother, or displease a single one of all the household of the godlike chief Ulysses. But thou hast not thought of this. It suits thee best to feast, and never give. Antinous thus rejoined, O utterer of big and braggart words, Telemachus, if all the other suitors would bestow as much as I will, he would not be seen within these halls for 3 months yet to come. So speaking, he brought forward to the sight, from underneath the board, a stool, on which rested his dainty feet. The others all gave somewhat to Ulysses, till his scrip was filled with meat and bread. Then, as he went back to the threshold, there to feast on what the Greeks had given him in his rounds, he stopped beside Antinous, and bespake him thus, Give somewhat also, friend. Thou dost not seem one of the humbler rank among the Greeks, but of the highest. Kingly is thy look. It therefore will become thee to bestow more freely than the rest, and I will sound thy praise through all the earth. Mine too was once a happy lot, for I inhabited a palace filled with goods, and often gave to wanderers, whosoever they might be, that sought me out, and in whatever need. And I had many servants, and large store of everything by which men live at ease, and are accounted rich. Saturnian Jove, such was his pleasure, brought me low, for moved by him, I joined me to a wandering band of pirates, and to my perdition, sailed upon a distant voyage to the coast of Egypt. In the river of that land, I stationed my good ships, and bade my men remain with them, and watch them well. I placed sentries upon the heights, yet confident in their own strength, and rashly giving way to greed, my comrades ravaged the fair fields of the Egyptians, slew them, and bore off their wives and little ones. The rumor reached the city soon. The people heard the alarm, and came together. With the dawn of day, all the great plain was thronged with horse and foot, and gleamed with brass, while Jove, the thunderer, sent a deadly fear into our ranks, where none dared face the foe. On every side was death. The Egyptians hewed down many with the sword, and some they led away alive to toil for them in slavery. Me my captors gave into a stranger's hands upon his way to Cyprus, where he reigned a mighty king, Demitor, son of Jasus. Thence at last I came through many hardships to this isle. Antinous lifted up his voice and said, "What god hath sent this nuisance to disturb the banquet? Take thyself to the mid-hall, far from thy table, else expect to see an Egypt and a Cyprus of a sort that thou wilt little like. Thou art a bold and shameless beggar. Thou dost take thy round, and ask from each, and foolishly they give, and spare not, nor consider. Well supplied is each, and freely gives what is not his." Then sage Ulysses said as he withdrew, "'Tis strange, thy mind agrees not with thy form. Thou wouldst not give a suppliant even salt in thine own house. Thou who, while sitting here fed at another's table, canst not bear to give me bread from thy well-loaded board." He spake. Antinous grew more angry still, and frowned, and answered him with winged words. "Dealer in saucy words, I hardly think that thou wilt leave this palace unchastised." He spake, and raised the footstool in his hand, and smote Ulysses on the lower part of the right shoulder. Like a rock he stood, unmoved beneath the blow Antinous gave, but shook his head in silence as he thought of vengeance. Then returning, he sat down upon the threshold, where he laid his scrip well filled, and thus bespake the suitor train. "Hear me, ye suitors of the illustrious queen. Grief or resentment no man feels for blows received by him while fighting for his own, his beeves or white-wooled sheep. But this man here, Antinous, dealt that blow on me because I have an empty stomach. Hunger brings great mischiefs upon men. If there be gods or furies who avenge the poor, may death o'ertake Antinous ere his marriage day." He ended. Then again Eupeithes' son Antinous spake. "Eat, stranger, quietly. Sit still, or get thee hence. Our young men else who hear thy words will seize thee by the feet or hands, and drag thee forth and flay thee there." He spake, and greatly were the rest incensed, and one of those proud youths took up the word. "Antinous, it was ill of thee to smite that hapless wanderer. Madman, what if he came down from heaven and were a god? The gods put on the form of strangers from afar, and walk our towns in many different shapes to mark the good and evil deeds of men." Thus spake the suitors, but he heeded not their words. Telemachus, who saw the blow, felt his heart swell with anger and with grief, yet from his eyelids fell no tear. He shook his head in silence, pondering to repay the wrong. Meantime, the sage Penelope heard of the stranger smitten in her halls, and thus bespake the maidens of her train. "Would that Apollo, mighty with the bow, might smite thee also." Then Eurynome, the matron of the household, said in turn, "Oh, were our prayers but heard, not one of these should look upon the golden morn again." Then spake again the sage Penelope, "Mother, they all are hateful. Everyone plots mischief, but Antinous most of all, and he is like black death to be abhorred. A friendless stranger passes through these halls, compelled by need, and asks an alms of each, and all the others give, and fill his scrip. Antinous flings a footstool, and the blow bruises the shoulder of the suppliant man." So talked they with each other, where they sat in the queen's chamber, mid the attendant train of women, while meantime Ulysses took the evening meal. The queen then bade to call the noble swineherd, and bespake him thus: "My worthy friend Eumaeus, go and bring the stranger hither. I would speak with him, and ask if anywhere he saw or heard aught of Ulysses, for he seems like one whose wanderings have been in many lands." And thus, Eumaeus, thou didst make reply, "Would that these Greeks, O queen, would hold their peace. Then might this stranger in thy hearing speak words full of consolation. For 3 nights I had him with me. For 3 days I made my lodge his home. For at the very first he came to me, escaping from his ship, nor when he left me had he told of all that he had suffered. As a hearer looks upon a minstrel whom the gods have taught to sing the poems that delight all hearts, and, listening, longs to listen without end. So, as the stranger sat beneath my roof, he held me charmed. He was the ancestral friend, he said, of thy Ulysses, and his home was Crete, where dwells the stock of Minos yet. From Crete he came, and much had suffered since, driven on from place to place. And he had heard some tidings of Ulysses yet alive, so he affirmed, in a rich region near the realm of the Thesprotians, and prepared to bring much riches to his native isle. Then spake the sage Penelope again, Go, call him hither, that he may relate his story in my presence. Let these men, as it may please them, sitting at our gates, or in our halls, amuse themselves, for light are they of heart. Unwasted in their homes lie their possessions, and their bread and wine are only for their servants, while themselves frequent our palace, day by day, and slay our beeves, and sheep, and fatling goats, and feast, and drink abundantly the dark red wine, and all with lavish waste. No man is here, such as Ulysses was, to drive away this pest from our abode. Should he return to his own land, he and his son would take swift vengeance on the men who do him wrong. She ended. Suddenly Telemachus sneezed loudly, so that all the palace rang, and, laughing as she heard, Penelope bespake Eumaeus thus with winged words, Go, call the stranger. Dost thou not perceive my son has sneezed as to confirm my words? Not unfulfilled will now remain the doom that waits the suitors. None will now escape death and the fates. This further let me say, and thou remember it. If what he tells be true, I will bestow on him a change of fair attire, a tunic and a cloak. She spake, the swineherd went, and, drawing near Ulysses, said to him in winged words, Stranger and father, sage Penelope, the mother of the prince, hath sent for thee. Though sorrowing, she is minded to inquire, What of her husband thou canst haply say? And should she find that all thy words are true, she will bestow a tunic and a cloak, garments which much thou needest. For thy food, what will appease thy hunger, thou wilt find among the people. Ask, and each will give. Ulysses, much enduring man, replied, Eumaeus, faithfully will I declare all that I know to sage Penelope, the daughter of Icarius. Well, I knew her husband, and with like calamities we both have suffered. But I greatly dread this reckless suitor crew, whose riotous acts and violence reach to the iron heavens. Even now, when that man dealt me as I passed, a painful blow, though I had done no harm, none interposed, not even Telemachus in my defense. Now therefore ask, I pray, Penelope, that she will deign to wait till sunset in her rooms, though strong her wish to hear my history. Of her husband then, and his return, she may inquire, while I sit by the blazing hearth. For scant have been my garments, as thou knowest, since the day when first I came, a suppliant to thy door. He spake, the swineherd went, and as he crossed the threshold of Penelope, she said, Thou bringst him not, Eumaeus. What may be the wanderer's scruple? Fear of someone here, or in a palace is he filled with awe? To be a bashful beggar is most hard. And thus, Eumaeus, thou didst answer her. Rightly he speaks, and just as one would think, who shuns the encounter of disorderly men. He prays that thou wilt wait till set of sun. And better were it for thyself, O queen, to speak with him and hear his words alone. Then spake discreet Penelope again, Whoe'er may be the stranger, not unwise he seems, for nowhere among men are done such deeds of wrong and outrage as by these. She spake, and the good swineherd, having told the lady all, went forth among the crowd of suitors, drawing near Telemachus, and bowed his head beside him that none else might hear, and said to him in winged words, I go, my friend, to tend the swine, and guard what there thou hast, thy sustenance and mine. The charge of what is here belongs to thee. Be thy first care to save thyself, and watch, to see that mischief overtake thee not, for many are the Achaeans plotting it, whom Jove destroy ere we become their prey. Then spake discreet Telemachus in turn, So be it, father, and when thou hast supped, depart, but with the morning come, and bring choice victims for the sacrifice. The care of all things here is with the gods and me. He spake, The swineherd sat him down again upon his polished seat and satisfied his appetite and thirst with food and wine. Then he departed to his herd and left the palace and the court before it thronged with revelers who gave the hour to song and joined the dance, for evening now was come. Book 18, Combat of Ulysses and Iris. Ulysses insulted by the beggar Iris, amusement of the suitors who encouraged the quarrel, victory of Ulysses in the combat with Iris, maneuver of Penelope to obtain presents from the suitors and its success. Ulysses insulted by Eurymachus. His reply, the cupbearer struck down by a footstool flung at Ulysses by Eurymachus. There came a common beggar, wont to ask alms, through the town of Ithaca, well known for greediness of stomach, gluttonous, and a wine-bibber, but of little strength and courage, though he seemed of powerful mold. Arnius was the name which at his birth his mother gave him, but the young men called the fellow Iris, for it was his wont to go on errands, as a messenger, when he was ordered. Coming now, he thought to drive Ulysses out of his own house, and railed at him, and said in winged words, "Hence with thee, leave the porch, old man, at once, lest thou be taken by the foot and dragged away from it. Dost thou not see how all around us nod, to bid me drag thee out? I am ashamed to do it. Rise and go, else haply we may have a strife of blows." Ulysses the sagacious frowned and said, "Wretch, there is nothing that I do or say to harm thee aught. I do not envy thee what others give thee, though the dole be large, and ample is this threshold for us both. Nor shouldst thou envy others, for thou seemst a straggler like myself. The gods bestow wealth where they list, but do not challenge me to blows, lest, aged as I am, thou rouse my anger, and I make thy breast and lips hideous with blood. Tomorrow then will be a quiet day for me, since thou, I trust, in all the time to come, wilt never more enter the palace of Laertes' son." The beggar Iris angrily rejoined, "Ye gods, this glutton prattles volubly, like an old woman at the chimney side. Yet could I do him mischief, smiting him on both his sides, and dashing from his cheeks the teeth to earth, as men are wont to deal with swine that eat the wheat. Now gird thyself, let these men see us fighting. How canst thou think to contend with one so young as I?" Thus fiercely did they wrangle, as they stood beside the polished threshold, and before the lofty gates. The stout Antinous heard, and laughing heartily, bespake the rest. "Here, friends, is what we never yet have had. Behold the pleasant pastime which the gods provide for us. These men, the stranger here, and Iris, quarrel, and will come to blows. Let us stand by and bring the combat on." He spake. All rose with laughter and came round the ragged beggars, while Eupeithes' son, Antinous, in these words harangued the rest. "Ye noble suitors, hear me. At the fire already lie the paunches of 2 goats, preparing for our evening meal, and both are filled with fat and blood. Whoever shows himself the better man in this affray and conquers, he shall take the one of these he chooses, and shall ever afterward feast at our table, and no man but he shall ever come among us asking alms." He ended. All approved his words, and thus Ulysses, craftily dissembling, said, "O friends, it is not well that one so old as I, and broken by calamity, should fight a younger man. But hunger bids, and I may be o'ercome by blows. But now swear all a solemn oath, that none of you, to favor Iris, wickedly will raise his mighty hand to smite me, and so aid my adversary to my overthrow." He spake. The suitor train, assenting, took the oath, and when they all were duly sworn, the high-born prince Telemachus began. "O stranger, if thy manly heart be moved to drive him hence, fear no one else of all the Achaeans. Whosoever strikes at thee has many to contend with. I am here the host. Antinous and Eurymachus, wise men and kings, agree with me in this." He spake, and all approved. Ulysses drew, and girt his tatters round his waist, and showed his large and shapely thighs. Unclothed appeared his full broad shoulders, and his manly breast, and sinewy arms. Minerva stood by him, and with a mighty breadth of limb endued, the shepherd of the people. Earnestly the suitors gazed, and wondered at the sight, and each one, turning to his neighbor, said, Iris, poor Iris, on himself has drawn an evil fate, for what a sinewy thigh his adversary shows beneath his rags. So talked they, while the heart of Iris sank within him. Yet the attendants girding him forcibly drew him forward, sore afraid, the muscles quivering over every limb. And then Antinous spake, and chid him thus, Now, boaster, thou deservest not to live, nay, nor to have been born, if thou dost fear, and quake at meeting one so old as he, so broken with the hardships he has borne. And now I tell thee what will yet be done, should he approve himself the better man, and conquer. I will have thee sent on board a galley to Epirus, and its king, the foe of all men living, Achaetus. And he will pare away thy nose and ears with the sharp steel, and wrenching out the parts of shame, will cast them to be torn by dogs. He spake, and Iris shook through all his frame with greater terror, yet they dragged him on into the midst. Both champions lifted up their arms. The godlike, much-enduring man, Ulysses, pondered whether so to strike his adversary, that the breath of life might leave him as he fell, or only smite to stretch him on the earth. As thus he mused, the lighter blow seemed wisest, lest the Greeks should know who dealt it. When the hands of both were thus uplifted, Iris gave a blow on his right shoulder, while Ulysses smote Iris beneath the ear, and broke the bone within, and brought the red blood from his mouth. He fell amid the dust, and shrieked and gnashed his teeth, and beat with jerking feet the ground. The suitor train threw up their hands and laughed till breathless, while Ulysses seized his feet and drew him o'er the threshold to the court and the porch doors, and there, beside the wall, set him to lean against it, gave a staff into his hands, and said in winged words, Sit there, and scare away the dogs and swine, but think not, wretched creature, to bear rule over the stranger and the beggar tribe, or worse than this may happen to thee yet. He spake, and o'er his shoulders threw the scrip that yawned with chinks, and by a twisted thong was fastened. Then he turned to take his seat upon the threshold, while the suitor train went back into the palace with gay shouts of laughter, and bespake him blandly thus, Stranger, may Jove and all the other gods grant thee what thou desirest, and whate'er is pleasant to thee. Thou hast put an end to this importunate beggar's rounds among the people. We shall send him off at once into Epirus, and to Achaetus, its king, the foe of every living man. So talked the suitors, and the omen made Ulysses glad. Meantime, Antinous placed the mighty paunch before the victor, filled with blood and fat, and from the canister Amphinomus brought forth 2 loaves, and raised a golden cup, and drank to him, and said, Hail, guest and father, happy be thy days henceforth, though dark with many sorrows now. Ulysses, the sagacious, answered thus, Amphinomus, thou seemest most discreet, and such thy father is, of whom I hear a worshipful report, the good and rich Dulichian Nisus. Thou, as I am told, art son to him, and thou art seemingly a man of pertinent speech. I therefore say to thee, and bid thee hear and mark me well, no being whom earth nourishes to breathe her air and move upon her face is more the sport of circumstance than man. For while the gods give health, and he is strong of limb, he thinks no evil in the coming days will overtake him. When the blessed gods visit him with afflictions, these he bears impatiently and with a fretful mind. Such is the mood of man, while yet he dwells on earth. It changes as the All-Father gives the sunshine or withholds it. I was once deemed fortunate among my fellow men, and many things that were unjust I did, for in my strength and in my father's power and valor of my brothers I had put my trust. Let no man, therefore, dare to be unjust in aught, but tranquilly enjoy whatever good the gods vouchsafe to give. Yet are these suitors guilty of foul wrong, wasting the substance and dishonoring the wife of one who will not, as I deem, remain long distant from his friends and home, but is already near. Oh, may some god remove thee from this danger to thy home, nor mayest thou meet him when he shall return to his own land. For when he comes once more beneath this roof, and finds the suitors here, not without bloodshed will their parting be. He spake, and pouring out a part, he drank the wine, and gave the goblet to the prince, who crossed the hall and sorrowfully shook his head, for now already did his heart forebode the coming evil. Not by this did he escape his death. Minerva laid a snare for him, that he might fall beneath the strong arm of Telemachus. He went and took the seat from which he lately rose. Then, blue-eyed, Pallas moved Penelope, sage daughter of Icarius, to appear before the suitors, that their base intent might be more fully seen, and she might win more honor from her husband and her son. Wherefore she forced a laugh, and thus began. Eurynome, I would at length appear, though not till now, before the suitor train, detested as they are. I there would speak a word of timely warning to my son, and give him counsel not to trust himself too much among the suitors, who are fair in speech, but mean him foully in their hearts. Eurynome, the household matron, said, Assuredly, my child, thou speakest well. Go now, and warn thy son, and keep back naught. First bathe, and ere thou go, anoint thy cheeks, nor show them stained with tears. It is not well to sorrow without end. For now thy son is grown, and thou beholdest him at length, what thou didst pray the gods, when he was born, that he might yet become a bearded man. And then the sage, Penelope, rejoined, Though anxious for my sake, persuade me not, Eurynome, to bathe, nor to anoint my cheeks with oil. The gods, inhabiting Olympus, took away their comeliness, when in his roomy ships my husband sailed. But bid Antinoi come, and call with her Hippodamia, that they both may stand beside me in the hall. I will not go alone among the men, for very shame. She spake. The aged dame went forth to bear the message, and to bring the women back. While blue-eyed Pallas had yet other cares, she brought a balmy sleep, and shed it o'er the daughter of Icarius, as she lay reclined upon her couch, her limbs relaxed in rest. The glorious goddess gave a dower of heavenly graces, that the Achaean chiefs might look on her amazed. She lighted up her fair face with a beauty all divine, such as the queenly Cytherea wears, when in the mazes of the dance she joins the graces. Then she made her to the sight of loftier stature and of statelier size, and fairer than the ivory newly carved. This having done, the gracious power withdrew, while from the palace came the white-armed maids, and prattled as they came. The balmy sleep forsook their mistress at the sound. She passed her hands across her cheeks, and thus she spake. 'Twas a sweet sleep that, in my wretchedness, wrapped me just now. Would that, this very hour, the chaste Diana by so soft a death might end me, that my days might be no more consumed in sorrow for a husband lost, of peerless worth, the noblest of the Greeks. She spake, and from the royal bower went down, yet not alone. 2 maidens went with her. And when that most august of womankind drew near the suitors, at the door she stopped, of that magnificent hall, and o'er her cheeks let fall the lustrous veil, while on each side a modest maiden stood. The suitors all felt their knees tremble, and were sick with love, and all desired her. Then the queen bespake Telemachus, her well-beloved son. Telemachus, thy judgment is not firm, nor dost thou think aright. While yet a boy, thy thought was wiser. Now that thou art grown, and on the verge of manhood, so that one who comes from far and sees thy noble part, and stature well, may say thou art the son of a most fortunate father, yet to think and judge discreetly, thou art not as then, for what a deed is this which has been done even here? Thou hast allowed a stranger guest to be assaulted rudely. How is this? If one who sits a guest beneath our roof be outraged thus, be sure it brings to thee great shame and rank dishonor among men. To this discreet Telemachus replied, Mother, I cannot take it ill that thou shouldst be offended, but of many things I have a clear discernment, and can weigh the good and bad. I was till now a child, yet even now I cannot always see the wiser course. These men bewilder me, as, sitting side by side, they lay their plots against me, and I have no helper here. When Iris and the stranger fought, the strife had no such issue as the suitors wished. The stranger conquered, would to Father Jove, to Pallas and Apollo, that the crew of suitors here might sit with nodding heads, struck down upon the spot, within these halls, or in the courts, and all with powerless limbs. as Iris sits beside the gate and nods, like one o'ercome with wine, nor can he stand upon his feet, nor go to where he dwells, if home he has, so feeble are his limbs. So talked the twain a while, then interposed Eurymachus, and thus bespake the queen. Sage daughter of Icarius, if all those who in Iaesian Argos have their homes should once behold thee, a still larger crowd of suitors would tomorrow come and feast within thy halls. So much dost thou excel in mind and form, and face all womankind. To this the sage Penelope replied, Eurymachus, the immortals took away such grace of form and face as once was mine. What time the sons of Argos sailed for Troy, and with them went Ulysses, my espoused. Should he return, and take again in charge my household, greater would my glory be, and prized more highly. I am wretched now, such woes the gods have heaped upon my head. He, when he left his native island, grasped my right hand at the wrist, and said to me, Think not, dear wife, that all the well-armed Greeks will come back safe from Troy. The Trojan men, they say, are brave in war, expert to cast the spear and wing the arrow, skilled to rein the rapid steeds by which the bloody strife of battlefields is hurried to its close, and therefore whether God will bring me back, or I shall fall in Troy, I cannot know. Take charge of all things here. I leave with thee my father and my mother in these halls. Be kind to them as now, nay more than now, since I shall not be here. When thou shalt see my son a bearded man, take to thyself a husband whom thou wilt, and leave thy house. Such were his words, and they have been fulfilled. The night will come in which I must endure this hateful marriage, wretched that I am, to whom the will of Jupiter forbids all consolation, and this bitter thought weighs evermore upon my heart and soul. The custom was not thus in other times. When suitors wooed a noble wife, the child of some rich house, contending for her smile, they came with beeves and fatling sheep to feast the damsel's friends, and gave munificent gifts, but wasted not the wealth that was not theirs. She spake. Ulysses was rejoiced to see that thus she sought to draw from each a gift with fair and artful words. Yet were his thoughts intent on other plans. Eupeithes' son, Antinous, thus made answer to the queen. Sage daughter of Icarius, only deign to take the gifts which any of the Greeks will bring, nor is it gracious to reject a present. Yet be sure we go not hence, to our estates nor elsewhere, till thou make a bridegroom of the best Achaean here. So spake Antinous. All approved his words, and each sent forth a herald for his gift. The herald of Antinous brought to him a robe of many colors, beautiful and ample, with 12 golden clasps, which each had its well-fitted eye. Eurymachus received a golden necklace, richly wrought, and set with amber beads that glowed as if with sunshine. To Eurydimus there came a pair of earrings, each a triple gem, daintily fashioned and of exquisite grace. 2 servants bore them. From Pisander's house, son of the prince Polyctor, there was brought a collar of rare beauty. Thus did each bestow a different yet becoming gift. And then, that most august of women went back to the upper chambers with her maids, who bore the sumptuous presents, while below the suitors turned them to the dance and song, amused till evening came. Its darkness stole over their pastime. Then they brought and placed 3 hearths to light the palace, heaping them with wood, well dried and hard and newly cleft. With this they mingled flaming brands. The maids of the great sufferer, Ulysses, fed the fire by turns. To them the hero spake, Ye maidens of a sovereign absent long, withdraw to where your high-born mistress sits. There turn the spindle, seeking to amuse her lonely hours. There comb with your own hands the fleece, and I will see that these have light. Even though they linger till the morn is here in her bright car, they cannot overcome my patience. I am practiced to endure. So spake he, and the maidens, as they heard, cast at each other meaning looks, and laughed, and one Melantho of the rosy cheeks railed at him impudently. She was born to Dolius, but Penelope had reared the damsel as a daughter of her own, and given her for her pleasure many things, yet for the sorrows of Penelope, Melantho little cared. Eurymachus had made the girl his paramour. She spake, and chid Ulysses with unmannerly words. Outlandish wretch, thou must be one whose brain is turned, since thou wilt neither go to sleep within a smithy, nor in any place of public shelter, but wilt stay and prate among this company with no restraint or reverence. Either wine has stolen away thy senses, or thy natural mood perchance prompts thee to chatter idly. Art thou proud of conquering Iris, that poor vagabond? Beware lest someone of robuster arms than Iris seize and thrust thee out of doors, with a bruised head and face begrimed with blood. The sage Ulysses frowned on her and said, Impudent one, Telemachus shall hear from me the saucy words which thou hast said, and he will come and hew thee limb from limb. He spake. The damsels, frightened at his words, fled through the hall and shook in every limb with terror, lest his threat should be fulfilled. He meantime stood beside the kindled hearths and fed the flames, and looking on the crowd of suitors, brooded in his secret heart or plans that would not fail to be fulfilled. But Pallas suffered not the suitors yet to cease from railing speeches, all the more to wound the spirit of Laertes' son. Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, began to scoff at him, and thus he spake, to wake the ready laughter of the rest. Hear me, ye suitors of the illustrious queen. I speak the thought that comes into my mind. Led by some god, no doubt, this man has come into the palace, for the light we have of torches seems to issue from the crown of his bald pate, a head without a hair. So said Eurymachus, and then bespake Ulysses, the destroyer of walled towns. Stranger, if I accept thee, wilt thou serve upon the distant parts of my estate? There shalt thou have fair wages, and shalt bring the stones in heaps together, and shalt plant tall trees, and I will feed thee through the year, and give thee clothes and sandals for thy feet. But thou art used, no doubt, to idle ways, and never dost thou work with willing hands, but dost prefer to roam the town and beg, purveying for thy gluttonous appetite. Ulysses, the sagacious, answered thus, Eurymachus, if we were matched in work against each other in the time of spring, when days are long, and both were mowing grass, and I had a curved scythe in hand, and thou another, that we might keep up the strife till nightfall, fasting mid the abundant grass. Or if there were a yoke of steers to drive, the sturdiest of their kind, sleek, large, well-fed, of equal age and equal strength to bear the labor, and both strong, and if the field were of 4 acres, with a soil through which the plough could cleave its way, then shouldst thou see how evenly my furrow would be turned. Or should the son of Saturn send today war from abroad, and I had but a shield, 2 spears, and fitted to my brows a helm of brass, thou wouldst behold me pressing on among the foremost warriors, and would see no cause to rail at my keen appetite. But arrogantly thou dost bear thyself, and pitilessly. Thou in thine own eyes art great and mighty, since thou dost consort with few, and those are not the best of men. Yet should Ulysses come to his own land, these gates that seem so wide would suddenly become too narrow for thee in thy flight. He spake. Eurymachus grew yet more wroth, and frowned on him, and said in winged words, Wretch, I shall do thee mischief. Thou art bold, and babblest unabashed among us all. The wine, perhaps, is in thy foolish head, or thou art always thus, and ever prone to prattle impudently. Art thou proud of conquering Iris, that poor vagabond? Thus having said, he brandished in the air a footstool, but Ulysses, to escape the anger of Eurymachus, sat down before the knees of the Dulichian prince, Amphinomus. The footstool flew and struck on the right arm the cupbearer. Down fell the beaker ringing. He who bore it lay stretched in the dust. Then, in those shadowy halls, the suitors rose in tumult. One of them looked at another by his side and said, Would that this vagabond had met his death ere he came hither. This confusion, then, had never been. 'Tis for a beggar's sake we wrangle, and the feast will henceforth give no pleasure. We shall go from bad to worse. Then rose in majesty Telemachus, and said, Ye are not in your senses sure, unhappy men, who cannot eat and drink in peace. Some deity, no doubt, has moved your minds to frenzy. Now, when each of you has feasted well, let each withdraw to sleep, just when he will. I drive no man away. He spake, the suitors heard, and bit their lips, and wondered at Telemachus, who spake so resolutely. Then Amphinomus, the son of Nisus Aretiades, stood forth, harangued the suitor crowd, and said, O friends, let no one here with carping words seek to deny what is so justly said, nor yet molest the stranger, nor do harm to any of the servants in the halls of the great chief Ulysses. Now let him, who brings the guests their wine, begin, and fill the cups, that pouring to the gods their part, we may withdraw to sleep. The stranger here leave me within the palace, and in charge of him to whom he came, Telemachus. He ended. All were pleased, and Mutlus then, hero and herald from Dulichium's coast, and follower of the prince Amphinomus, mingled a jar of wine, and went to each, dispensing it. They to the blessed gods poured first a part, and then they drank themselves the generous juice. And when the wine was poured, and they had drunk what each desired, they went homeward to slumber, each in his abode. Book 19. Ulysses recognized by Euryclea. Removal of the weapons from the hall by Ulysses and his son. Interview of Penelope and Ulysses, who tells her that he has seen her husband in Crete, describes his person and dress, and affirms that within a month he will be in Ithaca. The bath administered to Ulysses by Euryclea, who recognizes him by a scar on his leg. Narrative of the manner in which the scar was caused. Now was the godlike chief Ulysses left in his own palace, planning, with the aid of Pallas, to destroy the suitor train, and thus bespake his son with winged words. Now is the time, Telemachus, to take the weapons that are here, and store them up in the inner rooms. Then, if the suitors ask the reason, answer them with specious words. Say, I have put them where there comes no smoke, since even now they do not seem the arms. Left by Ulysses when he sailed for Troy, so tarnished are they by the breath of fire, and yet another reason sways my mind, the prompting of some god, that ye, when flushed with wine, and in the heat of a dispute, may smite and wound each other, and disgrace the banquet and your wooing. For the sight of steel doth draw men on to violence. He ended, and Telemachus obeyed his father's words, and calling forth his nurse, the aged Euryclea, said to her, Charybdis, go, nurse, and see the women all shut up in their own place, while in our inner room I lay away my father's beautiful arms, neglected long and sullied by the smoke, while he was absent. I was then a child, but now would keep them from the breath of fire. And thus the nurse, Dame Euryclea, said, Would that at length, my child, thou didst exert thy proper wisdom here, and take in charge thy house and thy possessions. But who goes with thee to bear a torch, since none of these, thy handmaids, are allowed to light thy way? And thus discreet Telemachus replied, This stranger, no man may be idle here, who eats my bread, though from a distant land. He spake, nor flew his words in vain. The nurse closed all the portals of that noble pile. Ulysses and his glorious son in haste bore off the helmets, and the bossy shields, and the sharp spears, while Pallas held to them a golden lamp that shed a fair clear light. Then to his father spake Telemachus, Father, my eyes behold a marvel, all the palace walls, each beautiful recess, the fir tree beams, the aspiring columns, shine before my eyes as with a blaze of fire. Some god is surely here, someone of those who make their dwelling in the high, broad heaven. Ulysses the sagacious answered thus, Keep silence, give thy thought no speech, nor ask concerning aught. Such is the wont of those who dwell upon Olympus. Now withdraw to rest upon thy couch, while I remain, for I would move thy mother and her maids to ask of what concerns me. She, I deem, full sadly will inquire of many things. He spake. Telemachus departed thence, by torchlight, to his chamber, there to rest, where he was wont to lie when gentle sleep came over him. There lay he down to wait. The hallowed morning, while Ulysses, left within the palace, meditated still death to the suitors with Minerva's aid. The sage Penelope now left her bower. Like Dian or like golden Venus came the queen. Beside the hearth they placed for her the throne where she was wont to sit, inlaid with ivory and silver, which of yore the artisan Icmalius wrought. They laid close to the throne a footstool, over which was spread an ample fleece. On this sat down the sage Penelope. Her white-armed train of handmaids came with her. They cleared away the abundant feast, and bore the tables off, and cups from which those insolent men had drunk. They laid upon the ground the lighted brands, and heaped fresh fuel round them, both for light and warmth. And now Melantho once again bespake Ulysses with unmannerly words. "Stranger, wilt thou forever be a pest, ranging the house at night to play the spy upon the women? Leave the hall, thou wretch, and gorge thyself without, else wilt thou go suddenly, driven by blows and flaming brands." The sage Ulysses frowned on her and said, "Pert creature, why so fiercely rail at me? Is it that I am squalid and ill-clad, and forced by want to beg from hand to hand? Such is the fate of poor and wandering men. I too was opulent once, inhabiting a plenteous home among my fellow men, and often gave the wanderer alms, whoe'er he might be, and in whatsoever need. And I had many servants, and large store of things by which men lead a life of ease and are called rich. But Jupiter, the son of Saturn, put an end to this, for so it pleased the god. Now, therefore, woman, think that thou mayst lose the beauty which is now thy pride among the serving women here. Thy mistress may be wroth, and make thy life a hard one, or Ulysses may come back. And there is hope of that. Or if it be that he has perished and returns no more, there still remains his son Telemachus, who by Apollo's grace is now a man, and no one of the women in these halls may think to misbehave and yet escape his eye, for he no longer is a boy." He spake. Penelope the prudent heard, and calling to her maid, rebuked her thus: "O bold and shameless, I have taken note of thy behavior. Thou hast done a wrong for which thy head should answer. Well thou knowest, for thou hast heard me say, that I would ask the stranger in these halls if aught he knows of my Ulysses, for whose sake I grieve." Then to the matron of the household turned the queen, and thus bespake Eurynome: "Bring now a seat, Eurynome, and spread a fleece upon it, where the stranger guest may sit at ease, and hear what I shall say, and answer me, for I have much to ask." She spake. The ancient handmaid brought with speed a polished seat, and o'er it spread a fleece. Ulysses, much enduring chief, sat down, and thus the sage Penelope began: "First will I ask thee who thou art, and whence, where is thy birthplace, and thy parents who?" Ulysses, the sagacious, answered thus: "O lady, none in all the boundless earth can speak of thee with blame. Thy fame has reached to the great heavens. It is like the renown of some most excellent king of godlike sway o'er many men and mighty, who upholds justice in all his realm. The dark-soiled earth brings wheat and barley forth. The trees are bowed with fruit. The meadows swarm with noble herds, the sea with fish, and under his wise reign the people prosper. Therefore ask, I pray, of other things, while I am underneath thy palace roof, but of my race and home inquire not, lest thou waken in my mind unhappy memories. I am a man of sorrow, and it would become me ill to sit lamenting in another's house and shedding tears. Besides, a grief indulged doth grow in violence. Thy maids would blame, and thou perhaps, and ye would call my tears the maudlin tears of one o'ercome with wine." Then spake the sage Penelope again: "Stranger, such grace of feature and of form as once I had the immortals took away. What time the Argive warriors sailed for Troy, and my Ulysses with them, could he now return to rule my household as of yore, the wider and the brighter were my fame. But now I lead a wretched life, so great and many are the evils which some god heaps on me. For the chieftains who bear sway over the isles, Dulichium, and the fields of Samos, and Zacynthus dark with woods, and those who rule in sunny Ithaca, woo me against my will, and waste away my substance. Therefore have I small regard for strangers and for suppliants, and the tribe of heralds, servants of the public weal, but pining for Ulysses, wear away my life. The suitors urge the marriage rite, and I, with art, delay it. Once some god prompted me to begin an ample web, wide and of subtle texture, in my rooms. And then I said, youths who are pressing me to marriage since Ulysses is no more, urge me no further till I shall complete, that so the threads may not be spun in vain, this shroud for old Laertes, when grim fate and death's long sleep at last shall overtake the hero, else among the multitude of Grecian women I shall bear the blame, if one whose ample wealth so well was known should lie in death without a funeral robe. I spake, and easily their minds were swayed by what I said, and I began to weave the ample web, but raveled it again by torchlight every evening. For 3 years I foiled them thus, but when the 4th year came and brought its train of hours and changing moons, and many days had passed, they came on me, and through my maiden's fault, a careless crew, they caught me at my fraud, and chid me sore. So, though unwilling, I was forced to end my task, and cannot longer now escape the marriage, nor is any refuge left. My parents both exhort me earnestly to choose a husband, and my son with grief beholds the suitors wasting his estate, and he already is a man and well can rule his household. Jupiter bestows so. Such honor on him. Now I pray, declare thy lineage, for thou surely art not sprung from the old fabulous oak, nor from a rock. Ulysses, the sagacious, answered her, O royal consort of Laertes' son, wilt thou still ask my lineage? I will then disclose it, but thou wakest in my heart new sorrows. So it ever is with one who long, like me, is far away from home, wandering in many realms, and suffering much. But since thou dost require it, thou shalt hear. Crete is a region lying in the midst of the black deep, a fair and fruitful land, girt by the waters. Many are the men, nay, numberless, who make it their abode, and 90 are its cities. Different tongues are spoken by the dwellers of the isle. In part they are Achaeans, and in part are Cretans of the soil, a gallant stock. There dwell Sidonians, Dorians of 3 tribes, and proud Pelasgians. Their great capital is Knossos, where the monarch Minos dwelt, he who at every 9 years' end conferred with Jove Almighty, and to him was born Deucalion, my brave father, who begat me and Idomeneus, the king of Crete. To Ilium in his beaked galleys sailed Idomeneus with Atreus' sons. My name, a name well known, is Ethan. 'Twas at Crete I saw Ulysses, who received from me the welcome due a guest. A violent wind had driven him from Malea, and the course that led to Ilium, and had carried him to Crete, and lodged him in the dangerous port Amnisus, close to Ilithia's cave, where scarce his fleet escaped the hurricane. Thence came he to the city, and inquired for King Idomeneus, who was, he said, his dear and honored guest, but he had sailed 10 days before, perhaps 11, for Troy, in his beaked galleys. To the palace there I led Ulysses, and with liberal cheer welcomed the chief, for plentifully stored the royal dwelling was. I also gave meal from the public magazines to him and those who followed him, and dark red wine brought from the country round, and beeves to slay in sacrifice, that so their hearts might feel no lack of aught. 12 days the noble Greeks remained with us. A violent north wind, which scarcely suffered them to stand upright on shore, withstood them. Some unfriendly power had bid it blow, but on the 13th day its fury ceased, and the fleet put to sea. Thus went he on, inventing tales that seemed like truth. She listened, melting into tears, that flowed as when on mountain height the snow, shed by the west wind, feels the east wind's breath, and flows in water, and the hurrying streams are filled. So did Penelope's fair cheeks seem to dissolve in tears, tears shed for him who sat beside her even then. He saw his weeping wife, and pitied her at heart, yet were his eyes like iron or like horn, and moved not in their lids, for artfully he kept his tears from falling. When the queen had ceased to weep, she answered him and said, Now, stranger, let me prove thee, if in truth thou didst receive, as thou hast just declared, in thine abode, my husband and his train of noble friends. Describe the garb he wore, how looked he, and the friends he brought with him. Ulysses, the sagacious, answered her, O lady, hard it is to answer thee, so long have I been far away from home. 'Tis now the 20th year since he was there and left the isle, but as my memory bids, so will I speak. A fleecy purple cloak Ulysses wore, a double web. The clasp was golden, with 2 fastenings, and in front it showed a work of rare design, a hound that held in his forepaws a spotted fawn, struggling before his open mouth. Although the figures were of gold, we all admired the hound intent to break his victim's neck, the fawn that, writhing, plied her nimble feet to free herself. Around the hero's chest and waist I saw a lustrous tunic worn, soft, like the thin film of the onion dried, and bright as sunshine. Many ladies looked with wonder on it. Yet consider this, I know not whether thus attired he left his home, or whether, in the voyage thence, some comrade gave the garments, or perhaps some friendly host, for he was very dear to many. Among the Greeks were few like him. I gave him, for myself, a brazen sword, and a fair purple cloak, a double web, besides a tunic reaching to his feet, and with due honors sent him on his way in his good ship. There came and went with him a herald somewhat older than himself. Let me portray him, hunchbacked, swarthy-skinned, and curly-haired, Charybdis his name. Ulysses honored him above the rest of his companions, for they thought alike. He ceased. The queen was moved to deeper grief, for she remembered all the tokens well of which he spake. And when that passionate gust of weeping ceased, she spake again and said, Stranger, till now thy presence in these halls has only moved my pity. Thou henceforth art dear and honored. It was I who gave the garments thou hast told me of. These hands folded them in my chamber. I put on the glittering clasp to be his ornament. And now I never shall behold him more, returning to his own dear land and home. So cruel was the fate that took him hence to Ilium in his roomy ship, a town of evil omen, never to be named. Ulysses, the sagacious, answered thus, O gracious consort of Laertes' son, let not thy grief for him whom thou hast lost wither thy beauty longer, and consume thy heart. And yet I blame thee not at all, for any wife in losing him to whom she gave herself while yet a maid, and bore children, will mourn him, though he be in worth below Ulysses, who, as fame declares, is like the gods. But cease to grieve, and hear what I shall say, and I shall speak the truth, nor will I hide from thee that I have heard, but lately from Ulysses, yet alive, and journeying homeward in the opulent realm of the Thesprotians, whence he brings with him much and rare treasure gathered there among the people. His beloved friends he lost, and his good ship. The black deep swallowed them in coming from Trinacria, for his crew had slaughtered there the oxen of the sun. The sun and Jove were angry, therefore all his comrades perished in the billowy sea. But him upon his galley's keel the wind drove to the coast where the Phaeacians dwell, the kinsmen of the gods. They welcomed him, and honored him as if he were a god, and gave him many things, and would have sent the hero safely to his native isle. And here Ulysses would have been long since, but that he deemed it wise to travel far and gather wealth. For well Ulysses knew, beyond all other men, the arts of gain, and none in these could think to rival him. So Phidon, king of the Thesprotians, said, who also, in his palace, swore to me, as to the gods of heaven he poured the wine, that even then a galley was drawn down into the water, and already manned with rowers, who should take Ulysses home. But me he first dismissed, for at the time a bark of the Thesprotians left the port, bound for Dulichium's cornfields. Ere I went, he showed the treasures of Ulysses stored in the king's palace, treasures that might serve to feed the household of another chief to the 10th generation. He who owned that wealth was at Dodona, so the king declared, inquiring at the lofty oak of Jupiter, the counsel of the god, how to return to his dear native land, so long a wanderer, whether openly or else by stealth. So he is safe, and soon will he be nearer to us, for not long can he remain away from all his friends and fatherland. To this I plight my oath. Let Jove, the greatest and the best of gods, be witness, and this hearth of the good prince Ulysses, where I sit, that every word which I have said to thee will be fulfilled. Within the year Ulysses will return, as this month passes and the next comes in. Then spake the sage Penelope again, Would that it might be thus, O stranger guest, as thou hast said. Then shouldst thou have such thanks and bounty at my hands, that every one who meets thee should rejoice with thee. And yet the thought abides with me, And so indeed it must be that Ulysses will no more return, nor wilt thou find an escort hence. For now no master like Ulysses rules, and what a man was he, within these walls, to welcome or dismiss the honored guest. But now, ye maidens, let the stranger bathe, and spread his couch with blankets, fleecy cloaks, and showy tapestries, that he may lie warm till the morning, in her golden car. Draw near, then with the early morn again, bathe and anoint him, that he may sit down beside Telemachus, prepared to take his morning meal. Ill shall he fare who dares molest the stranger. He shall have no place or office here, however he may rage. And how, O stranger, wouldst thou learn that I, in mind and thoughtful wisdom, am above all other women, if I let thee sit squalid and meanly clad at banquets here? Short is the life of man, and whoso bears a cruel heart, devising cruel things, on him men call down evil from the gods while living, and pursue him, when he dies, with scoffs. But whoso is of generous heart, and harbors generous aims, his guests proclaim his praises far and wide to all mankind, and numberless are they who call him good. Ulysses the sagacious answered thus: O gracious consort of Laertes' son, such cloaks and splendid coverings please me not, since in my long-oared bark I left behind the snowy peaks of Crete. I still will lie, as I am wont through many a sleepless night, on a mean couch, to wait the holy morn upon her car of gold. I do not like this washing of the feet. No maiden here that ministers to thee may touch my foot. But if among them be some aged dame and faithful, who has suffered in her life as I have suffered, she may touch my feet. And thus the sage Penelope rejoined: Dear guest, for never to these halls has come a stranger so discreet, or better liked by me, so wisely thou dost speak, and well. I have an aged, prudent dame, whose care reared my unfortunate husband. She received the nursling when his mother brought him forth, and she, though small her strength, will wash thy feet. Rise, prudent Euryclea, thou shalt wash the feet of one whose years must be the same as thy own master's. Such is doubtless now Ulysses, with such wrinkled feet and hands, for quickly doth misfortune make men old. She spake. The aged handmaid hid her face with both her hands, and shedding bitter tears, thus sorrowfully to the queen replied: My heart is sad for thee, my son, and yet I can do nothing. Can it be that Jove hates thee beyond all other, though thyself so reverent to the gods? No man on earth has burned so many thighs of fatling beasts, and chosen hecatombs as thou to Jove the Thunderer, with prayer that thou mayst reach a calm old age, and rear thy glorious son to manhood. Yet the god hath cut thee off from thy return forever. Even now, perchance the women of some princely house, which he has entered in some distant land, scoff at him as these wretched creatures scoff at thee, O stranger, who to shun their taunts and insults wilt not suffer them to wash thy feet. The sage Penelope commands, and I am not unwilling. I will wash thy feet, both for her sake and for thy own, for deeply am I moved at sight of thee. Hear what I say. Of strangers in distress, come many hither, yet have I beheld no one who bears, in shape and voice and feet, such likeness to our absent lord as thou. Ulysses the sagacious thus replied: O aged woman, so has it been said by all who have beheld both him and me. They all declare that we are very like each other. Thou in this hast spoken well. He spake. She took a shining vase designed for washing feet, and poured cold water in large abundance, and warm water next. Ulysses, who had sat before the hearth, moved to a darker spot, for in his mind the thought arose that she might find a scar upon his limbs in handling them, and thus his secret would be known. She came and bathed his feet, and found the scar. 'Twas where a boar with his white tooth had gashed the limb, as once he journeyed to Parnassus, where he paid a visit to Autolycus and his sons, his mother's noble father, who excelled all men in craft and oaths. Such was the gift conferred on him by Hermes. For to him Autolycus made grateful offerings, the thighs of lambs and kids, and evermore the god was with him. Once Autolycus came to the opulent realm of Ithaca, and found his daughter with a son new born. There Euryclea placed upon his knees the infant, just as he had supped, and said, Give this dear babe Autolycus a name, thy daughter's son, vouchsafed to many prayers. And thus Autolycus in answer spake, Daughter and son-in-law, be his the name that I shall give. In coming to his isle, I bear the hate of many, both of men and women, scattered o'er the nourishing earth. Name him Ulysses, therefore, and when, grown to man's estate, he visits the proud halls reared at Parnassus, where his mother dwelt and my possessions lie, I will bestow a share on him, and send him home, rejoiced. And therefore went Ulysses to receive the promised princely gifts. Autolycus and all his sons received him with kind words and friendly grasp of hands. Amphithea there, his mother's mother, took him in her arms and kissed his brow and both his beautiful eyes. Then to his noble sons Autolycus called to prepare a feast, and they obeyed. They brought and slew a steer of 5 years old, and flayed and dressed it, hewed the joints apart, and sliced the flesh, and fixed it upon spits, roasted it carefully, and gave to each his part. So all the day till set of sun they feasted, to the full content of all. And when the sun had set, and earth grew dark, they laid them down, and took the gift of sleep. But when the rosy-fingered morn appeared, born of the dawn, forth issued the young men, the children of Autolycus, with hounds, to hunt, attended by their noble guest, Ulysses. Up the steeps of that high Mount Parnassus, clothed with woods, they climbed, and soon were on its airy heights. The sun, new risen from the deep ocean's gently flowing stream, now smote the fields. The hunters reached a dell. The hounds before them tracked the game. Behind followed the children of Autolycus. The generous youth Ulysses, brandishing a spear of mighty length, came pressing on close to the hounds. There lay a huge wild boar within a thicket, where moist blowing winds came not, nor in his brightness could the sun pierce with his beams the covert, nor the rain pelt through, so closely grew the shrubs. The ground was heaped with sheddings of the withered leaves. Around him came the noise of dogs and men approaching swiftly. From his lair he sprang and faced them, with the bristles on his neck, upright and flashing eyes. Ulysses rushed before the others, with the ponderous spear raised high in his strong hand, intent to smite. The boar was first to strike. He dealt a blow sidelong and gashed his foe above the knee and tore the flesh, but left untouched the bone. Ulysses, striking with his burnished spear the boar's right shoulder, drove the weapon through. He fell with piercing cries amid the dust, and the life left him. Then around their guest, the kindly children of Autolycus came and bound up with care the wound, and stanched with spells the dark blood of the blameless youth, and hastened with him to their father's home. And when Autolycus and they his sons had seen him wholly healed, they loaded him with presents, and rejoicing for his sake, sent him rejoicing back to Ithaca. His father and his gracious mother there rejoiced in turn, and asked him of the scar, and how it came, and he related all, how by the white tusk of a savage boar, the wound was given on the Parnassian heights, as he was hunting with her father's sons. The aged woman, as she took the foot into her hands, perceived by touch the scar, and, letting fall the limb, it struck the vase. Loud rang the brass, the vase was overturned, and poured the water forth. At once a rush of gladness and of grief came o'er her heart. Tears filled her eyes, and her clear voice was choked. She touched Ulysses on the chin and said, "Dear child, thou art Ulysses of a truth. I knew thee not till I had touched the scar." So speaking, toward Penelope she turned her eyes, about to tell her that her lord was in the palace. But the queen saw not, and all that passed was unperceived by her, for Pallas turned her thoughts another way. Meantime, Ulysses on the nurse's throat laid his right hand, and with the other drew the aged woman nearer him, and said, "Nurse, wouldst thou ruin me, who drew long since milk from thy bosom, and who now return, after much suffering borne for 20 years, to mine own land? Now then, since thou hast learned the truth, by prompting of some god, no doubt, keep silence, lest some others in the house should learn it also. Else, I tell thee this, and will perform my word, If God permit that I o'ercome the arrogant suitor crew, nurse as thou art, I spare not even thee, when in these halls the other maidens die. Then thus the prudent Euryclea said, What words, my son, have passed thy lips? For well thou knowest my firm mind, it never yields. Like solid rock or steel I keep my trust. This let me tell thee, and I pray thee, keep my words in mind. If, by the aid of God, thou overcome the arrogant suitor crew, then will I name the handmaids that disgrace thy household, and point out the innocent. Ulysses the sagacious thus rejoined, Why name them, nurse? It needs not. I myself shall watch them, and shall know them all. Hold thou thy peace, and leave the issue with the gods. He spake. The aged woman left the place to bring a second bath, for on the floor the first was spilled. When she had bathed his feet and made them smooth with oil, Ulysses drew close to the hearth his seat again, to take the warmth, and with his tatters hid the scar. And thus the sage Penelope began. Stranger, but little longer will I yet inquire. The hour of grateful rest is near, for those who, though unhappy, can receive the balm of slumber. Yet for me, some god appoints immeasurable grief. All day in sorrows and in sighs, my solace is to oversee my maidens at their tasks here in the palace. But when evening comes, and all betake themselves to rest, I lie upon my couch, and sorrows thick and sharp awake new misery in my heart. As when, in the fresh spring, the swarthy nightingale, daughter of Pandarus, among thick leaves sings sweetly to the woods, and changing off the strain, pours forth her voice of many notes, lamenting the beloved Italus, her son by royal Zethos, whom she smote unwittingly and slew. With such quick change, my mind is tossed from thought to thought. I muse whether to keep my place beside my son, and hold what here is mine, my dower, my maids, and high-roofed halls, as one who still reveres her husband's bed, and heeds the public voice, or follow one of the Achaean chiefs, the noblest of the wooers, and the one who offers marriage presents without stint. My son's green years, while he was yet a boy, unripe in mind, allowed me not to wed and leave his father's home. But he is grown, and on the verge of manhood. He desires that I should leave the palace, for his wrath is great against the men who waste his wealth. Hear and interpret now a dream of mine. Within these courts are 20 geese that eat corn from the water, and I look on them pleased and amused. From off a mountain came a hook-beaked eagle, broke their necks, and left their bodies strewn about the palace dead, and soared again into the air of heaven. I wept and moaned, although it was a dream, and round me came the fair-haired Grecian maids, lamenting wildly that the bird of prey had slain my geese. Then came the eagle back, and took his perch upon the jutting roof, and thus bespake me in a human voice. O daughter of Icarius the renowned, let not thy heart be troubled. This is not a dream, but a true vision, and will be fulfilled. The geese denote the suitor train, and I, who was an eagle once, am come, thy husband, now to end them utterly. He spake, my slumbers left me, and I looked, and saw the geese, that in the palace still were at their trough, and feeding as before. And thus Ulysses, the sagacious, said, Lady, the dream that visited thy sleep cannot be wrested to another sense. Ulysses has himself revealed to thee the way of its fulfillment. Death is near the suitors, and not one escapes his doom. Then spake the sage Penelope again. Of dreams, O stranger, some are meaningless and idle, and can never be fulfilled. 2 portals are there for their shadowy shapes, of ivory one, and one of horn. The dreams that come through the carved ivory deceive with promises that never are made good, but those which pass the doors of polished horn and are beheld of men are ever true. And yet I cannot hope that my strange dream came through them, though my son and I would both rejoice if it were so. This let me say, and heed me well. Tomorrow brings to us the hateful morn, which takes me from my home, the palace of Ulysses. I shall now propose a contest. In the palace court, Ulysses in a row set up 12 stakes, like props that hold a galley up. Each stake had its own ring. He stood afar and sent an arrow through them all. I shall propose this contest to the suitors. he who bends the bow with easy mastery and sends through the 12 rings an arrow I will take to follow from the palace where I passed my youthful, married life, a beautiful home and stored with wealth, a home which I shall long remember, even in my nightly dreams." Ulysses the sagacious answered thus, "O gracious consort of Laertes' son, let not this contest be delayed. The man of ready wiles, Ulysses, will be here ere, tampering with the hero's polished bow, the suitors shall prevail to stretch the cord and send an arrow through the rings of steel." And thus the sage Penelope rejoined, "Stranger, if, sitting in the palace here, thou still wouldst entertain me as thou dost, sleep would not fall upon my lids. And yet, sleepless the race of mortals cannot be, so have the gods ordained, who measure out his lot to man upon the nourishing earth. I to the upper rooms withdraw, to take my place upon the couch, which has become to me a place of sorrow and of tears. Since my Ulysses went away to Troy, that fatal town which should be named no more, and I will lay me down, but thou remain within these walls, and make the floor thy bed, or let these maidens spread a couch for thee." Penelope, thus having spoken, went up to her royal bower, but not alone. Her maids went with her. When they were within, she wept for her dear husband, till at length the blue-eyed Pallas graciously distilled upon her closing lids the balm of sleep. Book 20, The Last Banquet of the Suitors. Disorderly conduct of the serving women. Prayer of Ulysses for a favorable omen. Its fulfillment. Preparations for a feast of the suitors in the palace. The feast. Ulysses insulted by Ctesippus, who is reproved by Telemachus. Strange prodigies observed by Theoclymenus, who leaves the hall. The noble chief, Ulysses, in the porch, lay down to rest. An undressed bullock's hide was under him, and over that the skins of sheep, which for the daily sacrifice the Achaeans slew. Eurynome had spread a cloak above him. There he lay awake, and meditated how he yet should smite the suitors down. Meantime, with cries of mirth and laughter, came the women forth to seek the suitors' arms. Ulysses, inly moved with anger, pondered whether he should rise and put them all to death, or give their shame a respite for another night, the last. His heart raged in his bosom, as a hound growls, walking round her whelps, when she beholds a stranger and is eager for the attack, so growled his heart within him, and so fierce was his impatience with that shameless crew. He smote his breast, and thus he chid his heart. "Endure it, heart, thou didst bear worse than this. When the grim Cyclops of resistless strength devoured thy brave companions, thou couldst still endure, till thou by stratagem didst leave the cave, in which it seemed that thou must die." Thus he rebuked his heart, and growing calm, his heart submitted, but the hero tossed from side to side, as when one turns and turns, the stomach of a bullock filled with fat, and blood before a fiercely blazing fire, and wishes it were done. So did the chief shift oft from side to side, while pondering how to lay a strong hand on the multitude of shameless suitors, he but one, and they so many. Meantime Pallas, sliding down from heaven, in form a woman, came, and there beside his bed stood over him, and spake. "Why, most unhappy of the sons of men, art thou still sleepless? This is thine abode, and here thou hast thy consort, and a son whom any man might covet for his own." Ulysses, the sagacious, answered thus, "Truly, O goddess, all that thou hast said is rightly spoken. This perplexes me, how to lay hands upon these shameless men, when I am only one, and they a throng that fill the palace. Yet another thought, and mightier still, if, by thy aid and Jove's, I slay the suitors, how shall I myself be safe thereafter? Think, I pray, of this." And thus, in turn, the blue-eyed Pallas said, "O faint of spirit, in an humbler friend than I am, in a friend of mortal birth and less far-seeing, one might put his trust. But I am born a goddess, and protect thy life in every danger. Let me say, and plainly say, if 50 armed bands of men should gather round us, eager all to take thy life, thou mightest drive away, unharmed by them, their herds and pampered flocks. But give thyself to sleep. To wake and watch all night is most unwholesome. thou shalt find a happy issue from thy troubles yet." She spake, and shedding slumber on his lids, upward the glorious goddess took her way back to Olympus, when she saw that sleep had seized him, making him forget all care and slackening every limb. His faithful wife was still awake, and sat upright and wept on her soft couch, and after many tears, the glorious lady prayed to Dian thus: "Goddess August, Diana, child of Jove, I would that thou wouldst send into my heart a shaft to take my life, or that a storm would seize and hurl me through the paths of air, and cast me into ocean's restless streams, as once a storm, descending, swept away the daughters born to Pandarus. The gods had slain their parents, and they dwelt alone as orphans in their palace, nourished there by blessed Venus with the curds of milk and honey and sweet wine, while Juno gave beauty and wit beyond all womankind, and chaste Diana dignity of form, and Pallas every art that graces life. Then, as the blessed Venus went to ask for them of Jove the Thunderer, on the heights of his Olympian mount, the crowning gift of happy marriage, for to Jove is known whatever comes to pass, and what shall be the fortune, good or ill, of mortal men. The Harpies came meantime, bore off the maids, and gave them to the hateful sisterhood of Furies as their servants. So may those who dwell upon Olympus make an end of me, or fair-haired Dian strike me down, that with the image of Ulysses still before my mind, I may not seek to please one of less worth. This evil might be borne by one who weeps all day, and feels at heart a settled sorrow, yet can sleep at night. For sleep, when once it weighs the eyelids down, makes men unmindful, both of good and ill, and all things else. But me some deity visits with fearful dreams. There lay by me, this very night, one like him, as he was, when with his armed men he sailed for Troy. And I was glad, for certainly I deemed it was a real presence, and no dream." She spake. Just then, upon her car of gold, appeared the morn. The great Ulysses heard that voice of lamentation. Anxiously he mused. It seemed to him as if the queen stood over him and knew him. Gathering up in haste the cloak and skins on which he slept, he laid them in the palace on a seat, but bore the bull's hide forth in open air, and lifted up his hands and prayed to Jove. "O Father Jove, and all the gods, if ye have led me graciously, o'er land and deep, across the earth, and after suffering much, to mine own isle, let one of those who watch within the palace speak some ominous word, and grant a sign from thee without these walls." So prayed he. All providing Jupiter hearkened, and thundered from the clouds around the bright Olympian peaks. Ulysses heard with gladness. From a room within the house, in which the mills of the king's household stood, a woman, laboring at the quern, gave forth an omen also. There were 12 who toiled in making flour of barley and of wheat, the strength of man. The rest were all asleep. Their tasks were done. One only, of less strength than any other there, kept toiling on. She paused a moment, stopped the whirling stone, and spake these words, a portent for the king. "O Father Jove, the king of gods and men, thou hast just thundered from the starry heaven, and yet there is no cloud. To someone here it is a portent. O perform for me, all helpless as I am, this one request. Let now the suitors in this palace take their last and final pleasant feast today. These men who make my limbs with constant toil, in grinding corn for them to lose their strength, once let them banquet here, and then no more." She spake. The omen of the woman's words, and Jove's loud thunder pleased Ulysses well, and now he deemed he should avenge himself upon the guilty ones. The other maids of that fair palace of Ulysses woke and came together, and upon the hearth kindled a steady fire. Telemachus rose from his bed in presence like a god, put on his garments, hung his trenchant sword upon his shoulder, tied to his fair feet. The shapely sandals, took his massive spear tipped with sharp brass, and stopping as he reached the threshold, spake to Euryclea thus: "Dear nurse, have ye with honor fed and lodged our guest, or have ye suffered him to find a lodging where he might without your care? Discerning as she is, My mother pays high honor to the worse among her guests, and sends the nobler man unhonored hence." And thus the prudent Euryclea said, "My child, blame not thy mother, she deserves no blame." The stranger sat and drank his wine, all that he would, and said when pressed to eat, that he desired no more. And when he thought of sleep, she bade her maidens spread his couch, but he refused a bed and rugs, like one inured to misery, and beneath the porch slept on an undressed bull's hide and the skins of sheep, and over him we cast a cloak. She spake. Telemachus, his spear in hand, went forth, his fleet dogs following him. He sought the council where the well-grieved Greeks were met. Meantime, the noble Euryclea, child of Ops, Pisanor's son, bespake the maids. "Come, some of you, at once, and sweep the floor, and sprinkle it, and on the shapely thrones spread coverings of purple tapestry. Let others wipe the tables with a sponge, and cleanse the beakers and the double cups, while others go for water to the fount, and bring it quickly, for not long today the suitors will be absent from these halls. They will come early to the general feast." She spake. The handmaids hearkened and obeyed, and 20 went to the dark well to draw the water, while the others busily bestirred themselves about the house. Then came the servants of the chiefs, and set themselves neatly to cleave the wood. Then also came the women from the well. The swineherd last came with 3 swine, the fattest of the herd. In that fair court he let them feed, and sought Ulysses, greeting him with courteous words. "Hast thou, O stranger, found among these Greeks more reverence? Art thou still their mark of scorn?" Ulysses, the sagacious, answered thus. "Oh, that the gods, Eumaeus, would avenge the insolence of those who meditate violent deeds, and make another's house their plotting place, and feel no touch of shame." So talked they with each other. Now appeared Melanthius, keeper of the goats. He brought goats for the suitors' banquet. They were choice beyond all others. With him also came 2 goatherds. In the echoing portico he bound his goats. He saw Ulysses there, and thus accosted him with railing words. "Stranger, art thou still here, the palace pest, and begging still, and wilt thou ne'er depart? We shall not end this quarrel, I perceive, till thou hast tried the flavor of my fist. It is not decent to be begging here continually. The Greeks have other feasts." He spake. Ulysses answered not, but shook his head in silence, planning fearful things. Philoetius now, a master herdsman, came, and for the banquet of the suitors led a heifer that had never yeaned, and goats, the fatlings of the flock. They came across the ferry, brought by those whose office is to bear whoever comes from shore to shore. He bound his animals in the sounding porch, and went, and standing by the swineherd, said, "Who, swineherd, is the stranger newly come to this our palace? Of what parents born, and of what race, and where his native land? Unhappy seemingly, yet like a king in person. Sorrowful must be the lot of men who wandered to and fro on earth, when even to kings the gods appoint distress." He spake, and greeting with his offered hand, Ulysses said in winged words aloud, "Stranger and father, hail, and mayest thou yet be happy in the years to come at least, though held in thrall by many sorrows now. Yet thou, all-father Jove, art most austere of all the gods, not sparing even those who have their birth from thee, but bringing them to grief and pain. The sweat is on my brow when I behold this stranger, and my eyes are filled with tears when to my mind comes back the image of Ulysses, who must now, I think, be wandering, clothed in rags like thee, among the abodes of men, if yet indeed he lives and sees the sweet light of the sun. But if that he be dead, and in the abode of Pluto, woe is me for his dear sake. The blameless chief, who when I was a boy gave to me in the Cephalenian fields the charge of all his beeves, and they are now innumerable. The broad-fronted race of cattle never would have multiplied so largely under other care than mine. Now other masters bid me bring my beeves for their own feasts. They little heed his son, the palace heir, as little do they dread the vengeance of the gods. They long to share among them the possessions of the king, so many years unheard from. But this thought comes to my mind again, and yet again, Wrong were it, while the sun is yet alive, to drive the cattle to a foreign land, where alien men inhabit. Yet 'tis worse to stay and tend another's beeves, and bear this spoil. And long ago would I have fled to some large-minded monarch, since this waste is not to be endured, but that I think still of my suffering lord, and hope that yet he may return and drive the suitors hence. Ulysses, the sagacious answering, said, Herdsman, since thou dost seem not ill-inclined, nor yet unwise, and I perceive in thee a well-discerning mind, I therefore say, and pledge my solemn oath, Jove, first of gods, be witness, and this hospitable board, and hearth of good Ulysses, which has here received me. While thou art within these halls, Ulysses will assuredly return, and, if thou choose to look, thine eyes shall see the suitors slain who play the master here. And thus the master of the herds rejoined, Stranger, may Jupiter make good thy words, then shalt thou see what strength is in my arm. Eumaeus also prayed to all the gods, that now the wise Ulysses might return. So talked they with each other, while apart the suitors doomed Telemachus to death, and plotted how to take his life. Just then a bird, an eagle, on the left flew by, high up, his talons held a timid dove, and then Amphinomus bespake the rest. O friends, this plan to slay Telemachus must fail, and now repair we to the feast. So spake Amphinomus, and to his words they all gave heed, and hastened to the halls of the divine Ulysses, where they laid their cloaks upon the benches and the thrones, and slaughtering the choice sheep, and fating goats, and porkers, and a heifer from the herd, roasted the entrails, and distributed a share to each. Next mingled they the wine in the large bowls. The swineherd brought a cup to everyone. Phaloetius, chief among the servants, gave from shapely canisters the bread to each. Melanthius poured the wine. Then putting forth their hands, they all partook the ready banquet. With a wise design, Telemachus near the stone threshold placed Ulysses on a shabby seat beside a little table, but within the walls of that strong pillared pile. He gave him there part of the entrails, and poured out for him the wine into a cup of gold, and said, Sit here, and drink thy wine among the rest, and from the insults and assaults of these it shall be mine to guard thee. For this house is not the common property of all. Ulysses first acquired it, and for me, and you, ye suitors, keep your tongues from taunts and hands from force, lest there be wrath and strife. He spake. The suitors, as they heard him, bit their pressed lips, wondering at Telemachus, who uttered such bold words. Antinous then, Eupeithes' son, bespake his fellows thus, Harsh as they are, let us, O Greeks, endure these speeches of Telemachus. He makes high threats, but had Saturnian Jove allowed, we should, ere this, and in these very halls, have quieted our loud-tongued orator. So spake the suitor, but Telemachus heeded him not. Then through the city came the heralds with a hallowed hecatomb due to the gods. The long-haired people thronged the shady grove of Phoebus, archer god. Now, when the flesh was roasted and was drawn from off the spits, and each was given his share, they held high festival. The men who served the banquet gave Ulysses, where he sat, a portion equal to their own, for so his own dear son Telemachus enjoined. Yet did not Pallas cause the haughty crew of suitors to refrain from stinging taunts, that so the spirit of Laertes' son might be more deeply wounded. One there was, among the suitors, a low-thoughted wretch. Ctesippus was his name, and his abode was Samos. Trusting in his father's wealth, he wooed the wife of the long-absent king Ulysses. To his insolent mates he said, Hear me, ye noble suitors, while I speak. This stranger has received an equal share, as is becoming, for it were not just nor seemly to pass by, in such a feast, the guests, whoe'er they may be, that resort to this fair mansion of Telemachus. I also will bestow on him a gift of hospitality, and he in turn may give it to the keeper of the bath, or any other of the menial train that serve the household of Ulysses here. So speaking, with his strong right hand, he flung a bullock's foot, which from a canister hard by he plucked. Ulysses gently bowed his head and shunned the blow and grimly smiled. The missile struck the solid wall, and then Telemachus rebuked the suitor thus: "Ctesippus, well hast thou escaped with life, not having hit the stranger, who himself shrank from the blow. Else had I pinned thee through with my sharp spear. Instead of wedding feast, thy father would have celebrated here thy funeral rites. Let no man in these halls bear himself insolently in my sight. Hereafter, for my reason now is ripe to know the right from wrong. I was of late a child, and now it is enough to bear that ye should slay our sheep, and drink our wine, and eat our bread. For what can one man do against so many? Cease this petty war of wrong and hatred, but if ye desire to take my life, 'tis well, 'twere better so. And rather would I die by violence than live to see these most unmanly deeds, guests driven away, and women servants hauled through these fair rooms by brutal wassailers." He ended, and the assembly all sat mute till Agelaus spake, Damastor's son: "O friends, let no man here with carping words gainsay what is so rightly said, nor yet insult the stranger more, nor one of those who serve the household of the godlike chief Ulysses in his palace. I would say this word in kindness to Telemachus and to his mother. May it please them both. While yet the hope was cherished in your hearts that wise Ulysses would return, no blame could fasten on the queen that she remained unwedded and resisted those who came to woo her in the palace. Better so, had he come home again. Yet now, 'tis clear, he comes no more. Go then, Telemachus, and, sitting by thy mother, bid her wed the noblest of her wooers, and the one who brings the richest gifts. And thou possess thy father's wealth in peace, and eat and drink at will, while she shall find another home." And thus discreet Telemachus replied: "Nay, Agelaus, for I swear by Jove, and by my father's sufferings, who has died, or yet is wandering far from Ithaca, that I do nothing to delay the choice and marriage of my mother. I consent that she become the wife of whom she list, and him who offers most. But I should feel great shame to thrust her forth against her will, and with unfilial speeches. God forbid." He ended here, and Pallas, as he spake, to inextinguishable laughter moved the suitors. There they sat with wandering minds. They swallowed morsels foul with blood. Their eyes were filled with tears. Their hearts foreboded woe. Then spake the godlike Theoclymenus: "Unhappy men, what may this evil be that overtakes you? Every brow and face, and each one's lower limbs are wrapped in night, and moans arise, and tears are on your cheeks. The walls and all the graceful cornices between the pillars are bedropped with blood. The portico is full. These halls are full of shadows, hastening down to Erebus amid the gloom. The sun is blotted out from heaven, and fearful darkness covers all." He spake, and loud they laughed. Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, in answer said: "The stranger prattles idly. He is come from some far land. Conduct him through the door, young men, and send him to the marketplace, since all things here are darkened to his eyes." Then spake the godlike Theoclymenus: "Eurymachus, from thee I ask no guide, for I have eyes and ears, and 2 good feet, and in my breast a mind as sound as they, and by the aid of these I mean to make my way without. For clearly I perceive a coming evil, which no suitor here will yet escape. No one who, in these halls of the great chief Ulysses, treats with scorn his fellow man, and broods o'er guilty plans." He spake, and, hastening from that noble pile, came to Piraeus, in whose house he found a welcome. All the suitors, as he went, looked at each other, and the more to vex Telemachus, kept laughing at his guests. And thus an insolent youth among them said: "No man had ever a worse set of guests than thou, Telemachus. For what a wretch that wandering beggar is, who always wants his bread and wine, and is unfit for work, and has no strength. In truth, a useless load upon the earth he treads. The other guest rises to play the prophet. If thou take my counsel, which I give thee for thy good, let them at once be put on board a bark of many oars, and we will send them hence to the Sicilians. They will bring a price." So talked the suitors, but he heeded not their words, and looking toward his father, held his peace, expecting when he would lay hands upon that insolent crew. Penelope, sage daughter of Icarius, took her place right opposite upon a sumptuous seat, and heard the words of every man who spake within the hall. They held that midday feast with laughter. A luxurious feast it was, and mirthful. Many victims had been slain, to furnish forth the tables, but no feast could be more bitter than the later one, to which the goddess and that valiant man would bid the guilty crew of plotters soon. Book 21, The Bending of the Bow of Ulysses. Proposal of Penelope to the suitors to contend for her hand with the bow and arrows of Ulysses, their ineffectual attempts to bend the bow, management of Ulysses to obtain the bow, which he bends with ease, and sends an arrow through the 12 rings set up in a row for the purpose. Pallas, the goddess of the azure eyes, woke in the mind of sage Penelope, the daughter of Icarius, this design: to put into the suitor's hands the bow and gray steel rings, and to propose a game that in the palace was to usher in the slaughter. So she climbed the lofty stair, up from the hall, and took in her plump hand the fair carved key. Its wards were wrought of brass, and ivory was the handle. Soon she reached the furthest room with her attendant maids. There lay the treasures of Ulysses, brass and gold, and steel divinely wrought. There lay his bow unstrung. There lay his quiver charged with arrows. Many were the deadly shafts. It held a stranger's gift, who met him once in Lacedaemon, Iphitus by name, the son of Eurytus, and like the gods in presence. In Messene met the twain, and in the mansion of Orsilochus, the warlike. Thither had Ulysses come to claim a debt from all the region round, for rovers from Messene to their ships had driven and carried off from Ithaca 300 sheep and those who tended them. For this Ulysses, though a stripling yet, came that long voyage on an embassy, sent by his father and the other chiefs. And Iphitus had come in search of steeds, which he had lost, 12 mares, and under them 12 hardy mules, their foals. That errand brought the doom of death upon him, for he came, in journeying, to the abode of Hercules, the mighty hero son of Jupiter, famed for his labors, who in his own house slew Iphitus the stranger. Cruel wretch, who reverenced not the vengeance of the gods, nor what was due to his own board, at which he placed his guest, and slew him afterward, and in his stables kept the goodly mares. 'Twas when this guest was seeking for his steeds, he met Ulysses, and bestowed on him the bow, which mighty Eurytus once bore, and dying in his lofty palace, left the weapon to his son. Ulysses gave in turn a trenchant sword and massive lance, a pledge of kindly hospitality, begun, but not continued till they sat each at the other's table. For the son of Jove first took the life of him who gave the bow, the godlike son of Eurytus. That bow Ulysses, when he went to war in his black galleys, never took with him, but left it in his palace, to be kept in memory of a beloved friend, and only bore it in his own domain. Now, when the glorious lady reached the room and stood upon the threshold, wrought of oak and polished by the workman's cunning hand, who stretched the line upon it, and set up its posts, and hung its shining doors, she loosed with a quick touch the thong that held the ring, put in the key, and with a careful aim struck back the sounding bolts. As when a bull roars in the field, such sound the beautiful doors, struck with the key, gave forth, and instantly they opened to her. Up the lofty floor she stepped, where stood the coffer that contained the perfumed garments. Reaching forth her hand, the queen took down the bow that hung within its shining case, and sat her down, and laid the case upon her knees, and drawing forth the monarch's bow, she wept aloud. As soon as that new gush of tears had ceased to fall, back to the hall she went, and that proud throng of suitors, bearing in her hand the bow unstrung and quiver, where the arrows lay many and deadly. Her attendant maids brought also down a coffer, where were laid much brass and steel, provided by the king for games like these. The glorious lady then, in presence of the suitors, stood beside the columns that upheld the stately roof. She held a lustrous veil before her cheeks, and, while on either side of her a maid stood modestly, bespake the suitors thus: "Hear, noble suitors, ye who throng these halls, and eat and drink from day to day, while long my husband has been gone. Your sole excuse for all this lawlessness, the claim ye make that I become a bride. Come then, for now a contest is proposed. I bring to you the mighty bow that great Ulysses bore, Who are among you, he may be whose hand shall bend this bow, and send through these 12 rings an arrow, him I follow hence, and leave this beautiful abode of my young years, with all its plenty, though its memory, I think, will haunt me even in my dreams. She spake, and bade the master of the swine, the good Eumaeus, place the bow and rings of hoary steel before the suitor train. In tears he bore the bow and laid it down. The herdsman also wept to see again his master's bow. Antinous called to both with a loud voice and chid them angrily. Ye silly rustics, who can never see beyond the hour, why trouble with your tears the lady who had grief enough besides for her lost husband? Sit and share the feast in silence, or go forth and leave the bow. A difficult contest it will be for us, nor, as I think, will this fair bow be bent with ease, since surely there is no man here such as Ulysses was. I saw him once, while but a child, and still remember him. He spake, yet in his secret heart believed that he should bend the bow and send a shaft through all the rings. And yet he was the first to taste the steel, an arrow from the hand of the great chief Ulysses, whom he wronged in his own palace, and to equal wrong encouraged others. Then Telemachus rose in his sacred might, and thus began. Alas, it must be that Saturnian Jove has made me lose my wits. Wise as she is, my mother promises to leave her home and follow someone else, and yet I laugh, and am delighted in my foolish heart. Come then, since such a contest is proposed, ye suitors, and for such a woman too. The like is not in all the lands of Greece, Argos, Mycenae, or the hallowed shore of Pylos, or in Ithaca itself, or the dark mainland coast. Ye know it well. Why should I praise my mother? Come then all, let there be no excuses for delay, nor longer leave the bow untried, that we may see the event. I too am moved to try, and if I bend the bow and send a shaft through all the rings, my gracious mother then will not, to my great grief, renounce her home, and following another, leave me here, although my prowess even now might win the glorious prizes that my father won. He spake, and, rising, from his shoulders took the purple cloak and laid the trenchant sword aside, and first he placed the rings of steel in order, opening for them in the ground, a long trench by a line, and stamping close the earth around them. All admired the skill with which he ranged them, never having seen the game before. And then he took his place upon the threshold and essayed the bow, and thrice he made the attempt, and thrice gave o'er, yet hoping still to draw the cord and send an arrow through the rings. He would have drawn the bow at the fourth trial, but a nod given by his father caused him to forbear, though eager for the attempt. And then again, the princely youth bespake the suitors thus. Well, this is strange. I may hereafter prove a craven and a weakling, or perchance am yet too young, and cannot trust my arm to do me right against the man who first assaults me. Come then, ye whose strength excels my own, and try the bow, and end the strife. He spake, and setting down the bow to lean against the firm, smooth panels of the wall, and the swift shaft against the bow's fair curve, he took again his seat upon the throne from which he rose. And then Eupeithes' son, Antinous, to the crowd of suitors said, Rise one by one, my friends, from right to left. Begin where he begins who pours the wine. So spake Antinous, and the rest approved. Then rose Laodies, son of Oenops, first. He was their seer, and always had his seat beside the ample bowl. From deeds of wrong he shrank with hatred, and was sore incensed against the suitors all. He took the bow and shaft, and going to the threshold, stood and tried the bow, yet bent it not. It galled his hands, for they were soft, and all unused to such a task. And thus at length he spake, O friends, I bend it not, another hand must try. This bow upon this very spot will take from many a prince the breath of life, and better were it thus to die, by far, than living, fail of that intent for which we haunt this place, and still from day to day assemble. There is many a one whose wish and hope are strong to wed Penelope, the consort of Ulysses. But so soon as he shall see and try the hero's bow, let him with marriage seek to gain some other bride among the long-robed dames, Achaea's daughters. let him leave the queen, to wed the suitor who shall bring to her the richest gifts, and him whom fate appoints. He spake, and setting down the bow to lean against the firm, smooth panels of the wall, and the swift shaft against the bow's fair curve, he took again his seat upon the throne from which he rose. Antinous then took up the word, and answered, and reproached him thus. What words are these, Laodice, that have passed thy lips? Harsh words, and fearful, that this bow shall take from many princes here the breath of life, and all because thou hast no power to bend it. Thy good mother bore thee not to draw the bow and send the arrow forth, but others of the noble suitor train are here, by whom this bow shall yet be bent. Then to Melanthius, keeper of the goats, Antinous gave this bidding. Light a fire with speed, Melanthius, in the palace here, and place a seat before it. Lay a fleece upon the seat, and bring us from within an ample roll of fat, that we young men, by warming and anointing, may make soft the bow, and draw the cord, and end the strife. He spake. Melanthius kindled instantly a glowing fire, and near it placed a seat, and on the seat a fleece, and from within brought forth an ample roll of fat, with which the young men, having warmed it, smeared the bow and tried, but bent it not, too weak by far for such a feat. Antinous kept aloof, he and the godlike youth Eurymachus, two princes who in might excelled the rest. The herdsman of Ulysses meantime left the palace, and with him the swineherd went, and after them Ulysses. When they all were now without the gate and palace court, Ulysses spake to them, and blandly said, Herdsman and swineherd, shall I say to you somewhat, or shall I keep it back? My heart moves me to say it. Should Ulysses come, led by some god, and suddenly, what aid would he receive from you? Would ye take part with him, or with the suitors? Frankly speak, and tell me what your hearts would bid you do. Then answered thus the keeper of the herds, O Father Jove, wouldst thou but grant my wish, and let some god conduct him hither, then shall it be seen what might is in these hands. So also did Eumaeus offer prayer to all the deities, that speedily the wise Ulysses might return. And when the chief perceived in all its truth the thought and purpose of their hearts, he spake and said, Know then that I myself am he, at home again, returning in the 20th year, and after many sufferings, to the land that saw my birth. I know that I am come, welcome to you alone, of all my train of servants, since I hear no others pray for my return. Hear then, what I engage shall be hereafter. If some god o'ercome for me these arrogant suitors, I will give to each of you a wife and lands, and build for each a house near mine, and ye shall be the friends and brothers of Telemachus thenceforth. And now, that ye may surely know and trust me, I will show a token here, a scar which once the white tooth of a boar, made when long since, on the Parnassian mount, I hunted with Autolycus' sons. Thus having said, he drew from the broad scar the covering rags. They looked and knew it well, and wept, and round Ulysses threw their arms, and kissed in that embrace the hero's head and shoulders, while Ulysses also kissed their heads and hands. The sun would have gone down upon their weeping, but for him. He said, Cease now from tears, lest someone from the hall should see us, and report of us within. Now let us enter, not in company, I first and ye thereafter, one by one, and let the sign be this. The others all, the haughty suitors, will refuse to me the bow and quiver. When thou bearest it, my noble friend Eumaeus, through the halls, bring it and place it in my hands, and charge the women to make fast the solid doors. And then, if any one of them should hear a groan or other noise of men within, let her not issue forth, but silently pursue her task. Meantime, be it thy care, my good Philoetius, with a key to lock the portals of the court and fix the chain. Thus having said, into that noble pile he passed again, and took the seat from which he lately rose, and afterward in turn entered the servants of the godlike chief. Eurymachus was busy with the bow, turning and warming it before the blaze on both its sides. He could not bend it thus. There came a deep sigh from his boastful heart, and greatly was he vexed, and sadly said, Alas, Great cause of grief indeed is here for me and all. 'Tis not that I lament so much the losing of the bride, although that also vexes me. There yet remain many fair ladies of the Achaean stock, both in the sea-girt lands of Ithaca and other regions. Yet if we be found to fall in strength of arms so far below the great Ulysses that we cannot bend his bow, our sons will hear of it with shame." Eupeithes' son Antinous answered thus, "Not so, Eurymachus, as thou thyself shouldst know. This day is held a solemn feast of Phoebus by the people. Who would draw the bow today? Nay, lay it by in peace, and suffer all the rings to stand as now. For no man, as I think, will dare to come into the palace of Laertes' son and take them hence. Let him who bears the cup begin to serve the wine, that having poured part to the gods, we may lay down the bow, and with the morning let Melanthius come, the goatherd, bringing with him from the flock the choicest goats, that we may burn the thighs, an offering to the god of archery, Apollo. Then will we again essay the bow, and bring the contest to an end." So spake Antinous, and they all approved. Then heralds came, and on the suitors' hands poured water. Youths filled up the cups with wine, beginning at the right, and gave to each his share. And when they all had poured a part, and each had drunk, the shrewd Ulysses thus, with artful speech, bespake the suitor train. "Hearken, ye suitors of the illustrious queen, to what my heart is prompting me to say, but chiefly to Eurymachus I make my suit, and to Antinous, who so well hath counseled to lay by the bow and trust the gods. Tomorrow Phoebus will bestow the needed strength on whomsoever he will. But let me take that polished bow, and try, among you, whether still the power that dwelt in these once pliant limbs abides in them, or whether happily it has passed from me amid my wanderings and a life of want." He spake, and all were vehemently moved with anger, for they feared that he would bend. The bow, and thus Antinous, railing, spake, "Thou worthless vagabond, without a spark of reason, art thou not content to sit and banquet with the proudest, where no part of all the feast escapes thee, hearing all that we are saying, which no other man, stranger and beggar, is allowed to hear? This good wine makes thee foolish, as wine oft makes those who swallow it too greedily, and drink not with due stint. It maddened once Eurytion, the famed centaur, in the halls of the large-souled Pirithous. He had come among the Lapithae, and when inflamed with wine to madness, in those very halls did lawless deeds. The heroes were incensed. They rushed upon him, dragged him through the porch and out of doors, and there cut off his nose and ears, and he departed frenzied still, and bearing in bewilderment of mind his punishment, whence war arose between centaurs and men. Yet surely he had brought the evil on himself when overcome with wine. Such fearful mischief, I foretell, will light on thee, if thou shouldst bend this bow, nor canst thou hope for favor here among the people. We will send thee speedily in a black galley to King Aeacus, the enemy of humankind, from whom thou shalt find no escape. Drink then in peace thy wine, and seek no strife with younger men." Then spake the sage Penelope again, "Truly, Antinous, it becomes thee not, nor is it just, to vex the stranger guests who seek the palace of Telemachus. Dost thou then think that, should this stranger bend, proud as he is of his great strength of arm, the mighty bow that once Ulysses bore, he leads me hence a bride? No hope of that is in his heart, and let no one of you who banquet here allow a thought like that to vex him. 'Tis a thing that cannot be." Then to the queen, Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, replied, "We do not fear, sage daughter of Icarius, that this man will lead thee hence a bride. It cannot be. We fear the speech of men and women both. The very meanest of the Achaean race will say, 'Degenerate men are these, who seek to wed the consort of a glorious chief, not one of whom can draw the bow he bore. And now there comes a wandering beggar man, who draws the bow with ease, and sends a shaft through all the rings of steel.' Thus will they speak, and this will be to us a cause of shame." And then the sage Penelope rejoined, "Eurymachus, it cannot be that those should earn the general praise who make the wealth of a most worthy man their spoil, and bring dishonor on his house. The stranger's frame is powerful and well knit. He claims to be of noble parentage. Now let him take the bow, and we will see the event. But this I promise, and will make my promise good, if he should bend it. If Apollo give to him that glory, he shall have from me a tunic and a cloak, fair garments both, and a keen javelin, his defense against both dogs and men, a two-edged sword besides, and sandals for his feet, and I engage to send him whither he desires to go. Then spake discreet Telemachus again, Mother, in all Achaea there is none who has more power than I can claim, to grant or to deny the bow to whom I will. No one of those who rule the rugged coast of Ithaca, or isles where Elis breeds her mares, may interpose to thwart my will, if on the stranger I bestow the bow to be his own, and bid him take it hence. Withdraw, O queen, into thy bower, direct thy household tasks, the distaff and the web, and bid thy maidens speed the work. The bow belongs to men, and most to me, for here, within these walls, the authority is mine. The queen, astonished, heard him and withdrew, but kept her son's wise sayings in her heart. And then ascending to her bower, among her maids, she wept her well-beloved lord Ulysses, till the blue-eyed Pallas came, and poured upon her lids the balm of sleep. Meantime, the worthy swineherd bore the bow in hand, and all along the palace halls the suitor crew were chiding him aloud, and thus an insolent youth among them spake. Thou awkward swineherd, whither goest thou with the curved bow? Thy own fleet dogs, which thou hast reared, shall soon devour thee, far from men, and midst thy herds of swine, if we find grace with Phoebus and the other deathless gods. Such were their words. The swineherd, where he stood, set down the bow in fear, for many a voice called to him in the hall. On the other side shouted Telemachus with threatening words. Nay, father, carry on the bow, nor think to stop at every man's command, lest I, though younger than thyself, cast stones at thee, and chase thee to the fields, for I in strength excel thee. Would that I excelled as far in strength of arm the suitors in these halls, then would I roughly through the palace gates drive many who are plotting mischief now. He spake, and all with hearty laughter heard his words, and for their sake allowed their wrath against the prince to cool. The swineherd went forward along the hall, and drawing near the wise Ulysses, gave into his hands the bow, and then he called the nurse aside, Dame Euryclea, and bespake her thus. Sage Euryclea, from Telemachus, I charge thee to make fast the solid doors, and then, if any of the maids should hear a groan or other noise of men within, let her not issue forth, but silently pursue the task in hand, and keep her place. He spake, nor were his words in vain. The dame made fast the doors of that magnificent hall, while silently Philoetius hastened forth and locked the portals of the high-walled court. A cable of the bark of Byblos lay beneath the portico. It once had served a galley, and with this the herdsman tied the portals, and returning, took the seat. Whence he had risen, but ever kept his eye fixed on his lord. Ulysses meantime held the bow, and turning it, intently eyed side after side, and tried each part in turn, for fear that worms, while he was far away, had pierced the horn. At this, a youth among the suitors, turning to his neighbor, said, Lo, an inspector and a judge of bows. Perhaps he has a bow like that at home, or else would make one like it. How he shifts the thing with busy hands from side to side, the vagabond, well trained in knavish tricks. Then also said another insolent youth, May he in all things be as fortunate as now, when he shall try to bend that bow. Such was their talk, but when the wary chief had poised and shrewdly scanned the mighty bow, then, as a singer, skilled to play the harp, stretches with ease on its new fastenings, a string, the twisted entrails of a sheep, made fast at either end, so easily Ulysses bent that mighty bow. He took and drew the cord with his right hand. It twanged with a clear sound as when a swallow screams. The suitors were dismayed, and all grew pale. Jove in loud thunder gave a sign from heaven. The much-enduring chief, Ulysses, heard with joy the friendly omen, which the son of crafty Saturn sent him. He took up a winged arrow that before him lay upon a table, drawn. The others still were in the quiver's womb. The Greeks were yet to feel them. This he set with care against the middle of the bow, and toward him drew the cord and arrow notch, just where he sat, and aiming opposite, let fly the shaft. He missed no ring of all. From first to last, the brass-tipped arrow threaded everyone. Then to Telemachus, Ulysses said, Telemachus, the stranger sitting here hath not disgraced thee. I have neither missed the rings, nor found it hard to bend the bow, nor has my manly strength decayed, as these who seek to bring me to contempt pretend. And now the hour is come, when we prepare a supper for the Achaeans, while the day yet lasts, and after supper the delights of song and harp, which nobly grace a feast. He spake, and nodded to Telemachus, his well-beloved son, who girded on his trenchant sword, and took in hand his spear, and armed with glittering brass for battle, came and took his station by his father's seat. Book 22, Death of the Suitors. Antinous slain by an arrow from the bow of Ulysses, who now declares himself and begins the slaughter. Arms brought to him and to Eumaeus and Philoetius by Telemachus. Arms brought to the suitors by Melanthius the goatherd. Appearance of Pallas in the shape of Mentor. Death of all the suitors. Medon and Phemius spared, the unfaithful serving women hanged. Then did Ulysses cast his rags aside, and leaping to the threshold, took his stand on its broad space, with bow and quiver filled with arrows. At his feet the hero poured the winged shafts, and to the suitors called, That difficult strife is ended. Now I take another mark, which no man yet has hit. Now shall I see if I attain my aim, and, by the aid of Phoebus, win renown. He spake, and turning at Antinous, aimed the bitter shaft. Antinous, who just then had grasped a beautiful two-eared cup of gold, about to drink the wine. He little thought of wounds and death, for who, when banqueting among his fellows, could suspect that one alone against so many men would dare, however bold, to plan his death and bring on him the doom of fate? Ulysses struck the suitor with the arrow at the throat. The point came through the tender neck behind. Sideways he sank to earth. His hand let fall the cup. The dark blood in a thick warm stream gushed from the nostrils of the smitten man. He spurned the table with his feet and spilled the viands. Bread and roasted meats were flung to lie polluted on the floor. Then rose the suitors in a tumult when they saw the fallen man. From all their seats they rose throughout the hall, and to the massive walls looked eagerly. There hung no buckler there, no sturdy lance for them to wield. They called thus to Ulysses, with indignant words, Stranger, in evil hour hast thou presumed to aim at men, and thou shalt henceforth bear part in no other contest. Even now is thy destruction close to thee. Thy hand hath slain the noblest youth in Ithaca. The vultures shall devour thy flesh for this. So each one said. They deemed he had not slain the suitor wittingly, nor did they see, blind that they were, the doom which in that hour was closing round them all. Then with a frown, the wise Ulysses looked on them and said, Dogs, ye had thought I never would come back from Ilium's coast, and therefore ye devoured my substance here, and offered violence to my maidservants, and pursued my wife as lovers, while I lived. Ye dreaded not the gods who dwell in the great heaven, nor feared vengeance hereafter from the hands of men, and now destruction overhangs you all. He spake, and all were pale with fear, and each looked round for some escape from death. Alone Eurymachus found voice, and answered thus, If thou indeed be he, the Ithacan Ulysses, now returned to thine old home, well hast thou spoken of the many wrongs done to thee by the Achaeans in thy house and in thy fields. But there the man lies slain who was the cause of all. Antinous first began this course of wrong, nor were his thoughts so much of marriage as another aim, which Saturn's son denied him, to bear rule himself o'er those who till the pleasant fields of Ithaca, first having slain thy son in ambush. But he now has met his fate. Spare, then, thy people. We will afterward make due amends in public for the waste, here in thy palace, of the food and wine. For each of us shall bring thee 20 beeves, and brass and gold, until thy heart shall be content. Till then, we cannot blame thy wrath. Sternly the wise Ulysses frowned and said, Eurymachus, if thou shouldst offer me all that thou hast, thy father's wealth entire, and add yet other gifts, not even then would I refrain from bloodshed, ere my hand avenged my wrongs upon the suitor crew. Choose then to fight or flee, whoever hopes escape from death and fate. Yet none of you will now, I think, avoid that bitter doom." He spake. At once their knees and head grew faint, and thus Eurymachus bespake the rest. "This man, O friends, to his untamable arm will give no rest, but with that bow in hand and quiver will send forth from where he stands his shafts, till he has slain us all. Prepare for combat then, and draw your swords, and hold the tables up against his deadly shafts, and rush together at him as one man, and drive him from the threshold through the door. Then, hurrying through the city, let us sound the alarm, and soon he will have shot his last." He spake, and drawing his keen two-edged sword of brass, sprang toward him with a dreadful cry, just as the great Ulysses, sending forth an arrow, smote the suitor on the breast beside the nipple. The swift weapon stood fixed in his liver. To the ground he flung the sword, and reeling giddily around the table fell. He brought with him to earth the viands and the double cup, and smote the pavement with his forehead heavily, and in great agony. With both his feet he struck and shook his throne, and darkness came over his eyes. Then rushed Amphinomus against the glorious chief, and drew his sword to thrust him from the door. Telemachus o'ertook him, and between his shoulders drove a brazen lance. Right through his breast it went, and he fell headlong, with his forehead dashed against the floor. Telemachus drew back, and left his long spear in Amphinomus, lest, while he drew it forth, someone among the Achaeans might attack him with the sword, and thrust him through or hew him down. In haste he reached his father's side, and quickly said, "Now, father, will I bring to thee a shield, 2 javelins, and a helmet wrought of brass, well fitted to the temples. I will case myself in armor, and will also give arms to the swineherd, and to him who tends the beeves, for men in armor combat best." And wise Ulysses answered, "Bring them then, and quickly, while I yet have arrows here for my defense, lest, when I am alone, they drive me from my station at the door." He spake. Obedient to his father's word, Telemachus was soon within the room, in which the glorious arms were laid. He took 4 bucklers thence, 8 spears, and helmets 4 of brass, each darkened with its horsehair crest, and bore them forth, and quickly stood again beside his father. But he first encased his limbs in brass. His followers also put their shining armor on, and took their place beside the wise Ulysses, eminent in shrewd devices. He, while arrows yet were ready to his hand, with every aim brought down a suitor. Side by side they fell. But when the shafts were spent, the archer king leaned his good bow beside the shining wall against a pillar of the massive pile, and round his shoulders slung a 4-fold shield, and crowned his martial forehead with a helm wrought fairly, with a heavy horsehair crest that nodded gallantly above, and took in hand the 2 stout lances tipped with brass. In the strong wall there was a postern door, and, near the outer threshold of the pile, a passage from it to a narrow lane, closed with well-fitting doors. Ulysses bade the noble swineherd take his station there, and guard it well, as now the only way of entrance. Agelaus called aloud to all his fellows, and bespake them thus: "Friends, will no one among you all go up to yonder postern door, and make our plight known to the people? Then the alarm would spread, and this man haply will have shot his last." Melanthius, keeper of the goats, replied, "Nay, noble Agelaus, 'tis too near the palace gate. The entrance of the lane is narrow, and a single man, if brave, against us all might hold it. I will bring arms from the chamber to equip you all, for there within and nowhere else I deem Ulysses and his son laid up their arms." Thus having said, the keeper of the goats, Melanthius, climbed the palace stairs and gained the chamber of Ulysses. Taking thence 12 shields, as many spears, as many helms of brass, with each its heavy horsehair plume, he came and gave them to the suitor's hands. Then sank the hero's heart, and his knees shook as he beheld the suitors putting on their armor and uplifting their long spears. The mighty task appalled him, and he thus bespake Telemachus with winged words: "Telemachus, some woman here, or else Melanthius, makes the battle hard for us." And thus discreet Telemachus replied, Father, I erred in this. I was the cause, and no one else. I left the solid door ajar. The spy was shrewder far than I. Now, good Eumaeus, shut the chamber door, and see if any of the palace maids have brought these arms, or if I rightly fix the guilt upon Melanthius, Dolius's son." So talked they with each other, while again Melanthius, stealing toward the chamber, thought to bring yet other shining weapons thence. The noble swineherd marked him as he went, and quickly drawing near, Ulysses said, "Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise, the knave, whom we suspect is on his way up to thy chamber. Tell me now, I pray, and plainly shall I make an end of him, if I may prove the stronger man, or bring the wretch into thy presence, to endure the vengeance due to all the iniquities plotted by him against thee in these halls." Ulysses, the sagacious, answered thus, "Telemachus and I will keep at bay the suitors in this place, however fierce their onset, while ye two bind fast his hands and feet behind his back, and bringing him into the chamber, with the door made fast behind you, tie him with a double cord, and draw him up a lofty pillar close to the timbers of the roof, that swinging there he may live long and suffer grievous pain." He spake. They hearkened and obeyed, and went up to the chamber unperceived by him, who stood within and searched a nook for arms. On each side of the entrance, by its posts, they waited for Melanthius. Soon appeared the goatherd at the threshold of the room, bearing a beautiful helmet in one hand, and in the other a broad ancient shield, defaced by age and mold. Laertes once, the hero, bore it when a youth, but now long time it lay unused, with gaping seams. They sprang and seized the goatherd, dragging him back to the chamber by the hair, and there they cast him, in an agony of fear, upon the floor, and bound his hands and feet with a stout cord behind his back, as bade the great Ulysses, much enduring son of old Laertes. Round him then they looped a double cord, and swung him up beside a lofty pillar, till they brought him near the timbers of the roof. And then didst thou, Eumaeus, say to him in jeering words, "Melanthius, there mayst thou keep watch all night on a soft bed, a fitting place for thee. And when the mother of the dawn shall come upon her golden seat from ocean's streams, thou wilt not fail to see her. Thou mayest then drive thy goats hither for the suitors' feast." They left him in that painful plight, and put their armor on, and closed the shining door, and went, and by Ulysses, versed in wiles, stood breathing valor. 4 were they who stood upon that threshold, while their foes within were many and brave. Then Pallas, child of Jove, drew near, like Mentor both in shape and voice. Ulysses saw her, and rejoiced, and said, "Come, Mentor, to the aid of one who loves and has befriended thee, thy peer in age." Thus said Ulysses, but believed he spake to Pallas, scatterer of hosts. Fierce shouts came from the suitors in the hall, and first thus Agelaus railed, Damastor's son, "Mentor, let not Ulysses wheedle thee to join him, and make war on us, for this our purpose is, and it will be fulfilled. When by our hands the father and the son are slain, thou also shalt be put to death for this attempt, and thy own head shall be the forfeit. When we shall have taken thus thy life with our good weapons, we will seize on all thou hast, on all thy wealth within thy dwelling or without, and mingling it with the possessions of Ulysses, leave within thy palaces no son of thine or daughter living, and no virtuous wife of thine abiding here in Ithaca." He spake, and woke new anger in the heart of Pallas, and she chid Ulysses thus, "Ulysses, thou art not, in might of arm and courage, what thou wert when waging war 9 years without a pause against the men of Troy for Helen's sake, the child of Jove, and many didst thou slay in deadly strife, and Priam's city, with its spacious streets, was taken through thy counsels. How is it that, coming to thy own possessions here in thy own palace, thou dost sadly find thy ancient valor fail thee in the strife against the suitors? Now draw near, my friend, and stand by me, and see what I shall do, and own that Mentor, son of Alcimus, amid a press of foes, requites thy love." She spake, but gave not to Ulysses yet the certain victory, for she meant to put to further proof the courage and the might both of Ulysses and his emulous son. To the broad palace roof she rose, and sat in shape a swallow. Agelaus now, Damastor's son, cheered on with gallant words his friends. So also did Amphimedon, Eurynomus, and Demoptolemus, Polyctor's son, Pisander, and with these sagacious Polybus. These 6 excelled in valor all the suitors who survived, and they were fighting for their lives. The bow and the fleet shafts had smitten down their peers. Thus to his fellows Agelaus spake, O friends, this man will now be forced to stay his fatal hand. See, Mentor leaves his side, after much empty boasting, and those 4 are at the entrance gate alone. Now aim at him with your long spears, not all at once. Let 6 first hurl their weapons, and may Jove grant that we strike Ulysses down and win great glory. For the others at his side we care but little, if their leader fail. He spake, they hearkened. Eagerly they cast their lances. Pallas made their aim to err. One struck a pillar of the massive pile, one struck the paneled door, one ashen shaft, heavy with metal, rang against the wall. And when they had escaped that flight of spears, hurled from the crowd, the much-enduring man, Ulysses, thus to his companions said, Now is the time, my friends, to send our spears into the suitor crowd, who, not content with wrongs already done us, seek our lives. He spake, and aiming opposite, they cast their spears. The weapon which Ulysses flung slew Demoptolemus. His son struck down Eurydice. The herdsman smote to death Pisander, and the swineherd Elatus. These at one moment fell, and bit the dust of the broad floor. Back flew the suitor crowd to a recess, and after them the 4 rushed on, and plucked their weapons from the dead. Again the suitors threw their spears. Again did Pallas cause their aim to err. One struck a pillar of the massive pile, and one the paneled door. Another ashen shaft, heavy with metal, rang against the wall. Yet did the weapon of Amphimedon strike lightly on the wrist Telemachus. The brass just tore the skin. Ctesippus grazed the shoulder of Eumaeus with his spear above the shield. The spear flew over it and fell to earth. Then they who stood beside the sage Ulysses, versed in wiles, once more flung their keen spears. The spoiler of walled towns, Ulysses, slew Eurydimas. His son struck down Amphimedon. The swineherd took the life of Polybus. The herdsman smote Ctesippus, driving through his breast the spear, and called to him, and gloried o'er his fall. O son of Polytherses, prompt to rail, beware of uttering, in thy foolish pride, big words hereafter. Leave it to the gods, mightier are they than we. See, I repay the hospitable gift of a steer's foot, which once the great Ulysses from thy hand received, as he was passing through this hall. Thus spake the keeper of the horned herd. Meantime, Ulysses slew Damastor's son with his long spear, in combat hand to hand. Telemachus next smote Evenor's son, Leiocritus. He sent the brazen spear into his bowels, through his body passed the weapon, and he fell upon his face. His forehead struck the floor. Then Pallas held on high her fatal aegis. From the roof she showed it, and their hearts grew wild with fear. They fled along the hall as flees a herd of kine when the swift gadfly suddenly has come among them and has scattered them in springtime when the days are growing long. Meantime, like falcons with curved claws and beaks, that coming from the mountain summits, pounce upon the smaller birds and make them fly, close to the fields among the snares, they dread, and seize and slay, nor can the birds resist or fly, and at the multitude of prey the fowlers' hearts are glad. So did the 4 smite right and left the suitors, hurrying through the palace hall, and fearful moans arose as heads were smitten by the sword, and all the pavement swam with blood. Leiodes then sprang forward to Ulysses, clasped his knees, and supplicated him with winged words. I come, Ulysses, to thy knees. Respect and spare me. Never have I said or done, among the women of thy household, aught that could be blamed, and I essayed to check the wrongs of other suitors. Little heed they gave my counsels, nor withheld their hands from evil deeds, and therefore have they drawn upon themselves an evil fate. But I, who have done nothing, I, their soothsayer, must I too die? Then is there no reward among the sons of men for worthy deeds. Ulysses, the sagacious, frowned and said, If then, in truth, thou wert as thou dost boast, a soothsayer among these men, thy prayer within these palace walls must oft have been, that far from me might be the blessed day of my return, and that my wife might take with thee her lot, and bring forth sons to thee, and therefore shalt thou not escape from death. He spake, and seizing with his powerful hand a falchion lying near, which from the grasp of Aegilas fell when he was slain, just at the middle of the neck he smote Laertes, while the words were on his lips, and the head fell and lay amid the dust. Phemius, the son of Turpius, skilled in song, alone escaped the bitter doom of death. He by constraint had sung among the train of suitors, and was standing now beside the postern door, and held his sweet-toned lyre, and pondered whether he should leave the hall and sit before the altar of the great Hersaean Jove, where, with Laertes, once Ulysses oft had burned the thighs of beeves, or whether he should fling himself before Ulysses as a suppliant at his knees. This to his thought seemed wisest, to approach Laertes' son and clasp his knees. He placed his sweet harp on the floor between the cup and silver-studded seat, and went and clasped the hero's knees, and said in winged words, I come, Ulysses, to thy knees, respect and spare me. It will be a grief to thee hereafter, shouldst thou slay a bard who sings for gods and men alike. I taught myself this art. Some god has breathed into my mind songs of all kinds, and I could sing to thee as to a god. O seek not then to take my life. Thy own dear son Telemachus will bear me witness that not willingly, nor for the sake of lucre, did I come to sing before the suitors at their feasts and in thy palace, but was forced to come by numbers and by mightier men than I. He ceased. Telemachus the mighty heard, and thus bespake his father at his side. Refrain, smite not the guiltless with the sword, and be the herald Medon also spared, who in our palace had the care of me through all my childhood, if he be not slain already by Philoetius, or by him who tends the swine, or if he have not met thyself when thou wert ranging through the hail. He spake, and the sagacious Medon heard, as crouching underneath a throne he lay, wrapped in the skin just taken from a steer, to hide from the black doom of death. He came from where he lay, and quickly flung aside the skin, and springing forward, clasped the knees of the young prince, and said in winged words, Dear youth, behold me here, be merciful, speak to thy father, that he put not forth his sword to slay me, eager as he is for vengeance, and incensed against the men who haunt these halls to make his wealth a spoil, and in their folly hold thyself in scorn. He spake. The sage Ulysses smiled and said, Be of good cheer, since this my son protects and rescues thee. Now mayst thou well perceive, and say to other men, how much more safe is doing good than evil. Go thou forth out of this slaughter to the open court, thou and the illustrious bard, and sit ye there, while here within I do what yet I must. He spake. They moved away and left the hall, and by the altar of Almighty, Jove sat looking round them, still in fear of death. Meantime, Ulysses passed with searching look o'er all the place, to find if yet remained a single one of all the suitor crew alive and skulking from his bitter doom. He saw that all had fallen in blood and dust, many as fishes on the shelving beach, drawn from the hoary deep by those who tend the nets with myriad meshes. Poured abroad upon the sand, while panting to return to the salt sea they lie, till the hot sun takes their life from them, so the suitors lay heaped on each other. Then Ulysses took the word, and thus bespake Telemachus. Go now, Telemachus, and hither call the nurse, Dame Euryclea. I would say somewhat to her that comes into my thought. So spake the chief. Telemachus obeyed the word, and smote the door, and called the nurse. Come hither, ancient dame, who hast in charge to oversee the women in their tasks. My father calls thee, and would speak with thee. He spake, nor flew the word in vain. She flung apart the portals of those stately rooms, and came in haste. Before her went the prince. Among the corpses of the slain they found Ulysses, stained with blood and grimed with dust. As when a lion, who has just devoured a bullock of the pasture, moves away, a terror to the sight, with breast and cheeks all bathed in blood, so did Ulysses seem, his feet and hands steeped in the blood of men. She, when she saw the corpses in the pools of blood, and knew the mighty task complete, was moved to shout for joy. Ulysses checked her eager zeal and said in winged words, "Rejoice in spirit, dame, but calm thyself and shout not. To exult aloud o'er those who lie in death is an unholy thing. The pleasure of the gods and their own guilt brought death on these, for no respect had they to any of their fellow men, the good or evil, whosoever he might be that came to them, and thus on their own heads they drew this fearful fate. Now name to me the women of the palace, let me know who is disloyal and who innocent." Then thus the well-beloved nurse replied, "My son, I will declare the truth. There dwell here in thy palace 50 serving maids, whom we have taught to work, to comb the fleece and serve the household. 12 of these have walked the way of shame. To me they give no heed, nor to Penelope herself. Thy son has just now grown to manhood, and the queen has never suffered him to rule the maids. But let me now, ascending to her room, the royal bower, apprise thy wife, to whom some deity has sent the gift of sleep." Ulysses, the sagacious, answered thus, "Wake her not yet, but go and summon all the women who have wrought these shameful deeds." He spake. The matron through the palace went to seek the women, and to bid them come. Meanwhile, Ulysses called Telemachus, the herdsman and the swineherd, to his side, and thus commanded them with winged words. "Begin to carry forth the dead, and call the women to your aid, and next make clean, with water and with thirsty sponges, all the sumptuous thrones and tables. When ye thus have put the hall in order, lead away the serving maids, and in the space between the kitchen vault and solid outer wall, smite them with your long swords till they give up the ghost, and lose the memory evermore of secret meetings with the suitor train." He spake. The women came, lamenting loud with many tears, and carried forth the dead, leaning upon each other as they went, and placed them underneath the portico of the walled court. Ulysses gave command, hastening their task, as all unwillingly they bore the corpses forth. With water next, and thirsty sponges in their hands, they cleansed the sumptuous thrones and tables. Then the prince, Telemachus, with shovels cleared the floor, the herdsman and the swineherd aiding him, and made the women bear the rubbish forth. And now, when all within was once again in seemly order, they led forth the maids from that fair pile into the space between the kitchen vault and solid outer wall, a narrow space from which was no escape, and thus discreet Telemachus began. "I will not take away these creatures' lives by a pure death, these who so long have heaped reproaches on my mother's head and mine, and played the wanton with the suitor crew." He spake, and made the hawser of a ship fast to a lofty shaft. The other end he wound about the kitchen vault. So high he stretched it that the feet of none who hung on it might touch the ground. As when a flock of broad-winged thrushes or wild pigeons strike a net within a thicket, as they seek their perch and find unwelcome durance there, so hung the women with their heads arow, and cords about their necks, that they might die a miserable death. A little while, and but a little, quivered their loose feet in air. They led Melanthius from the hall and through the porch, cut off his nose and ears, wrenched out the parts of shame, a bloody meal for dogs, and in their anger from the trunk, lopped hands and feet. Then having duly washed their feet and hands, they came into the hall, and to Ulysses they had done their work. And then to the dear nurse, Ulysses said, "Bring sulphur, dame, the cure of noxious air, and fire, that I may purge the hall with smoke, and go and bid Penelope come down, with her attendant women, and command that all the handmaids of the household come." And thus, in turn, Dame Euryclea spake, "Well hast thou said, my son, but suffer me to bring thee clothes, a tunic and a cloak, nor with those rags on thy broad shoulders stand in thine own palace. It becomes thee not." He spake, and Euryclea, the dear nurse, obeyed, and brought the sulphur and the fire. Ulysses steeped in smoke the royal pile, both hall and court. The matron, passing through the stately palace of Ulysses, climbed the stair to find and summon all the maids, and forth they issued, bearing in their hands torches, and crowding round Ulysses, gave glad greeting, seized his hands, embraced him, kissed his hands and brow and shoulders. The desire to weep for joy o'ercame the chief. His eyes o'erflowed with tears. He sobbed. He knew them all. Book 23, Ulysses and Penelope after the slaughter. Descent of Penelope to the hall, her doubts of the identity of Ulysses removed by evident tokens given by Ulysses, her transport at their removal, his narrative of his adventures, departure of Ulysses with his son, the herdsman, and the swineherd, to the country. Up to the royal bower the matron went, with an exulting heart, to tell the queen that her beloved husband was within. With knees that faltered not, and quick light steps she went, and standing by her mistress said, "Awake, Penelope, dear child, and see with thine own eyes what thou hast pined for long. Ulysses has returned. Thy lord is here, though late, and he has slain the arrogant crew of suitors, who disgraced his house, and made his wealth a spoil, and dared insult his son." And thus discreet Penelope replied, "The gods, dear nurse, have made thee mad, for they have power to change the wisest men to fools, and make the foolish wise, and they have warped thy mind once sound. How canst thou mock me thus, amidst my sorrows, with such idle tales? Why wake me from the pleasant sleep that closed my lids so softly? Never have I slept so sweetly since Ulysses went from me to that bad city, which no tongue should name. Go then, return into the lower rooms. Had any of my women saved thyself, brought such a message to disturb my sleep, I would have sent her back into the hall with angry words. Thy years are thy excuse." But Euryclea, the dear nurse, rejoined, "Nay, my dear child, I mock thee not. Most true it is that thy Ulysses has returned, and here he is at home, as I have said. The stranger whom they scoffed at in the hall is he. And long Telemachus has known that he was here, but wisely kept from all his father's secret, till he should avenge upon those violent men their guilty deeds." She ended, and her mistress, overjoyed, sprang from her couch, embraced the aged dame, and wept, and said to her in winged words, "Tell me, dear nurse, and truly, if indeed Ulysses have returned as thou hast said, how smote he those proud suitors, he alone, and they so many gathered in the hall?" And thus the well-beloved nurse replied, "I saw it not, nor knew of it. I heard only the moanings of the slain, while we the maids, affrighted, sat in a recess of that well-vaulted chamber. The firm doors closed us all in, until at length thy son, sent by his father, called me forth. I found Ulysses standing midst the dead that lay heaped on each other, everywhere along the solid pavement. Thou wouldst have rejoiced to see him like a lion with the stains of slaughter on him. Now the suitors lie before the portals of the palace court, and he has kindled a great fire, and steeps in smoke the noble hall. He bade me come to call thee. Follow me, that ye may give your hearts to gladness, for ye have endured great sorrows both, and your long-cherished hope is now fulfilled. He hath returned alive to his dear home, and finds thee and his son, yet in his palace, and hath terribly avenged himself upon the guilty men, who under his own roof have done him wrong." Then spake the sage Penelope again, "Beloved nurse, exult not overmuch, nor rashly boast. Well is it known to thee, were he to come beneath this roof again, how welcome he would be to all, but most to me and to the son to whom we gave his being. Yet thy tidings are not true. Someone of the immortals must have slain the arrogant suitors, angry to behold their foul injustice and their many crimes. For no respect had they to mortal man, good he might be, or bad, whomever they met, and therefore have they made an evil end. But my Ulysses must have perished far from Ithaca, cut off from his return." Then Euryclea, the dear nurse, rejoined, "What words are these, my child, that pass thy lips? Sayest thou then that thy husband, who now stands upon thy hearthstone, never will return? O slow of faith, but thou wert ever thus. Come then, I give a certain proof. I saw myself, when he was at the bath, the scar left on him by the white tusk of a boar, and would have told thee, but he laid his hands upon my mouth, and would not suffer me to bear the tidings, such his forecast was. Now follow me, I give my life in pledge. If I deceive thee, slay me ruthlessly." Then spake discreet Penelope again, "Dear nurse, though thou in many things art wise, think not to scan the counsels of the gods, who live forever. Yet will we descend, and meet my son, and look upon the slain, and see the avenger by whose hand they fell." She spake, and from the royal bower went down, uncertain whether she should stand aloof and question there her lord, or haste to him and clasp his hands in hers and kiss his brow. But having passed the threshold of hewn stone, entering she took her seat right opposite Ulysses, in the full glow of the fire, against the other wall. Ulysses sat beside a lofty column, with his eyes cast down, and waiting for his high-born wife to speak when she had seen him. Long she sat in silence, for amazement overpowered her senses. Sometimes, looking in his eyes, she saw her husband there, and then again, clad in those sordid weeds, she knew him not. Then spake Telemachus, and chid her thus: Mother, unfeeling mother, hard of heart art thou, how else couldst thou remain aloof? How keep from taking, at my father's side, thy place, to talk with him and question him? No other wife could bring herself to bear such distance from a husband, just returned after long hardships, in the 20th year of absence, to his native land, and her. Mother, thy heart is harder than a stone. And thus the sage, Penelope, replied, Dear child, my faculties are overpowered with wonder, and I cannot question him, nor even speak to him, nor fix my looks upon his face. But if it be indeed Ulysses, and he have returned, we soon shall know each other. There are tokens known to both of us, to none but him and me. She ended, and the much-enduring chief Ulysses, smiling at her words, bespake Telemachus at once, in winged words. Suffer thy mother, O Telemachus, to prove me. She will know me better soon. My looks are sordid, and my limbs are wrapped in tattered raiment. Therefore does she think meanly of me, and cannot willingly believe that I am he. But let us now consider what most wisely may be done. He who hath slain, among a tribe of men, a single one with few to avenge his death, flees from his kindred and his native land. But we have slain the champions of the realm, the flower of all the youth of Ithaca. Therefore, I pray thee, think what shall be done. And then discreet Telemachus replied, Look thou to that, dear father, for they say that thou of all mankind wert wont to give the wisest counsels. None of mortal birth in this was deemed thy peer. We follow thee with cheerful hearts, nor will our courage fail, I think, in aught that lies within our power. Ulysses the sagacious answered thus, Then will I tell thee what I deem most wise. First take the bath, and then array yourselves in tunics. Bid the palace maidens choose fresh garments. Let the godlike bard, who bears the clear-toned harp, be leader, and strike up a melody to prompt the festive dance, that all may say who hear it from without, whether the passers-by or dwellers near. It is a wedding. Else throughout the land, the rumor of the slaughter we have wrought among the suitors may have spread before we reach our wooded farm, and there consult beneath the guidance of Olympian Jove. He spake, they hearkened and obeyed. They took the bath, and then they put their garments on. The maids arrayed themselves. The godlike bard took the curved harp, and woke in all the love of melody and of the graceful dance. The spacious pile resounded to the steps of men and shapely women in their mirth, and one who stood without was heard to say, Someone, no doubt, has made the long-wooed queen his bride at last, a worthless woman she, who could not, for the husband of her youth, keep his fair palace till he came again. Such words were said, but they who uttered them knew little what had passed. Eurynome, the matron of the palace, meantime took magnanimous Ulysses to the bath in his own dwelling, smoothed his limbs with oil, and threw a gorgeous mantle over him, and tunic. Pallas on the hero's head shed grace and majesty. She made him seem taller and statelier, made his locks flow down in curls like blossoms of the hyacinth, as when a workman skilled in many arts and taught by Pallas and Minerva twines a golden border round the silver mass, a glorious work. So did the goddess shed grace o'er his face and form. So from the bath he stepped, like one of the immortals, took the seat from which he rose, right opposite Penelope, and thus addressed the queen. Lady, the dwellers of the Olympian heights have given thee an impenetrable heart beyond all other women. Sure I am, no other wife could bring herself to bear such distance from a husband just returned, after long hardships, in the 20th year of absence, to his native land and her. Come, nurse, prepare a bed, where by myself I may lie down, an iron heart is hers." To this the sage Penelope replied, "Nay, sir, 'tis not through pride or disregard, or through excess of wonder, that I act thus toward thee. Well do I remember thee as thou wert in the day when thy good ship bore thee from Ithaca. Bestir thyself, Dame Euryclea, and make up with care a bed without the chamber, which he framed with his own hands. Bear out the massive bed, and lay upon it seemly coverings, fleeces and mantles for his nightly rest." She spake to try her husband, but, displeased, Ulysses answered thus his virtuous queen, "O woman, thou hast said unwelcome words. Who hath displaced my bed? That task were hard for long experienced hands, unless some god had come to shift its place. No living man, even in his prime of years, could easily have moved it, for in that elaborate work there was a mystery. It was I myself who shaped it, no one else. Within my court there grew an olive tree with full-leaved boughs, a tall and flourishing tree. Its massive stem was like a column. Round it I built up a chamber with cemented stones until the walls were finished. Then I framed a roof above it and put on the well-glued doors close-fitting. Next I lopped the full-leaved boughs and, cutting off the trunk above the root, smoothed well the stump with tools and made of it a post to bear the couch. I bored the wood with wimbles, placed on it the frame, and carved the work till it was done, inlaying it with silver, gold, and ivory. I stretched upon it thongs of oxhide, brightly dyed in purple. Now, O wife, I cannot know whether my bed remains as then it was, or whether someone from the root has hewn the olive trunk and moved it from its place." He spake, and her knees faltered, and her heart was melted, as she heard her lord recount the tokens all so truly. And she wept, and rose, and ran to him, and flung her arms about his neck, and kissed his brow, and said, "Ulysses, look not on me angrily, thou who in other things art wise above all other men. The gods have made our lot a hard one, jealous lest we should have passed our youth together happily, and thus have reached old age. I pray, be not incensed, nor take it ill that I embraced thee not as soon as I beheld thee, for my heart has ever trembled lest someone who comes into this isle should cozen me with words, and they who practice fraud are numberless." The Argive. Helen, child of Jupiter, would ne'er have listened to a stranger's suit and loved him, had she known that in the years to come the warlike Greeks would bring her back to her own land. It was a deity who prompted her to that foul wrong. Her thought was never of the great calamity which followed, and which brought such woe on us. But now, since thou, by tokens clear and true, hast spoken of our bed, which human eye has never seen save mine and thine, and those of one handmaiden only, Actoris, her whom my father gave me when I came to this thy palace, and who kept the door of our close chamber, thou hast won my mind to full belief, though hard it was to win." She spake, and he was moved to tears. He wept, as in his arms he held his dearly loved and faithful wife. As welcome as the land to those who swim the deep, of whose stout bark Neptune has made a wreck amidst the waves, tossed by the billow and the blast. And few are those who from the hoary ocean reach the shore, their limbs all crested with the brine. These gladly climb the sea beach, and are safe. So welcome was her husband to her eyes, nor would her fair white arms release his neck, and there would rosy-fingered morn have found both weeping. But the blue-eyed Pallas planned that thus it should not be. She stayed the night when near its close, and held the golden morn long in the ocean deeps, nor suffered her to yoke her steeds that bring the light to men, Lampus and Phaethon, swift steeds that bear the morning on her way. Ulysses then, the man of forecast, thus bespake his queen, "Not yet, O wife, have we attained the close of all our labors. One remains which yet I must achieve, toilsome and measureless in difficulty. For so prophesied the spirit of Tiresias, on the day when to the abode of Pluto I went down to ask the seer concerning the return of my companions and my own. But now seek we our couch, dear wife, that softly laid we may refresh ourselves with welcome sleep." Then spake in turn the sage Penelope, "Whenever thou desirest it, thy couch shall be made ready, since the gods vouchsafe to bring thee back into thy pleasant home and to thy native land. But now that thou hast spoken of it, and some deity is prompting thee, declare what this new task may be. Hereafter I shall hear of it, no doubt, nor were it worse to know it now." Ulysses the sagacious answered thus, "Dear wife, why wilt thou ask? Why press me thus? Yet will I tell thee truly, nor will keep aught from thee, though thou wilt not gladly hear, nor I relate. Tiresias bade me pass through city after city, till I found a people who know not the sea, nor eat their food with salt, who never yet beheld the red-prowed galley, nor the shapely oars, which are the wings of ships. And this plain sign he gave, nor will I keep it back from thee, that when another traveler whom I meet shall say it is a winnowing fan I bear on my stout shoulder, there he bade me plant the oar upright in earth, and offer up to monarch Neptune there a ram, a bull, and sturdy boar, and then, returning home, burn hallowed hecatombs to all the gods who dwell in the broad heaven, each one in turn. At last will death come over me, afar from ocean, such a death as peacefully shall take me off in a serene old age, amid a people prosperous and content. All this, the prophet said, will come to pass." And then the sage Penelope rejoined, "If thus the immortals make thy later age the happier, there is hope that thou wilt find escape from evil in the years to come." So talked they with each other. Meantime went Eurynome, attended by the nurse, and in the light of blazing torches dressed with soft, fresh drapery abed. And when their busy hands had made it full and high, the aged dame withdrew to take her rest in her own chamber, while Eurynome, who kept the royal bower, upheld a torch, and thither led the pair, and when they both were in the chamber, went her way. They took their place, delighted in the ancient bed. The prince, the herdsman, and the swineherd ceased meantime to tread the dance, and bade the maids cease also, and within the palace rooms, dark with night's shadow, sought their place of rest. Then came the time of pleasant mutual talk, in which that noblest among women spake of wrongs endured beneath her roof from those who came to woo her, an insatiate crew, who made of beeves and fatlings of the flock large slaughter, and drained many a wine cask dry. Then nobly born, Ulysses told what woes his valor brought on other men, what toils and suffering he had borne. He told her all, and she, delighted, heard him, nor did sleep light on her eyelids till his tale was done. And first, he told her how he overcame the people of Ciconia, how he passed thence to the rich fields of the race, who feed upon the lotus, what the Cyclops did, and how upon the Cyclops he avenged the death of his brave comrades, whom the wretch had pitilessly slaughtered and devoured, and how he came to Aeolus, and found a friendly welcome, and was sent by him upon his voyage. Yet 'twas not his fate to reach his native land. A tempest caught his fleet, and far across the fishy deep bore him away, lamenting bitterly. And how he landed at Telepylus, among the Laestrygonians, who destroyed his ships and warlike comrades, he alone, in his black ship, escaping. Then he told of Circe, her deceit and many arts, and how he went to Pluto's dismal realm in his good galley to consult the soul of him of Thebes, Tiresias, and beheld all his lost comrades and his mother, her who brought him forth and trained him when a child, and how he heard the Sirens afterward, and how he came upon the wandering rocks, the terrible Charybdis, and the crags of Scylla, which no man had ever passed in safety, how his comrades slew for food the oxen of the sun, how Jupiter, the thunderer, with a bolt of fire from heaven, smote his swift bark, and how his gallant crew all perished, he alone escaped with life, and how he reached Ogygia's isle, he told, and met the nymph Calypso, who desired that he would be her husband, and long time detained, and fed him in her vaulted grot, and promised that he ne'er should die, nor know decay of age through all the days to come. Yet moved she not the purpose of his heart, and how he next through many hardships came to the Phaeacians, and they welcomed him and honored him as if he were a god, and to his native country in a bark sent him with ample gifts of brass and gold and raiment. As he uttered this last word, sleep softly overcame him. All his limbs lay loose in rest, and all his cares were calmed. The blue-eyed Pallas had yet new designs, and when she deemed Ulysses was refreshed with rest and sleep in that accustomed bed, she called the morning, daughter of the dawn, to rise from ocean in her car of gold and shed her light on men. Ulysses rose from his soft couch and thus enjoined his spouse, O wife, enough of misery have we borne already, thou in weeping for my long unhappy absence. I for years, withheld by Jupiter and all the other gods, from my return to this dear land, although I pined for home. Now since upon this couch we take the place so earnestly desired, take thou the charge of all that I possess here in the palace. For the herds and flocks, which those high-handed suitors have devoured, I shall seize many others as a spoil. The rest the Greeks will bring me, till my stalls are filled again. I hasten to my farm, embowered in trees, to greet the aged man, my excellent father, who continually grieves for me. Prudent as thou art, I give this charge. A rumor with the rising sun will quickly go abroad that I have slain the suitors in the palace. Now withdraw, thou and thy maidens, to the upper room, and sit and look not forth, nor ask of aught. So spake the chief, and on his shoulders braced his glorious armor. Then he called his son, the herdsman and the swineherd, bidding them to take in hand their weapons. They obeyed, and having armed themselves in brass, they threw the portals open. As they all went forth, Ulysses led the way. The early light was on the earth, but Pallas, shrouding them in darkness, led them quickly through the town. Book 24, Conclusion. The souls of the suitors conducted to Hades by Mercury, Agamemnon and Achilles in Hades, their meeting with the souls of the suitors, and narrative of Amphimedon, meeting and mutual recognition of Ulysses and his father in the orchard at Ithaca, insurrection of the Ithacans, with Eupeithes, the father of Antinous, at their head. The revolt quelled, Eupeithes slain by Laertes, and a lasting peace made between Ulysses and his subject. Cyllenian Hermes summoned forth the souls of the slain suitors. In his hand he bore the beautiful golden wand, with which at will he shuts the eyes of men, or opens them from sleep. With this he guided on their way the ghostly route. They followed, uttering a shrilly wail. As when a flock of bats, deep in a dismal cavern, fly about and squeak, if one have fallen from the place, where, clinging to each other and the rock, they rested, so that crowd of ghosts went forth with shrill and plaintive cries. Before them moved beneficent Hermes through those dreary ways, and past the ocean stream they went, and past Leucadia's rock, the portals of the sun, and people of the land of dreams, until they reached the fields of Asphodel, where dwell the souls, the bodiless forms of those who die. And there they found the soul of Peleus' son, his friend Patroclus, and the blameless chief Antilochus, and Ajax, who excelled in stature and in form all other Greeks save the great son of Peleus. These were grouped around Achilles. Then approached the ghost of Agamemnon, Atreus' son. He seemed in sorrow, and around him others stood, who in the palace of Aegisthus met their fate and died. The son of Peleus took the word, and spake to Agamemnon thus. Atrides, we had thought that Jove, who wields the thunder, favored thee through all thy years, beyond all other men. Thou didst bear rule over so many and such valiant men upon the plain of Troy, where we of Greece endured such sufferings. Yet all too soon, the cruel doom of death, which no man born of woman can escape, has fallen on thee. Oh, if amid the honors of thy sway that doom had overtaken thee, while yet in Troy's far realm, then would the assembled Greeks have built a tomb to thee. Thou wouldst have left a heritage of glory to thy son. Now hast thou died a most unhappy death. And then the soul of Agamemnon said, Fortunate son of Peleus, godlike chief Achilles, who didst die upon the field of Ilium, far from Argos, while there fell around thee many of the bravest sons of Troy and Greece, who fought for thee, and thou wert lying in thy mighty bulk, amid whirlwinds of dust, forgetful evermore of horsemanship. All that day long we fought, nor stayed our hands, till Jove, to part us, sent a hurricane. When we had borne thee thence, and brought thee to the fleet, upon a bier we laid thee, pouring o'er thy shapely limbs warm water, and anointing them with oil. Round thee the Achaeans stood in tears, hot tears, and cut their hair away. From ocean's depth thy mother, when she heard the tidings, rose with her immortal sea nymphs. Mournfully came o'er the waves the sound of their lament. Trembled the Greeks with fear, and rushing forth, would have sought refuge in their roomy ships, if Nestor, wise in ancient lore, and known for counsels ever safe, had not restrained their haste, and thus declared his prudent thought. Stay, Argives, youths of Greece, think not of flight. It is his mother. From the sea she comes to her dead son, and brings her deathless nymphs. He spake. His words withheld the valiant Greeks from flight. And now around thee came and stood the daughters of the ancient of the deep, lamenting bitterly. Upon thy corse they put ambrosial robes. The Muses 9 bewailed thee with sweet voices, answering each other. Then wouldst thou have seen no one of all the Argive host with eyes unwet. The Muses' song so moved them. 17 days and nights we mourned thee, both the immortal ones and mortals. On the 18th day we gave thy body to the fire, and at the pile slew many fatling ewes, and many an ox with crooked horns. In raiment of the gods, the fire consumed thee, midst anointing oils and honey. Many heroes of our host, in armor and in chariots, or on foot, contended round thy funeral pyre in games, and mighty was the din. And when at length the fires of Vulcan had consumed thy flesh, we gathered up at morning thy white bones, Achilles, pouring over them pure wine and fragrant oils. Thy mother brought a vase of gold, which Bacchus gave. She said, the work of Vulcan, the renowned, and in it now, illustrious son of Peleus. Thy white bones are lying, and with thine are mingled those of dead Patroclus Menœtides. Apart we place the ashes of thy friend Antilochus, whom thou didst honor most after the slain Patroclus. O'er all these, the sacred army of the warlike Greeks built up a tomb magnificently vast upon a cape of the broad Hellespont, there to be seen, far off upon the deep, by those who now are born, or shall be born in future years. Thy mother, having first prayed to the gods, appointed noble games within the circus for the Achaean chiefs. Full often have I seen the funeral rites of heroes, when the youth, their chieftain dead, were girded for the games, and strove to win the prizes. But I most of all admired those which the silver-footed Thetis gave to mark thy burial, who wert loved by all the immortals. So thou hast not lost by death thy fame, Achilles, and among the tribes of men thy glory will be ever great. But what hath it availed me to have brought the war on Ilium to an end, since Jove doomed me to be destroyed on my return, slain by Aegisthus and my guilty wife? So talked they with each other. Now approached the herald Argus Queller, bringing down the souls of suitors by Ulysses slain. Both chiefs moved toward them, wondering at the sight. The soul of Agamemnon, Atreus' son, knew well-renowned Amphimedon, whose birth was from Melanthius, and by whom he once was welcomed to his house in Ithaca. And him, the son of Atreus, first bespake. Amphimedon, what sad mischance has brought you all, who seem like chosen men, and all of equal age, into these drear abodes beneath the earth? 'Twere hard indeed to find, in a whole city, nobler forms of men. Has Neptune wrecked you in your ships at sea, with fierce winds and huge waves, or armed men smitten you on the land, while carrying off their beeves and sheep, or fighting to defend your wives and city? Tell me, for I claim to have been once your guest. Rememberest thou I lodged in thy own palace when I came, with godlike Menelaus, and besought Ulysses to unite his gallant fleet to ours, and sail for Troy? A whole month long were we in crossing the wide sea, and hard we found the task to gain as our ally Ulysses, the destroyer of walled towns. The soul of dead Amphimedon replied, Atrides Agamemnon, far renowned, and king of men, I well remember all of which thou speakest. I will now relate, and truly, how we met our evil end. We wooed the wife of the long-absent chief Ulysses. She rejected not, nor yet granted our suit, detested as it was, but, meditating our destruction, planned this shrewd device. She laid upon the loom within her rooms a web of delicate threads, ample in length and breadth, and thus she said to all of us, young princes who are come to woo me, since Ulysses is no more, my noble husband, urge me not, I pray, to marriage till I finish in the loom, that so my threads may not be spun in vain, a funeral vesture for the hero chief Laertes, when his fatal hour shall come, with death's long sleep. Else some Achaean dame might blame me, should I leave without a shroud, him who in life possessed such ample wealth. Such were her words, and easily they won upon our generous minds. So went she on weaving that ample web, and every night unraveled it by torchlight. 3 full years she practiced thus, and by the fraud deceived the Grecian youths. But when the hours had brought the 4th year round, a woman who knew all revealed the mystery, and we ourselves saw her unraveling the ample web. Thenceforth constrained, and with unwilling hands, she finished it. And when at length she showed the vesture she had woven, the broad web that she had bleached to brightness, like the sun's or like the moon's, some hostile deity brought back Ulysses to a distant nook of his own fields and to his swineherd's lodge. And thither also came in his black ship his son, returning from the sandy coast of Pylos. Thence the twain, when they had planned to slay the suitors, came within the walls of the great city, first Telemachus, and after him Ulysses, with his guide, the swineherd. He was clad in sordid weeds and seemed a wretched beggar, very old, propped on a staff. In that disguise of rags, none knew him, as he suddenly appeared, not even the oldest of us all. Harsh words and blows we gave him. He endured them all a while with patience, smitten and reviled in his own palace. Moved at length by Jove, he and his son Telemachus bore off the shining weapons from the hall to lie in a far chamber, and barred all the doors. Then, prompted by her husband's craft, the queen proposed a game of archery with bow and rings of hoary steel to all of us ill-fated suitors. This drew on our death. Not one of us could bend that sturdy bow, none had the strength. But as it passed from us into Ulysses' hands, we loudly chid the bearer and forbade him, but in vain. Telemachus, alone with stern command, bade him deliver it. When in his hands the much-enduring chief, Ulysses, took the bow, he drew the string with ease and sent a shaft through all the rings. He sprang and stood upon the threshold. At his feet he poured the winged arrows, cast a terrible glance around him, and laid King Antinous dead, then sent the fatal shafts at those who stood before him. Side by side they fell and died. Some god we saw was with them, as they rushed upon us mightily, and chased us through the palace, slaying us on every side, and fearful were the groans of dying men, as skulls were cloven, and the pavement swam with blood. Such, Agamemnon, was the fate by which we perished. Now our bodies lie neglected at the palace, for not yet our kindred, dwelling in our homes, have heard the tidings, nor have come to cleanse our wounds from the dark blood and lay us on the bier with tears, such honors as are due the dead. In turn, the soul of Agamemnon spake, Son of Laertes, fortunate and wise Ulysses, thou by feats of eminent might and valor dost possess thy wife again, and nobly minded is thy blameless queen, the daughter of Icarius, faithfully remembering him to whom she gave her troth, while yet a virgin. Never shall the fame of his great valor perish, and the gods themselves shall frame, for those who dwell on earth, sweet strains in praise of sage Penelope. Not such was she who treacherously slew the husband of her youth, she of the house of Tyndarus. Her name among mankind shall be the hateful burden of a song, and great is the dishonor it has brought on women, even the faithful and the good. So talked they with each other, standing there in Pluto's realm beneath the vaulted earth. Meantime, Ulysses, hastening from the town, came to the fair fields of Laertes, tilled with care. Laertes, after years of toil, acquired them. There his dwelling stood, a shed encircled it, where ate and sat and slept the servants of the household, who fulfilled his slightest wish. An old Sicilian dame was there, who waited in that distant spot on her old master with assiduous care. And then Ulysses to his followers said, Go into that fair dwelling, and with speed slay for our feast the fattest of the swine. I go to prove my father. I would learn whether he knows me when he sees my face, or haply knows me not, so long away." He spake, and laid his weapons in their hands. Straight toward the house they went. Ulysses passed into the fruitful orchard, there to prove his father. Going down and far within the garden plot, he found not Dolius there, nor any of the servants, nor his sons. All were abroad, old Dolius leading them. They gathered thorns to fence the garden grounds. There, delving in that fertile spot, around a newly planted tree, Ulysses saw his father only, sordidly arrayed in a coarse tunic, patched and soiled. He wore patched greaves of bullock's hide upon his thighs, a fence against the thorns, and on his hands gloves to protect them from the prickly stems of bramble, and upon his head a cap of goatskin. There he brooded o'er his grief. Him when the much-enduring chief beheld, wasted with age and sorrow, worn, he stopped beside a lofty pear tree's stem and wept, and pondered whether he should kiss and clasp his father in his arms, and tell him all, how he had reached his native land and home, or question first and prove him. Musing thus, it pleased him to begin with sportive words, and thus resolved, divine Ulysses drew near to his father, stooping at his task, and loosening the hard earth about a tree, and thus the illustrious son accosted him. "O aged man, there is no lack of skill in tending this fair orchard, which thy care keeps flourishing. No growth is there of fig, vine, pear, or olive, or of plants that grow in borders, that has missed thy friendly hand. Yet let me say, and be thou not displeased, thou art ill cared for, burdened as thou art with years, and squalid, and in mean attire. It cannot be that for thy idleness thy master treats thee thus, nor is there seen aught servile in thy aspect, in thy face, or stature. Thou art rather like a king. Thou seemest one who should enjoy the bath and banquet, and lie soft, for this befits old men like thee. Now say, and tell me true, who may thy master be, whose orchard this which thou dost tend? And more than this declare, for much I long to know, if I am come to Ithaca, as I just now was told, by one who met me as I came, a man not overwise, who would not stop to tell what I desired to learn, nor bear to hear my questions when I asked him if a guest of mine were living yet in health, or dead and in the realm of Pluto. Let me speak of him, and mark me well, I pray. I lodged once in my native land, a man who came into my house, and never stranger yet more welcome was than he. He was by birth of Ithaca, he said, Laertes' son, and grandson of Arcesius. Him I led beneath my roof, and hospitably lodged, and feasted in the plenty of my home, and gave such gifts as might become a host. 7 talents of wrought gold, a silver cup, all over rough with flowers, 12 single cloaks, 12 mats, 12 mantles passing beautiful, and tunics 12, and chosen by himself, 12 graceful damsels, skilled in household arts. And then his father answered, shedding tears, Thou art indeed, O stranger, in the land of which thou dost inquire, but wicked men and lawless now possess it. Thou hast given thy generous gifts in vain. Yet hadst thou found Ulysses living yet in Ithaca, then would he have dismissed thee recompensed with gifts and liberal cheer, as is the due of him who once has been our host. Yet say, and truly say, how many years have passed since thou didst lodge my son, if he it was, thy hapless guest, whom far away from home, and all his friends, the creatures of the deep, and the foul birds of air, and beasts of prey, already have devoured. No mother mourned his death and wrapped him in his shroud, nor I, his father, nor did chaste Penelope, his consort nobly dowered, bewail the man she loved, upon his bier with eyes dissolved in tears, as fitting was, an honor due to those who die. Now further, truly tell, for I would learn what is thy name, and whence thou comest, from what tribe, thy city where, and who thy parents. Where is the good ship at anchor, which has brought thee and thy friends? Or hast thou landed from another's bark, which put thee on the shore and left the isle? Ulysses, the sagacious, answered thus, I will tell all and truly. I am come from Alybes. A stately dwelling there is mine. Iphitus is my father, son of royal Polypemon, and my name Eperitus. Some deity has warped my course astray from the Sicanian coast, and brought me hitherward against my will. My bark lies yonder, stationed by the field far from the city. This is the 5th year since parting with me thy Ulysses left my native land for his, ill-fated man. Yet there were flights of birds upon the right of happy presage as he sailed, and I dismissed him cheerfully, and cheerfully he went. We hoped that we might yet become each other's guests, exchanging princely gifts. He spake, and a dark cloud of sorrow came over Laertes. With both hands he grasped the yellow dust, and over his white head shed it with piteous groans. Ulysses felt his heart within him melted. The hot breath rushed through his nostrils as he looked upon his well-beloved father, and he sprang and kissed and clasped him in his arms, and said, "Nay, I am he, my father. I myself am he of whom thou askest. I am come to mine own country in the 20th year. But calm thyself, refrain from tears, and grieve no more. And let me tell thee, in a word, I have slain all the suitors in my halls, and so avenged their insolence and crimes." And then Laertes spake again and said, "If now thou be Ulysses, my lost son, give some plain token, that I may believe." Ulysses, the sagacious, answered thus, "First, then, behold with thine own eyes the scar which once the white tusk of a forest boar inflicted on Parnassus, when I made the journey thither by thy own command, and by my gracious mother's, to receive gifts which her father, King Autolycus, once promised when he came to Ithaca. And listen to me further. Let me name the trees, which in thy well-tilled orchard grounds thou gavest me. I asked them all of thee, when by thy side I trod the garden walks, a little boy. We went among the trees, and thou didst name them. Of the pear 13, and of the apple 10 thou gavest me, and 40 fig trees. And thou didst engage to give me 50 rows of vines, each row of growth to feed the winepress. Grapes are there, of every flavor, when the hours of Jove shall nurse them into ripeness from on high." He spake. A trembling seized the old man's heart and knees as he perceived how true were all the tokens which Ulysses gave. He threw round his dear son his arms. The hardy chief, Ulysses, drew him fainting to his heart. But when the old man's strength revived, and calm came o'er his spirit, thus he spake again. "O Father Jove, assuredly the gods dwell on the Olympian height, since we behold the arrogant suitors punished for their crimes. Yet much I fear lest all the Ithacans throng hither, and send messages to rouse against us all the Cephallenian states." Ulysses, the sagacious, answered thus, "Take courage, let no thought like that disturb thy mind, but let us hasten to the house. Telemachus is there, with whom I sent the herdsman and the swineherd, bidding them make ready with all speed our evening meal." Thus talked the twain, and toward the dwelling took their way, and entering the commodious rooms, they found Telemachus, and by his side the herdsman and the keeper of the swine, dividing for the feast the plenteous meats, and mingling the dark wine. Then to the bath came the Sicilian dame, and ministered to the large-souled Laertes, and with oil anointed him, and wrapped a sumptuous cloak about him. Pallas gave the monarch's limbs an ampler roundness. Taller to the sight he stood, and statelier. As he left the bath, his son beheld with wonder in his eyes. So like a god Laertes seemed, and thus Ulysses said to him in winged words, "Someone among the ever-living gods hath surely shed, O Father, on thy form and aspect all this grace and majesty." The sage Laertes answered, "Father Jove, and Pallas and Apollo, would that I were now as when I took the citadel of Nericus, the strongly built, beside the seashore of Epirus, leading on my Cephallenians. With such strength as then, armed for the fray, I would have met and fought the suitors in the palace yesterday, and struck down many lifeless in the hall, and greatly would thy spirit have rejoiced." So talked they with each other. When they all ceased from their task, and saw their meal prepared, they sat them down in order on the thrones and seats, and each put forth his hand and shared the banquet. Now approached an aged man, Dolius, attended by his sons, who came weary with toil, for the Sicilian dame, the nurse who reared them, went and summoned them. She, who in his late age with faithful care cherished the father. These, when at the board they saw Ulysses, and knew who he was, stopped in the hall astonished. Instantly, Ulysses called to them with friendly words. Sit at the board, old man. Let none of you give way to blank amazement. Know that we, though keen our appetite for this repast, have waited long, expecting your return." He spake, and Dolius sprang with outstretched arms and seized Ulysses by the hand and kissed the wrist. And thus in winged words he spake. "Dear master, since thou art returned to us, who longed and yet expected not to see thy face again, since some divinity has led thee hither, hail, and great may be thy happiness, and may the gods bestow all blessings on thee. But declare, for I would gladly know, if sage Penelope have heard the tidings yet of thy return, or must we send them by a messenger?" Ulysses, the sagacious, answered thus, "My aged friend, she knows already all. Why wouldst thou take that care upon thyself?" He spake, and Dolius on a polished seat sat down, but round the great Ulysses came his sons, and welcomed him with loving words, and hung upon his hand, and then they took their places by their father. So they sat beneath Laertes' roof and banqueted. Now through the city, meantime swiftly ran the rumor that the suitors all had met a bloody death. No sooner had men heard the tidings than they came with cries and moans before the palace, moving to and fro. Each carried forth his dead, and gave to each his funeral rites, except to those who came from distant cities. These they put on board swift-sailing galleys of the fishermen, that they might bear them home. And then they came, sorrowing together in the marketplace. There, when the assembly now was full, arose Eupeithes and addressed them. In his heart was sorrow that could never be consoled for his slain son Antinous, who was first to fall before Ulysses. Weeping rose the father, and harangued the assembly thus. "Great things indeed, my friends, hath this man done for us Achaeans. Many valiant men he gathered in his ships and led abroad, and lost his gallant ships and lost his men. And now, returning, he has put to death the best of all the Cephallenian race. Come then, and ere he find a safe retreat in Pylos or in hallowed Elis, where the Epeans rule, pursue him. Endless shame will be our portion else, and they who live in future years will hear of our disgrace. If we avenge not on these men of blood the murder of our sons and brothers, life will not be sweet to me, and I would go at once, and gladly, down among the dead. Rise then, and fall upon them ere they flee." So spake he, weeping, and the Greeks were moved with pity as they heard him. Now appeared the herald Medon and the sacred bard, as rising from the sleep of night, they left the palace of Ulysses. They stood forth amid the multitude, who all beheld with wonder. Then sagacious Medon spake. "Give ear, ye men of Ithaca, and know that not without the approval of the gods, Ulysses hath done this. I saw, myself, one of the immortals taking part with him, in all things like to Mentor. Now the god, standing before Ulysses, strengthened him for combat, and now drove the routed band of suitors through the hall. In heaps they fell." He spake, and all who heard were pale with fear. The aged hero Halitherses, son of Master, then came forward. He alone knew what was past, and what was yet to come, and wisely judging, to the assembly said, "Hear now my words, ye men of Ithaca. Through your own wrong, all this has come to pass. To me, ye would not hearken, nor obey. When Mentor, shepherd of the people, spake, on the mad doings of your sons, ye put no curb, nor checked the guilty insolence that dared to waste the substance and insult the consort of a man of eminent worth, who, so they thought, would never more return. Now be it as I counsel, let us not go forth to draw down evil on our heads." He spake, but more than half the assembly rushed abroad with shouts. The others kept their place together. Ill the augur's speech had pleased the most. Eupeithes had persuaded them. They flew to arms, and when they had put on the glittering brass, they mustered in close ranks before the spacious city. At their head, Eupeithes led them on, who madly deemed himself the avenger of his slaughtered son. Yet he from that encounter nevermore was to return. His fate o'ertook him there. Then Pallas thus addressed Saturnian Jove, "Our father, son of Saturn, king of kings, tell me, I pray, the purpose of thy heart, yet unrevealed. Shall there be cruel war and deadly combats, or wilt thou ordain that these shall henceforth dwell in amity? And cloud compelling, Jove made answer thus: My child, why ask me? Was it not with thee a cherished purpose, that returning home, Ulysses amply should avenge himself upon the suitors? Do then as thou wilt. Yet this, as the most fitting, I advise. Now that the great Ulysses has avenged his wrongs, let there be made a faithful league with oaths, and let Ulysses ever reign. And we will cause the living to forget their sons and brothers slain, and all shall dwell in friendship as they heretofore have dwelt, and there shall be prosperity and peace. He spake, and eager as she was before, encouraged by his words, the goddess plunged down from the summits of the Olympian mount. Now when they all had feasted to the full, the much-enduring chief, Ulysses, said, Go, one of you, and see if they are near. He spake. A son of Dolius at his word went forth, and coming to the threshold, stopped. He saw them all at hand, and instantly bespake Ulysses, thus with winged words, They are upon us, we must arm at once. He spake. They rose, and quickly were in arms. 4 were Ulysses and his friends, and 6 the sons of Dolius. Old Laertes then, and Dolius, put on armor with the rest, gray-headed as they were, for now their aid was needed. When they all had clad themselves in shining brass, they threw the portals wide and sallied forth, Ulysses at their head. Now Pallas, daughter of almighty Jove, drew near them. She had taken Mentor's form and Mentor's voice. The much-enduring chief, Ulysses, saw her and rejoiced, and said to his beloved son, Telemachus, Now wilt thou of thyself, Telemachus, bethink thee, when thou minglest in the fray that tries men's valor, not to cast disgrace upon thy forefathers, a race renowned for manly daring over all the earth. And thus discreet Telemachus replied, Nay, if thou wilt, my father, thou shalt see that by no lack of valor shall I cast, as thou hast said, dishonor on thy race. Laertes heard them, and rejoiced, and said, Oh, what a day for me, ye blessed gods, is this! With what delight I see my son and grandson rivals on the battlefield. And then the blue-eyed Pallas, drawing near Laertes, said, Son of Arcesius, loved by me beyond all others of my friends, pray to Jove's blue-eyed daughter, and to Jove, and brandish thy long spear, and send it forth. So Pallas spake, and breathed into his frame strength irresistible. The aged chief prayed to the daughter of almighty Jove, and brandished his long spear, and sent it forth. It smote Eupeithes on the helmet's cheek. The brass stayed not the spear, the blade passed through, and heavily Eupeithes fell to earth, his armor clashing round him as he fell. Then rushed Ulysses and his valiant son forward, the foremost of their band, and smote their foes with swords and lancet double-edged, and would have struck them down to rise no more, if Pallas, daughter of the god who bears the aegis, had not with a mighty voice commanded all the combatants to cease. Stay, men of Ithaca, withhold your hands from deadly combat, part and shed no blood. So Pallas spake, and they grew pale with awe and fear-struck. As they heard her words, they dropped their weapons all upon the earth. They fled townward as if for life, while terribly the much-enduring chief Ulysses raised his voice and shouted after them, and sprang upon them as an eagle darts through air. Then Saturn's son sent down a bolt of fire. It fell before his blue-eyed daughter's feet, and thus the goddess to Ulysses called, Son of Laertes, nobly born and wise, Ulysses, hold thy hand. Restrain the rage of deadly combat, lest the god who wields the thunder, Saturn's son, be wroth with thee. She spake, and gladly he obeyed. And then Pallas, the child of aegis-bearing Jove, plighted in Mentor's form with Mentor's voice, a covenant of peace between the foes.